The Global Bazaar Arrival game has commenced. Players, please prepare yourselves. Reborn, Jiang Yan gazed at his SS level talent, the ghost money machine, lost in contemplation. There is nothing that 10 trillion ghost coins cannot resolve. If there is, then let it be 20 trillion. The terrifying and brutal non-human anomaly knelt at Jiang Yan's feet, polishing his boots to a brilliant shine. Boss, please use your great ghost coin to indulge me once more. In the perilous and deadly secret realm, all succumbed before the wave of ghost coins. What secret realm? I've never heard of it. From now on, this will be my boss home. Chapter 1. The beginning of the cash printing machine talent. The brain storage has been activated. The Global Bazaar Arrival game will commence in 5 seconds. Players, prepare yourselves. 5-4 start. As the cold countdown echoed in everyone's ears came to an end, the previously bright sky suddenly turned ominously dark, as if heavy clouds had obscured the sun's brilliance. What is happening? The college entrance exam countdown still has 72 days left. Who is making such a ridiculous joke at this time? Goodness, why has the sky turned so dark? This doesn't seem like a prank. Amidst the chaos in the classroom, a boy sitting in the last row abruptly lifted his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. He was alive again. His name was Jiang Yan, who had just experienced the third bizarre arrival before his death. A bunch of scoundrels. Am I destined to be left behind as cannon fodder simply because of my innate ability to resurrect? Jiang Yan recalled the moment before his demise, when he was incapacitated and left to perish before an enigmatic presence, his fists clenching involuntarily. In his previous life, he had acquired the talent of resurrection, which allowed him to come back to life 30 minutes post-mortem, with a cooldown of 10 hours. Initially, upon gaining this ability, Jiang Yan believed himself to be formidable. However, after experiencing the arrival of the bazaar 3 times, he came to the realization that his talent was fundamentally flawed. What was the use of resurrection? As long as the anomaly lingered for those 30 minutes, Jiang Yan would meet his end again. Dying before the cooldown was over meant true death. Moreover, he was easily treated as a human punching bag, often sacrificed in crucial moments for the survival of others. Yet, it appears that the resurrection ability possesses hidden potentials. After dying twice, I found myself reborn at the very inception of all that is occurring. Having acclimated to the arrival of the bazaar, Jiang Yan calmed himself, his mind racing. There are only 5 minutes left before that entity assaults the school. I must draw a new talent. The limitations of resurrection are too great. Survival is exceedingly difficult. Jiang Yan attempted to awaken the player interface. Instantly, a virtual panel unfurled before him. Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, strength, 4 agility, 6 intelligence, 6. The average for an ordinary person is 5. Soul coins, 500. Moreover, there exists a marketplace page, currently shrouded in gray. On the main page, a large button hovers enticingly. Draw talent, 100 soul coins. Having learned from his previous missteps, Jiang Yan understood the paramount significance of talent and resolved that it must remain unchanged thereafter. Without hesitation, he clicked the talent draw button, and a line of text materialized before him. Soul coins, 100. Talent acquired. Resurrection. Below this announcement was a detailed description of the talent, one Jiang Yan had perused countless times, confirming it to be utterly useless. At the very bottom, an option awaited. Redraw to confirm talent at 8T. This stage, many individuals, lamenting their hard-earned soul coins without comprehension of their utility, remained oblivious to the importance of talent, hastily accepting whatever they drew and forfeiting the sole opportunity to alter their fate. In his previous life, Jiang Yan had been one of them. Without a moment's thought, he promptly clicked to redraw. Soul coins, 100. Talent acquired. Invisibility. This talent, Jiang Yan had encountered before, and like resurrection, it appeared formidable, capable of lurking in the underbrush until the end of time. In reality, it was a thoroughly wretched talent, as many strange entities possessed counter-invisibility abilities. Undeterred, Jiang Yan chose to redraw once more. Soul coins, 100. Congratulations! You have acquired the hidden SS level talent, Soul Printing Machine. The Soul Currency Machine. It grants the acquisition of ethereal currency equivalent to the bizarre health within one's field of vision every second. Upon acquiring this talent, One is unable to learn active skills or initiate attacks. Jiang Yan. To my astonishment, it is the first time I have learned that talents are indeed categorized by levels. A level talent? Jiang Yan meticulously read the description of the soul currency machine several times. Had it not been for his experiences in a past life, wherein he understood the significance of soul currency, he might not have truly grasped the formidable nature of this SS level talent. With soul currency, one can purchase attribute points, equipment, and various enhancements for both active and passive skills in the forthcoming shop interface. The initial 500 soul currency is hardly substantial once the game truly commences. There are numerous avenues to procure modest amounts of soul currency. The most significant source of soul currency lies in vanquishing the bizarre entities. However, during the initial encounters with these peculiarities, everyone was screaming in panic. Even before his demise in his previous life, Jiang Yan had scarcely heard of anyone possessing the ability to slay these anomalies. The soul currency machine's capacity to accrue currency simply by observing the bizarre is undeniably powerful. As for the drawbacks of being unable to learn active skills or initiate attacks, they are in comparison rather palatable. It's you, confirming talent. Upon acquiring the talent, Jiang Yan promptly stood up, seizing a broken mop handle from behind the disordered classroom door, and rushed outside. The classroom was in utter disarray, and for a moment, no one noticed Jiang Yan's hasty departure. However, Jiang Yan's thoughts were remarkably lucid. Time was of the essence. He needed to identify the most advantageous terrain and commence the printing of money without delay. If memory served him correctly, the peculiar phenomenon had first manifested in the girls' restroom. The senior class was situated on the 3rd floor, but Jiang Yan swiftly ascended to the 5th floor, where he forcefully kicked open the locked rooftop door. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Jiang Yan peered down and, indeed, beheld a swirling mass of dark energy within the girls' restroom. Faintly, 2 wisps of ghostly green flames flickered amidst the chaos. In the very next moment, as the bizarre scene unfolded before his eyes, Jiang Yan was greeted with a system notification. Balance of coins exceeds 500. The shop interface has been activated. Jiang Yan rubbed his chin, fully engrossed in observing the girls' restroom while simultaneously accessing the shop page, where he located the option for attribute allocation. The 3 fundamental attribute strength, agility, and intelligence could each be increased by 1 point for 100 coins. These foundational attributes dictated his physical prowess, the significance of which was self-evident. Jiang Yan promptly allocated points to agility and strength, watching as the coins flowed out like a rushing stream. What if I can't attack? What if I can't utilize active skills? As long as my strength is sufficiently high, the anomaly cannot slay me. If my agility is sufficiently high, the anomaly cannot catch me. And if my intelligence is sufficiently high, but I can't use active skills, what good is intelligence to me? As Jiang Yan gazed intently at the women's restroom, fervently contemplating his next move, he suddenly caught sight of a stout, elderly woman briskly emerging from the academic building, making her way directly toward the ladies' facilities. Jiang Yan was taken aback and focused his attention, soon realizing that this elderly woman was the head of the disciplinary office, notorious for her relentless pursuit of students. She had not only raided the boys' restroom on multiple occasions under the pretext of catching boys smoking, but Jiang Yan suspected that her true motive was to witness the youthful exuberance of the students. To rush into the women's restroom at this hour is akin to courting disaster, he mused. Chapter 2. The Intensity of SSS Level Talent. In the women's restroom, a sinister presence lingered, initially prompting a delay in action. However, now disturbed by the director of the disciplinary office, it was likely to burst forth and unleash chaos at any moment. Once this malevolent entity infiltrated the school's academic building, obscured visibility would prevent Jiang Yan from passively witnessing the unfolding mayhem. Nevertheless, it seemed sufficiently prepared for what lay ahead. Jiang Yan cast a glance at his attribute panel. Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 50, Agility, 50, Intelligence, 6. The average for ordinary individuals is 5. Soul coins, 3279. In his previous life, Jiang Yan reached the 3rd occurrence of the supernatural, yet never surpassed the threshold of 20 in attributes. Now, at the onset of the first supernatural event, both his agility and strength had impressively crossed the 50 mark. Moreover, Jiang Yan had discovered that once attributes exceeded 50, the cost to enhance them became 1,000 soul coins for a single point. He opted not to further augment his attributes, but instead navigated to the equipment and passive skills section of the marketplace. In his previous life, he had not amassed many soul coins, yet he often found himself drooling over the marketplace's offerings while ensconced in the comfort of his bed. He was well acquainted with the treasures contained within. This time, transformed into a veritable money-making machine, he resolved to purchase freely. Passive skill, Swamp Aura, Level 1. Reduces the movement speed of hostile units within a 5-meter radius by 10. Price, 500 soul coins. Equipment, Boots of Speed. Increases personal movement speed by 35 points. Price, 550 soul coins. Equipment, Counterattack Steel Shield. Enhances personal armor by 15 points, blocking 30 points of damage with each attack received. There is a 15 chance to stun the attacker for 0.5 seconds when blocking melee attacks. Price, 3,000 nether coins. This counterattack steel shield is truly a life-saving artifact in the early stages, albeit at a steep price. After waiting several moments, Jiang Yan finally gathered enough nether coins to procure it. Equipped with this gear, the Swamp Aura upgraded to Level 3, transforming its effect to Passive Skill, Swamp Aura, Level 3, reducing the movement speed of hostile units within a 15-meter radius by 26. This cost Jiang Yan another 1,500 nether coins. Upon completing these transactions, Jiang Yan genuinely felt a surge of power within himself. Although he lacked offensive capabilities and could not eliminate the bizarre entities, the entities were equally powerless against him. A piercing scream erupted from the women's restroom downstairs, as if the head of the guidance office had encountered something exceedingly terrifying. Jiang Yan sighed and exchanged 10 nether coin notes from the system. The 10-coin note was of vivid green, adorned with the words China Heaven Bank and an image of the ox-headed and horse-faced deities on the front. The reverse side depicted the scenery of the River of Forgetfulness, with flickering ethereal green will-o'-the-wisps dancing upon the water's surface, creating an eerie atmosphere. These nether coins bore a striking resemblance to those traditionally burned by people, yet the coins sold in funeral homes could not be exchanged with the system. The ability to convert system nether coins into paper currency is a subtle skill that, apart from the resurrected Jiang Yan, likely remains exclusive to him. He casually folded the 10 ghostly currency notes into a paper airplane, which soared from the 5th-floor rooftop to the entrance of the women's restroom. In his previous life, Jiang Yan had heard whispers of certain high-intellect anomalies that would deceive players with ghostly currency before ultimately eliminating them. If such rumors held any truth, then the economic system between players and anomalies might be strikingly similar. As a currency printer, Jiang Yan resolved to personally verify this significant hypothesis. The screams from within the women's restroom abruptly ceased half a second later. To his astonishment, the records of ghostly currency obtained from the anomaly began to shift. Ghostly currency 352, ghostly currency 1, ghostly currency 352, ghostly currency 1. Noticing the additional increment of 1 currency unit with each acquisition, Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing the implication. An anomaly with a life value of 1 had emerged within. It seemed that the entity in the women's restroom could transform its victims into subservient anomalies following a kill. Bang! A pair of ghastly, claw-like hands violently thrust open the restroom door. An anomaly shrouded in a dense aura of darkness began to drift out from within. Amidst the shadows, a gaunt green figure emerged, exhibiting faintly discernible feminine characteristics, with hair that flowed like seaweed, cascading longer than its body. 2 orbs of ghostly green fire hovered where its eyes should be, devoid of any trace of human emotion. Amidst the eerie surroundings, a small black dot incessantly circled the strange entity. Jiang Yan surmised that this was the peculiar servant transformed from the deceased director of the teaching department, bestowing upon him an additional income of coins. The moment this entity emerged, it unleashed a piercing, shrill scream that reverberated throughout the entire campus. Every classroom, filled with disarrayed students, clearly heard this dizzying shriek. The entity had arrived. Jiang Yan could not help but reminisce about the events of his previous life. The identical manner of its appearance was soon followed by a one-sided massacre. Though the entity itself was not particularly strong, the students were even weaker. In the face of this sudden slaughter, the solidarity that teachers often emphasized was nowhere to be found. Instead, betrayal and trampling were rampant. Just as Jiang Yan was about to escape through the school gates, his closest friend forcefully pushed him back, sending him directly into the clutches of the entity. Unsurprisingly, the cornered Jiang Yan was swiftly struck down by the creature. Meanwhile, his best friend managed to flee the school, thanks to Jiang Yan's sacrifice. The only solace was that Jiang Yan was among the last to perish at the school. Half an hour later, he was resurrected, only to find that the entity had vanished from the desolate campus, seeking to wreak havoc elsewhere. In his previous life, Jiang Yan barely managed to survive the initial wave. Yet he failed to amass sufficient ghostly currency. As the second and third waves approached, the malevolence grew stronger, forcing Jiang Yan into a deeper state of survival, ultimately succumbing to despair. Had it not been for that sudden push, perhaps his fate would have been altered. A glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes as he resolved, "This time, I shall not afford anyone the opportunity to harm me." Under Jiang Yan's scrutiny, the malevolent entity, poised to unleash chaos within the educational building, suddenly hesitated mid-stride. Its eerie eyes, flickering with ghostly green flames, dropped to the ground, fixating on a paper airplane fashioned from ghostly currency. Despite its folded state, the $10 bill of ghostly currency shone brilliantly, and as a being of the supernatural, it could not be mistaken. With astonishing swiftness, the entity extended its ghastly claw and snatched up the paper airplane, concealing it within an unknown recess. Observing this from the rooftop, Jiang Yan's lips curled into a cryptic smile. So it was indeed true thus. My ability to mint currency may prove to be even more advantageous than I initially anticipated. Jiang Yan's gaze settled upon a gruesome contract displayed on the special items page of the marketplace. The sinister contract, both parties voluntarily signing this agreement, shall be compelled to adhere to its terms. Price, 100 ghostly coins. Chapter 3. I will lead you away. Jiang Yan mused to himself, contemplating the peculiar intelligence he was about to encounter. If communication were possible, perhaps he could unlock an uninterrupted mode of printing wealth. As he observed the enigmatic entity nearing the classroom building, he swiftly turned and dashed back into his own classroom. Upon his return, the chaos within had intensified. Students peered through the windows, witnessing the bizarre spectacle unfolding before the ladies' restroom, finally comprehending that the ominous voice's declaration of a strange game was no mere prank. A cacophony of screams, sobs, and pleas for mercy erupted within the classroom, creating a tumultuous and piercing atmosphere. Jiang Yan, where have you been? I've been searching for you. A boy grabbed Jiang Yan's arm, his face etched with concern. This individual, named Wang Huqing, was Jiang Yan's closest friend, the very person who had inadvertently propelled him into the clutches of the supernatural at the school gate. Jiang Yan cast a penetrating glance at Wang Huqing and replied with a smile, "I stepped outside to assess the situation." Just as Wang Huqing was about to respond, a resounding crash interrupted him. "Everyone, quiet down." The class monitor, Li Ming, leaped onto the platform, clanging two metal dustpans together with a deafening clamor, instantly capturing the attention of all. "Though we remain uncertain of the specifics, we must unite. Listen to my instructions. Immediately barricade the doors and windows with desks. We shall fortify our classroom using the terrain until the police arrive to rescue us." Witnessing the scene before him, identical to that from his previous life, Jiang Yan could not suppress a cold smirk within. Class leader Li Ming typically excels in his studies and possesses a knack for endearing himself to the homeroom teacher. However, it is evident that he lacks intelligence. His strategy of blocking the door proved futile against the bizarre situation, ultimately squandering their best opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. The teaching building has several side exits. Had they seized the moment to flee, a significant portion of the students in the classroom could have survived. Yet, due to Li Ming's obstruction, only 3 managed to escape, and even he fell victim to the strange entity. Moreover, Li Ming, who often presents a virtuous facade, harbors a despicable character. After barricading the door, he audaciously took advantage of the turmoil to embrace his female classmate, his hand inappropriately intruding upon her personal space. The girl, terrified, found herself unable to resist, allowing Li Ming to perpetrate his misdeeds. Jiang Yan inadvertently witnessed this scene but lacked the capacity to intervene, opting instead to feign ignorance. Now, although he has been granted a second chance at life and possesses an SSS-level talent, he does not consider himself a savior. The sight of this motley crew induces a headache. If he were to take it upon himself to protect them, there is a risk they could inadvertently lead to his demise once more. The best outcome in this damned apocalypse would be to rescue those he holds dear. Li Ming, standing on the podium, began issuing orders. Jiang Yan, Wang Huqing, You two who excel in physical activities, lead the boys in moving the desks. The girls, secure the desks with the tape in hand. Then, remove your clothing to cover the windows in the corridor. We must not allow that thing to see us. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes in exasperation. This lecherous individual finally found an opportunity to brazenly command the girls in his class to disrobe. Jiang Yan, what are you dawdling for? Can't you see that Wang Hucheng has already begun his actions? Do you wish to endanger us all? Li Ming pointed at Jiang Yan, his voice a mixture of fury and fear. Jiang Yan dismissed him with disdain, striding back to his desk where he firmly grasped the hand of his flustered female classmate. Her name was Xiao, the class representative and a flower of the classroom. The homeroom teacher had seated her next to Jiang Yan in hopes that she would inspire him to improve his academic performance. Little did the teacher know, after months of sitting beside Jiang Yan, and Xiao had secretly developed feelings for the boy radiating an irresistible masculine charm. In a past life, when that bizarre entity first invaded the classroom, and Xiao had unhesitatingly charged towards it to protect Jiang Yan, allowing him and Wang Hucheng to escape to the school gates. The serene smile she wore before succumbing to the creature, along with her brief confession of "I like you," had long haunted Jiang Yan's heart. Given a second chance at life, in this school, he could overlook anyone. But in Xiao, who was willing to sacrifice herself for him, must be saved. As Jiang Yan held her hand, and Xiao looked at him, bewildered, Jiang Yan smiled softly and gently asked, "I want to take you away. Do you trust me?" And Xiaoxin was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Jiang Yan's earnest eyes. She nodded emphatically, "Yes, I trust you." She was unaware of the source of her courage. All she felt was that Jiang Yan's gentle yet resolute smile, coupled with his serious demeanor, was the only anchor she had amidst the chaos of the classroom. Jiang Yan grasped in Xiaoxin's hand and swiftly dashed out of the classroom. Inside, Li Ming's voice erupted in a fit of exasperation. "Jiang Yan, do you even comprehend what you're doing? In the face of grave danger, you dare to disregard the class monitor's orders? You are a deserter, a coward. How dare you? And Xiaoxin, come back. Only I can protect you." Li Ming was desperate to chase after them, wishing to reclaim the beautiful in Xiaoxin from Jiang Yan's grasp. However, as he watched their figures swiftly vanish, he ultimately lacked the courage to leave the classroom. The monster lurked just below. Venturing out would only lead to swifter demise. And Xiaoxin struggled to keep pace with Jiang Yan, breathless as she pleaded, "Could you slow down a bit? I can barely keep up." At that moment, Jiang Yan's agility had surpassed that of an ordinary person by tenfold, complemented by a pair of speed-enhancing shoes. Even though he deliberately slowed his pace, it was still beyond in Xiaoxin's capacity to follow. In exasperation, Jiang Yan turned and effortlessly lifted in Xiaoxin into his arms. "Ah, what are you doing?" Startled by the strength of his embrace, and Xiaoxin let out a shriek. Her cheeks flushed as she clung tightly to Jiang Yan's neck, overwhelmed with anxiety. At that moment, a hurried footstep drew near. "Jiang Yan, wait for me. How could you be so inconsiderate? Are you prioritizing women over brothers?" Turning around, Jiang Yan was surprised to see it was Wang Hucheng in pursuit. A glint of coldness flickered in Jiang Yan's eyes as he replied, "I was merely concerned about dragging you into trouble." Wang Hucheng, annoyed, punched Jiang Yan lightly and retorted, "We are brothers. Why the formality? That fool Li Ming is making a fuss over trivial matters, and I certainly want to follow him. Let us run together." A cold, mocking laugh echoed in Jiang Yan's heart. Truly, he was my good brother. Had you not pushed me into the enigmatic in my past life, I would never forsake you in this one. Alas. However, Jiang Yan maintained a composed facade and nodded, saying, "Then you better keep up. I run quite fast." Wang Hucheng grinned. "Jiang Yan, don't forget, I've always been quicker than you in the athletics team." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Jiang Yan transform into a fleeting shadow, swept away by the wind, vanishing at the end of the corridor. Chapter 4. Collecting Money for Grandfather. What the hell? Wang Hucheng gazed at Jiang Yan's departing figure, his eyes filled with astonishment. The two were members of the athletics team, the best of friends and yet fierce rivals. Wang Hucheng was acutely aware of Jiang Yan's remarkable speed. However, at this moment, he took a deep breath, his expression wavering, and hurriedly pursued him. Jiang Yan dashed from the third floor down to the lobby on the first floor, where chaos reigned. Piercing screams echoed throughout the ground level. Shattered wooden doors and aluminum window frames lay scattered on the ground, and even the walls bore the marks of a strange impact, having been punctured by a large hole. Witnessing this scene, and Xiaoxin swallowed hard, realizing how astute her decision had been to follow Jiang Yan instead of heeding Li Ming's instruction to remain in the classroom. Why you? Don't come any closer. Who on earth are you? In broad daylight, under the clear sky, how dare you commit such heinous acts against the flowers of our nation? Do not harm my students. I will fight you. A voice, filled with terror yet brimming with courage, caught the attention of Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin. It belonged to a young female teacher wielding a broom, attempting to confront the bizarre threat. Jiang Yan recognized her. She was their beautiful history teacher, Chen Tiantian. Though she had only recently embarked on her teaching career, Chen Tiantian was well-versed in knowledge, possessed a humorous demeanor in class, and genuinely cared for her students. At this moment, Chen Tiantian stood resolutely at the entrance of a classroom, her petite form a barrier against the overwhelming fear that gripped the students within. Despite the terrifying apparition before her, she too was paralyzed with fear, her legs trembling, yet she did not retreat an inch. The eerie presence advanced slowly, rendering the broom in her grasp a mere joke. She understood that her demise was imminent. However, she was determined to perish in defense of her students. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Chen Tiantian's eyes, dispelling her terror. Just as the specter reached out with its ghastly claws, poised to snap her delicate neck, a green, ghostly paper airplane made of spirit money floated gently and struck the creature upon its head. The apparition instinctively grasped the paper airplane, momentarily bewildered, and turned to the direction from whence it came. Jiang Yan, concealed behind a defensive steel shield, playfully beckoned with a finger, shouting defiantly, "Come here." Such a formidable entity, known for its merciless nature, could hardly tolerate this provocation. With a furious roar, the apparition transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging fiercely toward Jiang Yan. Prepared for this moment, Jiang Yan hoisted Xiaoxin onto his shoulder and darted back up the staircase from whence they had come. And Xiaoxin, witnessing the frenzied pursuit of the apparition, fainted in sheer terror, her eyes rolling back. The specter moved with astonishing speed, nearly becoming a mere black-green blur. Yet, Jiang Yan was not to be outdone. With the enhancement of his 50 agility and acceleration boots, he matched the apparition's pace, resulting in a breathtaking standoff. The eerie entity, realizing it could not catch up with the lad, became increasingly enraged, its form ignited by a ghostly green flame, akin to a comet of specters, its speed surging by an astonishing 30%. What? You possess an acceleration skill? Jiang Yan gasped in astonishment, cursing, "You may not have much blood, but your tricks are indeed plentiful." A cruel and ferocious smile crept across the entity's visage. However, just as it closed the distance to a mere 15 meters behind Jiang Yan, a sudden, viscous sensation enveloped its feet, as if it were trudging through a quagmire, causing its speed to plummet by 26%. Swamp Halo. Jiang Yan had anticipated this, sprinting a few steps to further increase the distance between himself and the entity. Just as the entity was seething with rage, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from above, descending rapidly. It was Wang Huqing, who had been chasing Jiang Yan, albeit a tad late. Upon sighting Wang Huqing, Jiang Yan dashed towards him, exclaiming, "Run, Huqing!" Whoosh! Like a tempest, Jiang Yan sped past Wang Huqing. What the hell? Wang Huqing stood in bewilderment. The entity, thwarted in its pursuit of Jiang Yan, turned its ghostly green eyes toward the paralyzed Wang Huqing. "Die!" it shrieked, lunging with a claw towards Wang Huqing. Bang! Wang Huqing was sent flying 3 meters, tumbling down the staircase and crashing onto the hall floor. Blood gushing from deep gashes on his body, he was already lifeless. A cold smile flickered across Jiang Yan's lips. "Though my currency printing machine may not be capable of striking you, it can certainly assist in luring the foes. Were it not for the innate inability of the underworld currency machine to attack, Wang Huqing would not have survived this long." Yet, Jiang Yan had always sensed a peculiar gaze directed at him from Wang Huqing, one that felt markedly different from that of his previous life. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence now. He was dead. Jiang Yan shook his head, redirecting his focus to the present moment. After eliminating Wang Huqing, the malevolent entity, realizing it could not catch up to Jiang Yan, shifted its attention to the hall, targeting the history teacher, Chen Tiantian, who had just breathed a sigh of relief. Ah! Chen Tiantian, witnessing the return of this dreadfully ominous presence, was stricken with terror, her face paling and eyes filled with despair. The grotesque claws of the creature lunged towards her with lethal intent. The fate that befell Wang Huqing, having faced a direct assault from this eerie being, was a grim portent for Chun Tian. At that moment, a stack of spectral green ghost coins came crashing down upon the creature's head with a resounding thud. Startled, it glanced down at the 10 yuan coins scattered like butterflies across the ground, then raised its gaze to the returning figure of Jiang Yan. "Take your ghost coins and depart from my teacher." Jiang Yan, bearing in Shaoxin and sheltering behind a steel shield, pointed an accusatory finger at the creature, exuding an air of defiance. And Shaoxin, having just regained consciousness, was nearly overwhelmed by fright upon witnessing the scene. She could not fathom why Jiang Yan would provoke such a terrifying entity. The malevolent figure emitted a shrill, piercing shriek directed at Jiang Yan. Then, bending down with remarkable speed, she swiftly gathered all 10 yuan ghost coins from the ground. Die! The eerie figure straightened up and emitted a hoarse shriek directed at Jiang Yan. And Shaoxin was nearly frightened to the point of losing control. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and chuckled in surprise. "You truly possess a way with words, don't you?" With a resounding smack, another stack of ghostly green coins landed atop the peculiar entity's head. They scattered like butterflies across the ground. The eerie figure was momentarily taken aback, standing in stunned silence. This time, the speed at which the figure bent down to collect the coins was even swifter than before. Having gathered the coins, she felt a pressing urge to eliminate this female teacher in a fit of rage. However, before she could finish collecting, yet another stack of 10 yuan ghost coins came crashing down on her head with a resounding smack. In utter bewilderment, the eerie figure was left dumbfounded. What was this young man's situation? Where did he acquire such an abundance of ghost coins? Were they simply swept in by the wind? Seeing the figure's actions freeze in place, Jiang Yan hurled another stack of coins with a decisive smack, commanding, "Why have you stopped? Hurry up and collect." The figure looked up, her gaze filled with discomfort as she observed Jiang Yan, witnessing the frantic hustle of the world, yet all for just a few pieces of silver. Amidst the chaos, these few shards of silver could alleviate the anxieties of the world. Jiang Yan let out a cold laugh, gazing with disdain at the bizarre scene before him, and casually remarked, "Collect these within 3 seconds, and I shall offer you a job that pays 10,000 nether coins a month." A job opportunity, 10,000 a month. The peculiar entity was momentarily taken aback, only to see Jiang Yan extend 3 fingers and begin his countdown. 3. Chapter 5. Filled with the Overlord whoosh. In an instant, an eerie figure transformed into a black-green spinning top, frantically gathering coins with reckless abandon. 2. Jiang Yan retracted a finger. "I've finished collecting, brother." The peculiar entity straightened up, its eyes brimming with hope as it gazed at Jiang Yan, its hoarse voice inadvertently laced with a hint of flattery and reverence. Jiang Yan, unhurried, retrieved a blood-stained contract from the marketplace. The strange contract stated, "Both parties voluntarily entering into this agreement shall be compelled to adhere to its terms. Price, 100 nether coins." In his previous life, Jiang Yan had witnessed others utilizing such contracts, typically between individuals. However, the very name of this contract intrigued him. He pondered whether a human and an anomaly could indeed forge a pact. With a mere thought, the desired stipulations manifested upon the contract. The eerie contract read, "From the date of signing, Party A employs Party B for the role of an attendant, with Party A obligated to pay Party B a monthly remuneration of 10,000 nether coins. Party B must ensure the safety of Party A's life. Should Party B perish during the course of employment, Party A will remit tenfold the salary as compensation to a designated account of Party B. During the tenure of employment, Party B is required to comply absolutely with all commands issued by Party A. Duration of work, 31 days each month, 24 hours a day. Party A, Jiang Yan. Party B, blank." Upon gazing at this contract, the anomaly's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, is the figure of 10,000 nether coins truly written out in such length? This job seems incredibly delightful. If I secure this position, I shall acquire a multitude of skills and equipment next month. Jiang Yan inquired with a piercing gaze. "Are you satisfied with this contract?" The enigmatic figure, shrouded in black smoke, nodded fervently, its eyes glimmering with an insatiable longing. "Boss, from now on, I shall heed your every command." If this peculiar entity had a tail, it would be swishing like a fan at this moment. Jiang Yan, wielding a shield to guard against any possible treachery, thrust the contract into the creature's face. Without hesitation, the entity hastily inscribed its name, seemingly fearful of any change of heart from Jiang Yan. Upon glancing at the document, Jiang Yan noted that the peculiar being was named Smoke Charm. The contract transformed into two beams of crimson light, vanishing into Jiang Yan and Smoke Charm respectively. Once the contract was activated, Smoke Charm was no longer a hostile target. Jiang Yan observed Smoke Charm for a few moments and noticed his player panel consistently displaying notifications of incoming soul coins. Soul coins 352. Soul coins 57. Soul coins 352. Soul coins 57. The steady influx of 57 soul coins per second was attributed to the 57 peculiar minions that Smoke Charm had just secured after wreaking havoc at the academy, each possessing 1 point of health and augmenting Smoke Charm's attack power by 1. Realizing that the signed contract would yield income for himself as well, Jiang Yan felt as though a magnificent new portal had abruptly swung open before him. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Lead the way, to seek out your enigmatic companions. The more blood, the better." Yami scampered ahead with an air of flattery, exclaiming, "Boss, this way, please." Upon leaving the school, Jiang Yan's gaze remained fixated on Yami, while his words flowed continuously to Xiaoxin. To his astonishment, Xiaoxin had received an exceptional talent, a rare SS-grade talent known as Berserker. Berserker increases attack power by 30, critical hit rate by 30, and allows the simultaneous equipping of 10 weapons, with non-current weapons granting only attack power. Jiang Yan was taken aback upon witnessing such an extraordinary talent. How could a woman endowed with such a prodigious gift have, in her previous life, never stepped beyond the school gates and ultimately perished for the sake of another? However, the name of this talent seemed rather incongruous with Xiaoxin's gentle and delicate demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yan produced a peculiar contract and presented it to Xiaoxin. The contents were straightforward. Peculiar contract. Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin pledged to never harm one another. Xiaoxin glanced at the contract and, feeling somewhat aggrieved, asked, "Do you not trust me?" Jiang Yan smiled gently, taking her hand in his and shaking his head. "Of course, I trust you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you along. However, people can change." The lesson imparted by Wang Hucheng in their previous life had been a profound one for Jiang Yan, enlightening him on many truths. Xiaoxin's cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively tugged at her hand, yet could not free herself from Jiang Yan's grasp. Embarrassed, she signed her name on the contract. With the contract in effect, Jiang Yan felt no more apprehension. He produced a stack of gleaming 100 yuan ghost coins and handed them to Xiaoxin, instructing her to exchange them in her marketplace, saying, "Allocate 50 points to agility." Xiaoxin, somewhat perplexed, followed Jiang Yan's guidance and clicked on agility 45 times. Subsequently, Jiang Yan directed her to acquire several pieces of equipment. Equipment: agile leather boots, increases personal movement and attack speed by 40 points. Price: 2,500 ghost coins. Equipment: critical hit ring, enhances critical hit rate by 15. Price: 1,275 ghost coins. Equipment: desert eagle pistol, adds 15 to attack power, increases range by 50, and has a magazine capacity of 7. Price: 1,000 ghost coins. Equipment: alloy dagger, adds 7 to attack power. Price: 200 ghost coins. Xiaoxin purchased 2 desert eagles and 8 alloy daggers, filling her inventory to the brim. The Berserker talent permits her to equip up to 10 weapons simultaneously, meaning the attack power of all weapons would be taken into account. Just these 10 weapons contributed a staggering 86 points to her attack power, with an additional 50 points in agility translating to another 50 points in ranged attack power, and Xiaoxin's total attack power soared to a terrifying 138 points. If she were to unleash both Desert Eagles upon the Phantom Demon, aided by the Berserker talent's attack and critical hit bonuses, she would be capable of vanquishing this formidable entity, which had nearly obliterated her school in a previous life, in a mere half a second. Gazing at Xiaoxin, who wielded gleaming Desert Eagles in both hands, with 8 shiny daggers tucked into her belt, Jiang Yan couldn't help but marvel at the aesthetic that belonged solely to the violent. However, the average individual simply could not afford such a lifestyle of brutality, were it not for Jiang Yan, the veritable money printer, generously investing in her development. Xiaoxin would likely find it impossible to acquire such an arsenal even by the third bizarre occurrence. Watching Jiang Yan fill himself to the brim, Xiaoxin was left utterly astonished, her mind momentarily blank. Where did you procure so many ghost coins? Why do I only have a few hundred? Before Jiang Yan stuffed himself, and Xiaoxin distinctly remembered her balance, standing at merely 400 ghost coins, barely enough to purchase 2 alloy daggers. The enchanting figure leading the way, Yin Mei, observed in Xiaoxin's filled state with a renewed certainty that she had indeed aligned herself with a powerful ally. Noticing the envious glances from Yin Mei, Jiang Yan grinned mischievously and, with a voice laced with temptation, inquired, "Do you desire some as well?" Yin Mei paused momentarily, then nodded vigorously. Who wouldn't wish to be filled by such a formidable figure? With a playful smirk, Jiang Yan produced a peculiar contract. The strange contract stated, after amicable negotiation between both parties, Party A agrees to advance a salary of 10,000 ghost coins to Party B for this month, of which at least 8,000 ghost coins must be spent under the guidance of Party A. Chapter 6. Frivolous Spending. Upon gazing at the contract, Yin Mei's eyes sparkled with an eerie light. Indeed, what a magnanimous benefactor. Such consideration for her mere leg hair. As for the guidance on the expenditure of 8,000 underworld coins, even if the meat were to rot in the pot, the advice to spend would ultimately serve to benefit herself. Yin Mei nodded fervently, nearly planting a kiss on Jiang Yan's cheek. I would be delighted. The boss is undoubtedly the kindest person in the world. Observing Yin Mei's enthusiastic demeanor, Jiang Yan could not help but internally sigh. Naive and inexperienced, she remained oblivious to the treachery of human nature. With the contract signed, Jiang Yan presented Yin Mei with a stack of gleaming 100 yuan underworld coins, totaling 10,000. He then commenced to instruct her on the art of spending. Allow me to share a few heartfelt words. When one embarks on the journey of labor, the amount earned is secondary. Safety must always take precedence. Should one inadvertently meet their demise, no amount of wealth would hold any significance. Would you not agree? Yin Mei nodded vigorously, convinced that the boss truly was a cut above, possessing wisdom that far exceeded her own. Ultimately, the results of Yin Mei's spending were as follows. Equipment: Vitality Phantom Shoes. Increases movement speed by 30 points and health by 400 points. Price: 3,000 underworld coins. Equipment: Malevolent Blood Pendant. Increases health by 300 points. Price: 1,000 underworld coins. Equipment: Cataclysmic Hammer. Increases attack power by 20 points and health by 300 points. Price: 1,500 underworld coins. Equipment: Human Bone Ring. Increases one's health by 300 points. Selling price: 1,000 soul coins. Strength: 33 points. Total expenditure: 9,800 soul coins. As for why the initial estimate was 8,000, only to escalate to 9,800, Yin Mei believes it is the result of a profound resonance between her consumption mindset and that of the boss. Once Yin Mei was fully equipped, her health surged from a mere 352 points to an impressive 1,982 points. Observing the numbers that continuously flashed on her interface, soul coins gained, 1982. Soul coins gained, 57. Jiang Yan felt that he had thoroughly grasped the essence of this game. Merely 5 seconds later, the money Jiang Yan had spent on Yin Mei was already recouped. Another 5 seconds passed, and the funds he had allocated to Xiaoxin also returned. After yet another 5 seconds, Jiang Yan decided to acquire a new set of equipment. Equipment: Swift Shoes. Increases movement speed by 60 points, with a blink ability that can be triggered every 5 seconds, allowing one to traverse 5 meters in the chosen direction. Selling price: 5,500 soul coins. Equipment: Golden Bell Robe. Enhances armor by 40 points and reduces damage by 30. Offers one exemption from a fatal blow every 5 hours. Consumes 10 magic points per second. Selling price: 7,500 soul coins. Equipment: Mysterious Pocket Watch. Increases health by 600 points and magic by 600 points, while enhancing health and magic regeneration speed by 5 points. Selling price: 4,000 soul coins. Equipment: The Old Pipe of the Secret Black Raven. Secret Black Raven, Set 1-8. Upgradable, enhances one's health by 1,000 points and accelerates health regeneration by 10 points per second. Reduces personal threat level by 10. Price: 10,000 soul coins. The previously equipped boots of swiftness were sold back to the system shop at half price by Jiang Yan, while the counterattack steel shield remains in possession for the time being. Subsequently, Jiang Yan procured several auras, elevating them all to level 5. Passive skill: Counterattack Aura, level 5. All allied units within a 25-meter radius retaliate with 70 points of damage to attackers when subjected to melee assaults. Price: 8,000 soul coins. Passive skill: Strong Strike Aura, level 5, augments the attack power of all allied units within a 25-meter radius by 35. Price: 8,000 soul coins. Passive skill: Durability Aura, level 5, increases the movement speed of all allied units within a 25-meter radius by 30. Price: 8,000 soul coins. Each skill upgrade necessitates an expenditure of an amount equivalent to the price of the preceding level in soul coins. A purchase requires 500 soul coins, with the transition from level 1 to 2 also demanding 500 soul coins, from level 2 to 3 necessitating 1,000, from level 3 to 4 requiring 2,000, and from level 4 to 5 calling for 4,000, and so forth. Acquiring a level 5 aura necessitates 8,000 soul coins. The Quagmire aura has also been effortlessly elevated to level 5, achieving a slowing effect of 35. As a veritable money printer, if one cannot initiate an offensive, then it is best to embrace the role of an aura monster. With the surplus funds, Jiang Yan allocated all of it to his attributes. He first increased his somewhat redundant intelligence attribute to 50, then continued to enhance his strength and agility. These three fundamental attributes are undeniably crucial. For every point of strength, there is an increase of 2 in melee attack power, 10 in health, and 1 in health regeneration. Each point of agility contributes 1 to ranged attack power, 1 to melee attack power, 1 to attack speed, and 1 to movement speed. Furthermore, each point of intelligence boosts spell attack power by 3, grants 10 in mana, and enhances mana regeneration by 1. In addition to these, attributes possess certain elusive effects that are difficult to quantify. As a non-combative money printer, the benefits Jiang Yan gained from augmenting his attributes were nowhere near those of Xiaoxin. The increases in attack power, attack speed, and all intelligence bonuses were of no use to him. Nevertheless, Jiang Yan had a clear strategy, merely for the health provided by strength and the mobility afforded by agility. He deemed it essential to allocate points to these two attributes. Otherwise, how could he confidently print ghost coins? A money printer that could be easily destroyed is certainly not an efficient one. After surpassing level 50, each additional attribute point required 1,000 ghost coins, which was quite taxing. Before Jiang Yan could finish allocating his points, the smoky specter ahead halted and respectfully addressed him. "Boss, we have arrived." Inside this hospital resided a peculiar pig demon, boasting an impressive health of 1,300 points. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The printing materials with boundless potential. Boom. A distorted nuclear magnetic resonance machine crashed through the hospital's outer wall, spinning outwards. A wave of terror-stricken and despairing screams erupted from within the hospital. Thunderous footsteps, deep and rumbling, echoed from the building as a colossal pig demon darted past the shattered opening, its crimson eyes gleaming with excitement. Jiang Yan let out a soft hum. "This pig is quite arrogant. Yinmei, clear the path." "Yes, boss." Yinmei turned, embracing Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin. Her ethereal green form shrouded in black smoke, drifting towards the gaping hole like falling leaves. The sound of chewing resonated within the hospital's interior, a series of unsettling crunches. The previously piercing cries of despair had succumbed to an eerie silence. As Jiang Yan descended into the hole, cradled by Yinmei, he beheld the rotund pig demon, one hand grasping a human corpse, devouring it with unrestrained glee. With each bite, it erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha! Humans! Succulent flesh! Delicious! Truly delectable!" And Xiaoxin, upon witnessing this grotesque spectacle, felt an overwhelming urge to retch, her face pale. In contrast, Jiang Yan remained composed. Having encountered far more horrifying and repulsive scenes in his previous life experiences of bizarre descents, a soft snap echoed as a shimmering green Tinyuan ghost coin paper airplane floated gently, striking the pig demon's nape. The pig demon paused for a moment, lifting its head from a scene of carnage, and suddenly turned around. Chapter 7. "Boss, grant me another chance." "Youngster, are you the one who dares to throw ghost coins at me? Have you lost your mind?" The pig demon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his crimson eyes were filled with a fierce, murderous intent. Jiang Yan glanced at the ghost coins appearing on his player panel, a satisfied nod escaping his lips. Ghost coins added, 1982. Ghost coins added, 57. Ghost coins added, 1754. Yinji had mentioned that the pig demon's health was around 1300. Given the havoc he had wreaked in the hospital for so long, it was evident he had grown significantly stronger. With 1,754 points of health, he was indeed comparable to the fully stocked Yinji, showcasing immense potential. Jiang Yan took a puff from his ancient black crow pipe, exhaling a wispy blue smoke ring before casually stating, "First, let us distort his pig snout." Yinji nodded solemnly. "Understood, boss." The pig demon finally noticed Yinji. His red eyes filled with suspicion and confusion. "Yinji? What did you just call this brat?" "Boss. He is a human player. You recognize him as your boss? Have you gone mad?" Yinji, wielding the cataclysmic hammer, floated slowly before the pig demon and spoke in a low tone. "I advise you to show some respect to my boss, or you shall face dire consequences." The pig demon snorted dismissively. "You might be unaware of the treasures I have amassed in the hospital. You are no match for me now." Before the words could fully escape my lips, the devastating hammer of the smoke enchantress struck the pig demon squarely on its head. Boom! The pig demon was sent flying, crashing through 3 walls of the hospital before landing heavily on the ground. A massive damage number erupted above its head, -325. Bloodied, the pig demon slowly rose from the ground, clutching its astonished face, and stammered, "Aren't you supposed to follow an agile path? What does this hammer strike against a meat shield?" The smoke enchantress, wielding the hammer with pride, declared, "This is the tanky agile route developed by my boss." The pig demon paused momentarily, then scoffed, "Preposterous. My strength has reached 35. Are you truly prepared for close combat? Allow me to test your mettle." A series of heavy footsteps thundered as the pig demon charged at the smoke enchantress, akin to an unstoppable armored tank. With a confident smile, she retorted, "Is 35 points of strength truly impressive? Under Jiang Yan's tutelage, my strength has soared to 50. She extended a hand, grasped the pig demon's chin, and executed a shoulder throw, slamming the creature into the ground. Boom! The pig demon's head smashed through the floor, creating a sizable hole in the reinforced concrete. Jiang Yan, while printing currency, provided a protective aura for Yan Mei, stroking his chin in contemplation. Indeed, the output of this agile tank seems rather insufficient. If we were to enhance Yan Mei's agility as per the usual allocation, increasing attack speed and critical strike rate, and equipping both a melee and a ranged weapon tailored for agility, that pig demon would likely have already been vanquished by a series of Yan Mei's stormy combos. Nonetheless, the agile tank possesses its own advantages, particularly in crowd control. Based on the feedback from the battle, Jiang Yan swiftly revised his training strategy, redefining Yan Mei's role within his team. Ahem. The pig demon struggled mightily to extricate itself from the deep pit, its disheveled appearance failing to conceal the astonishment reflected in its beady eyes. Before the pig demon could utter a word, Yan Mei struck again, delivering a hammer blow to its face. Boom! The pig demon was sent flying once more by the tremendous force of the cataclysmic hammer, its health plummeting to half. Yan Mei stood firmly on the pig demon's chest, leaned in for a closer inspection, and reported, "Boss, I've knocked its snout askew." The pig demon lay pinned beneath Yan Mei's weight, unable to move, letting out a series of high-pitched screams reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. "Yan Mei, you traitor! Why are you doing this?" Yan Mei chuckled, "I'm doing this for your own good. My boss wishes to employ you. Behave, and you shan't be treated unfairly." The pig demon spat in defiance and shouted, "A foolish dream." Today, Pig Ganglai declared that he would rather perish than acknowledge a human as his master. His countenance was filled with rage and determination. He would never submit to such a bizarre fate. Suddenly, a stack of eerie green $10 ghost coins descended upon his distorted visage with a resounding thud. The coins scattered like celestial blossoms, creating a carpet of currency beneath him. Pig Ganglai's eyes widened in shock, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. How could this be? Were these not ghost coins? Did this human possess no fundamental respect for such currency? Jiang Yan, grasping the astonished and Xiaoxin, stepped forward and planted his foot firmly on the chest of the pig demon. In his hand, he held a glimmering stack of $100 ghost coins, which he gleefully slapped against the pig demon's distorted face while cheerfully inquiring, "Is your bone structure particularly resilient?" The crisp sound of the thick $100 coins striking the pig's face echoed in the air. Pig Ganglai's eyes quivered violently, unable to tear away from the sight of the hefty stack of currency. So much. Surely, this amounted to 10,000 ghost coins. Just imagine the treasures one could procure in the marketplace. With a swift motion, another slap followed. Jiang Yan chuckled as he scolded. Even if you were to starve and leap from the heights, you would still refuse to recognize me as your master? Another resounding slap ensued. This presents quite a dilemma. I genuinely wish to employ you, yet you treat the ghostly currency as if it were mere refuse. Jiang Yan held a thick stack of 100 yuan ghost notes in his hand, swiftly counting each one before Zhu Gonglia's eyes. A total of 100 notes, amounting to 10,000 ghost coins. He then placed the 10,000 ghost coins in the hands of his exceptional employee, Yin Mei, and remarked with a smile. Since you do not desire them, let this rightful salary of yours be awarded to my outstanding employee, Yin Mei, as a bonus. Zhu Ganglai uttered an incredulous gasp, his eyes fixated on the stack of coins, unable to tear himself away. This was supposed to be my salary? Am I truly deserving of such a sum? Yin Mei gazed at the ghost coins in her hands, utterly astonished. Who would have thought that in her very first day at a job with a monthly salary of 10,000, she would not only receive an advance on this month's pay, but also a bonus of 10,000. Truly, the greatness of the esteemed is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals like myself. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. Yin Mei sincerely expressed her thanks to Zhu Ganglai. If it were not for his unyielding nature, this fortune would not have reached her hands. Zhu Ganglai felt as though a steel blade had been thrust into his chest, leaving a beautifully inflicted wound. The pain was more excruciating than that of slaughtering a pig. After all, it was 10,000 ghost coins. 10,000 that rightfully belonged to him. Just like that, it slipped away from before my eyes, becoming a reward for the elusive specter. Boss, I admit my voice was too loud just now. Could you possibly grant me another chance? Zhu Ganglai clutched Jiang Yan's pant leg tightly, his eyes filled with a clear and pleading gaze. Chapter 8. The Resurrection of Wang Huqing. In response to Zhu Gonglia's pleas, Jiang Yan chuckled lightly, withdrew his foot, and shook his head, saying, I have given you a chance, which you have declined. The paths of the Jianghu are long, so we must part ways. Yin Mei, let us depart. With that, Jiang Yan took hold of Xiaoxin, and they floated down to the hospital's entrance under Yin Mei's guidance. As Zhu Ganglai watched Jiang Yan's receding figure, he felt as if the pinnacle of his porcine existence was swiftly abandoning him. No, he cried out. Boss, I have already committed to you. In this lifetime, I, Zhu Ganglai, vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. With a thunderous crash, Zhu Ganglai leapt from the gaping hole in the outer wall, crashing down onto the unforgiving concrete below. His legs shattered upon impact. Thud, thud, thud. Zhu Ganglai bowed fervently towards Jiang Yan's silhouette, exclaiming, Boss, I, Zhu Ganglai, spoke in error just moments ago. Now, I have jumped from the building. I implore you to accept me. Tears streamed from Zhu Gonglia's clear, porcine eyes, filled with remorse. Jiang Yan halted his steps, a soft smile gracing his face. Devoid of any surprise, he turned and said, Since you have displayed such a commendable attitude in acknowledging your mistake, I shall grant you another opportunity. As he spoke, Jiang Yan produced a blood-stained contract and extended it towards Zhu Ganglai, his tone calm and indifferent. Every one of my employees is afforded but a single chance to err. Your opportunity has now expired. Should you err again, do not hold me accountable. Zhu Ganglai shuddered, nodding repeatedly, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, signing his name on the contract. The school, once threatened by the ominous presence that descended due to Jiang Yan's actions in taking away Yin Mei, seemed to have its perilous ordeal come to an abrupt end. Several teachers spontaneously organized the students to begin clearing up the aftermath, awaiting the arrival of external assistance. That corpse is my student. Bring it to me, history teacher Chen Tiantian declared, pointing at a lifeless body, her face etched with exhaustion. She had never anticipated witnessing such a horrifying and bloody scene in her teaching career. Fortunately, she had survived. Not everyone was as fortunate as she. Take, for instance, the student named Wang Huqing before her. Wang Huqing's battered body was laid beside Chen Tiantian. Upon touching Wang Huqing, Chen Tiantian suddenly froze. This body seemed to possess warmth and elasticity. Just as she was taken aback, the bloodied Wang Huqing abruptly sat up with a start. He instinctively cursed Jiang Yan. Damn your horse. Had it not been for his rebirth ability, he would have truly perished at Jiang Yan's hands. Wang Huqing seethed with rage, cursing, I never expected you, Jiang Yan, to be such a vile scoundrel. Chen Tiantian nearly fainted from fright. Wang Huqing surveyed his surroundings and swiftly regained his composure. offering Chun Tian a strained smile as he spoke. Teacher Chun, I am not dead. Chun Tian inhaled deeply, poised to articulate a response. When she noticed Wang Hucheng sprinting toward the school exit. Where are you going? She called out to his retreating figure. It's dangerous outside. Come back. Wang Hucheng, however, remained oblivious to her pleas, vanishing beyond the school gates. His death had come as an utter surprise. He had squandered a precious half-hour lying lifeless on the floor. Action was imperative. As Wang Hucheng raced forward at full speed, his teeth almost ground to dust. Images of Jiang Yan's face filled his mind. It was confirmed. Jiang Yan had undoubtedly also been reborn. He must have chosen a speed-related talent to run so swiftly. Jiang Yan, just wait. I will not allow you to deceive me again. Wang Hucheng rounded a street corner and immediately spotted a blue treasure chest quietly resting amidst the roadside grass. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Jiang Yan, you are not as clever as you think. Having lived again, you wasted my half-hour and failed to discover this crucial treasure? With this chest, his resurrection talent would reach its full potential. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hucheng opened the blue treasure chest, revealing a skill scroll that came into his view. Active skill, Refresh, Level 1. Instantly resets the cooldown of selected skills, items, and talents. Cooldown period, 10 hours. Wang Hucheng's face radiated with uncontainable joy. This is it. Just as in my previous life. With this skill, the true allure of my resurrection talent can be fully realized. Although the talent cannot be upgraded, the refresh skill can be enhanced. When the refresh skill reaches level 10, the cooldown is reduced to merely 1 hour. Coupled with certain special items, players possessing the resurrection talent will find it exceedingly difficult to perish. Moreover, this rare skill cannot be purchased in the system's marketplace. It can only be acquired from treasure chests. Before Wang Hucheng's demise in his previous life, this skill had skyrocketed to an exorbitant price of 60,000 nether coins in the player market. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hucheng immediately activated the invaluable skill scroll. Upon witnessing the refresh skill appear on his panel, he promptly reset the cooldown of his resurrection talent, letting out a long sigh of relief. Although the peculiarities at school had mysteriously vanished, many anomalies still lingered in this city. With the resurrection talent by his side, Wang Hucheng dared to venture forth and explore more treasure chests, rapidly strengthening himself. Back at the starting point, Wang Hucheng was acutely aware that the city would remain tumultuous for the next month, with the relentless battle between humanity and the anomalies continuing to unfold. Many lives were lost in the sudden and bizarre onset of the first calamity. Those who managed to survive gradually became acquainted with the rules of the game, drawing strength from adversity and flourishing, growing ever stronger. This time, I shall become the most rapidly advancing player. A cold glint flashed in Wang Hucheng's eyes, a reflection of the relentless and ruthless resolve forged through prolonged struggle in this eerie game. Jiang Yan, to provoke me will become the gravest regret of your life. With that, Wang Hucheng turned, leaving behind a determined silhouette. Indeed, once this set of equipment is donned, your pig-headed demeanor will transform entirely. Jiang Yan mused, stroking his chin as he regarded the figure of Zhu Ganglai, now clad in iron armor, nodding in satisfaction. He had just advanced Zhu Ganglai a salary of 10,000 underworld coins and guided him in procuring equipment and skills. Equipment: Iron Wall Helmet. Iron Wall Set 1-8 increases health by 500 points and armor by 20 points. Price: 3,000 underworld coins. Once the helmet, armor, and trousers were worn, the first set effect was activated. Iron Wall. Health increases by 1,000. With the remaining 1,000 underworld coins, Jiang Yan allocated all to Zhu Ganglia's strength attribute. Now, Zhu Ganglia's health soared to an impressive 4,354 points. Truly, as a tank, he surpassed even Yan Hui, the agile defender, by a considerable margin. Underworld coins gained, 2788. Underworld coins gained, 57. Underworld coins gained, 4354. Jiang Yan gazed at the fluctuating balance of the Yin coins on his interface, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 9. Is your family running a mint? The vitality of Yin Mei has once again soared to 2,788 points. Thanks to the infusion of bonuses from Jiang Yan, irrevocably straying further down the path of the agile tank. Jiang Yan facilitated Yin Mei's acquisition of 2 control skills, the stun and the kidney shot. Supported by her strength and agility attributes, Yin Mei is capable of delivering remarkably effective initial control effects. Now, the team comprises a logistical support unit akin to a money printer, a damage-absorbing tank, and an agile control specialist. Jiang Yan pondered, counting on his fingers. What they lack is a ferocious damage dealer. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Xiaoxin, who appeared utterly bewildered by the sudden changes. She had yet to acclimate to the unforeseen circumstances. This young woman, known for her quiet and reserved demeanor, finds it exceedingly difficult to survive in an era fraught with anomalies. Even with an SS-level talent, survival remains a challenge. A heart capable of enduring is the prerequisite for any talent to manifest its potential. Although Jiang Yan could protect her, it was essential to put that SS-level talent to good use. Here, take this, Jiang Yan said, retrieving a substantial box of ammunition from his inventory, totaling 500 rounds, and tossed it to Xiaoxin for her to store in her system for later use. Item: silver bullets. Inflicts double damage on anomalous targets and half damage on non-anomalous targets. Price: 100 nether coins. Jiang Yan had used such bullets in his previous life. Yet he was frugal, reluctant to load them unless absolutely necessary. In this lifetime, I casually exchanged 500 rounds and handed them to Xiaoxin. The price of 100 ghost coins may seem modest, yet it is merely the cost of a single bullet. After an unusual battle, 100 rounds are hardly sufficient, amounting to a total of 10,000 ghost coins. In contrast, standard bullets are priced at just 1 ghost coin each, emphasizing their economic practicality. In my previous life, upon encountering players bold enough to employ silver bullets, Jiang Yan would have eagerly knelt before them in reverence. And Xiaoxin gazed at the vast box of invaluable ammunition, swallowing hard as she stammered, "But, I don't know how to shoot." Jiang Yan chuckled lightly, gesturing towards Zhu Ganglai. "You stand 50 meters away, raise your shield, and serve as a target for Xiaoxin to practice." He effortlessly exchanged for a special item resembling a flag from the marketplace, planting it firmly in the ground. Protection War Flag. The duelist shall not suffer fatal strikes. Price: 100 ghost coins. Zhu Ganglai showed no reluctance and eagerly dashed 50 meters away, raising the recently purchased counterattack steel shield, declaring, "Boss, I'm ready." With 3 pieces of the iron wall set and health nearing 5,000, what was it to serve as a target for the seemingly harmless young girl? Zhu Ganglai felt quite thrilled at the opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty and courage before Jiang Yan. After much instruction, Xiaoxin finally grasped how to disengage the firearm's safety. Aim and shoot. With a resounding bang, a burst of flame erupted from the muzzle of the Desert Eagle. The deafening gunshot reverberated through the air. Dust rose around the feet of Zhu Ganglai as the bullet whizzed past him. He curled his lip, a flicker of disdain passing through his eyes. He truly could not fathom why the boss had chosen to bring along such a burden. Bang! Another shot rang out, the bullet narrowly grazing Zhu Ganglai's scalp. He was beginning to contemplate setting down his shield, holding it was becoming quite tiresome. Bang! The third shot was fired, and this time, it struck true. It collided squarely against his countering steel shield, sending Zhu Ganglai tumbling to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. A colossal damage number erupted above him. Critical hit, -1,023. Zhu Ganglai exclaimed in disbelief. "What? A single shot for over 1,000? Is that even possible?" Jiang Yan clapped his hands and urged, "Quick, quick, keep firing." Players specializing in agile builds are known for their rapid attack speed and high critical hit rates, though their single-hit damage often pales in comparison to that of strength-based melee fighters. And Xiaoxin had gradually grasped the technique, and under Jiang Yan's encouragement, she unleashed a barrage of shots with her 2 Desert Eagles. The rate of fire was astonishing. Bang, 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 bang. A flurry of damage numbers soared above Zhu Ganglai. -548. Critical hit. -1,241. -487. Critical hit. -974. Critical hit. -1,054. Zhu Ganglai screamed in agony, desperately retreating behind a vehicle, clutching his shield, and pleading for mercy. "Help. Boss, save my swine life. I am doomed." His health had dwindled to a mere point. Had it not been for the protective battle flag recently cast by Jiang Yan, Zhu Ganglai would have already succumbed to Xiaoxin's assault. With the Berserker talent, Xiaoxin could wield 10 weapons simultaneously. Her attack power was already preposterously high, further amplified by Jiang Yan's silver bullets that doubled the damage and boasted a high critical hit rate. Beside Jiang Yan, a level 5 strong strike aura provided an additional 35 boost to her attack power. Despite just investing 10,000 dark coins into enhancing his tank-like resilience, Zhu Ganglai was utterly incapable of withstanding Xiaoxin's onslaught. And Xiaoxin paused, swallowing hard as she gazed at the Desert Eagle in her hands, filled with disbelief. This was all damage she had inflicted? Was she truly this formidable? Jiang Yan, stroking his chin, mused, not quite impressive. And Xiaoxin? Zhu Ganglai. Jiang Yan browsed the marketplace and procured another firearm for Xiaoxin. It was a strikingly crimson assault rifle, adorned with a pure gold qilin head at the muzzle, which ominously opened to reveal a dark, gaping barrel. Equipment: Fire qilin, Level 1, Upgradable Attack Power 250, Range 150. Attack Speed 50, Critical Damage Increase 20. Magazine Capacity 30. Price 20,000 nether coins. The critical damage increase refers to the enhancement of critical damage, which is distinct from critical hit rate. With the Fire qilin in hand, and Xiaoxin's critical damage is no longer 200, but rather 220. And Xiaoxin what? A weapon costing 20,000 nether coins. Where on earth did he acquire such an abundance of nether coins? Does your family own a nether coin printing factory? Zhu Ganglai. This weapon is utterly absurd. Thankfully, I am a teammate. Otherwise, I would be eliminated before I even had a chance to reveal myself. Yan Mei glanced at Xiaoxin and then at herself, pondering deeply. As a fellow woman, how might I earn such favor from the boss? I wonder if there are any beauty-enhancing special items available in the shop. Jiang Yan purchased several healing potions, restoring Zhu Ganglia's health to full, and then planted a protective battle flag, declaring, "Let us strike once more." Zhu Ganglai, with his immense physique, shuddered, his eyes revealing profound fear. Though he would not perish, the sensation of pain was undeniably real. Zhu Ganglai dared not defy Jiang Yan's orders, trembling as he rose, raising his shield in readiness. And Xiaoxin familiarized herself with the Fire qilin, unleashing a 3-round burst at Zhu Ganglai. Minus 1,487. Critical hit. Minus 3,314. Critical hit. Minus 3,177. Zhu Ganglai was sent flying several meters away, unable to rise from the ground for quite some time. These 3 shots nearly obliterated his double health points. Such terror. Jiang Yan nodded in approval, remarking, "Now this is more like it." Chapter 10. Dingxing Group. As Jiang Yan began to contemplate where to venture next in pursuit of the bazaar, and Xiaoxin suddenly spoke up, her voice tinged with hesitation. Jiang Yan, could you do me a favor? I wish to find my father. I'm unsure if he has survived the onset of the strange occurrences. Having been in a state of panic until now, and Xiaoxin had finally regained some composure, her concern for her family's safety taking precedence. Jiang Yan paused momentarily, then nodded in acknowledgement. It was my oversight. Where is your father located? With a casual motion, he pried open the door of a nearby BMW, connecting the circuits beneath the dashboard with ease, effortlessly igniting the engine. In his previous life, he had not been particularly adept at combating the bazaar. However, he had acquired quite a few tricks of the trade. And Xiaoxin settled into the passenger seat and replied, "Dingxing Group, just past the bridge." Upon hearing the name Dingxing Group, Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback. Then his demeanor shifted as he queried, "Dingxing Group, the family? Your father is in Baosheng, Uncle?" And Xiaoxin blinked her large eyes in surprise. "You know my father?" Jiang Yan smiled thoughtfully, proclaiming, "A name that resonates profoundly. Rest assured, your father will be safe." After the second strange occurrence, the name in Baosheng, or Uncle, had garnered considerable renown within the city of Nandu. The Dingxing Society, established by Baosheng, stands as the largest player organization in Nandu, capable of causing the very ground to tremble beneath its might. Even the official organization, the Hunter Bureau, must accord a degree of respect to the Dingxing Society within the city. According to whispers from a past life that Jiang Yan had heard, and Baosheng initially ventured into earthworks, earning a reputation as a local overlord. Subsequently, he founded Dingxing Group, specializing in construction, successfully cleansing his past and emerging anew. The bloody origins of his rise have long since faded from discourse. However, with the onset of the bazaar, and Baosheng and Dingxing Group could no longer conceal their predatory instincts that had been repressed for years. In the face of a disorganized and scattered player base following the bazaar's arrival, the Dingxing Society, characterized by its organization and discipline, proved to be a formidable force. It is said that many explorations of secret realms, treasure hunts, and bizarre hunting missions are subtly orchestrated by the unseen hand of the Dingxing Society. In a previous existence, Jiang Yan could only gaze up at such a behemoth from afar. Yet, in this life, everything has transformed. Yami sat in the rear, while Zhu Ganglai, due to his considerable size, had squeezed into the trunk, causing the vehicle to tilt slightly backward. With a swift press of the accelerator, Jiang Yan propelled the BMW forward toward the Dingxing Group's location. Since the bizarre submergence, the roads were largely devoid of traffic, yet peculiar obstacles frequently appeared, presenting a significant challenge to his driving skills. Observing Jiang Yan's intense focus on the road, and Xiaoxin could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Aren't you concerned about your parents?" Jiang Yan smiled gently and remarked, "My parents are both researchers, studying the great icebergs in Antarctica. They will be fine. There is no need for concern." In his previous life, after the second mysterious event transpired, Jiang Yan had received a call from his parents, reassuring him that no anomalies had yet emerged in their vicinity, which brought him a measure of solace amidst the struggles for survival he had faced. Ample evidence indicates a significant correlation between the occurrence of anomalies and population density. In the desolate expanse of Antarctica, even the bizarre would find themselves unemployed. The Dingxing Group monopolizes a skyscraper, one of the landmark edifices in the southern capital. However, as Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin approached the building, they were dismayed to find it in a state of utter disrepair, with scarcely a single intact pane of glass to be found. And Xiaoxin's anxiety surged, and she instinctively tightened her grip on Jiang Yan's hand. He gently clasped her hand in a reassuring manner, saying, "Do not worry, Uncle Em will be all right. I can already hear some commotion from downstairs." As the vehicle drew nearer, the two soon spotted a gathering of people in the plaza beneath the Dingxing Group building. These individuals wielded an array of weapons: machetes, chainsaws, steel axes, golf clubs, and even a few brandishing shotguns. Among them stood a middle-aged man, distinguished by his gold-rimmed glasses and amiable demeanor, none other than the renowned An Baosheng, Uncle En. Upon catching sight of An Baosheng from a distance, An Xiaoxin exhaled a long sigh of relief, wiping away the traces of tears on her cheeks, only then realizing how distressed she had become. "Jiang Yan, what is that in the middle?" And Xiaoxian inquired, pointing ahead. A massive, dark creature's corpse lay sprawled in the square of the Dingxing Group, encircled by a group led by An Baosheng. It appeared to be deceased. Jiang Yan remarked, "That is a bizarre entity, slain by your father and his companions." During the initial arrival of these anomalies, humanity was as fragile as tofu in their presence. A single such entity could effortlessly annihilate thousands of lives. Were it not for the timely intervention of the Anomaly Hunting Bureau, human society might have fragmented during that first encounter with the unknown. Yet, under such unexpectedly dire circumstances, the members of the Dingxing Group managed to maintain their composure and collaboratively vanquish this creature, which is truly commendable. Upon defeating an anomaly, all players involved in its demise receive rewards in the form of coins, skill scrolls, and equipment, commensurate with their contributions. The various rewards from the first wave of anomalies are estimated to be worth around 10,000 coins. However, with so many individuals present at the Dingxing Group Square, the individual share would amount to less than 1,000. Although the benefits of team combat may not seem particularly lucrative, they are characterized by lower risk and sustainability. Jiang Yan understood profoundly that survival is the foundation upon which all aspirations are built. Before disembarking, he contemplated for a moment and procured 2 items from the marketplace, distributing them to Yan Mei and Zhu Ganglai. Props: Bottle of Mist. This item envelopes the user in an invisible fog, rendering them undetectable. It cannot be employed when hostile targets are within a 500-meter radius, and if the total attribute difference exceeds 20 points, it will be seen through. The user will reveal themselves upon attacking or being attacked. Price: 5,000 underworld coins. This item possesses no offensive or defensive capabilities, and its exorbitant price renders it nearly unattractive to players. However, for Jiang Yan, who is constantly followed by the enigmatic presence, this bottle of mist holds significant practical value. After Smoke Charm and Zhu Ganglai utilized the bottle of mist, it became exceedingly difficult for other players to discern their existence. Otherwise, these 2 ominous shadows could frequently embroil Jiang Yan in troublesome predicaments. And Xiaoxin pushed open the car door, her face reflecting the relief of having survived a harrowing experience. Just as she prepared to call out for her father, she suddenly spotted a middle-aged man clad in a black jacket. Arriving on a motorcycle and halting at the edge of the square, exclaiming, "Brother, I checked it out. There's also an anomaly in the commercial street." And Baosheng, amidst the crowd, lifted his gaze, a glint of cold light flashing beneath his golden-rimmed glasses. He gestured, "Brothers, let us eliminate this anomaly and see what valuable loot we can obtain." A group of men, dressed as employees of the Dingxing Group, brandishing various weapons, surged forward, encircling in Baosheng as they charged toward the commercial street. Jiang Yan. Truly, it is no surprise that the Dingxing Association can operate with such audacity in Nandu. They have been fierce from the very beginning. Chapter 11. No retreat shall be mentioned. As she witnessed her father charging alongside his comrades, and Xiaoxin urgently called out to him twice. Yet, amidst the cacophony of footsteps, and Baosheng was evidently oblivious to his daughter's entreaties, a throng of individuals swiftly vanished at the far end of the square, and Xiaoxin furrowed her brow and murmured, "He has always been this way. A lifetime of violence and turmoil, never a moment's respite." Jiang Yan replied with a faint smile, "In such a world, it is individuals like your father who manage to survive. Let us go and take a look. Your father and his group may be in peril." And Xiaoxin cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Yan and inquired, "How do you know?" Jiang Yan chuckled, "Just a little calculation." He vaguely recalled that the strange incidents on this side of the commercial street had been included in the list during the first purge by the Anomaly Hunting Bureau in his previous life. The fact that they were ultimately eliminated by the Bureau indicated that Baosheng and his group had suffered at the hands of these anomalies. Although they were all first-time encounters with the anomalies, the variations in their innate abilities and chosen skills resulted in differing levels of intensity. Especially now, having already passed an hour, the anomalies within the commercial street might have slaughtered numerous humans. Just as humans are rewarded for vanquishing anomalies, the anomalies too earn rewards for extinguishing human lives. During their journey, Jiang Yan had inquired with Yan Mei and Zhu Ganglai and learned that anomalies would receive one of the total value of a slain human player's possessions as a reward, with a minimum of 1 soul coin. In the initial bizarre descent, the overwhelming majority of players possessed little worth, having only a few hundred soul coins remaining after allocating their talents. Consequently, the reward for slaying a human player amounted to a mere 1 to 4 soul coins, accompanied by the peril of retaliation. In stark contrast, Jiang Yan's lavish display of tens of thousands of soul coins left both Yan Mei and Zhu Ganglai in utter awe. This revelation heightened Jiang Yan's vigilance. Though he possessed an abundance of wealth, he was equally a coveted target. Should a bizarre entity manage to eliminate him, even a meager one of his fortune would represent an astronomical gain. Zhu Ganglai, Yan Mei, lead the way, Jiang Yan commanded with a sweeping gesture. Following closely behind the two bizarre beings as he minted coins and contemplated how best to invest his wealth, aspiring to transform himself into an indestructible, immortal, an invulnerable printing machine, dominating the ages. Upon reaching the entrance of the commercial street, Jiang Yan halted in Xiaoxin, instructing the two bizarre entities to decelerate, meticulously probing the conditions within the bustling marketplace. The terrain of the commercial street was relatively open, teeming with numerous players, making the slaughter by the bizarre entities exceedingly straightforward. After an hour of carnage, it was conceivable that the bizarre entity had amassed thousands of soul coins in rewards. With such an expenditure of soul coins, the strength of the bizarre entities within the commercial street would no longer match that of their initial descent. The group, led by Baosheng, upon advancing, would likely find themselves in dire straits. The once bustling commercial street now lay in desolation, littered with debris and stains of blood, while lifeless bodies were strewn about, evoking a sense of dread. And Xiaoxin, terrified, clutched Jiang Yan's arm, her pale face reflecting her fear. The atmosphere was eerily silent as the two of them moved cautiously, wary of any lurking threats. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yan had wrapped his arms around Xiaoxin. She was the sole damage dealer in their team, her equipment lacking any means of self-preservation. Should she fall victim to an ambush, he would find it nearly impossible to replace her with another SS-level powerhouse. Jiang Yan, I'm a bit scared. And Xiaoxin clung to him like a koala, her delicate form pressed tightly against his chest. Ahead, Zhu Ganglai stumbled, his face a mask of indignation that he dared not voice. You're afraid. How can you be? With your firepower capable of inflicting over 3,000 damage. ISNT at the eerie beings in the commercial street that should quake in fear? Reassuringly, Jiang Yan held Xiaoxin close, saying, Don't worry, if we are ambushed, I will shield you. In a past life, Xiaoxin had perished for her own sake. In this lifetime, Jiang Yan vowed to protect her from any harm, and Xiaoxin, her heart swelling with emotion, nestled into his embrace and whispered, "Jiang Yan, you are so kind to me. Can I call you my boyfriend?" She had long since realized that their current position was rather compromising. However, she simultaneously realized that her heart was merely shy, harboring no aversion towards intimacy with Jiang Yan. Once again, she confirmed her profound affection for him. Jiang Yan smiled gently and replied, "All right." The Smoke Enchantress and Zhu Ganglai shivered in unison, an abundance of goosebumps cascading down their bodies. With a formidable adversary looming, could you two engage in your sweet nothings elsewhere? The Smoke Enchantress glanced at Xiaoxin, who was radiating happiness in Jiang Yan's embrace, and tentatively remarked, "Boss, I must admit, I am quite frightened." Jiang Yan rolled his eyes. "You? With your 50 strength, fearsome and undaunted, are you so cowardly that you wish to forfeit this bounty? Move swiftly and scout ahead." The Smoke Enchantress replied, "Understood, boss." Upon hearing of the reward, she was instantly invigorated, scampering ahead with enthusiasm. At that moment, an eruption of gasps emerged from an underground entrance on the commercial street. "Over there. So fast." Soon after, a commanding voice boomed, "Maintain formation. Xiaohu, you possess a resurrection talent. Take the shield and hold your ground. Ere long, prepare to fire. Move in closer, but be careful not to hit anyone. Mazi, deploy your shield skill and lend Xiaohu some protection." Jiang Yan, listening from outside, couldn't help but admire. The organization is quite impressive. Before he could finish his thought, a thunderous bang erupted from the underground entrance. Then came a series of sharp clangs, as a twisted shield was hurled from the underground entrance, bouncing repeatedly upon the ground. Immediately thereafter, a furious roar erupted. "Little tiger, no!" Gazing at the contorted shield on the ground, Jiang Yan felt a pang of bitterness. This was an alloy shield sold in the system marketplace, capable of providing 7 points of armor and 100 points of health, with a reasonable blocking effect, priced at 500 dark coins. To think it had been so brutally shattered by that entity in a single strike? Good heavens, that creature appears to be exceedingly formidable, Jiang Yan mused to himself. And Baoxing's furious shout resonated from below, "It's too fast. Retreat." A group of individuals immediately rushed out, their movements frantic yet composed. At the forefront, several burly men wielding police riot shields provided cover, while in the second row, a few thugs brandishing shotguns stood poised to fire through the gaps in the shields. "Brother, what do we do now? That thing inside is far too swift. We feel utterly outmatched. Should we retreat for now?" And Baoxing's face turned ashen. The elegance once embodied by his gold-rimmed glasses now replaced by a gaze filled with fury and despair, bloodshot eyes reflecting his turmoil. He delivered a sharp slap to the face of his terrified subordinate, roaring, "Enough of your nonsense. Little Tiger is trapped inside. He will respawn in half an hour. If he doesn't TC us, how desperate will he feel? He trusts me because he knows I won't abandon him. You are no different. I shall never abandon any one of you. Find a way to rescue Little Tiger. Until then, guard the entrance. No one is permitted to mention retreat." Chapter 12. In's talent in treasure digging. The group was so tense that they failed to notice Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin observing them from a short distance behind. Upon hearing Baoxing's furious roar, Jiang Yan's heart tightened. It became evident that Baoxing's ability to elevate the Dingxing society to the pinnacle of South City was not solely due to his audacity and tenacity. His current demeanor, whether it was a deliberate effort to win people's hearts or a genuine reluctance to abandon his subordinates, revealed a humanity that surpassed that of most individuals amidst this calamity. Especially poignant was the fate of the individual named Xiaohu, who, like Jiang Yan in his previous life, possessed a resurrection talent. However, unlike Jiang Yan, this Xiaohu had not been forsaken by his team, and Baoxing gazed into the abyss of the underground entrance, took a deep breath, and declared, "Let us wait a moment. My treasure-digging talent has cooled down. Let me see if there is something worthwhile." With that, he assumed a digging posture. A black iron shovel materialized in Baoxing's hand, as if conjured from thin air. With a swift motion, Baoxing plunged the shovel into the ground, and a treasure chest, shimmering with a green glow, emerged before them. Another chest, Baoxing mused, but this time, it's green. Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback. A treasure-digging talent? How intriguing. This ability, which he had never even heard of in his past life, seemed to allow the instantaneous excavation of treasure chests, suggesting it was indeed a remarkably rare talent. Jiang Yan stealthily led Baoxing to the rear of Baoxing, peering into his verdant treasure chest, and Baoxing swiftly opened the chest, revealing an assortment of items within. Equipment: Glock pistol, attack power 8, range 40, magazine capacity 5. Price: 500 soul coins. Equipment: Swift dagger, attack power 3. Price: 70 soul coins. Skill: Healing spell, level 1, restores 30 health points to a friendly unit, consuming 30 mana points. Price: 100 soul coins. Soul coins: 300. The contents of this green chest amounted to approximately 1,000 soul coins. Aligning with Jiang Yan's perception of treasure chests, he recalled the locations of many chests in the vicinity, rumored to contain numerous valuable items. Had it not been for his acquisition of the SSS-level currency printer talent, Jiang Yan would undoubtedly have opted to search for treasure chests nearby as a priority for early development. However, for a currency printer like him, the contents of these ordinary chests no longer piqued his interest. What truly captivated Jiang Yan was Baoxing's talent. Just an hour had passed since the mysterious onset, and Baoxing had already unearthed treasures twice. Evidently, his treasure hunting talent had a cooldown period of 1 hour. It appeared that the quality of the unearthed chest was random, suggesting that Baoxing's talent could yield blue, purple, or even golden and red chests. The potential was immense, and Baoxing reached into the green treasure chest when suddenly he sensed something amiss behind him. Reacting swiftly, he grasped the Glock pistol and pivoted sharply, its ominous muzzle aimed directly at Jiang Yan's brow. And Baoxing gasped in alarm and called out, "Daddy, it's me. Don't shoot." Taken aback, Baoxing finally noticed Baoxing clinging to Jiang Yan's arm beside him. His heart surged with joy. "Baoxing, what brings you here on your own? I instructed Uncle Yang to fetch you. Did you not see him?" And Baoxing shook her head, replying, "I didn't see Uncle Yang. I came with Jiang Yan." And Baoxing's gaze flickered over the intertwined arms of Jiang Yan and Baoxing, a fleeting shadow of unease crossing his features. "Is this your classmate?" he inquired, and Baoxing nodded, a hint of shyness evident in her voice. "Yes, he's my deskmate. We escaped from school together." And Baoxing swiftly redirected his focus, his tone grave. "You two need to find a place to hide. Wait until I handle that situation, then you can come out, understood?" And Baoxing lifted the fire chilin in her hands, asserting, "Dad, we can help. Jiang Yan and I are quite capable." Casting a dismissive glance at the fire chilin, which he perceived as a mere extravagant toy, and Baoxing retorted tersely, "Stop causing trouble. Get into that shop and hide well." And Baoxing glared at Jiang Yan from behind the milk tea shop, where blood flowed like a river, and said, "Kid, you are a man. Protect her well." With that, Baoxing roughly pushed Jiang Yan's chest. As for the two strange entities beside Jiang Yan, due to the influence of the mist bottle, Baoxing and his companions were completely oblivious to their presence. Jiang Yan, with a half-smile, contemplated for a moment before pulling Baoxing into the milk tea shop, and Baoxing felt a surge of anxiety. Jiang Yan lowered his voice and said, "This milk tea shop has an excellent shooting angle. You just need to provide them with long-range fire support later. That entity seems to follow an agile path and likely has low health. A single shot from you will be enough to determine the outcome." By bringing Baoxing into hiding, Jiang Yan was not acting out of fear, but rather seizing the opportunity to hone her combat skills. And Baoxing immediately became tense, especially at the thought of facing her father ahead. The possibility of her negligence leading to his injury heightened her anxiety. Jiang Yan stood behind her and gently said, "Take a deep breath, focus your mind, and don't overthink it. That entity is about to approach." And Baoxing was taken aback. "How do you know?" Jiang Yan replied nonchalantly, "I heard it." His agility attribute was remarkably high, and his senses were exceptionally sharp. From the vicinity of the underground entrance, he had detected a faint, subtle sound of footsteps. Almost simultaneously with Jiang Yan's voice, a shadow, accompanied by a malevolent wind, stealthily surged forth from the underground entrance. And Baoxing and several of his seasoned subordinates were quietly deliberating strategies to rescue Little Tiger in half an hour, completely unprepared for the sudden emergence of this ominous entity. The first few hulking figures wielding riot shields instinctively cried out, raising their shields in defense. With a resounding crash, the silent ambush unleashed a force far greater than it appeared, sending these shield-bearing men sprawling to the ground, rolling about as if they were bowling pins struck by a heavy ball. Jiang Yan furrowed his brow, sensing that the power exhibited by this entity exceeded his expectations. Was this truly a creature of agility? He glanced at his player panel, Spirit coins 2788. Spirit coins 57. Spirit coins 4354. Spirit coins 3317. The final figure represented the health points of this assailant. Jiang Yan was taken aback. Such a high health value. And such speed? This entity was certainly suspicious. While astonishment coursed through his mind, he wasted no time and spoke directly beside Xiaoxin. Now, upon spotting the menacing target, Xiaoxin regained her composure. Taking aim at the creature momentarily halted by the attack, and decisively pulled the trigger of the fire qilin. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 gunshots echoed. Chapter 13. Then I shall allop with Jiang Yan. The shadow before them resembled a sinister demonic wolf, its claws elongated to a ghastly degree, dripping with a viscous mixture of blood and saliva, and speckled with fragments of human flesh. The beast's musculature appeared grotesquely inflated, suggesting an entity of formidable strength. Yet, inexplicably, it moved with astonishing speed. Bang, 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 and Xiaoxin unleashed a rapid-fire barrage from her fire qilin. 3 pure silver bullets, transforming into streaks of light as they tore through the air. 2 of the bullets merely grazed the demonic wolf, whizzing past its form and landing harmlessly in the void. However, 1 bullet struck true, embedding itself in the beast's chest. Critical hit, minus 3,124. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere seemed to grow heavy with tension, and Xiaoxin's expression was one of deep frustration. How could she have only landed a single shot? Nearby, hidden within the shroud of mist, Zhu Ganglai shivered violently, haunted by the agonizing memory of being struck by Xiaoxin's earlier onslaught, his psyche bearing the weight of a substantial shadow. Jiang Yan stroked his chin, maintaining a composed demeanor. Growth, after all, is invariably accompanied by various forms of suffering. The demonic wolf, in stark contrast, appeared utterly terrified, its health plummeting to a staggering 3,317 points, a truly alarming vitality. It could have sworn that its current life force was unrivaled among all the aberrations in the southern city. Yet, this formidable being, with such an intimidating health pool, had been reduced to a mere 193 points by a single bullet. Luck played a pivotal role in the outcome, as the creature was not swiftly vanquished. A woof. The magical wolf emitted an eerie howl before dashing out of the commercial street, never glancing back. Humans, I shall remember your scent. Await your reckoning. Its sinister voice echoed through the streets, yet the wolf had already vanished from sight, and Xiaoxin squinted for a prolonged moment. But the wolf's uncanny speed rendered her unable to take aim, leaving her helplessly watching as it escaped. Jiang Yan furrowed his brow. The lurking danger of a sneak attack was palpable, yet he found himself powerless against the fleeing beast. Gradually, the commercial street fell into silence, with astonished gazes directed toward the front. Had those 3 shots been fired by Xiaoxin? The members of the Dingxing group, well aware of Xiaoxin's gentle and reserved nature, struggled to believe their own eyes. And Baoxing swallowed hard, observing the flamboyant yet still smoking fire qilin in Xiaoxin's grasp, murmuring, "Truly, she is my daughter." And Xiaoxin shyly smiled and softly replied, "I told you, I can be of help." And Baoxing regained his composure, gently cleared his throat, and firmly grasped Xiaoxin's delicate arm, declaring, "Come home with me, young man. You should return to your own abode as well." With that, and Baoxing turned away, prepared to leave Jiang Yan behind in the blood-soaked commercial street. And Xiaoxin suddenly sprang away, breaking free from Baoxing's grasp, and grasped Jiang Yan's arm instead. Her face flushed, yet she hesitantly murmured, "Dad, his name is Jiang Yan. He is my boyfriend. His family is not in Nandu. May we take him home with us?" And Baoxing slowly turned around, his expression dark and menacing, his eyes beneath the golden-rimmed glasses glinting with a murderous intent, fixed intently on Jiang Yan. He had long sensed the ambiguous relationship between his daughter and this young man. However, it was truly remarkable that his introverted daughter, barely 18, would utter such words in front of so many onlookers. "Boyfriend," he exclaimed, "Xiaoxin, I have told you before, you are not allowed to engage in early romance. Come home with me at once. Otherwise, I will break this boy's legs." As he spoke, he slowly seized a bloodied chainsaw from the hands of a burly man beside him, his gaze piercing as he aimed to intimidate Jiang Yan. Yet Jiang Yan remained remarkably calm, showing no sign of feeling threatened. During this time, he had been honing his strength and agility attributes. Once his attributes surpassed 100 points, The cost of augmenting them escalated from 1,000 dark coins per point to a staggering 10,000 dark coins per point. This price was indeed terrifying and offered very little value. However, with the high health points of Yan Mei and Zhu Ganglai, Jiang Yan's ability to generate wealth was nothing to be underestimated, raking in 199 dark coins per second and accumulating 2 points every 3 seconds. As of now, Jiang Yan's player profile has transformed into the following. Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 174, Agility, 174, Intelligence, 50. The average value for an ordinary person is 5. Infernal Coins, 11,247. His strength attribute surpasses that of an ordinary individual by 35 times. And coupled with the defense of the Golden Bell armor, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach his defenses, even if Baosheng were to attack him while he lay defenseless. Observing Jiang Yan's calm demeanor, and Baosheng's expression grew increasingly grim as he quietly remarked, "What's the matter, kid? Do you think I want to dare?" Jiang Yan shook his head, maintaining his composure, and replied, "Uncle Lin certainly dares." His tone remained remarkably nonchalant, and Xiaoxin clutched Jiang Yan's arm tightly and let out a nervous chuckle, saying, "Well, since we aren't seeing eye to eye, I'll just elope with Jiang Yan now. If you need my help, Dad, just give me a call." With that, and Xiaoxin surprisingly seized Jiang Yan and sprinted towards the opposite side of the commercial street. And Baosheng was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively thought of pursuing them to exact his wrath upon Jiang Yan, but he quickly noted the astonishing speed at which Xiaoxin and the boy were fleeing, leaving behind mere afterimages. "Damn it!" And Baosheng clenched his fists, feeling utterly helpless, and shouted, all right, bring him home with you. That should suffice, right? Quickly come back to your father." And Xiaoxin abruptly halted, pulling Jiang Yan back a few paces, and warily inquired, "You're not deceiving me, are you? If you dare to lay a hand on Jiang Yan, I shall harbor resentment towards you for eternity. This time, it is truly forever." And Baosheng wore a look of helplessness, offering a wry smile as he replied, all right, I promise." And Xiaoxin's face brightened with joy as she took Jiang Yan's hand and led him back to the commercial street. Once Xiao Hu was resurrected, the group made their way back to the Dingxing group. Jiang Yan remained silent throughout the journey. His foremost desire was for his girlfriend to be happy. Whether he resided in Xiaoxin's home or in the house left by his parents made little difference to him. Perhaps the comforts of soft living would be more enjoyable? However, Jiang Yan had a nagging feeling that this matter was far from resolved. Someone like Baosheng was not one to concede defeat easily. Upon returning to the Dingxing group building, Baosheng momentarily disregarded Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin, instead arranging for them to stay in separate guest rooms. The sudden upheaval had thrown the entire Dingxing group into disarray, necessitating Baosheng's management at every turn. Were it an ordinary company owner facing such turmoil, they would likely have disbanded on the spot and fled for their lives. Yet, a man of Baosheng's caliber unmistakably sensed an opportunity intertwined with danger amidst the bizarre occurrences. Jiang Yan brewed a cup of tea at the tea table in his guest room, simultaneously printing money and instructing the enigmatic Smoke Charm and Zhu Ganglai in a game of Do Di Zhu, while awaiting Baosheng's arrival. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this esteemed figure was sure to come and engage him in a heart-to-heart conversation. However, before Jiang Yan could await Baosheng, he was unexpectedly graced by the presence of Xiaoxin. Like a thief, she stealthily opened Jiang Yan's window from the outside and leaped inside without hesitation. Chapter 14. Are you trying to deceive me with counterfeit currency? Outside, on the 20th floor, Xiaoxin pushed open Jiang Yan's window with a grace reminiscent of a female Spider-Man. For her agility rating of 50, this maneuver required but a modicum of courage. Noticing the somewhat astonished gaze of Jiang Yan, Xiaoxin's cheeks flushed a delicate hue as her enchanting eyes sparkled. I was feeling a bit frightened being alone in the room, concerned about an unforeseen ambush. Moreover, knowing my father's disposition, he would undoubtedly station someone in the corridor to monitor us. Thus, I could only find my way in from the outside. Although the peculiarities surrounding the Dingxing group had been eradicated, the entire city of Nandu, indeed the world at large, remained shrouded in the shadow cast by the first wave of anomalies. Within the confines of the Dingxing group's chamber, Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin occasionally heard distant screams of terror echoing from the streets. There were even bursts of flames that erupted sporadically within the city. This state of chaos persisted until the Bureau of Anomaly Hunters intervened to restore order, granting the terrified populace a moment to catch their breath, to tend to their physical and emotional wounds, and to reflect upon the nature of this game, gradually evolving through their suffering. The tranquility that Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin experienced within the Dingxing Group's edifice was exceedingly rare, arguably a singular refuge within the entirety of Nandu. However, there was no assurance as to how long this serenity would endure. The vast Dingxing Group building could, at any moment, become the target of a new and bizarre assault. Both Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin had not forgotten the ominous threat posed by the demon wolf as it departed from the commercial street. Jiang Yan poured a cup of tea for Xiaoxin and set it before himself. He then shifted in his chair, gently patting his thigh, signaling her to come closer. Xiaoxin's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her fair face flushed with embarrassment as she shook her head repeatedly, her voice filled with shyness. "No, I won't go." Jiang Yan chuckled softly, reached out to grasp Xiaoxin, and pulled her into his embrace. With a startled exclamation, the room fell into a prolonged silence, the only sounds being their breathing as they drew nearer to one another. Jiang Yan tenderly placed a kiss on Xiaoxin's delicate red lips and teased, "What is this? You dare to ask me to be your boyfriend, but shy away from a simple hug." Instantly losing her first kiss, Xiaoxin's face turned crimson, nearly as if it could bleed, as she burrowed into Jiang Yan's arms, unable to meet his gaze. They remained quietly entwined for several minutes, her racing heartbeat gradually calming. Just as Jiang Yan's hands began to wander, he suddenly perked up, hearing faint sounds from the hallway. A burly man stationed in the corridor whispered to Baosheng, who had just stepped out of the elevator, "An uncle, that kid has been quite well behaved." And Baosheng nodded, his face darkening as he rapped on Jiang Yan's door, announcing, "It's me," and Baosheng. Inside the room, Xiaoxin's complexion turned pale, her face reflecting sheer panic. If Baosheng were to discover that she had inexplicably found herself in Jiang Yan's room, she would undoubtedly be infuriated. Xiaoxin felt both embarrassed and anxious. Prior to this moment, she had merely wished to spend time with Jiang Yan, never anticipating the current predicament. Jiang Yan, however, appeared entirely unfazed, cheerfully ushering Xiaoxin into the closet and signaling her to be silent. "Uncle, you have finally arrived," he calmly stated as he opened the door, maintaining a composed demeanor. "I have yet to express my gratitude for your hospitality. Please, come in." Returning to his desk, Jiang Yan poured a cup of tea for Baosheng, who sat down with a grim expression, refusing to drink. His piercing gaze bore coldly into Jiang Yan. Behind him, two burly men in black suits stood steadfastly, their eyes filled with a palpable menace, similarly directed at Jiang Yan as a warning. With the commanding presence cultivated by years in the underworld, Baosheng often needed no words, a mere glance was sufficient to instill fear in his adversaries, compelling them to retreat. Faced with this brash youth who had yet to graduate high school, Baosheng preferred not to waste words, hoping to intimidate Jiang Yan into withdrawal. Yet, Jiang Yan seemed oblivious to the subtle shift in the room's atmosphere, maintaining a calm gaze on Baosheng, equally silent. For a prolonged moment, their eyes met in the air, one radiating lethal intent, the other as tranquil as a still pond. After several minutes of this tense silence, Baosheng finally broke it, coldly remarking, "Kid, you are quite oblivious. Do you understand why you have not yet become a lifeless corpse? Ever since Xiao Xian's mother passed away, she has harbored a deep resentment towards me. Had it not been for the numerous adversaries I had attracted in my earlier years, her mother would not have met with such a tragic fate. Throughout the years, I have felt indebted to her and have tirelessly sought to make amends. In recent years, the relationship between Xiao Xian and me has improved significantly. I refuse to jeopardize the father-daughter bond we have painstakingly nurtured for the sake of a reckless young man like you. Otherwise, you would have already been reduced to ashes by my hand." Baosheng, shifting his tone, narrowed his eyes and remarked, "However, young man, do not presume that this grants you any semblance of security. Do you truly believe my daughter is so easily won over? The world has changed, and my daughter possesses immense talent and potential. As for you, you are unworthy of her. If you fail to recognize your position, I shall have no choice but to teach you the meaning of respect." Upon concluding his statement, Baosheng slammed a thick stack of green paper money onto Jiang Yan's table, coldly declaring, "Take these ghostly notes and leave the Dingxing Group. Do not return. I hope for your survival, but should you ever appear before Xiao Xian again, I will ensure your demise. Do you understand?" Jiang Yan glanced at the stack of green paper money, each worth 10 units, and couldn't help but chuckle. A total of 1,000 ghostly notes. Indeed, a considerable sum in this peculiar time of uncertainty, yet it barely adds to his attributes. Jiang Yan casually exchanged a stack of resplendent golden 100 yuan ghost coins from the system marketplace, totaling 10,000, and meticulously placed them before Baoxing, earnestly stating, "Uncle An, my feelings for Xiaoxin are sincere. Grant me this opportunity." And Baoxing, taken aback by the sight of the glimmering coins, widened his eyes in astonishment. The 100 yuan ghost coins shone with a brilliant golden hue, their obverse adorned with the inscriptions of the China Tiandi Bank, alongside vivid depictions of the 10 Yama kings. Each image rendered with exquisite detail. The reverse side showcased a golden vista of the Yama Palace, from which golden rays ascended, as a multitude of spirits worshipped in reverence. Though the ethereal aura of these coins was less pronounced than that of others, they emanated a hint of divine brilliance that commanded respect. After a 3-second gaze, and Baoxing slowly raised his head, fixing Jiang Yan with a fierce glare, suppressing his fury as he retorted, "You little rascal. Do you think you can deceive me with counterfeit money? After years of navigating these waters, you dare to play your petty tricks before me? With that." And Baoxing swiftly drew a Glock pistol from his waist, pressing it against Jiang Yan's forehead. The two burly men behind him, displaying equal adeptness, drew their own pistols, all aimed squarely at Jiang Yan. Chapter 15. Have both father and daughter been taken in? And Baoxing, with his extensive experience in the underworld, arrived at a rather straightforward conclusion. With so many individuals under his command and possessing a talent for unearthing treasure chests, how could he possibly fail to produce 10,000 main coins? What right did this young lad have to present such a substantial sum? Given the impossibility of the situation, it must surely be a fabrication. And Baoxing had witnessed far too many such black market dealings in his lifetime, and he himself had engaged in similar ruses on numerous occasions. What infuriated Baoxing the most was this scoundrel's audacity to profess genuine affection for Xiaoxin before him. Could such affection be sincere? How could Xiaoxin find happiness alongside such a deceiver? His fingers twitched, nearly prompting him to pull the trigger and obliterate this young man's head. Jiang Yan slowly raised his hand, his expression remaining calm, as he coolly remarked, "Uncle An, why not test whether you can redeem your expenditures within your own system? That would reveal the truth, wouldn't it?" Observing Jiang Yan's tranquil demeanor, and Baoxing furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the matter was far from simple. This young man exhibited a depth of cunning that was alarming. Facing the barrel of a gun, such composure and poise were certainly not typical for someone of his age. As Baoxing held the gun to Jiang Yan, his other hand hesitantly grasped the 10,000 main coins that Jiang Yan had produced. In the next moment, the glimmering coins vanished from Baoxing's grasp. In Baoxing's system mall, an unexpected balance of 10,000 spirit coins appeared. Baoxing. Really? Is this truly the case? This fellow can effortlessly produce 10,000 spirit coins. You. Baoxing gazed at Jiang Yan in astonishment, incredulously inquiring, "Where did you acquire this?" Jiang Yan shrugged, producing a stack of glimmering spirit coins and placing them before Baoxing, smiling, "Uncle An, Xiaoxian and I are genuinely in love." And Baoxing, upon witnessing the second stack of golden spirit coins on the table, was left utterly dumbfounded. 20,000 spirit coins. This lad is quite the wealthy individual. Taking a deep breath, Baoxing shook his head vehemently, retrieving the 10,000 spirit coins he had just exchanged and placing them back on the table, stating, "You little rascal, what do you understand about love? You speak so confidently now. But once you've had your fill, you'll likely be the first to flee. My daughter cannot engage in any romantic relationships until her prefrontal cortex is fully developed at the age of 25. Take your spirit coins and leave by tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it." Jiang Yan chuckled, producing yet another stack of golden spirit coins and placing them on the table, leisurely asking, "Are you truly not interested? This is not merely about spirit coins. With this wealth, the brothers of the Dingxing group will become even stronger, significantly increasing their chances of survival against the bazaar. This is about survival." Baoxing gazed at the 30,000 ghostly coins on the table, his breath suddenly growing heavy. He was well aware of what Jiang Yan had implied. However, Baoxing lifted his bloodshot eyes, fixating intently on Jiang Yan, and demanded, "Are you attempting to purchase my daughter? Do you truly believe that I, Baoxing, would ever sell my precious daughter to you?" Jiang Yan shook his head with a smile, remarking, I am merely informing you of my capability and sincerity in protecting her. If Uncle Lin truly wishes to refuse. He then retrieved 30,000 shimmering ghostly coins from his system's marketplace, placing them on the table. He turned towards the two armed men standing behind him, Baosheng, equally astonished, and said, "Then you two shall assist me in eliminating Uncle Lin, with each of you receiving 30,000. These seemingly casual words reverberated through the room, coupled with the dazzling 6,000 golden ghostly coins, striking a frenzy in the hearts of those present. One of the men behind him, his voice trembling, instinctively inquired, Is that true?" No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he realized the gravity of his error. Jiang Yan's mocking gaze fell upon him, and he retorted, "What do you think?" Jiang Yan then summoned a Desert Eagle handgun from his system's marketplace, aiming it directly at the man, and coolly stated, "Uncle Lin, your subordinate lacks loyalty. Just a word from you, and I shall cleanse your ranks." The room fell into an oppressive silence, as if even a pin drop could be heard. Possessing the talent for creating ghostly currency, Jiang Yan was, in truth, incapable of firing a gun, as this constituted an act of aggression that contravened the limitations of his gift. Yet, this did not impede him from aiming. The muzzle of Jiang Yan's gun was directed at the man, while his gaze remained composedly fixed on Baosheng. And Baosheng squinted his eyes into narrow slits, peering intently at Jiang Yan through the lenses of his gold-rimmed glasses, never once turning away. After a prolonged moment, Baosheng released a long sigh, his expression stern as he pressed down the barrel of Jiang Yan's gun. Jiang Yan smiled broadly, his tone lighthearted as he remarked, "I hope you might grant me an opportunity." And Baosheng collected the entirety of the 60,000 ghostly coins on the table into his system's marketplace, narrowing his eyes as he coldly stated, "Young man, aspiring to be my son-in-law is no simple feat. You must earn the respect of the masses. Power is a potent poison. Should you be unable to bear it, you shall perish amidst the indulgences of life. I shall grant you a chance. You may pursue a romantic relationship with Xiao Xian, but intimacy is off limits. Simultaneously, you must demonstrate your capabilities within the Dingxing group. Only when you have garnered the respect of all will you be deemed worthy to be my son-in-law." And Baosheng's tone gradually filled with a chilling murderous intent. "Should you fail, your demise shall be exceedingly grim. Those 60,000 ghostly coins may well transform into the weapon of your destruction." And Baosheng sneered coldly, "Are you afraid, young man? If you are afraid, you may now ask for your 60,000 back, and then tomorrow morning, vanish from my sight." Jiang Yan chuckled softly and shook his head slowly, saying, "Such a trifling sum of 60,000 could hardly bring about my demise." As he spoke, he produced stacks upon stacks of golden ghost coins, filling the entire table. This time, there were a staggering 120,000 ghost coins, and Baosheng gazed at the resplendent display before him, feeling as though he might go mad. Once again, he began to doubt the authenticity of these coins deep within his heart. After all, this young man had pulled out a total of 180,000 ghost coins. Could it be that all of them were genuine? The coins bore the insignia of the China Heaven and Earth Bank. Was it your family's establishment? And Baosheng could hardly contain his rising tone, exclaiming in disbelief. Jiang Yan merely smiled, offering no explanation. "I am but an unremarkable money printer." And Baosheng, in a daze, exited Jiang Yan's room. Upon reaching the elevator, he suddenly halted, grinding his teeth as he muttered to himself, "How infuriating! Why do I feel as though both father and daughter are being kept by someone else?" Meanwhile, in the room, Jiang Yan watched Baosheng leave, leaving the 12,000 coins untouched on the table. He casually took 2,000 and tossed them to the enigmatic figures, the smoke charm and the pig's bristles, hidden within the mist. "A bonus," Jiang Yan remarked nonchalantly. The two strange beings, shrouded in fog, had been standing beside Baosheng. If a confrontation had arisen, they could have effortlessly torn the three of them to shreds in an instant. And Xiaoxin had just emerged from the wardrobe when she saw Jiang Yan pushing the remaining 100,000 on the table towards her, saying, "Take it and spend it." Chapter 16. Father's Abundance of Spirit Money. And Xiaoxin gazed at the table laden with gleaming spirit money, momentarily taken aback and at a loss for words. "Jiang Yan, where on earth did you acquire such an abundance of spirit money? I cannot possibly spend so much. You should keep some for yourself to strengthen your abilities. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to you, I could not bear to live." Jiang Yan chuckled softly and replied, "This is merely my gift. Rest assured. Take it and spend it. I possess plenty more. As he spoke, he began to rummage through his pockets once again. Before long, Jiang Yan revealed yet another table filled with the radiant spirit money, leaving in Xiaoxin and the two peculiar beings utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. It is widely acknowledged that the more spirit money one invests in oneself, the greater their strength becomes. Just how formidable must the true capabilities of a master with such an abundance of spirit money be? Yin Mei and Zhu Ganglai swallowed hard in unison. It dawned on them that they had never witnessed their boss engage personally in any endeavor. Thank you, boss. You are truly the finest boss in the world. Zhu Ganglai sincerely extolled Jiang Yan's character. With a smile, Jiang Yan took in Xiaoxin's hand and said, Uncle will surely be looking for you shortly. Let us return to your room. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and in Baoxing seemed to recall something. Abruptly turning to deliver a sharp slap across the face of the previously indecisive man, pointing a finger at his nose and scolding, what a disgraceful spectacle. Go to the Human Resources Department to collect your punishment. A double-edged cut. Furthermore, your rank will be demoted. Should there be another infraction, you may as well leave. The man trembled all over, and with a resounding thud, he knelt outside the elevator, crying out, Thank you, Uncle, for sparing me. I was momentarily foolish. I swear I shall never dare again. And Baoxing snorted coldly and turned to enter the elevator. Were it not for the current tumultuous times and the pressing need for manpower at Dingxing Group, and Baoxing would likely have denied this person any further opportunity within the company. As the elevator descended a level, and Baoxing emerged and knocked on the door of Xiaoxin's room. Inside, Xiaoxin and Jiang Yan had just climbed in through the window. Jiang Yan swiftly concealed himself within the wardrobe, allowing Xiaoxin to answer the door. And Baoxing embraced Xiaoxin and whispered, Do not fear, my dear. Your father will protect you. And Xiaoxin's eyes reddened as she nodded earnestly, Let us strive together to survive. Despite harboring resentment towards her father for a long time, blood is indeed thicker than water. The father and daughter entered the room, and Baoxing solemnly inquired, My dear, I just met with Jiang Yan. This boy appears cheerful and sunny on the surface, yet he possesses a deep cunning and a ruthless heart. He is no ordinary individual. Do you truly harbor feelings for him? If he is coercing you in any way, you must tell your father, and I will deal with him. With your father here, you need not fear anything. Blushing, Xiaoxin nodded and said, He did not force me. I truly like Jiang Yan. I have liked him for a long time. I just never had the chance to confess. This time, when the strange events occurred, he brought no one but me as we fled the school together. He has been protecting me and treating me very well. Father, please do not reject him, all right? And Baoxing squinted his eyes, pondering for a moment before slowly nodding, continuing to inquire, Can you show me that gun you had earlier? And Xiaoxin retrieved the fire chilin from her system space and handed it to Baoxing. At last, he caught sight of the specific information regarding the fire chilin and was immediately taken aback by its price of 20,000 underworld coins. This single weapon was worth more than all the assets of the Dingxing Group combined. No wonder it nearly killed that strange creature with just one shot. And Baoxing solemnly asked, Did Jiang Yan buy this for you? And Xiaoxin blushed and nodded, Yes, and he also bought my shoes. This critical strike ring was also his gift. Furthermore, my attributes were enhanced by him. And Baoxing felt a bit dizzy, unable to calculate how much money that rascal Jiang Yan had spent on his daughter. Taking a deep breath, and Baoxing gravely remarked, One who receives favors must also bear the weight of obligation. This is an unchanging truth of the ages. My dear, I suggest we devise a plan to eliminate this boy. There are countless boys more handsome and radiant than him. Why must you be so fixated on just one? After his demise, your father can present you with 1,000 suitors, each more dashing than the last, all lined up for your selection. Although this lad exhibits formidable strength and an unfathomable depth of character, and Baoxing is confident, for he possesses 60,000 underworld coins. Shouldn't Xiaoxin be willing to cooperate? The act of eliminating Jiang Yan could be accomplished with relative ease, and Baoxing senses a profound pressure emanating from Jiang Yan, and an instinctive awareness dawns upon him. This might be his singular opportunity to dispose of Jiang Yan. And Xiaoxin, seething with indignation, retorted, Father, you have gone too far. Jiang Yan saved my life and has treated me with such kindness, yet you wish to take his life. I desire him alone. Continue this, and I shall truly elope with Jiang Yan. And Baoxing, covering his face with his hands, lamented, My daughter has grown, and it seems her loyalties lie elsewhere. You wish to abandon this old man at a moment's notice. Very well, I shall spare him. With a serious demeanor, and Baoshan continued, however, my dear, remember that your father's wealth in underworld coins is substantial. You must not let his generosity sway your affections too easily, especially not to the extent of sharing your bed with him. Here are 30,000 underworld coins. Spend them wisely, and should you require more, do not hesitate to ask your father. With that, and Baoshan confidently placed 3 stacks of gleaming underworld coins before Xiaoxin, his expression one of assurance and composure. It was as if those 30,000 were effortlessly extracted from the treasure chest by Baoshan. And Xiaoxin pondered silently, while Jiang Yan, concealed within the wardrobe, remained equally reticent. One could not deny that her father-in-law was indeed a remarkable individual. Although he dealt primarily with domestic affairs, there was an undeniable air of strategic prowess about him. After Baoshan departed, Jiang Yan emerged from the wardrobe, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he embraced Xiaoxin's delicate figure, settling upon the bed. In a moment of intimacy, he inquired, have you contemplated how to utilize this 130,000? And Xiaoxin reflected for a moment, feeling somewhat lost, then playfully captured Jiang Yan's hand upon her own and shyly asked, could you perhaps offer me some guidance? Jiang Yan chuckled lightly, advising her to first enhance her own power level to 50 points. Although remaining by Jiang Yan's side generally shielded her from danger, it was prudent to bolster her vitality. Subsequently, he encouraged her to elevate the fire qilin by 1 level. Not all equipment possesses the capacity for upgrades, but the fire qilin certainly does. Equipment: fire qilin, level 2, upgradable attack power 350, range 170, critical hit increase 25, magazine capacity 35, selling price 20,000 soul coins. Upgrade cost, likewise 20,000 soul coins. Upon reviewing the attributes of the level 2 fire qilin, and Xiaoxin blinked her enchanting eyes and queried, the cost-effectiveness seems lacking. Why not purchase another one? Chapter 17. Grant me a grand treasure chest. Jiang Yan elucidated that, in the presence of ample soul coins, the slots for your equipment become increasingly precious. We can invest money to enhance the quality of each item within these slots, yet we cannot expend funds to acquire an 11th weapon. Moreover, the fire qilin firearm cannot be wielded in duel. Procuring another would yield minimal effect. Although Xiaoxin is capable of simultaneously equipping 10 weapons, she can only operate 2 one-handed weapons or a single two-handed weapon at any given moment. Subsequently, Jiang Yan instructed Xiaoxin to purchase and upgrade 2 skills. Skill: aiming, level 5, maintains focus for 3 seconds, unleashing a critical headshot with an attack power increase of 250, range enhancement of 250, and a critical hit rate of 25. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Passive skill: precise shooting, level 7, increases ranged hit rate by 35. The cost of upgrading passive skills is equivalent to the cumulative price of all previous levels. Thus, level 5 requires 8,000 soul coins. Upon reaching level 7, the total cost escalates to 32,000 soul coins. These 2 skills, in conjunction with Xiaoxin's increasingly adept shooting techniques, will significantly stabilize her ranged output capability. Then Jiang Yan directed Xiaoxin to acquire another weapon. Equipment: Thunder Barret, level 1, upgradable attack power increased by 1,000, range extended by 2,000, guaranteed critical hit. Magazine capacity, 5, sale price, 20,000 soul coins. The application range of this sniper rifle is relatively narrow, with a slow firing rate and sluggish reloading, resulting in poor flexibility. However, it boasts an impressive attack distance of up to 2 kilometers. Its overall combat effectiveness pales in comparison to that of the fire qilin. Yet, in specific scenarios, it may synergize with aiming skills to yield remarkable results. Equipment: Silver and Gold Fearsome Wolf, level 1, upgradable attack power 300, range 10. Critical hit rate 20, attack speed 20, magazine capacity 6, price 20,000 soul coins. This pair of wolf-themed revolvers, 1 gold and 1 silver, has a short range but a rapid firing rate and high critical damage, intended for close combat usage by Xiaoxin. After replacing Xiaoxin's alloy dagger with these 2 firearms, her ranged output capabilities surged significantly once more. Should she be granted another chance, the sinister magic wolf would likely have no chance of escape, having expended a considerable sum of 100,000 soul coins. Jiang Yan chose not to concern himself with the remaining 30,000, allowing in Xiaoxin the freedom to purchase equipment and skills she favored. As in Xiaoxin gazed at her marketplace page, she fell into deep contemplation. Naturally astute, she was confident that with Jiang Yan providing guidance, even if she could not find the optimal solution, she would not stray too far from it. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan reclined on Xiaoxin's bed, gently caressing her enchanting youthful form while plotting his forthcoming enhancement path. Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 174, Agility, 174, Intelligence, 50. The average for ordinary individuals stands at 5. The current balance of ghost currency amounts to 274,874. Presently, in pursuit of a moment alone within Xiaoxin, both Yin Mei and Zhu Ganglai have vacated the room, resulting in a cessation of Jiang Yan's money printing. Nevertheless, the sum of 274,000 ghost coins is ample for Jiang Yan to indulge himself. He meticulously examined his list of skills and equipment. Skills: Swamp Aura, Counterattack Aura, Strong Strike Aura, Durability Aura. Equipment: Godspeed Shoes, Golden Bell Robe, Mysterious Pocket Watch. The Old Pipe of the Secret of Black Crow. All players initially possess only 4 skill slots. To acquire additional slots, one must purchase skill expansion gems from the marketplace at the cost of 100,000 ghost coins each. Although Jiang Yan's ghost coins are akin to a gust of wind, the sum of 100,000 remains a significant fortune, leading to a temporary decision against expanding to a 5th aura. Jiang Yan upgraded all 4 auras by 2 levels, expending a flowing total of 96,000 ghost coins. As skills progress, the costs escalate dramatically. Even Jiang Yan felt a slight unease, hesitant to invest further. In comparison to skills, the initial purchase price of equipment is relatively high, yet the costs for subsequent upgrades are considerably more reasonable. However, not all equipment can be upgraded. Those that can be upgraded tend to be more expensive, often accompanied by superior attribute effects. Among the equipment Jiang Yan possesses, only one item can be upgraded: the Old Pipe of the Secret of Black Crow. The Secret Black Raven is one of the premier sets. After careful contemplation, Jiang Yan concluded that this ensemble is undoubtedly the most suitable for him as a money printer, without exception. Among the components of the Secret Black Raven, the Old Pipe is merely an accessory, priced at a modest 10,000 soul coins, which he can readily afford. However, other pieces of the Secret Black Raven set are significantly more expensive. After weighing his options, he proceeded to acquire the helmet and wrist guards from the set. Equipment: the Mysterious Black Raven's Odd Hat, Secret Black Raven Set 1-8. Upgradable: increases personal physical damage reduction by 10 and magical resistance by 10, while decreasing personal threat level by 10. Price: 50,000 soul coins. Equipment: the Mysterious Black Raven's Antique Watch, Secret Black Raven Set 1-8. Upgradable: enhances personal evasion by 10 and magic recovery speed by 10 points per second, while reducing personal threat level by 10. Price: 40,000 soul coins. With the acquisition of these 3 pieces, the first set effect of the Secret Black Raven was activated. Raven's Flight increases movement speed by 15, and while in motion, threat level is reduced by 10. After this expenditure, Jiang Yan's balance of soul coins dwindled to 88,874. Alas, such exorbitance! Truly, soul coins do not last long when spent. Jiang Yan gazed at the remaining 5 pieces of the Secret Black Raven set that he had yet to procure, filled with regret. As he pondered how best to utilize the remaining sum of over 80,000 soul coins for optimal gain, in a sudden gasp, and Xiaoxin nestled in his embrace, her delicate face flushed crimson, her eyes nearly brimming with tears as she firmly grasped Jiang Yan's mischievous hand behind her. No, it cannot go any further. And Xiaoxin buried her head in Jiang Yan's chest, too shy to meet his gaze. Caught in a delicate dance of resistance and allure, disrupted from his thoughts, Jiang Yan felt a surge of warmth in his heart and swiftly pressed in Xiaoxin's tender form onto the bed. Meanwhile, Baosheng returned to his office, gazing at the desolate landscape of Nandu outside his window. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply. In the distance, several flames and plumes of black smoke ascended towards the heavens, starkly vivid against the setting sun. Although Baosheng had never been a paragon of lawfulness, witnessing the chaos of Nandu evoked not a shred of joy within him. He preferred the former Nandu, where mischief required utmost caution. What on earth granted that young man such wealth? Crushing the cigarette, but... And Baoxing suddenly recalled Jiang Yan's serene visage. In those eyes, he discerned an unwavering confidence, an assurance that was anything but feigned. The shrill ring of his phone alarm jolted him back to reality. The hour of cool down had elapsed, and it was time to unearth treasures once more. Springing to his feet, his eyes alight with competitive fervor, he slammed the table and shouted into the empty air, "Show me a treasure chest worth 100,000 underworld coins. Let that young man see that I, and Baoxing, am not to be trifled with." Chapter 18. Reclaiming Antique Street, and Baoxing grasped a heavy, dark iron shovel in his hands. The shovel clashed against the office floor, producing a sharp sound. Before him materialized a blue treasure chest. Clenching his fists tightly, and Baoxing threw back his head and roared, "Aw! How could you treat me this way, heavens?" Since returning from the commercial street, he had unearthed several treasure chests, most of which were green, with a lone blue chest appearing once. And Baoxing gradually developed a clearer understanding of the quality of these chests. The white chest contained items valued at approximately 100 ghost coins, while the green held about 1,000. The blue chest was worth around 10,000 ghost coins. Should he manage to uncover a chest of superior quality to the blue, it should contain treasures worth a staggering 100,000 ghost coins. However, that hope seemed rather dim. After taking a few deep breaths, and Baoxing began to calm himself, muttering softly, "This is surely not my fault, right? My talent for excavating treasure chests has already yielded resources far exceeding those of others. The real issue lies with that scoundrel Jiang Yan." With a heavy heart, and Baoxing opened the blue chest before him, beginning to sift through its contents. Just then, the office door swung open, and Xiaohu hurried in, bowing his head beside Baoxing as he said, "Brother, the report from our faction has arrived. The losses are devastating. The Nanqing Hall has suffered a catastrophic blow. Either its structures have been obliterated, rendering them devoid of fundamental functionality, or its controllers have met with mysterious deaths, plunging it into a state of paralysis. Those who previously labored within the various halls have fled in terror. At this critical juncture, no one is contemplating returning to work. The entirety of the southern city has descended into chaos, with only a few places, predominantly official departments, managing to maintain operations akin to the headquarters of the Dingsheng Group. Brother, how shall we proceed with our next course of action?" And Baoxing had long since devised a plan and was eagerly awaiting the consolidation of information from below. He promptly inquired, "What is the situation on Antique Street?" Xiaohu was momentarily taken aback, perusing the report in his hands before responding, "Total annihilation." And Baoxing nodded slowly, stating, "First, dispatch personnel to eliminate the anomalies on Antique Street. We shall open for business tomorrow." "Open for business?" Upon hearing this command, Xiaohu's expression turned blank, momentarily unable to grasp Baoxing's line of thinking. In such a dire situation, his brother was still contemplating the sale of antiques? Observing Xiaohu's bewilderment, and Baoxing understood his thoughts and offered a subtle smile, saying, "It is not antiques we shall sell, but rather equipment, skills, and information. We will initiate the currency exchange for ghost money. All of this requires Antique Street as our foundation. By swiftly mastering this market and becoming the architects of its rules, we shall secure sufficient initiative for the future. In the current situation, there is nothing more crucial than establishing a brand new player market." Upon listening to Baoxing's explanation, Xiaohu finally grasped the gravity of the matter. Antique Street, situated in the old city of Nandu, is surrounded by residential areas and is a melting pot of diverse characters, imbued with a strong sense of the underworld, making it inherently a black market. Previously, some of the less reputable dealings of the Dingsheng Group were conducted discreetly in the vicinity of Antique Street. In this moment of eerie emergence, the open environment of Antique Street is precisely what allows frightened players to sense a modicum of safety. The Dingsheng Group is fully capable of maintaining order within this space, gradually erecting a set of market rules of its own. Once order is re-established by the Dingsheng Group, the potential gains will be unimaginable, not the interests of the old era, but fresh opportunities belonging to this strange new age. Xiaohu, with a solemn expression, declared, "Brother, your foresight is commendable. I shall personally lead the team." And Baoxing raised a hand to halt them, saying, "No, let Jiang Yan take the lead. You may assist from the sidelines." Xiaohu paused, bewildered. Jiang Yan? That high school student? Isn't that inappropriate?" And Baoxing replied calmly, "What? Do you have objections to my orders now? Xiaohu quickly lowered his head, asserting, I do not dare. I shall proceed as you command and gather the brothers now. And Baoxing smiled gently and instructed, make sure to bring along a few spirited individuals. Little Tiger immediately understood, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he nodded, reassuring, rest assured, brother, I will give this fellow a thorough test. In Xiaoxin's room, Jiang Yan was relentlessly pressing his advances. Initially, Xiaoxin had repeatedly rebuffed him, but she was now completely ensnared in Jiang Yan's tenderness and dominance. Instinctively mirroring his every move, almost surrendering herself entirely to him. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone pierced the air, startling both Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin from their fervor. As reason returned to her body, Xiaoxin let out a startled cry, curling up defensively, concealing her alluring form, and persistently pushing Jiang Yan away. Jiang Yan furrowed his brow, realizing that it was indeed his own phone that had disrupted the moment at such a critical juncture. Just as he was on the verge of winning her over, who could be so oblivious to interrupt this intimate encounter? What is it? Jiang Yan answered the call with irritation. The voice of Baoxing echoed through the line. Jiang Yan, do you remember what we discussed earlier? If you wish to marry my daughter, you must earn the respect of others. I have found a splendid opportunity for you. Take my men to the antique street in Nandu and eliminate a certain threat to the Dingxin group. Showcase your abilities well. If you can turn these individuals into your allies, you will have succeeded halfway. They are waiting for you downstairs. As he hung up the phone, Jiang Yan pondered. The antique street, is it? If memory serves me right, the first purple treasure chest has just appeared there tonight. The purple treasure chest is exceedingly rare once it spawns. All players within a 30-kilometer radius receive a system notification. It contains resources worth around 100,000 dark coins, with a chance of revealing hidden treasures, thereby attracting countless players to vie for it with fervor. However, what truly piqued Jiang Yan's interest was not the purple treasure chest itself, but rather the one that appeared during the first bizarre occurrence. According to the experiences gleaned by countless players from their past lives, the quality of chests that spawn during the initial bizarre event is, at most, blue. It is only during the second bizarre occurrence that there is a minuscule chance for a purple chest to emerge. Hence, the purple treasure chest that appeared tonight in the antique street must be due to some extraordinary circumstance. To Jiang Yan, the purple chest was not indispensable, yet the factors that led to its premature spawn intrigued him greatly. In his previous life, he had no opportunity to investigate the truths behind such anomalies. This time, however, the situation was entirely different. Jiang Yan reached out, playfully tapping Xiaoxin's pert form through the covers, and said, "Get dressed, we are setting out." And Xiaoxin, blushing profusely, buried her face deeper into the blanket and responded in a hushed tone. Chapter 19. Strike with Unrelenting Fury. As Xiaoxin leisurely donned her attire and descended the stairs alongside Jiang Yan, a formidable crowd had already assembled in the plaza outside the Dingxin group, standing in a dense formation, poised for action. The collective presence of these individuals exuded an intimidating aura, instilling a sense of trepidation in any ordinary observer who dared to cast a glance their way. At the forefront, Zhang Xiaohu caught sight of Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. He then pointed at Jiang Yan and proclaimed, "Brothers, greet Brother Jiang. Today's operation will be commanded entirely by Brother Jiang." Upon this declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. Numerous scrutinizing gazes fell upon Jiang Yan. Who is this kid? One voice murmured. Damn it. He's still clad in a high school uniform and has managed to become Brother Jiang? I refuse to accept this. If he leads us and something goes awry, what then? Let this child remain at home. Let Hu Ge guide us instead. Zhang Xiaohu, with a veneer of a smile masking his disdain, replied, Brother Jiang. These few brothers are merely inexperienced and harbor no intention of disrespect. Please, do not take offense. Jiang Yan surveyed his surroundings calmly and remarked, Uncle Lin is not present. Zhang Xiaohu's face betrayed his contempt, as he secretly mused whether this young man truly expected Uncle Lin to emerge and quell the dissenting voices among his peers. Indeed, a naive child who seems to be basking in some serendipitous fortune, having caught the eye of the lady. Zhang Xiaohu spoke languidly. Uncle Lin has more pressing matters at hand. He expressed his utmost trust in you, granting you full authority to command this operation. My life is entrusted to Uncle Lin. Since he believes in you, I, Xiaohu, shall do the same. Brother Jiang, please issue the orders. However, There is one stipulation that Uncle An previously mentioned. Zhang Xiaohu pointed at in Xiaoxin, declaring, "That place is perilous. Xiaoxin cannot accompany us." And Xiaoxin immediately protested, "That cannot be. I hold a significant position within Jiang Yan's team. My absence would severely diminish our offensive capabilities." As she prepared to voice more objections, Jiang Yan swiftly pulled her into his embrace. Instantly, her cheeks flushed, and she forgot half of what she intended to say. Jiang Yan gently caressed in Xiaoxin's hair, chuckling. "What if I insist on bringing her along?" Zhang Xiaohu's tone turned icy, his smile devoid of warmth as he retorted, "If Brother Jiang chooses to defy Uncle An's orders, we cannot be held accountable for the ensuing consequences." Jiang Yan grinned. He had anticipated that in Baosheng would not easily relent. The current situation was already quite lenient. Slipping into a secluded corner of the square, Jiang Yan casually produced 20 protective battle flags, planting them firmly into the ground. With a sardonic smile, he gazed at Zhang Xiaohu and his companions. "Let us engage. Test your skills." The square fell into an eerie silence for a moment. The 20 faced protective battle flag. Is this fellow planning to confront all 20 of us at once? The crowd exchanged glances, and Zhang Xiaohu, with narrowed eyes, let out a cold chuckle. Truly commendable. "Brother Jiang, rest assured, my comrades will show you some respect in front of Xian." The 20 individuals grinned menacingly, rolling up their sleeves and encircling him. Jiang Yan, seated comfortably on a stone bench, waved his hand nonchalantly. "Hit me with your best shot." The 20 were taken aback. Who was this young man issuing commands? Could it be in Xian? Just as they began to suspect Jiang Yan's mental acuity, a heavy sound of charging footsteps suddenly erupted in the square. With Zhu Gonglia's charge, the mist that had enveloped him dissipated abruptly. Boom! The robust, armored pig body collided forcefully against Zhang Xiaohu's chest. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes bulged, blood gushing from his mouth as he spun and flew backward, crashing into the already damaged ground of the Ding Sheng group, creating a massive crater. Were it not for the protective battle flag, that blow would have surely claimed Zhang Xiaohu's life. A series of gasps echoed throughout the square. What on earth is that? A grotesque creature? Alert! Alert! We are under attack by a strange entity. Despite their panic, the remaining 19 quickly regained their composure, forming a defensive formation in preparation for a counterattack. They were equipped with gear previously distributed by Baosheng, valued at 20,000 nether coins. If they could work together seamlessly, combating ordinary anomalies would not pose a significant challenge. However, what lay before them was not an ordinary anomaly, but rather Zhu Ganglai, a formidable opponent who had cost Jiang Yan several tens of thousands of nether coins, accompanied by a smoke charm. As the 19 individuals had just formed their formation, another eerie green entity, shrouded in swirling black smoke, emerged from the rear. The smoke charm's long, seaweed-like hair flowed freely without a breeze, and her green ghostly eyes, veiled in fog, appeared exceedingly terrifying. In her grasp, the cataclysmic hammer swung mercilessly toward the back of one adversary's head. Skill, bludgeon. With a resounding crash, the unfortunate individual's eyes bulged as he was smashed into the pavement. Had it not been for the protective battle banner, his skull would have shattered like a watermelon. Although bludgeon was ostensibly a control skill, in the hands of the smoke charm, who possessed dual specialties in strength and agility, it appeared utterly vicious. Simultaneously, Zhu Ganglai charged forward like a bulldozer, sending the frail humans flying in all directions, creating a scene of sheer horror. Under the dual assault, this once mighty team of 20 crumbled within a mere 5 seconds, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Groans echoed throughout as bloodied figures writhed on the floor, unable to rise. Jiang Yan, adorned with a rather unassuming black hat, lounged casually on a stone bench, his legs crossed, as he leisurely puffed on an old pipe shaped like a concealed black crow, exhaling a perfectly formed smoke ring. And Xiaoxin stood behind Jiang Yan, her delicate hands gently kneading his shoulders, showing no surprise at the unfolding events. After a considerable while, Zhang Xiaohu and the others, who had been thrown into disarray on the square, finally managed to rise unsteadily, although they had survived thanks to the protective battle flags. The recent near explosion of shadows was all too real. Upon raising his gaze, Zhang Xiaohu saw Jiang Yan lounging on a bench with his legs crossed, enjoying in Xiaoxin's massage while casually holding another 20 protective flags. With a languid smile, he inquired, "So, how do you find my 2 lackeys? Not too shabby, are they? If you're not convinced, we could always have a second round." Beside him, Zhu Ganglai cracked his fingers ominously, a wicked grin plastered across his pig-like face. The 20 individuals trembled in unison. The thought of humans serving as peculiar lackeys was simply too bizarre. Zhang Xiaohu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and chuckled bitterly. Brother Jiang, look at what you're saying. We're all family here. None of the brothers have ever doubted you from the very beginning. Jiang Yan nodded thoughtfully, pulling out 20 healing potions purchased from the market. While puffing on his pipe, he remarked, those who are convinced, step forward and call me Brother Jiang. From now on, we shall be brothers who would stake our lives for each other. Zhang Xiaohu was the first to approach Jiang Yan, bowing deeply as he proclaimed, Brother Jiang. This declaration held no trace of contempt whatsoever. Jiang Yan replied softly, handing Zhang Xiaohu a healing potion to restore his vitality. A voice filled with both respect and trepidation echoed repeatedly across the increasingly dilapidated square of the Dingxing group. Chapter 20. Is this treasure chest peculiar? Upon the distribution of 20 healing potions, Zhang Xiaohu and his companions radiated renewed vigor. Their gazes towards Jiang Yan underwent a profound transformation. The individuals who had risen from the shadows of the Dingxing group valued one thing above all: power. 1,000 arguments would pale in comparison to a single, decisive blow that would convey the message more persuasively. After the respectful chorus of Brother Jiang rang out 20 times, the matter of not allowing in Shaoxin to accompany them was never mentioned again. The antique street lay far from the West New District, where the Dingxing group was situated. Nestled within the old town of Nandu, Zhang Xiaohu personally drove, transporting Jiang Yan and Shaoxin and 2 peculiar entities along the ravaged streets. As they journeyed, Jiang Yan occasionally caught sight of the bizarre presences around them. Yet, at this pivotal moment of their exploration of the antique street, he found little inclination to stop and capture these anomalies for later use as evidence. Before the Bureau of Anomaly Hunters intervened, the peculiarities in Nandu were commonplace, far from rare. Suddenly, a series of muffled gunshots pierced the air, reaching Jiang Yan's ears. He raised an eyebrow. He recognized those sounds well. It was the distinctive report of a silver Glock. This firearm, priced at 3,000 soul coins in the system's marketplace, was an undeniable luxury during the initial onset of the anomalies. In his previous life, Jiang Yan had resorted to selling his possessions to acquire a silver Glock, but that was only after the third wave of anomalies had descended. Is it truly possible for someone to acquire that firearm at this moment? Jiang Yan followed the sound of the gunfire and glanced over. At the shattered window of a street-side residential building, a fleeting shadow appeared. To the astonishment of both Jiang Yan and in Shaoxin, the figure was clad in a uniform they recognized all too well. With his heightened agility, Jiang Yan not only discerned the uniform, but also the visage of the individual. Wang Huqing. A wave of shock surged through Jiang Yan, filled with disbelief. This Wang Huqing had been undeniably slain by Yan Mei within the confines of the school. Jiang Yan had witnessed his demise with his own eyes. How could he possibly reappear here? After a moment of contemplation, a playful smile crossed Jiang Yan's face as he calmly instructed, let us stop the vehicle. We are not far from the antique street. You and the others should proceed ahead and find a secure place to lay in wait. And Shaoxin and I will make our way there shortly. Remember, regardless of the circumstances within the antique street, you must not act until I arrive. Zhang Xiaohu, somewhat perplexed, complied and brought the vehicle to a halt. Jiang Yan produced 4 bottles of mist, enveloping his group within the obscurity, before taking in Shaoxin's hand and, with Yan Mei's assistance, gracefully ascended to the residential building without making a sound. Inside, a 14-year-old child was fervently bowing before Wang Huqing, weeping, thank you, brother, for saving me. Wu, my father, my mother, both fell victim to that strange creature. Wang Huqing gazed at the boy who was incessantly bowing in reverence, a smile gracing his lips as he crouched down and spoke. Poor child, what is your gift? The boy wiped away his tears and sobbed, my gift is resurrection. Wang Huqing's eyes flickered momentarily before he chuckled. That is indeed a remarkable gift. From now on, you shall follow your elder brother. I will take good care of you. The boy turned to glance at his parents' mangled corpses, along with the bizarre body not far away, which had been precisely shot in the head by Wang Huqing. He nodded earnestly. Yes, brother saved my life. I will belong to him from now on. Wang Huqing tousled the boy's hair and said with a grin, come, let us leave this place. The young boy timidly followed in Wang Huqing's footsteps and asked, brother, where are we going? With a slight curve of his lips, Wang Huqing replied, we are heading to the antique street. There lies something extraordinary, and once we acquire it, We shall become immensely powerful. As Wang Hucheng led the boy away, he remained oblivious to the fact that not far behind him, amidst a shroud of mist, two eerie figures stood silently, watching him depart. And Xiao Xian, perplexed, inquired, I recall, wasn't he killed by the phantom smoke? During that time, she had been slung over Jiang Yan's shoulder and had fainted for a while, leaving her memories quite hazy. Jiang Yan replied with a cold smirk, indeed, at that moment, he was dead, unless he also possesses the gift of resurrection. In a previous life, during a desperate escape, Jiang Yan confided in Wang Hucheng that his talent was resurrection. Jiang Yan initially believed that their mutual understanding of each other's abilities would foster better cooperation. Wang Hucheng, however, feigned exhaustion and did not disclose the nature of his own gift. When Wang Hucheng thrust Jiang Yan into the embrace of a monster, he justified his actions with the words, You have the gift of resurrection. Help your brother just this once. If Wang Hucheng's talent were indeed resurrection as well. A chill deepened in Jiang Yan's gaze. Antique Street. Jiang Yan mused with a hint of amusement, then declared, Let us follow and see. The distance to Antique Street was not far, and Jiang Yan's group trailed Wang Hucheng until they arrived at a dilapidated alleyway. This was the renowned Antique Street of the southern capital, once filled with ancient paintings and calligraphy, alongside various bronze artifacts deliberately aged in filth. However, now it was strewn with fresh corpses and blood, a scene of utter devastation. Amidst the scattered limbs and severed arms, Jiang Yan's eyes were drawn to a striking purple treasure chest, radiating a violet glow, silently awaiting in the center of Antique Street. Jiang Yan paused, momentarily stunned, while Xiao Xian inhaled sharply, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Upon catching sight of the violet treasure chest, the breath of Zhu Ganglai before him became noticeably heavy, and he lowered his voice, speaking with palpable excitement. Boss, there's a violet treasure chest ahead. Inside it lies resources worth 100,000 underworld coins. With just a word from you, I shall seize it for you. Jiang Yan furrowed his brow, resolutely declining. Do not rush. This is a ruse. When a violet treasure chest spawns, players within a 30-kilometer radius receive a system alert. The presence of this violet chest here, however, has not elicited any notification for me. Moreover, Jiang Yan observed a third entry of underworld coins appearing quietly on his player panel. Underworld coins increased by 3147. Underworld coins increased by 57. Underworld coins increased by 4941. Underworld coins increased by 1171. The first two entries corresponded to the recent enhancement of the Smoke Charm and Zhu Ganglai, respectively, each costing 10,000 underworld coins. The final entry, indicating an increase of 1171 underworld coins, suggested that before Jiang Yan lay an anomaly with a health value of 1171. This was a creature masquerading as a treasure chest. Let Wang Huiqing go first. Jiang Yan's gaze lingered contemplatively on Wang Huiqing. Wang Huiqing also halted, pondering for a moment, then smilingly addressed the small boy who followed closely behind. Do you see that violet treasure chest? Inside are abundant resources. Go and open it, and it shall all be yours. Chapter 21. Kill him. The young boy, in a state of partial comprehension, inquired, Why doesn't brother go? The elder sibling responded, With resources, I can protect us better. A fleeting smirk of disdain flickered in Wang Huiqing's eyes. Protect? What value do you possess that warrants my protection? He patiently elucidated. We are a team. You must grow stronger as well. The elder brother is already formidable. It is imperative that you open this purple treasure chest. Hurry, or you shall no longer be permitted to accompany me. Upon hearing Wang Huiqing's words, and Xiaoxin, concealed within the mist, wore a look of astonishment. In a hushed tone, only audible to Jiang Yan, she murmured, Is he endangering that boy? Although Xiaoxin was naive, lacking combat experience and resolve, she was by no means foolish. Wang Huiqing's actions were clearly designed to send the young boy forth as cannon fodder. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, nodding as he remarked with a hint of amusement. After all, the resurrection talent makes for excellent cannon fodder. Not everyone is fortunate enough to encounter a big brother like Uncle Zhang. Listening to Wang Huiqing, the young boy became elated, nodding vigorously with eyes filled with anticipation. Yes, brother is right. We are a team. Brother is so kind to me. Unaware of the danger, the boy dashed towards the purple treasure chest. With a determined effort, he lifted the lid, which swung open effortlessly. However, what awaited the young boy within was not an array of splendid treasures, but rather a terrifying death trap. The moment the lid of the treasure chest was lifted, a piercing crimson light erupted violently from within. It was a slender, sharp tongue, akin to a fine sword, lunging straight for the boy's heart. Critical hit, -1154. With a soft gasp, a gaping wound was pierced through the boy's chest. His eyes glazed over as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The onlookers were all taken aback by the staggering damage number. Even Jiang Yan was no exception. Presently, and Xiaoxin, if not for a critical hit, could inflict around 3,000 damage with a single shot. This was due to her SS-class Berserker talent, coupled with Jiang Yan's continuous infusion of power, which had bestowed upon her such formidable output capabilities. Yet, this purple treasure chest was capable of delivering over 1,000 points of critical damage. Such a terrifying level of harm was enough to instantly eliminate the vast majority of human players. And Xiaoxin instinctively inched closer to Jiang Yan, her voice trembling as she uttered, "This is not a treasure chest. It's a deception disguised as one." Jiang Yan glanced at his watch, comparing it with the memory of the first purple treasure chest's respawn time. If his recollection served him right, the purple treasure chest in the antique street from his past life had respawned after 2 hours. It was thus. Jiang Yan nodded slowly and remarked, "If we were to slay this peculiar purple treasure chest, it should indeed transform into a genuine purple treasure chest. This deviates from the conventional treasure chest respawn mechanism, which explains the anomalous appearance of the purple treasure chest in the first round." In his heart, Jiang Yan pondered, "It seems that in my previous life, someone dispatched by Uncle and encircled and exterminated this purple treasure chest anomaly, thereby obtaining the singular purple treasure chest now before us. For the sake of this treasure, it is likely that many perished on Uncle An's side in my past life." Not far away, Wang Hucheng was evidently startled by the terrifying critical damage emanating from the treasure chest anomaly, standing frozen in place for a moment before swiftly turning to flee. The anomaly was too fearsome. Should he confront it head-on, he risked suffering a significant defeat. Moreover, the thoughts that Jiang Yan entertained were parallel to those of Wang Hucheng. Given that a purple treasure chest would respawn here in 2 hours, it was likely that someone would eliminate this treasure chest anomaly after that time. It would be prudent to retreat to a safe distance and lie in wait, hoping to seize an opportunity for gain. However, Wang Hucheng's carefully laid plans were shattered in an instant as he turned to flee. Behind him, amidst an invisible mist, Jiang Yan's cold voice emerged. "Yin Meng, eliminate him." "Understood, boss." In the next moment, the mist dissipated, and a bizarre figure, shrouded in dark smoke, materialized before Wang Hucheng. The emaciated figure, clad in a ghostly green hue, flickered ominously amidst the swirling black smoke. Its eyes, ablaze with murderous intent, were particularly fearsome. Without a moment's hesitation, the calamity hammer descended upon Wang Hucheng. His pupils constricted in alarm as he barely lifted his silver Glock a mere half-inch, only to be struck head-on by the calamity hammer. A thunderous explosion resounded as Wang Hucheng's visage was shattered, blood gushing forth, and he collapsed to the ground. -447. Remarkably, Wang Hucheng's growth had been rapid, his life force having surpassed the 500 mark. Yet after being struck by the smoke specter, he remained alive. Trembling, he raised his gun in a feeble attempt to retaliate. However, the specter, with its elongated limbs and swift attack speed, seized the initiative, leaving no opportunity for Wang Hucheng to counter. Boom. The second strike landed squarely upon Wang Hucheng's chest. -474. His body convulsed once before succumbing to death, and Xiaoxin, unaware of the enmity between the two, gazed at the scene in astonishment and softly inquired, "Jiang Yan, weren't you good friends?" Jiang Yan replied with a faint smile, "Not anymore." He gestured towards the small boy's still warm corpse nearby, his eyes filled with a chilling resolve. He was a very wicked individual. In this world, having such a person by your side is far more perilous than facing the unknown alone. Ironically, this young boy also possessed the gift of resurrection. Deceived by Wang Hucheng into opening the treasure chest, how eerily similar he was to his past self, who was once pushed into a strange embrace by Wang Hucheng. And Xiao Xian silently nodded, acknowledging that Wang Hucheng was indeed a nefarious character. "What shall we do now?" And Xiao Xian inquired. Jiang Yan smiled and replied, "In half an hour, both of them will resurrect. We shall slay Wang Hucheng once more, and he will truly perish. During this interval, we can examine the peculiarities of this treasure chest." Jiang Yan gazed with keen interest at the bizarre purple chest not far away. At this moment, the mist enveloping them had dissipated. Observing Jiang Yan and Shao Xian from a distance, the members of the Ding Sheng group cautiously approached. Those who could enter the Ding Sheng group were formidable individuals, adept at murder and theft. Yet, even they, upon witnessing the carnage strewn across the antique street and recognizing some of the deceased, could not contain their revulsion. Zhang Xiao, whose complexion turned ashen, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit, he cursed at the cowardly individuals to bolster morale. After venting, Zhang Xiao, who furtively glanced at Jiang Yan. This high school senior, with an innocent countenance, appeared remarkably composed, as if he had grown accustomed to such sights. Zhang Xiao, who was taken aback, pondering, this is certainly not a facade of psychological resilience. What has this lad truly endured? Chapter 22. Give me a reason not to kill you. Jiang Yan spoke calmly. Zhang Xiao, maintain a distance of 10 meters behind me, stay vigilant, and do not fall prey to any ambushes. Remember, dealing with the anomalies is my responsibility. Your task is to take over this antique street for Uncle and ensure its operation before dawn tomorrow. Zhang Xiao was taken aback and instinctively replied, Brother Jiang, we are well equipped. Allow us to assist you. Before he could finish his sentence, a grotesque hand resembling that of a pig suddenly lunged at him. Grasping his neck tightly, Zhu Ganglai hoisted Zhang Xiao into the air, grinning malevolently. Listen to my boss, or perish. Zhang Xiao recoiled at the foul breath emanating from Zhu Ganglai, shuddering with palpable fear. Though not a coward by nature, maintaining composure in the face of such terrifying anomalies proved exceedingly difficult. He quickly capitulated, nodding repeatedly. All right, I will heed Brother Zhang's words. Only then did Zhu Ganglai unceremoniously drop Zhang Xiao onto the ground. Jiang Yan remarked coolly, you are far too weak. Your greatest contribution is not hindering my progress. Releasing in Xiaoxin's hand, he approached the purple treasure chest, stating calmly, when I instruct you to fire, you will shatter this chest. Recalling the over 1,000 damage dealt to that young boy by the purple treasure chest, and Xiaoxin felt an immediate surge of tension. She raised the muzzle of the fire qilin, poised for Jiang Yan's command. Yet Jiang Yan remained unfazed, approaching the purple chest, tapping its lid with his fingers, and calmly remarked, stop pretending. You are indeed quite tempting, but you are also rather easy to kill. If I am not mistaken, should I slay you, you would become the world's first purple treasure chest, would you not? A resource worth 100,000 underworld coins is enough to stir even my interest. Provide me with a reason not to eliminate you and claim the purple treasure chest. After Jiang Yan tapped it twice, the purple chest eerily opened its mouth and let out a sinister chuckle, declaring, a mere human dares to threaten me? Die. The chest's lid burst open with a thunderous clang, and a sharp tongue lunged out, aiming directly for Jiang Yan's chest. With a flash, the golden shield of the golden bell robe enveloped Jiang Yan, deflecting the tongue's assault. A damage indicator materialized above him. Critical hit, -1. Ingmei, Zhu Ganglai, and Xiaoxin. The vivid memory of the critical hit exceeding 1,000, which had instantaneously vanquished the young boy, lingered in their minds, leaving no room for doubt regarding the purple chest's formidable lethality. Yet, that same attack, when directed at Jiang Yan, registered an astonishing -1 damage? What the hell? Upon witnessing the damage indicator of -1, the purple treasure chest recoiled with an eerie shudder, leaping back a full meter. To its astonishment, 2 metallic purple legs emerged from beneath it, propelling it into a frenzied sprint. It was acutely aware of the formidable nature of its ambush damage. The fact that it could inflict only -1 damage upon this human player suggested something profound. This individual's attributes likely eclipsed its own by a considerable margin. This adversary was certainly beyond its capabilities. However, as it began to flee, the purple treasure chest felt as though it had become ensnared in a quagmire. Its speed significantly hampered. Just then, a weighty sound of something slicing through the air pierced the atmosphere behind it. Did my boss grant you permission to leave? The specter of smoke snarled, brandishing the cataclysmic hammer, which came crashing down upon the treasure chest's nape with ferocity. Skill, bludgeon. Before the chest could turn to investigate, it was struck squarely on the back of its head. The impact resounded with a thud, -471. Its legs buckled, and it collapsed onto the ground, sliding half a meter before finally coming to a halt. It had succumbed to the control effects of the bludgeon, feeling dazed and utterly incapable of rising. When the treasure chest regained its senses, It lifted its gaze to find Jiang Yan standing before it, one foot firmly planted on its lid, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Meanwhile, Xiaoxin held her fire-chilling gun directly aimed at the treasure chest's chest. To other human players, this bizarre entity is nothing short of a nightmare. It is exceedingly difficult to vanquish without incurring significant casualties. However, for Xiaoxin, a single silver bullet suffices. Regardless of whether it lands a critical hit, it will surely perish. The treasure chest creature trembles, exerting every ounce of strength in a futile attempt to rise and flee. Yet, Jiang Yan's foot, resting upon its lid, bears down upon it like an insurmountable mountain, rendering it utterly immobile. With a faint smile, Jiang Yan states, "This is your final opportunity. Provide me a compelling reason not to obliterate you and your treasure." The chest creature quakes as it pleads, "My talent allows me to sense the locations and qualities of treasure chests within a 30-kilometer radius half an hour in advance. If you slay me, it would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Spare my life, and I shall assist you in acquiring a plethora of treasures, just as these two entities do." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yan muses that this indeed is a remarkably useful ability. Although the first round only yields blue chests, the quality of treasures in subsequent rounds will undoubtedly escalate. Moreover, certain hidden resources within these chests cannot be procured from the marketplace. This creature, in conjunction with the operations of the Prosperity Group's task force, could generate considerable resource income and potentially grant him significant advantages. Furthermore, as a peculiar entity, this purple treasure chest, with a modicum of nurturing to enhance its vitality, could serve as an excellent source of wealth. After acquiring the enigmatic smoke charm and the formidable piggyback, Jiang Yan realized that, despite his ability to subdue the peculiar beings with relative ease, he would still need to nurture them once they joined his ranks. This nurturing process would demand a considerable amount of both his resources and energy. Regardless of where he invested his funds, the returns from entities with superior qualities were evidently far more lucrative. Thus, Jiang Yan contemplated raising the threshold for capturing such peculiar beings. Currently, his team lacked characters specializing in ranged magical attacks and powerful melee combat. If an entity did not conform to one of these two roles, Jiang Yan's standards would be exceedingly high. However, the peculiar purple treasure chest before him was sufficiently unique and worth capturing. Jiang Yan produced a blood-stained contract of peculiarities and pressed it against the face of the purple treasure chest, stating calmly, "You have persuaded me. Sign your name, and you shall accompany me henceforth." The purple treasure chest gazed at the eerie contract, letting out a profound sigh. It had fancied itself a hunter waiting for an unsuspecting prey, only to be confronted by a Tyrannosaurus Rex that trampled its tree into splinters. Who was this terrifying human? And from whence had he come? The first day of the peculiar phenomenon had barely passed, and yet he had already evolved to such an astonishing degree. As the purple treasure chest perused the contract, a whirlwind of thoughts surged within. Suddenly, its gaze caught the figure of 10,000 coins as a monthly salary, causing it to pause in disbelief. Rubbing its eyes, it exclaimed, "How much? A monthly salary of 10,000 coins. Chapter 23, Resurrection? Once more to kill." The purple treasure chest was consumed by a singular thought. Do I deserve this? It had annihilated an entire antique street, yet it garnered barely 3,000 underworld coins as a reward. Moreover, it had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the formidable administrators of the antique street. Currently, devoid of any living souls, the purple treasure chest could only wait idly, resulting in even lower earnings. Yet, this contract before it promised a monthly income of 10,000 underworld coins upon signing. Was this human player engaged in charity? The purple treasure chest's mind raced, its wariness evident as it inquired, "What if you run out of money later?" Jiang Yan chuckled softly, casually producing 2 stacks of gleaming underworld coins. He tossed one stack to Yan Mei and the other to Zhu Ganglai, stating nonchalantly, "Bonuses." Yan Mei cradled the golden coins in her hands, weeping as she knelt behind Jiang Yan, exclaiming, "Boss, in life, I am your deceit. In death, I am your demise. In this lifetime, my loyalty belongs solely to you." Her companions, who could comprehend her sentiments, understood that on her first day of employment, not only had she received an advance on her monthly salary, but she also acquired a bonus equivalent to 4 or 5 times her monthly pay. Those who were unaware would assume she had ascended to celestial heights. Zhu Ganglai crawled over to kiss Jiang Yan's heel, sobbing as he exclaimed, "Mua, to know the boss, Mua. I am truly fortunate." despite having done little. The bonuses were thrust into his hands as if carried by a powerful gale. Once again, reality demonstrates that choice is more significant than effort, even in the realm of the bizarre. The purple treasure chest, peering through the slightly raised lid, gazed at the spectacle before it, utterly astonished. That was a staggering 20,000 nether coins. A full 20,000. Was this human truly jesting? Jiang Yan then produced a gleaming gold coin and stuffed it into the mouth of the purple treasure chest, presenting another contract to its face. Calmly, he remarked, "If you sign this consumer guidance contract, I shall advance your salary for this month." Goodness, the sight of the coins blocking its mouth was undeniably humiliating. Yet, I find it utterly delightful. The purple treasure chest, moving with remarkable speed, extended a hand and inscribed its name on both contracts. Fearing Jiang Yan might change his mind, the bizarre contract dissolved into a crimson light and vanished, adding an exceptionally conspicuous purple treasure chest to Jiang Yan's entourage. Having instructed Zhang Xiaohu and his 20 companions to tidy up the mess in the antique street, Jiang Yan seated himself upon the lid of the purple treasure chest, awaiting the resurrection of Wang Hucheng while contemplating the chest's peculiar monetary strategy. So, when you remain stationary, your critical hit rate increases by 1 and damage by 1 point per second, up to a maximum of 100. Jiang Yan pondered deeply over the purple treasure chest's second talent. Unlike humans, who can possess only one talent with initially low attributes, the bizarre entities operate under different rules. However, the anomalies do not adhere to this rule. They can possess multiple talents and often have initial attributes that surpass those of humans. With each subsequent anomaly that emerges, its attributes experience a tremendous enhancement, continually suffocating the majority of human players. The second talent of this purple treasure chest anomaly indicates its suitability for ambush tactics, marking it as a naturally gifted assassin-type anomaly. Yet, the assassin's frailty renders it ineffective for generating wealth. Your appearance is too conspicuous, Jiang Yan remarked. The opponents we are destined to face in the future will be formidable beings. At that time, you will undoubtedly be their primary target for elimination. For your own safety, I believe it is essential for you to enhance your health first. Increase your strength to 50 before anything else. Although the purple treasure chest harbored some doubts, it complied and raised its strength to 50 points. Jiang Yan then equipped it with a set of gear that augmented health and attack speed, bringing the purple treasure chest's health to 2471. Observing the further increase in its income per second on the player panel, Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air. Jiang Yan turned to see a young boy, who had fallen victim to Wang Hucheng, jolting upright. His face still bore the remnants of despair and terror from the brink of death, an expression Jiang Yan was all too familiar with. In a previous life, I have experienced the cycle of death and rebirth more than once. Although resurrection is possible, the shadow of death and the profound terror of the divide between life and death are always starkly real. Do not fear, you are safe now. Jiang Yan, with a heart full of compassion, spoke softly. The individual you previously followed harbors malicious intentions. Continuing to associate with him will only lead to further betrayal. Next time, luck may not be on your side. If you seek an opportunity for work, you may join the prosperous group. I can offer you a position as a server in the antique street. Jiang Yan gestured towards the antique street behind him, where Zhang Xiaohu and his companions had been diligently working for half an hour, effectively clearing away the remnants of the corpse, ensuring that business could resume smoothly by morning. However, you are quite young, so I can only offer you half the wages. Having said this, Jiang Yan allowed the young boy to ponder the decision. Turning his gaze back to the lifeless form of Wang Hucheng, the boy observed the antique street gradually returning to life, then glanced at Wang Hucheng's corpse. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and said, "All right, I will go serve." He was merely young, not foolish. Having faced death once, he realized that Wang Hucheng's protection was illusory, and he was merely being used. Jiang Yan called Zhang Xiaohu over, entrusted the boy to him, and refrained from further involvement. To Jiang Yan's surprise, Zhang Xiaohu displayed an unusual kindness towards the boy. It was only upon inquiry that one discovered that when Uncle Wen took in Zhang Xiaohu, he was merely 14 or 15 years old, much like the young boy who had also lost his parents and found himself destitute on the streets. Someone had once held an umbrella for him, unable to bear witnessing the youth drenched in rain. Shortly after the boy's resurrection, Wang Hucheng's corpse trembled and slowly rose from the ground. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Jiang Yan's indifferent smile. "Welcome back, Wang Huqing," Jiang Yan said with a casual wave of his hand. "Eliminate him." Boom. The devastating hammer of the phantom fell upon the back of Wang Huqing's head. He spun and was sent flying towards Zhu Ganglai. With a swift motion, Zhu Ganglia's hand grasped Wang Huqing's body midair and slammed it forcefully into the ground. Boom. A crater was formed, and the twice-struck Wang Huqing inevitably met his demise once more upon the earth. What Jiang Yan failed to notice was that before Wang Huqing perished, a subtle glow of a skill flickered across his body. In that critical moment between life and death, Wang Huqing resolutely unleashed his refreshed skill, resetting the cooldown of his resurrection talent. Jiang Yan turned to Zhang Xiaohu and instructed, "Take this corpse to the pyre as well." Just as they dragged away Wang Huqing's remains, Jiang Yan's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Uncle N, who sounded exceedingly anxious. "Has the antique street been cleared?" The Dingxing building was bizarrely attacked by a wolf-like creature in broad daylight. "If you don't return soon, I might not survive." Chapter 24. The Enigmatic Demon Wolf. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. In his previous life, neither he nor Xiaoxin appeared in the commercial street, suggesting that the demon wolf had likely not suffered losses at the hands of Uncle N's group, and thus would not launch a night raid on the Dingxing building. He had managed to avert significant losses for Zhang Xiaohu and his team in the antique street direction, yet inadvertently attracted another formidable foe to the Dingxing building. Most of An Baoxing's resources had been invested in the 20 individuals led by Zhang Xiaohu, making it arduous for them to confront the ambushing demon wolf. Jiang Yan calmly stated, "Understood, Xiaoxin and I will return immediately to support you. Do not engage that creature directly. We shall discuss everything upon my return." The wolf-like entity encountered earlier in the commercial street possessed exceptional qualities, likely endowed with a talent for speed, aligning with the force-oriented path of anomalies. This was precisely the type of close combat powerhouse that Jiang Yan's team lacked. If he could subdue it, it would provide him with substantial assistance. Although Jiang Yan appeared invincible at present, he was acutely aware that it was far from the time to lower his guard. In 3 days, the first anomalous secret realm would emerge in Nandu. The entities within the secret realm would exhibit high intensity and often present formidable challenges. Should the anomalies within not be eradicated upon the realm's opening, they would multiply exponentially once the realm closed, subsequently manifesting in the real world. The bizarre entities within the secret realm possess an unfathomable strength that often defies reason. Frequently, one can only rely on wit to navigate such challenges. Once amplified 100-fold, these anomalies become entirely unmanageable for mere human players. This particular type of malevolence, which cannot be dealt with, is referred to as taboo. In the previous life of Nandu, the initial expedition to cleanse the first secret realm met with failure 3 days hence. A taboo entity known as the Reaper's spirit child emerged in the vicinity of Nandu, transforming a substantial part of the city into a forbidden zone, from which not a single human player emerged unscathed. From Jiang Yan's perspective, even he would face dire consequences if he were to confront the Reaper's spirit child in reality. For the sake of his own safety, Jiang Yan could not allow the Reaper's spirit child to escape the confines of the secret realm. It must be eradicated within its confines. In stark contrast to the perilous nature of the secret realm lie the bountiful rewards. All players who enter will receive rewards commensurate with their contributions, with the potential to discover hidden resources, based on the information Jiang Yan gathered in his past life. The total resources dispensed by a single secret realm could amount to around 500,000 underworld coins. Naturally, the number of human players participating in the secret realm will also be significant, resulting in considerable fluctuations in the resources allocated to each individual. Furthermore, the density of anomalies within the secret realm presents an excellent opportunity for Jiang Yan to amass wealth, whether to mitigate danger or to acquire resources. Jiang Yan must engage in this inaugural secret realm of Nandu. Prior to that, he hopes to refine his team's composition as much as possible. Without further ado, Jiang Yan swiftly seized An Xiaoxin and boarded the vehicle just driven by Zhang Xiaohu, racing back towards the Dingxing group. As Jiang Yan caught sight of the Dingxing tower from a distance, he noticed it was illuminated by several flames, making it conspicuously prominent against the night sky. Behind the glass façade, approximately 20 stories high, he could vaguely discern the bizarre silhouette of the magical wolf, crouched behind a wall, tending to a wound on its body, illuminated by the flickering firelight. It appeared that the personnel of the Dingxing group had managed to confine this enigma, creating considerable difficulties for the creature. In the back seat of his vehicle, the 3 other anomalies were present. Yet Jiang Yan's line of sight was solely occupied by the magical wolf. The player's interface distinctly displayed the income of EAN coins attributed to the wolf's presence. EAN coins 3678. The life force of this magical wolf anomaly was now even greater than it had been during their encounter earlier in the commercial district. Jiang Yan abruptly slammed on the brakes, coming to a halt, and narrowed his eyes, commanding, "Disembark and take a shot at it. Do not use silver bullets or skills. Remove your fire Qilin and gold and silver terror wolf equipment." And Xiaoxin immediately opened the car door, readied her sniper rifle, and, adhering to Jiang Yan's instructions, aimed at the magical wolf revealed by the flames, pulling the trigger. The deafening blast of the gun echoed through the night. From the muzzle of the Thunder Barret, a half-meter bolt of electric energy erupted, akin to thunder cleaving the sky. The terrifying, searing bullet transformed into a streak of violet lightning, carrying with it a cataclysmic force that shattered glass and struck the enigmatic wolf demon. Eerie, purplish-black blood instantly gushed forth from the creature, splattering an entire wall. Critical hit, minus 3,574. A piercing scream of agony erupted from the creature's mouth, unmistakably laced with terror, much like their earlier encounter in the bustling commercial district. And Xiaoxin had only managed to strike once, yet this bizarre wolf demon was left teetering on the brink of death, under Jiang Yan's guidance. And Xiaoxin had deliberately disarmed 2 of her weapons. Otherwise, the damage inflicted by that shot would have been exponentially more devastating. Had the demon perished then, Jiang Yan would have missed a golden opportunity to expand his team. The wolf demon, momentarily stunned, mistakenly believed it had narrowly escaped death once more, its legs trembling in fear as it darted into another room, hiding in the shadows. Jiang Yan slammed on the accelerator, bringing the vehicle to a halt beneath the towering edifice. The demon's speed was noticeably diminished compared to earlier. His swiftness seemed to be entwined with the essence of slaughter, yet constrained by time. We ascended the staircase, floor by floor, in search of the creature. The swiftest among us, Yin Mei, led the charge, sweeping through each level like a tempest, relentlessly pursuing the elusive trail of the wolf demon. Relying on his remarkable agility, Jiang Yan stood at the stairway, attentively listening to the sounds emanating from that floor. Zhu Ganglai, the purple treasure chest, and then Xiaoxin lingered beside him, revealing not a single flaw. As they meticulously searched each floor, upon reaching the 15th, Yin Mei encountered a bizarre assault from the demon wolf while opening a door. A coarse, blackened claw, grotesque and fierce, lunged forth from behind the door, propelled by a malevolent wind, striking Yin Mei squarely in the face. Minus 847. Boom. The enigmatic figure of Yin Mei, shrouded in swirling black smoke, was sent hurtling backward, crashing through 2 walls before finally coming to a halt. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. The demon wolf's damage was indeed formidable. He glanced at the earnings displayed on his player panel, 1047 under the category of nether coins. This creature had recently been reduced to a mere 100 health points, yet in the brief span of time, it had regained such a considerable amount. Did it possess a passive healing ability? Jiang Yan nodded with keen interest, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, it is a remarkably formidable anomaly." Realizing it was trapped within the high-rise building with no escape, the demon wolf, now driven to madness, displayed a pair of blood-red eyes filled with a savage intent to kill. "Awoo!" The demon wolf howled, leaping towards Yin Mei with ferocity. Unyielding, Yin Mei sprang into action, ready to engage in a fierce battle with the demon wolf. At that moment, a green paper airplane resembling a ghostly bill drifted gracefully into the air, piercing into the eerie and menacing jaws of the monstrous wolf. Chapter 25. Do you still need a watchdog, boss? Pierced by a paper airplane made of hell money, the demonic wolf jolted with an eerie shiver. With a reflexive swipe of its claws, it tore the paper airplane down. Upon discerning it was a Tinyuan hell note, the demonic wolf abruptly pivoted and glared fiercely at Jiang Yan, roaring, "Human, you dare to insult me? This will be the most regrettable decision of your life." Its powerful hind legs stomped the ground, unleashing a force that shook the entire prosperous building 3 times. The demonic wolf transformed into a shadow, accompanied by a fierce wind, and lunged at Jiang Yan. Beside him, Zhu Ganglai was poised to raise his shield, but Jiang Yan pulled him back. With a serene expression, Jiang Yan advanced towards the wolf's claws, resembling a warrior calmly embracing death. A crimson light blazed in the demonic wolf's eyes. Human, die. Boom. The vicious claws descended upon Jiang Yan's face. Had he been an ordinary human, that blow would have obliterated his head like a watermelon. Yet, Jiang Yan remained unscathed. A thin damage number floating above him, -1. An absolute attribute suppression. The demonic wolf's eyes narrowed to pinpricks, its fur standing on end as it felt the chilling shadow of death enveloping it. In that moment, it envisioned itself being shattered into fragments by the terrifying human before it. To its astonishment, however, Jiang Yan remained composed after enduring the wolf's claw, as if completely unfazed. Jiang Yan offered no retaliation, merely observing the peculiar demon wolf with a playful glimmer in his eyes, asking nonchalantly, "Have you had your fun?" The demon wolf gulped heavily, its ebony visage marred by embarrassment as it slowly retreated. "It's all a misunderstanding. You, a grand figure, should not stoop to the level of a mere dog. If a dog bites you, surely you wouldn't retaliate, would you?" The demon wolf backed away towards a shattered window, contemplating an escape by leaping down. Being on the 15th floor, the likelihood of a fatal fall was considerable given its attributes. However, remaining in the vicinity left it with a guaranteed chance of being slain by this terrifying human. A leap from the window still held a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a frigid iron hammer pressed against its back, as Yin Mei stood behind it, coldly stating, "Did my boss permit your departure?" The demon wolf froze in place, cold sweat trickling through its fur. Zhu Ganglai, grinning savagely, cracked his knuckles ominously, advancing closer. "Boss, just give the word, and this wolf shall be reduced to mere minced meat." Zhu Gonglia's face was alight with a twisted excitement. The demon wolf, awakening from its daze, finally recognized the oddity of the situation before it. Seizing its last chance for salvation, it pleaded, "Master, do you require a guard dog?" I am quite proficient." With a playful smile, Jiang Yan effortlessly produced a peculiar contract and presented it before the enigmatic wolf demon, calmly stating, "Sign this, or face death." Upon uttering the word death, and Xiaoxin, standing behind Jiang Yan, raised the fire qilin, its ominous barrel brimming with a terrifying intent to kill. The wolf demon shuddered, scarcely glancing at the contents of the contract, and hastily inscribed his name. The strange contract transformed into 2 streams of crimson light, each merging with Jiang Yan and the wolf demon. Jiang Yan then retrieved 4 bottles of mist, enveloping the 4 peculiar beings accompanying him in a shroud of fog, before ascending to the top floor of the building in search of Baosheng. As he climbed the stairs, he encountered a formidable group of armed individuals descending in formation. Leading them was Baosheng, wielding a bloodied axe, his face etched with a chilling aura of determination. Behind him trailed nearly 100 members of the Dingsheng group. Though apprehensive, none displayed a hint of retreat. Upon seeing Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin, both unscathed, Baosheng finally exhaled in relief, pulling Xiaoxin close for a thorough inspection before asking, "What of the wolf?" Jiang Yan replied, "I have dealt with it." Baosheng paused, studying Jiang Yan's calm demeanor. After a moment of silence, he nodded in approval, saying, "Well done. I did not misjudge you. Now, take Xiaoxin upstairs to rest." Jiang Yan arranged 4 peculiar entities within his room, and, following Xiaoxin, swiftly retreated into her quarters. Faced with the choice between an all-night endeavor of counterfeiting currency and indulging in debauchery, Jiang Yan resolutely opted for the latter. Baosheng, having dealt with the aftermath and ensured the well-being of his subordinates, finally returned to his office. The haunting visage of that fearsome demon wolf, along with Jiang Yan's nonchalant assertion of having managed the situation, continuously echoed in his mind. Could it be that such a terrifying anomaly held no significance in Jiang Yan's eyes? Casually, Baosheng opened a treasure chest and then picked up the phone to dial Zhang Xiaohu's number. "Xiaohu, what is the situation on Antique Street?" Zhang Xiaohu recounted in detail the events that transpired while addressing the issues on Antique Street. He relayed how Jiang Yan, while in the square, effortlessly summoned 2 dreadfully powerful entities, delivering a severe beating to Zhang Xiaohu and his 20 companions, nearly annihilating them. Additionally, it was reported that Jiang Yan subdued a purple treasure chest on Antique Street and ruthlessly eliminated a boy who bore a striking resemblance to one of their former high school classmates. His methods were remarkably brutal and decisive, Baosheng's expression shifted repeatedly. "What do you perceive Jiang Yan to be like?" he inquired, narrowing his eyes. Zhang Xiaohu remained silent for a moment before gravely responding, "Uncle N, I cannot fathom him. However, I can sense that he is formidable. There exists a certain innate aura of strength that is characteristic of true warriors. Uncle Yan, I have a deep admiration for him. Although he is significantly younger than I am. And Baosheng paused for a moment in silence before nodding and saying, I understand. You have worked hard tonight. The antique street must open early tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohu nodded earnestly, assuring, rest assured, Uncle Yan. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from Zhang Xiaohu's direction. What on earth is that? Who just jumped out of the fire? Wow, he runs really fast. And Baosheng furrowed his brow and inquired, what is happening? Zhang Xiaohu turned around and was taken aback. To clear the antique street, they had kindled a fire to burn the bodies within. Just moments ago, a person engulfed in flames had burst forth from the inferno, seizing the moment of shock among everyone to swiftly vanish around the corner. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head, chuckling. It's nothing, Uncle Yan. Perhaps someone was fully dead and we mistakenly burned him. Meanwhile, a young boy standing beside Zhang Xiaohu gazed intently at the fleeing figure. Murmuring in a voice only he could hear, he resembles that older brother named Wang Huqing. In Xiaoxin's bedroom, a mischievous Jiang Yan grinned and playfully exclaimed, Hey, little beauty, where do you think you're running off to? He then playfully pinned the blushing Xiaoxin onto the bed. Chapter 26. You go to the town witnessing Jiang Yan, akin to a nefarious wolf stealing chickens, and Xiaoxin was enveloped in shyness, persistently resisting his advances. However, Jiang Yan, armed with the experience from their previous encounter, navigated the situation with ease. In but a few exchanges, he rendered Xiaoxin breathless and utterly weakened, devoid of any strength to resist. In the dimly lit confines of Jiang Yan's bedroom downstairs, four enigmatic figures shrouded in mist convened for a tea discussion. Who, one might ponder, is our esteemed boss? The magic wolf, having just replenished its vitality, cautiously inquired, still in a state of alarm. Unable to extricate itself from the shadows of death, feeling exceedingly anxious. Zhu Ganglai took a sip of tea and grunted, Our boss is an exceedingly terrifying human. Having accompanied the boss for such an extended period, I have yet to witness him act personally. Yan Mei nodded in agreement, articulating her belief that the boss had not encountered a target worthy of his intervention, hence his inaction. The magic wolf's attributes were not significantly inferior to ours. A full-force strike could only diminish the boss's vitality by a mere point. How terrifying! As the lid of the purple chest was lifted, a pair of hands glistening with a metallic purple sheen emerged, gracefully lifting a teacup to sip, and spoke cryptically, Fortunately, the boss harbors no intent to harm us, wishing instead for us to carry out his tasks. Otherwise, none of us will survive. To be frank, when the boss stepped on me, I felt as though I had seen my great-grandmother. The wolf murmured, Do you know what the boss likes or dislikes? The room fell into a sudden silence, with several pairs of peculiar eyes staring at one another. Even the earliest follower of Jiang Yan, Yan Mei, had only been with him for a mere day and had yet to grasp his temperament. Zhu Ganglai suddenly chuckled, saying, I know, the boss certainly does not like you. The wolf was taken aback, and the fur that had just begun to settle bristled once more as he asked, Why do you say that? Zhu Ganglai replied, The boss has advanced us a month's salary and guided our expenditures, yet he has not offered you any advice. The boss must not like you. The purple treasure chest cackled, looking at the wolf with a mischievous glint in its eyes. That makes sense. Just as an eerie bout of bullying was about to commence, the door to Jiang Yan's bedroom was suddenly knocked upon, and Baosheng's voice echoed out, Jiang Yan? It's me, and Baosheng. I have something to discuss with you. The four peculiar beings paused in surprise, simultaneously setting down their teacups. The purple treasure chest exclaimed, Oh no, Yan Mei, quickly go and summon the boss. Yami reacted swiftly, flinging open the window with grace, and gently tapping on Xiaoxin's window. Inside the room, Jiang Yan had just stripped his beautiful companion bare, leaning down to kiss her when the sudden knock at the window startled him. He looked up, his expression filled with irritation, glaring at Yami. Taken aback by Jiang Yan's fierce gaze, Yami nearly lost her balance in the air and murmured softly, Boss. And Baosheng is looking for you. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes in exasperation. How bothersome. Could one not enjoy a peaceful midnight snack? And Xiaoxin, nestled in Jiang Yan's embrace, blushed deeply, beginning to struggle as she whispered, Hurry up. What if Dad finds you in my room? What am I to do? Reluctantly, Jiang Yan donned his clothes and stealthily made his way down the corridor to his own room. Faced with Baosheng's questioning gaze, Jiang Yan calmly fabricated an excuse. I went out for a patrol. He casually opened the door and sat at his desk, casually inquiring, "Uncle Lin, what brings you here?" After a moment of silence, and Baoxing regarded Jiang Yan, finally saying, "Thank you for taking care of Xiao Hu and the others. And thank you for returning to support me. Without you, the Dingxing group would have suffered significantly today." Jiang Yan waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. "We are family. There is no need for such formalities." And Baoxing gazed deeply at Jiang Yan, affirming, "Indeed, we are all family, so let us forego unnecessary pleasantries. Replacing wine with tea, let us share a cup." Jiang Yan raised his teacup and clinked it within Baoxing's. And Baoxing remarked, "Tomorrow, the antique street will open for business. I hope you can oversee the market. From now on, it will be entrusted to you and Xiao Xian to manage. Xiao Hu and the others will assist you." According to Baoxing's experience, establishing a trading market among human players would undoubtedly entail numerous challenges in the initial stages. A robust enforcement is essential to ensure the antique street operates smoothly. Entrusting the antique street to Jiang Yan also signifies Baoxing's sincerity. This responsibility not only implies duty but also connotes wealth and power. Henceforth, this territory will be governed by Jiang Yan's decree. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan nodded and replied, "Certainly." In his previous life, the antique street indeed evolved into the largest player trading market in Nandu. With his own contributions in this life, success is naturally more assured. Moreover, Jiang Yan's vast reserves of soul coins will afford him greater opportunities within the antique street. Observing Jiang Yan's composed demeanor, Baoxing patted him heavily on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. "Good lad, my daughter did not misjudge you. Forge ahead. The Dingxing group will belong to the two of you." As he was about to leave, Baoxing suddenly paused, casting a questioning glance at Jiang Yan in the room, and inquired, "You weren't in your own room just now. You didn't sneak over to Xiao Xian's, did you?" "Young man, I must warn you, she has just turned 18. You are not to lay a finger on her. If you do, I will not let you off easily. Do you understand?" Jiang Yan's smile faltered as he scratched his head awkwardly and said, "How could that be? I was merely concerned about any strange occurrences that might ambush us, so I was just checking the surroundings." And Baoxing snorted, "It better be that way. Although you are strong, I, Uncle Lin, am no pushover. Should you dare to bully Xiao Xian, do not blame me for making mincemeat out of you to feed the dogs." As Baoxing departed, Jiang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He climbed back through the window into Xiaoxin's room, continuing his clandestine pursuits. Upon seeing the mischievous Jiang Yan return, Xiaoxin, who had just regained some strength, let out a startled cry and quickly curled up under her covers. Jiang Yan, unceremoniously, squeezed in beside her, enveloping her in his embrace. You should go back to your own room." Xiaoxin exclaimed, her face flushed as she persistently pushed him away. Jiang Yan grinned mischievously, "I won't. My room is haunted by 4 ghostly entities. It's quite eerie to sleep alone. Your bed is so warm. Wait, who permitted you to put on clothes? I had a hard time getting you undressed." Xiaoxin, with little resistance, feebly struggled in his arms, her voice a soft lament. "No. Please don't." Chapter 27. Seize the blossoms while they bloom on this night. The blossoms of youth unfurled upon the bed, Xiaoxin had long since committed herself to Jiang Yan, and after a brief period of bashfulness, she began to indulge in his affections. Jiang Yan, having endured myriad hardships in a previous life, cherished the hard-won bond between them, showering her with tenderness that allowed Xiaoxin to savor the exquisite beauty of forbidden fruit amid her pain. As dawn broke, with the antique market soon to open, Jiang Yan found himself utterly at a loss, unable to rouse Xiaoxin from her slumber. "I'm in agony," Xiaoxin nestled deeper into the covers, persistently resisting Jiang Yan's attempts to coax her awake, her voice laced with embarrassment and indignation. "You've nearly worn me out. I truly cannot get up. You should go without me. I need to rest today." Jiang Yan, with a hint of exasperation, reminded her, "Do you remember the incident yesterday with that ferocious wolf that ambushed us here? It is not safe for you to remain." He understood all too well that, in these turbulent times, his presence was her only assurance of safety. If Xiaoxin stayed in the Dingxing building, he would be deeply concerned for her well-being, fearing she might fall victim to a mysterious attack. Although this young woman had become a formidable force, capable of inflicting dread-inducing damage with a single shot, even Jiang Yan was reluctant to face her firepower. Yet, high damage did not necessarily equate to superior combat prowess. Caught off guard by the peculiar and multifaceted tactics, and Xiaoxin might not be able to retaliate, and being swiftly eliminated was not an impossibility. To be frank, Jiang Yan did not care for the lives of everyone in the Shengfeng group, including in Baoxing. However, and Xiaoxin absolutely could not perish. This was true both in terms of romantic feelings and team dynamics. With a pitiful expression, and Xiaoxin lamented, "But I truly cannot even stand up." Jiang Yan recalled the moment he had carried in Xiaoxin to the restroom, and a wry smile crept across his face. It was evident that she was not feigning. The pain of losing her innocence was secondary. The main issue was that although Jiang Yan had been gentle the previous night, his considerable strength of 200 points had undoubtedly made its mark. Under the overwhelming pressure of such power, even the most tender of Jiang Yan's actions were more than Xiaoxin could bear. Furthermore, Jiang Yan discovered that with increased strength, the duration of intimacy had also extended. Had Xiaoxin not pleaded earnestly, Jiang Yan would not have ceased his endeavors so soon. Leaning closer to Xiaoxin's ear, he whispered, "Just put in a little effort. I will carry you. If you refuse to get out of bed, I shall continue with the unfinished business from last night." Witnessing the shameless man making yet another advance, and Xiaoxin's face paled in fright, prompting her to hastily support herself and rise from the bed. Although the night was enchanting, she was truly exhausted from the trials faced. If Jiang Yan were to approach again at this moment, and Xiaoxin sensed that it was likely she would perish in his embrace. As Jiang Yan carried Xiaoxin away from the Dingxing building, they encountered in Baoxing. The formidable magnate of Nandu scrutinized them with a penetrating gaze, questioning, "What is going on between the two of you?" Jiang Yan casually responded, "She hasn't fully awakened. I'm merely carrying her so she can rest a bit on my back. Is it so unusual for a couple to do this?" Before he could finish his statement, Jiang Yan swiftly dashed out with Xiaoxin on his back. Four enigmatic figures, shrouded in mist, dashed ahead of Jiang Yan, clearing the path while simultaneously generating a steady influx of ghostly currency. Ghostly currency added, 3774. Ghostly currency added, 58. Ghostly currency added, 5071. Ghostly currency added, 2471. Ghostly currency added, 3865. Having personally eliminated Wang Huqing the previous day, the peculiar minions of Yanmei gained a slight boost in vitality, now providing an income of 58 ghostly coins per second. Moreover, the purple treasure chest and the magical wolf had adjusted their attributes and equipment overnight, resulting in minor fluctuations in vitality. The per second ghostly currency income had escalated to a staggering 15,239 yuan. Jiang Yan placed Xiaoxin in the passenger seat, driving while observing the surreal currency generation in the rearview mirror, all the while contemplating his current team configuration. Incorporating the demonic wolf into the fold was indeed a sagacious decision. Jiang Yan had already invested tens of thousands of underworld coins in Yanmei and Zhuganglai. The demonic wolf had only recently pledged allegiance, and in his eagerness to share a romantic evening with Xiaoxin, Jiang Yan neglected to bestow any coins upon it. However, in terms of attributes and combat prowess, the demonic wolf was not vastly inferior to Yanmei and Zhuganglai. As for the violet treasure chest, its combat capabilities were markedly superior to the other three peculiar entities. Were it not for its unique talents, Jiang Yan would not have considered its recruitment. This exemplifies the considerable disparities brought about by varying qualifications. Although financial investment invariably yields strength, the rate of conversion is not uniform. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yan presented the demonic wolf with a contract for an advanced salary, complete with guidelines for expenditure. The demonic wolf had been anxious the previous night, fearing that Jiang Yan harbored genuine dislike for it due to the absence of comparable treatment. Upon gazing at the contract, it was instantly filled with elation and promptly inscribed its name. Jiang Yan examined the attributes and equipment list of the demonic wolf and discovered that its strength-oriented path of development aligned exquisitely with his aesthetic preferences. Without needing any direction from Jiang Yan, the demonic wolf had already allocated its strength points to 50. Its equipment primarily enhanced health and attack speed. Jiang Yan then offered a sum of 10,000 underworld coins to the demonic wolf, selecting 3 entry-level, cost-effective, non-growth sets. Activating the attributes of the 3-piece set elevated its health by over 1,000 points, bringing its total health to 4,975 points. The eyes of the demon wolf gleamed, and unrestrained tears streamed down from the corners of its mouth. It had long harbored a longing for these outfits, yet had been unable to afford them. The sudden possession of 10,000 dark coins allowed the demon wolf to savor the exhilarating sensation of being supported by a benefactor. Simultaneously, its gaze towards Jiang Yan grew increasingly filled with reverence. It was a well-known fact that financial investment would undoubtedly lead to strength. Just how formidable was this individual who could so nonchalantly produce 10,000 dark coins? An enigmatic powerhouse indeed. Upon reaching the antique street, the thorough cleaning conducted by Zhang Xiaohu and the others throughout the night had transformed the street from its previous state of ruin and bloodshed. Although a faint metallic scent still lingered, the various stalls and goods displayed along the roadside infused the area with a newfound vitality. As the time for the market's opening approached, Zhang Xiaohu and his companions erected a sign announcing the sale of player equipment, yet no one seemed to come forth. This marked the second day since the strange occurrence, and few, like Jiang Yan, had adapted to the upheaval. Even groups like the Dingxin Corporation, which banded together for safety, were scarce. The overwhelming majority remained huddled in corners, trembling in fear, overshadowed by the menace of the bazaar. Thus, at this critical juncture, the sign erected by Zhang Xiaohu failed to attract any human players for trade. "Brother Jiang, the situation is far from ideal," Zhang Xiaohu remarked with a wry smile, scratching his head. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said, "You simply lack the acumen for management. Follow my advice." Chapter 28. The Safety Zone of Antique Street. Soon, under Jiang Yan's initiative, the sign at the entrance of Antique Street underwent a transformation. A large crimson banner was draped across the broken advertisement board at the entrance, boldly emblazoned with 3 striking characters, Safety Zone. Beside it, a loudspeaker played a looping recording of Zhang Xiaohu's voice, continuously proclaiming, "Within the Safety Zone, the lives of all human players will be safeguarded. No bizarre entities or humans can commit murder within Antique Street." On Baosheng's objective in taking over Antique Street was to establish a new order for human transactions, with safety being of paramount importance that must be ensured. In this moment of unforeseen chaos and rampant slaughter, what do the surviving humans yearn for the most? Naturally, it is the word safety. In comparison to safety, the notion of trading pales significantly. Jiang Yan adeptly identified the core issue, providing the human players around him with an irresistible reason to gather. As for trading, an increase in foot traffic would naturally lead to a surge in transaction volume. After all, holding on to ing coins serves no purpose. They must be exchanged for resources that can enhance their survival capabilities, enabling them to carve out a path in this terrifying world. The stalls within Antique Street were initially reserved for leasing. However, at present, it was the Dingxin Group's personnel who were setting up shop, offering commonplace equipment and skills for sale, albeit at prices approximately 10 lower than those in the system's marketplace. Most of these items were obtained by Baosheng from his own treasure chests, merely serving as a facade. After surveying the surroundings, Jiang Yan began to rummage through his pockets. One by one, he discarded equipment and skills, each priced in the thousands by the system, onto various stalls, having directly purchased them from his own shop. Remarkably, the prices of these items in the Antique Street were 10 lower than those in the system's marketplace. Consequently, Jiang Yan was undoubtedly at a loss. However, with a mere glance, he could instantly acquire 16,000 underworld coins, rendering such trivial losses inconsequential. His primary focus was to establish a steady flow of customers and a new commercial ecosystem. The future profits from this Antique Street would far surpass his current investments. Soon enough, each stall was adorned with several formidable pieces of equipment and skills. For the current human players, acquiring items worth thousands of underworld coins remained a considerable challenge. After arranging the stalls, Jiang Yan proceeded to find a well-preserved shop on the roadside and seated himself inside, instructing Zhang Xiaohu to erect a large sign outside. The sign read, "Underworld coin loans, equipment rentals, employment tasks, information trading, grains and oils, high-priced recycling." When Zhang Xiaohu set up the sign, he himself found it hard to believe. The enterprises Jiang Yan was preparing to undertake were undeniably lucrative ventures. This is entirely on a different level compared to the rudimentary business model of setting up stalls in the Antique Street. As a member of the Dingxin Group, Zhang Xiaohu was well aware that while the profits from such ventures could be substantial, the underlying support required was equally daunting. If one lacked the necessary capability yet insisted on pursuing such a business, it would likely lead to an untimely demise, the manner of which would be utterly unknown. He cautiously offered a word of caution, but upon seeing Jiang Yan's indifference, he could only depart in disappointment, continuing to manage the order within the antique street. As Jiang Yan raised the banner of a safe zone, the human players, who had been trembling in the corners, began to tentatively venture into the antique street. At this critical juncture, the official organization, the Hunter Bureau, had yet to make its appearance, leaving the survivors in Nandu engulfed in immense fear. Uncertain of what the next day would bring, some pessimists even believed that human civilization had entered a countdown, succumbing to despair and taking their own lives. Suddenly, the emergence of this antique street promising safety appeared to be a beacon of hope amidst the darkness for all human players. Yet, upon entering the antique street, they soon discovered that the situation here seemed starkly different from the chaos outside. While the outside world was filled with ruins, mountains of corpses, and eerie phenomena, the antique street was orderly, with vendors still plying their trade. Is it truly a guarantee of safety? A middle-aged woman, covered in dirt and grime, huddled in the corner at the entrance of the antique street, whispered in a barely audible voice. The individual was evidently paralyzed by fear, reluctant to enter the antique street despite the presence of fellow humans. Zhang Xiaohu, adhering to Jiang Yan's instructions, responded with a gentle smile, assuring him, "Rest assured, we are all quite formidable. The anomalies here have been vanquished by us. As long as you remain within the confines of the antique street, you are utterly safe. Neither humans nor anomalies shall pose any threat to you." The middle-aged woman scrutinized Zhang Xiaohu intently before summoning her resolve and hastily entering the antique street. After a few minutes of realizing she had, indeed, encountered no danger, and amidst the palpable sense of humanity surrounding her, she regained the security that comes from being part of a community. Overcome with emotion, she erupted into tears, sobbing uncontrollably, her grief profound. Jiang Yan observed this scene from within the shop, reflecting on the harsh realities of life. In this challenging world, everything seemed expendable. In his previous life, Jiang Yan had been a participant in this tragedy, feeling its weight acutely. To be granted a second chance to rectify all his past regrets was, indeed, his greatest fortune. The antique street swelled with an increasing number of people, most of whom had come to benefit from the safety provided, rather than to shop. However, as they began to relax, their attention was inevitably drawn to the myriad of enticing goods displayed at the surrounding stalls. These items promised to afford them greater opportunities for survival, allowing them to face the menacing anomalies without fear of imminent peril. A shrewd-looking middle-aged man disdainfully scoffed, "Humph. Since there is already a safe zone, why would I spend money on equipment?" Zhang Xiaohu, standing a short distance away, replied courteously, "Well, you could set up a stall and sell off the gear you no longer need. We offer a grand opening promotion where stall rental is completely free, and we only charge a modest 0.5 commission on each transaction. After all, you are in a safe zone, so having equipment is of little use, isn't it?" As he spoke, he pointed to a short sword at the middle-aged man's waist and added with a smile, "That soul-bound equipment can be sold to the shop at half price, exchanged entirely for soul coins. Once a player has used an item, it becomes soul-bound and cannot be traded to others." The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly. He chuckled dryly a couple of times, but did not engage further. It is clear to anyone with sense that the ability to survive must remain in one's own hands. This safe zone may appear secure, but who knows how long that security will last? If this safe zone were to be breached tomorrow, he would perish faster than anyone without his equipment. Could the price for these shoes be lowered a bit? I truly desire them." A voice, tinged with desperation, emerged from a nearby stall. Chapter 29. Jiang Yan is Zhou Ba Pai. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Yan turned his gaze and discovered a diminutive man standing before a stall of the Dingxin group. His eyes fixated on a pair of shoes priced at 3,500 Ming coins, his face awash with longing. In addition to enhancing mobility, these shoes boasted a passive ability that increased speed by an additional 30 while cloaked. After a 10 discount, their cost at the stall was reduced to 3,150 Ming coins, proving far more economical than purchasing directly from the marketplace. The small man's talent was likely related to stealth, thus intensifying his desire for these shoes. However, the sales representative overseeing the stall shook his head and declined, stating that the price was already quite reasonable. With a bitter expression, the small man lamented, "But I only have 2,800 Ming coins." The stall attendant gestured towards the sign Jiang Yan had just crafted, suggesting, "You could consider taking out a loan." The small man was momentarily taken aback. "A loan? Is there such a diverse array of services in this safe zone?" Have even banks emerged here? Skeptical yet intrigued, he stepped into Jiang Yan's shop. Behind the glass display, Jiang Yan perched atop the lid of a purple treasure chest. The shadow cast by his black hat obscuring half of his face. He took a puff from an old pipe, and amidst the swirling smoke, his voice emerged, raspy yet inviting. What services do you require? This appears to be a hidden attribute of the ancient pipe belonging to the obscure Black Raven. Once Jiang Yan takes a puff, the ensuing minute will render his voice hoarse and deep, reminiscent of the call of the night raven. For reasons unknown, the moment the frail man entered the shop, an icy chill enveloped him, as if an omnipresent malevolence wrapped around his being. Every hair on his body stood on end, and he felt his hands and feet tremble uncontrollably. One cannot entirely blame him. After all, the establishment housed four eerie entities concealed within a thick fog, laden with an oppressive atmosphere. Under the influence of the obscure Black Raven's trio of items, Jiang Yan certainly did not project an aura of benevolence. I wish to borrow 315 underworld coins, the frail man stammered, his voice quivering as he disclosed his intent. Jiang Yan nodded and presented a bloodstained, peculiar contract. The contract stipulated the total loan amount, a monthly interest rate of 1, compounded, with any overdue period exceeding 3 days calculated as a full month, while no interest would accrue if the period was less than 3 days. Most significantly, the contract declared that should the borrower meet an untimely death, the system's marketplace would automatically repurchase all of the borrower's equipment at half price, utilizing the proceeds to repay Jiang Yan the principal and interest owed. In his previous life, Jiang Yan had encountered similar contractual clauses, which the system would duly honor. The frail man scrutinized the contract multiple times, a tempest of indignation swirling within him. Those heartless capitalists, devouring their prey without leaving a trace. He spat. Each pore exudes the foul stench of money. You all ought to be hung from the lampposts. Very well. The slender man inscribed his name, and the eerie contract transformed into 2 beams of blood light, merging into the bodies of Jiang Yan and the man. Jiang Yan handed over 315 ghost coins. This loan was likely to result in a loss for Jiang Yan. A mere 3 ghost coins and interest accrued over a month is not an insignificant sum for the current players, yet it is easily manageable to repay. In this process, Jiang Yan bore the weight of a peculiar contract, priced at 100 ghost coins. It was essentially a venture marked by losses yet aimed at generating buzz. However, it was indeed a critical moment to create that buzz. Once the players' habits were successfully cultivated, the lucrative nature of this business would truly manifest. Jiang Yan was hardly perturbed by this minor loss. He then summoned Zhang Xiaohu, took a puff from his pipe, and inquired, "Has the nearby restaurant been cleaned up?" Along the periphery of this antique street, numerous shabby eateries existed, properties of the Ding Sheng Group, yet they were not given due attention. Zhang Xiaohu had not intended to heed the request, but upon Jiang Yan's arrival that morning, he instructed him to send people to clear out the remnants of these shabby establishments, retrieving numerous cooking utensils and ingredients. Jiang Yan calmly stated, "Find a brother who can cook and have him fry rice at one of the stalls. He should stir it slowly and continuously. Once it's ready, let the brothers share it. A portion of fried rice is sold for 1 ghost coin. This price may appear modest, yet it is, in fact, exorbitantly high. Prior to the strange occurrences, a serving of egg fried rice merely cost a few dozen coins. However, now, a few dozen coins cannot even procure a single ghost coin. No one would be foolish enough to exchange ghost coins for currency, and consequently, no relevant exchange rate exists. In other locales, a serving of fried rice priced at 1 ghost coin would undoubtedly go unnoticed. Yet here, in the antique street, a secure zone, a plate of safe egg fried rice naturally possesses a greater intrinsic value. Soon, the entire antique street was suffused with the tantalizing aroma of egg fried rice. Many players, since the onset of the peculiar events, had not consumed any food. Heightened tension can momentarily overshadow hunger. But now, the fragrance wafting through the air made many human players in the antique street begin to salivate. The first bowl of egg fried rice was delivered into Jiang Yan's hands, and the flavor was delightful. Jiang Yan deliberately held the bowl of fried rice, squatting by the street, devouring it voraciously while emitting pig-like sounds. Delicious. Truly delicious. Awoo-woo. Smack smack. His manner of eating was rather unrefined, yet for those starved, it was akin to a spiritual nuclear explosion. Before long, a long queue formed in front of the fried rice stall. Many individuals entering the antique street had resolved to remain there indefinitely, eternally benefiting from the safety of the zone. Jiang Yan could not possibly expel these potential consumers. Instead, he revealed a more pragmatic facet of this world to them. In the afternoon, he arranged for the clearance of several adjacent residential buildings that had yet to collapse, offering a bed for 10 dark coins per night. Jiang Yan gestured towards the old, 5- or 6-story buildings beside him and proposed a lucrative venture. Zhang Xiaohu was momentarily taken aback, then gave Jiang Yan a thumbs up, sincerely exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, you must have been surnamed Zhou in your past life. Otherwise, your skinning technique would not be so adept." Jiang Yan chuckled softly. These enterprises, be it loans, food, or accommodations within the safe zone, were, in fact, gradually developed by the Ding Sheng Group in a former life. Jiang Yan merely condensed this process, conveniently appropriating the credit for himself. As word spread, an increasing number of individuals sought refuge in the antique street, nearly everyone clutching a bowl of fried rice. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance, reminiscent of the footsteps of some colossal entity. All eyes turned towards the source, and the once vibrant antique street fell into an eerie silence. A creature, nearly 10 meters tall, with limbs as slender as reeds and a disturbingly disproportionate form, emerged slowly from behind the corner of a building. Its terrifying, jet-black eyes fixated intently on the antique street. Here, there was a palpable scent of the living. Chapter 30. A single shot in silence in the desolate antique street. A palpable tremor swept through the eyes of every onlooker. Eerie. It was undeniably eerie. My heavens. Such an overwhelming strangeness. It is utterly terrifying. This anomaly must possess great strength. A middle-aged woman grasped Zhang Xiaohu's arm with a fierce grip, causing him pain, as she shrieked in accusation. "Did you not assure us that this place was safe? Why has this anomaly appeared here?" A voice nearby shouted, "I knew they were all swindlers. Run quickly. It'll be too late if you hesitate." One person took the lead, and the crowd in the antique street began to flee in haste, a chorus of angry curses erupting. "Damn it. You tricked me into spending a ghost coin on a bowl of fried rice. Do you truly believe that this meal is worth a ghost coin? You know the answer well. Swindlers. All of you are swindlers. How could I have ever trusted you?" Amidst the chaos, Jiang Yan emerged from the shop, carrying in Xiaoxin on his back. The approaching anomaly was far too significant for either Jiang Yan or in Xiaoxin to overlook. Boom, boom. The pounding footsteps grew increasingly urgent, intent on crashing into the antique street to ensnare all the living souls within. They were vibrant, lively ghost coins, enticingly fragrant. It was simply irresistible. In the depths of the anomaly's pitch-black eyes, an insatiable greed and excitement flickered. Jiang Yan cast a brief glance at his player panel. The eerie entity, marked with a value of 2,182, appeared formidable, yet bore only a meager amount of vitality. It was a FA-odd of strength, lacking substance. Jiang Yan remarked casually, "Take a shot at it with a silver bullet." The creature, though seemingly terrifying, was rendered a perfect target in the hands of Xiaoxin, a marksman possessing lethal precision. With poise, Xiaoxin raised the Barrett rifle, effortlessly aiming at the creature's head. A thunderous roar erupted as a brilliant blue-purple lightning surged from the muzzle, a fiery silver bullet transforming into a streak of lightning, striking the creature squarely between its brows. Critical hit, minus 6,147. Player in Xiaoxin has slain the entity, contribution, 100. The rewards flooded in. 10, 211 in ghost coins, an increase of 1 free attribute point in the acquisition of the dark magic eye accessory in the damaged exoskeleton shield, alongside the item known as the putrid flesh of the entity. And Xiaoxin's player panel displayed a cascade of rewards. Under normal circumstances, such a creature would necessitate the concerted effort of numerous players to bring it down, with the potential for casualties. However, in Xiaoxin, imbued with hundreds of thousands of ghost coins by Jiang Yan, was anything but normal. With a single shot, the creature fell, and all rewards were seamlessly transferred into Xiaoxin's system space. And Xiaoxin gazed at the result of her shot, her drowsy eyes suddenly widening in astonishment. Could it be this exhilarating? She began to genuinely appreciate the sheer joy of being a pampered, reckless individual under the protection of a powerful benefactor. Jiang Yan, unfazed, turned and returned to his establishment, once again perching himself atop the lid of a violet treasure chest. A twinge of resentment flickered within him. The thrill of effortlessly vanquishing a colossal monster in a single shot which in Xiaoxin now savored, would remain forever beyond his grasp. Regrettably, he had never experienced such a sensation in his past life either. How he longed to try it. It was not until 3 minutes after Jiang Yan settled down that the once silent antique street began to regain some semblance of activity. The individual who had initially led the charge in fleeing, vociferously hurling profanities, had barely crossed the threshold of the antique street when the gunfire erupted. And Xiaoxin's shot was so formidable that it captured the attention of all present. That enormous critical damage number was witnessed by everyone. They all stood there dumbfounded. The middle-aged woman who had been spewing invectives rubbed her eyes in disbelief, murmuring, "Just now, that girl. How much damage did she inflict in one shot?" A young man, utterly astonished, stammered, "If I'm not mistaken. Over 6,000? Good heavens. That damage is utterly absurd. I can barely manage to deal 60 damage myself." Such a bizarre occurrence unfolded in an instant. Upon regaining their composure, those who had vehemently proclaimed their intent to flee the antique street and spewed forth a plethora of unpleasant remarks now found themselves sheepishly retracting their feet, settling down in a corner of the antique street with newfound decorum. At this juncture, they finally grasped the true weight of the word safety zone that hung at the entrance of the antique street. Zhang Xiaohu lit a cigarette, his countenance exuding confidence and composure, yet the tempest of emotions within him was no less turbulent than that of the others. And Xinxin, whom Zhang Xiaohu had watched grow up, was an exceptionally gentle and demure young woman. How could she suddenly transform into a formidable figure capable of inflicting over 6,000 damage with a single shot? Zhang Xiaohu felt as though his entire worldview was crumbling before this singular display of power. "Huge brother," one of the group members inquired nervously, standing beside Zhang Xiaohu, "if Xinxin is this strong, how terrifying must Jiang Gu be?" And Xinxin's recent display of prowess indeed left everyone in a state of shock for an entire year. However, those with discerning eyes could easily perceive that Xinxin was unwaveringly loyal to Jiang Yan. In fact, that very shot was executed with Jiang Yan's guidance. To possess such a woman was, in itself, an unspoken testament to one's strength. No one had yet witnessed Jiang Yan in action, but no one dared to question his might any longer. As time passed, more and more individuals gathered within the antique street. The sudden arrival of the bizarre phenomena, while causing immense upheaval within human society, harbors a singular objective: the extermination of humanity. The fundamental infrastructure was not entirely obliterated during the initial manifestation. Thus, mobile phones and the internet remain, albeit barely, functional. The safety zone of the antique street was soon disseminated through various channels by those who initially congregated there. Now, on the second day of this bizarre incursion, the notion of a safety zone has scarcely been mentioned, save for the antique street presided over by Jiang Yan. It is precisely due to the scarcity of safety that this unique antique street has swiftly transformed into a beacon of hope for all human players in the southern city. Waves of human players, risking ambushes by the bazaar along the perilous journey, converge from all directions towards the antique street. This thoroughfare, in a remarkable turn of events, has become even more bustling and vibrant than before the bazaar's arrival, teeming with crowds and bustling activity. As the number of visitors swells, the volume of transactions within the antique street escalates rapidly. Jiang Yan has successfully secured numerous loan agreements, amounting to over 30,000 underworld coins dispersed. Those with foresight have begun to seize this opportunity, setting up stalls to generate income within the antique street. Inspired by the atmosphere, and Xiao Xin ventured out to claim a stall of her own, selling equipment and items acquired from her recent encounters with the bazaar. While these items seemed utterly useless within Jiang Yan's team, they emerged as rare treasures in the eyes of ordinary human players. With each sale, someone would find themselves utterly impoverished. However, Jiang Yan is likely to gain an additional loan client as a result. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, prompting Jiang Yan to furrow his brows in concern. A disheveled man, covered in dirt, tightly grasped in Xiaoxin's sleeve, exclaiming, "Xiaoxin, I've finally found you. The outside world is perilous. Come with me. I can protect you. Many classmates are with me, and together we can survive." Chapter 31. Dare to lay hands on my woman? And Xiaoxin was taken aback when a filthy man seized her sleeve, clearly startled and at a loss. Instinctively, she attempted to pull her arms away twice, yet the man's grip was too tight, rendering her unable to escape. Her petite face was etched with panic and anxiety. Jiang Yan, holding a pipe, approached in Xiaoxin from behind and coldly inquired, "Do you require assistance?" Hearing Jiang Yan's calm voice behind her, and Xiaoxin felt a surge of relief and admonished, "Li Ming, release me at once." It was then that Jiang Yan recognized the dirty man before him, Li Ming, the class monitor from their senior year. His clothes were tattered and covered in dust, and only upon closer inspection could one discern that they were their school uniforms. Jiang Yan vividly recalled that in his previous life, Li Ming had recklessly urged all classmates to secure the doors and windows, thereby severing the best opportunity for escape for the entire class. He had ultimately perished in the assault of the smoke demon. However, this time, due to Jiang Yan's intervention, Li Ming had managed to survive until now. Seeing Li Ming's grimy hand firmly grasping and Xiaoxin's sleeve, Jiang Yan was suddenly reminded of the moment during the chaos in the classroom when this scoundrel had taken advantage of the situation to inappropriately touch his female deskmate. His gaze instantly turned icy. How dare this lecherous scoundrel extend his hand towards my woman? Release your filthy hand. Did you not hear me? With Jiang Yan's reprimand, a colossal shadow of a pig unexpectedly loomed behind Li Ming. As the fog lifted, Zhu Ganglai pressed Li Ming's shoulder and forcefully threw him to the ground. A dull thud echoed as a dent formed in the cement floor. This strike was not intended to kill Li Ming, but it certainly inflicted some damage. Li Ming's anguished scream attracted many curious gazes in the antique street. Jiang Yan, with a stern expression, casually tossed another mist vial, enveloping the now visible Zhu Ganglai once more in a shroud of fog. Li Ming, oblivious to the fleeting appearance of Zhu Ganglai, attributed the act to Jiang Yan. Sitting on the ground, he pointed at Jiang Yan, weeping and hysterically shouting, "You hit me. How dare you hit me? Where are the administrators? This is a safe zone. He attacked me. Someone kicked this disruptor of order out of the antique street. Otherwise, I will smash the sign of your safe zone." Upon hearing his cries, a crowd gathered, eager to witness how the antique street would resolve this conflict among humans. For the safe zone to establish itself, it needed not only to keep the bazaar at bay, but also to establish a set of rules among its inhabitants. Jiang Yan coldly retorted, "I am the administrator. You initiated the attack on the stall owner in the antique street, and I am merely upholding order. Now, I kindly ask you to leave the antique street. Otherwise, I will have to resort to force to remove you." As soon as these words were spoken, not only did the onlookers fall silent, but even the incessantly crying Li Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. "You? An administrator?" Li Ming scrutinized Jiang Yan, mocking, "Jiang Yan, we are classmates and know each other well. You haven't even graduated from your senior year, and you expect to establish a secure zone in just one day? Must you put on such airs? Where is the real administrator? Why doesn't he show himself?" Among the spectators, someone quietly remarked, "He might actually be. I just took out a loan of 3,000 ghost coins from this young man. The entire antique street is filled with makeshift stalls, and he is the only one with a proper shop. Who else could it be? I've been here." And it was indeed this person who first grabbed hold of that girl and wouldn't let go. The young lady was merely trying to sell her wares. Goodness, daring to tug at a girl who can deal 6,000 with a single shot. This fellow truly seems to have a death wish. At that moment, many recognized Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin. Though they had not made many appearances, this pair left a striking impression. The glances directed at Li Ming began to grow peculiar. It was evident that Li Ming had just arrived. Otherwise, how could he dare to act so brazenly with Xiaoxin? The memory of her extraordinary display, dealing 6,000 in a heartbeat, remained vivid in everyone's minds. Zhang Xiaohu pushed through the crowd, his face filled with hostility, and shouted, "Who dares to cause a ruckus in my brother Jiang's territory? Brother Jiang, is this brat the one stirring trouble?" Zhang Xiaohu pointed an accusatory finger at Li Ming, his face devoid of courtesy. "Do you know why this antique street is so safe? It is because brother Jiang watches over us all. Your attack on the vendors here is a blatant violation of our rules. How dare you speak ill of brother Jiang? Brothers, throw this scoundrel out." Seeing a group of burly men encircle him from all directions, Li Ming immediately cowered, screaming, "Wait, Jiang, brother Jiang, we are classmates. Just last week, when the teacher called on you to recite, who was it that prompted you from below? It was me. You cannot treat me this way," Li Ming pleaded. Jiang Yan scoffed, dismissing him entirely as he turned to lead Xiaoxin back to his shop, soothing his lover's emotions and leaving Zhang Xiaohu to handle the situation. The members of the Dingxing group possessed considerable experience in maintaining order within their territory. In a flurry of hands, the group of men hoisted Li Ming and began to carry him towards the exit of the antique street. Once ejected, he would have to confront the ever-present lethal dangers that lurked outside. Li Ming struggled vehemently, pleading incessantly, but he was no match for the strength of these men. The onlookers merely relished the spectacle, with not a single soul coming to Li Ming's aid. He was in the wrong. Upholding the order of the safe zone benefited everyone. As they passed Jiang Yan's shop, Li Ming noticed a sign hanging at the entrance that read information trading. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with hope, and he shouted, Jiang Yan, Jiang Yan, I have crucial information to trade with you. More than 20 treasure chests are all gathered together. I will take you there. Please don't let them throw me out. I will stick with you from now on. Just give me a meal. The burly men remained utterly unmoved, preparing to toss Li Ming out when they heard Jiang Yan's voice resonate from behind. Wait a moment. Jiang Yan stood at the entrance of the shop, gazing at Li Ming with narrowed eyes, inquiring, more than 20 treasure chests, all together? Li Ming nodded vigorously, yes. I speak nothing but the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yan produced a stack of green ghost coins, totaling 1,000, and tossed them in front of Li Ming, stating coolly, take me there, and this 1,000 ghost coins will be your reward. But should you dare to deceive me, I will take your life. Jiang Yan's threat seemed light and devoid of weight. However, Zhang Xiaohu shivered profoundly, feeling 2 beads of cold sweat trickle down his back. Li Ming nodded repeatedly, collecting the 1,000 ghost coins from the ground. His demeanor transformed into one of obsequiousness, completely devoid of the earlier defiance he had shown toward Jiang Yan. Such a shift from arrogance to servility was truly laughable. Jiang Yan returned to the shop with Zhang Xiaohu and produced 100,000 ghost coins, distributing 20,000 each to the purple treasure chest and the demon wolf, instructing, this is your reward. Guard this place. If any strange entities invade, kill them without mercy. Should any humans cause trouble, follow Zhang Xiaohu's directives. The remaining 60,000 ghost coins were entirely entrusted by Jiang Yan to the purple treasure chest. He remarked, utilize this sum to invigorate the business of this shop. Do not indulge in idleness. I shall return to scrutinize the accounts. Chapter 32. A feast on his leg. The purple treasure chest, with its gentle exterior, had long served as a stool for Jiang Yan amidst the mist. At this moment, it opened its lid respectfully, accepting Jiang Yan's 60,000 underworld coins, and solemnly declared, thank you for your trust, boss. I shall certainly strive to perform well. This purple treasure chest was not particularly suited for Jiang Yan's party during their explorations. However, when paired with the sufficiently formidable combat prowess of the magic wolf, it proved quite fitting for managing the antique street's business affairs. Having settled matters regarding the antique street, Jiang Yan, accompanied by Xiaoxin, Zhu Ganglai, and Yin Mei, prepared to investigate the area where Li Ming claimed over 20 treasure chests were congregated. Jiang Yan was somewhat skeptical about the information exchanged with Li Ming. Theoretically, the appearance of treasure chests was entirely random. It seemed implausible for so many to accumulate in one place. Yet, Jiang Yan recalled a similar tale from his past life, where an individual stumbled upon a fortuitous location brimming with treasure chests, amassing nearly 100,000 underworld coins and ascending to become one of the most illustrious human players in the southern city at that time. However, this individual appeared to be less fortunate, as he inexplicably met his demise in his own home on the eve of the second bizarre calamity. For Jiang Yan, the wealth of 100,000 underworld coins was not particularly substantial at present. Nevertheless, he remained intrigued by the prospect of a substantial gathering of treasure chests, as they might conceal hidden resources unavailable in the marketplace. Even if Li Ming had spoken falsely, this expedition would still offer the chance to eliminate any scoundrel daring enough to take advantage of in Xiaoxin, rendering it worthwhile regardless. Jiang Yan grasped in Xiaoxin's delicate hand, leading her through the mist alongside Zhu Ganglai and Yin Mei as they departed from the antique street, gesturing for Li Ming to take the lead. A flicker of surprise danced in Li Ming's eyes. Jiang Yan had ventured out alone. As for in Xiaoxin, Li Ming regarded her as inconsequential. In tumultuous times, he was all too aware of how easily one could manipulate a woman of gentle disposition. What a splendid opportunity. If only he could eliminate Jiang Yan, and Xiaoxin would be his. Li Ming's heart raced with excitement, and Xiaoxin was undoubtedly the most beautiful girl in the entire school, and his momentary lapse had allowed Jiang Yan to whisk her away. Li Ming had languished in regret over this misstep the previous night. Yet, he maintained a fervent and obsequious smile as he guided Jiang Yan and in Xiaoxin swiftly along a familiar path. As Li Ming traversed increasingly familiar terrain, even navigating the ruins with ease, the glimmer of intrigue in Jiang Yan's eyes deepened. Li Ming had discovered over 20 treasure chests, yet chose not to open them. Instead, he sold the information to Jiang Yan, undoubtedly due to the lurking dangers nearby. Given the peril, it was improbable that Li Ming would remain active in that vicinity. However, his current familiarity with the route suggested it was not a quest for treasure, but rather a return to his home. From the moment Li Ming had spotted in Xiaoxin at the market stall, he had yearned to leverage his status as a classmate and monitor to forcibly take her away. Following her rejection, he had even resorted to direct physical force, attempting to pull in Xiaoxin away. Had it not been for the throngs of people in the antique street, Li Ming would undoubtedly have committed more egregious acts towards Xiaoxin. Having survived the bizarre calamities 3 times, Jiang Yan possessed a profound understanding of the malevolence inherent in human nature. The foul intentions of Li Ming were transparent to Jiang Yan, who chose not to expose him, instead following closely behind with a sardonic smile, curious to witness the machinations he was concocting. "Let us hasten our pace. We are almost there." Li Ming turned to smile at Jiang Yan and in Xiaoxin, his gaze momentarily drifting to their entwined hands, a shadow of malice flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he quickened his stride, circumventing a dilapidated corner before vanishing from Jiang Yan and in Xiaoxin's view. In that fleeting moment of disappearance, Li Ming leapt forcefully, as if crossing an invisible barrier before him. The sinister grin on his face became uncontrollable as he retrieved a collapsible baton from his pocket, concealing it within the shadows of his body while glancing back. Jiang Yan and in Xiaoxin soon emerged around the corner, only to trigger a concealed trap embedded in the ground with their footfalls. A resonant electronic blast echoed forth. A surge of blue electricity coursed around Jiang Yan and in Xiaoxin, instantaneously paralyzing their muscles. And Xiaoxin felt her body freeze, unable to move, her beautiful eyes widening in alarm as she exclaimed, "What is happening?" Jiang Yan remained silent, merely observing Li Ming from a distance with an amused gaze. Li Ming grinned maliciously as he drew out the baton in his hand. "Hee. Jiang Yan, thank you for the splendid gift. I shall take good care of in Xiaoxin. Die." With that, he swung the baton down toward Jiang Yan's head, the sound of the air being sliced through was chilling, revealing his intent to hold nothing back. With the force that Li Ming had deliberately augmented, this strike was lethal. Jiang Yan's gaze remained indifferent, not even flickering an eyelid. Bang! The baton struck Jiang Yan's forehead, and a damage number appeared, -1. Stiffened by the impact, Jiang Yan was sent sprawling backward onto the ground. A morbid excitement flushed Li Ming's cheeks as he ignored Jiang Yan entirely, reaching out to grasp the collar of Xiaoxin's garment. "You belong to me." His voice was sharp and distorted. In his mind, Jiang Yan, having received such a brutal blow, was surely dead. The damage number was a mere afterthought as Li Ming began to fantasize about violating Xiaoxin, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Just as Li Ming's hand was about to seize Xiaoxin's collar, a ghostly green hand suddenly emerged from the mist beside her, clutching Li Ming's arm amidst swirling black smoke. Li Ming's body stiffened abruptly. An intensely frigid sensation crept over his skin, climbing upward as if it sought to freeze his very flesh and blood entirely. This sensation was one that Li Ming had experienced before, eerily familiar. Slowly he turned his head, and through his trembling vision, he beheld an apparition that had inexplicably materialized beside him. This ghastly figure stirred the most terrifying memories within Li Ming's heart. Was this not the very monstrosity that had once ravaged his school? Why had it suddenly manifested here? Mei grasped Li Ming's wrist and inquired, "Boss, shall we eliminate it?" Jiang Yan gradually rose from the ground, shaking his head. "No need. We have yet to find the treasure. Zhu Ganglai, you may feast on one of his legs." A greedy chuckle emanated from the swirling mists nearby. Finally, some meat to savor. Being the boss's pig is truly a delight. As the fog dissipated, the colossal and terrifying form of Zhu Ganglai loomed beside Li Ming. With a swift motion, he seized one of Li Ming's legs and devoured it whole. Crunch! Blood splattered, coursing down Zhu Ganglai's chin. In mere seconds, Li Ming's leg was consumed as effortlessly as a watermelon. "Ah, please no." Li Ming's anguished cries echoed through the ruins, reverberating in the desolation surrounding him. Chapter 33. What kind of man are you? Jiang Yan held Xiaoxin close, instinctively shielding her eyes from the gruesome scene before them. The chilling scream of Li Ming sent a shiver through Xiaoxin's delicate frame, causing her to instinctively nestle closer into Jiang Yan's embrace. Jiang Yan calmly remarked, "Do you think your survival outside the antique street was mere luck? That place is my sanctuary. I cannot take lives directly, for that would be akin to striking my own face. Yet, you dared to lure me out, intending to take my life and steal my woman. Should I commend your audacity or lament your lack of wisdom?" Jiang Yan's gaze fell upon Li Ming, who writhed in agony upon the ground, terror etched across his face. He continued coolly, "Had you chosen to leave the antique street, you might have lived a couple more days. Now, lead me to the treasure chest, and I shall allow you to fend for yourself. Should you attempt any further tricks, I will have Zhu Ganglai consume your precious possessions." Jiang Yan's icy stare drifted towards Li Ming's lower regions. Zhu Ganglai's grotesque smile faltered, his eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. He had particular tastes when it came to his meals. While he could devour a woman entirely, he would never touch a man's treasures. Yet, if the boss truly insisted. Zhu Ganglai's face contorted with a mixture of struggle and despair. Li Ming, utterly terrified by the sudden revelation of the eerie mist, was reduced to a pitiful state, his face streaked with tears and dust, clutching his groin and sobbing, "Please don't eat me. I promise I won't dare again. I will take you there." Just as Jiang Yan instructed Zhu Ganglai to carry Li Ming and prepare to set off once more, a distant cry for help caught his attention. "Help! Help!" The anguished cries appeared to be from several women, filled with despair and sorrow. Had it not been for Jiang Yan's exceptional agility, having surpassed 200, he might have struggled to detect such faint pleas for rescue. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Yan turned towards the source of the sound and strode forward. Since he had encountered it, driven by humanitarian instincts, he felt compelled to investigate whether assistance was needed. Observing the direction Jiang Yan was heading, Li Ming, slung over Zhu Ganglai's shoulder, grew increasingly pale and anxiously exclaimed, "No, not that way. This way." Jiang Yan turned back, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he regarded Li Ming, remarking, "You seem quite anxious." Pointing towards the origin of the cries with a teasing tone, he inquired, "That place, could it possibly be your residence?" The previous debilitating trap had managed to ensnare someone as formidable as Jiang Yan for a mere few seconds, demonstrating considerable power. Jiang Yan surmised that Li Ming's talent was to amplify traps. Otherwise, ordinary traps would hold little sway over him. The location where Li Ming set his trap could not be too distant from his residence, for that would render it meaningless. A reasonable inference suggests that this is likely the truth. Li Ming trembled, his eyes filled with a desolate shade of despair. Jiang Yan let out a scoff and approached a cellar door. This was an old-fashioned residential area, where a pair of army green double doors led to a cellar, intended for residents to store provisions. The building had fallen into a state of disrepair under the sinister circumstances, rendering it quite unsafe. In contrast, the cellar provided an excellent hiding spot. The cries for help Jiang Yan had just heard emanated from beneath this very cellar. Standing at the entrance, the pleas for assistance became increasingly clear. "Is anyone there? Please help us." The sound of weeping and screaming resonated from behind the door. Jiang Yan reached out and effortlessly snapped the iron lock, flinging open the cellar door with a resounding thud. Light poured in, illuminating the faces of 5 young girls. To Jiang Yan's astonishment, he recognized all of them. They were his classmates, each possessing notable beauty and figure. "Jiang Yan, is that you? Thank goodness. Please save us. We have been kidnapped by that treacherous Li Ming." After rescuing the 5 girls, Jiang Yan finally learned the full extent of the situation. After the assault of the smoke demons concluded, the school was engulfed in chaos. Ultimately, they did not receive the anticipated official rescue, but instead encountered an even more bizarre entity. This peculiar being decimated a residential area, and upon discovering the presence of so many living souls within the school, it could not restrain itself and launched a direct attack. Terrified students began to scatter in all directions, while Li Ming, leveraging his authority as class monitor, gathered a dozen classmates to flee together. Along their escape, Li Ming directed the male students and the less attractive female classmates to face peril, while he took the more aesthetically pleasing girls with him, ultimately leading them to a hidden cellar. As night fell, the nightmare for the 5 female classmates commenced. After channeling all his spirit money into enhancing his strength attributes, Li Ming found that even the combined efforts of these 5 girls could not withstand him. Still reeling from their panic, each girl became a victim of his assault. Upon witnessing Li Ming, With a leg missing and slung over the shoulder of a grotesque creature, the 5 girls erupted in a frenzy, rushing to beat him, determined to end his life. Jiang Yan allowed the girls to vent their frustrations before instructing the creature to separate them, saying calmly, "He still owes me something. He cannot die yet. The antique street is now a safe zone in that direction. You may proceed on your own." With that, Jiang Yan took in Xiaoxin by the hand, preparing to depart. "Wait." One girl grasped Jiang Yan's arm, her face etched with terror as she trembled. "Can we accompany you? Monsters surround me. I am filled with trepidation." Having just escaped from the depths of hell, these 5 young women instinctively seek solace in Jiang Yan. With subtlety, he withdraws his hand and states coolly, "I cannot. There are more pressing matters at hand. You may proceed to the antique street. It is not far from here." As Jiang Yan turns to leave, one girl cries out, "But what if we are attacked by strange creatures along the way?" Without glancing back, Jiang Yan replies, "If you follow me, you are more likely to fall prey to the eerie entities. The destination you wish to reach carries a high probability of encountering such beings, and they may possess formidable abilities, making them difficult to confront. I can only assure the safety of myself and in Xiaoxin. I cannot bear the thought of dragging along 5 burdens." Watching his figure recede, one girl cries out in despair, "Excuses. Just excuses. Jiang Yan, how can you lack any sense of responsibility? We are all women. You should protect us. To abandon us like this, what kind of man are you?" Jiang Yan silently chuckles and quickens his pace. The instinct to seek protection from men is woven into the very fabric of femininity. When such needs go unmet, it triggers the passive ability of questioning one's masculinity. Yet, in a world teeming with women, must a man shoulder the duty of safeguarding them all? Chapter 34. Throw it down to light my path. Jiang Yan harbored not a shred of a savior's mentality. In this wretched world, safeguarding those around him was a commendable feat in itself. As he swiftly vanished around the corner, a wave of despair washed over the 5 young women. "Scoundrel! He is nothing but a scoundrel," one of the girls, filled with indignation, spat out. "How can there be such a man in this world?" Another sighed, shaking her head, "Protection is a matter of kindness. Lacking it is simply a duty. We have no real connection with Jiang Yan. After 2 years as classmates, I doubt we have exchanged more than 20 sentences. Let us go. We shall seek the antique street." Following Li Ming's guidance, Jiang Yan at last discovered the fabled location where over 20 treasure chests were said to be concentrated. Within the foundation of a half-finished building, a cluster of chests shimmered with hues of blue and green. Upon a cursory count, there appeared to be 20 or 30 of them. This derelict structure was somewhat notorious in South City, as it was rare for a building to become abandoned so soon after its foundation was laid. Jiang Yan grasped in Xiaoxin's hand, while Zhu Ganglai hoisted the injured Li Ming upon his shoulder. Standing at the edge of the foundation and gazing down into the vast circular space below, reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum, a few solitary concrete pillars stretched toward the heavens, while rusted tools such as iron carts and shovels lay scattered across the ground. Most striking of all were several lifeless human bodies below. The corpses revealed no apparent fatal wounds, yet it was evident that they had perished for over half a day, beginning to decay and swell, an utterly grotesque sight. This place, heaped with numerous treasure chests, had clearly been discovered by many before, yet none had successfully claimed the treasures within. Li Ming, his face ashen, trembled atop Zhu Ganglia's shoulder and inquired, "I brought you here. Can I be released now?" He had lost a leg to a savage bite, and if he did not swiftly find a way to staunch the bleeding, he would likely not survive until nightfall. Li Ming felt a chilling wave encroach upon his body. Jiang Yan, non-committal, smiled faintly and asked, "What peculiarities lie within? Have you ever seen them?" Li Ming shook his head, weakly responding, "I haven't. I dared not enter, seeing so many dead inside. Please let me go. You are so capable. Surely you can acquire these treasure chests." Jiang Yan nodded thoughtfully before stating, "Zhu Ganglai, throw Li Ming in." Li Ming, trembling, raised his head in disbelief, pointing at Jiang Yan and shrieking, You are not keeping your word. We agreed that I would bring you here, and you would release me." Jiang Yan sneered, "What need have I for honor with a rapist? Go down and scout the way for me." Zhu Ganglai swung his arm roundly, casting Li Ming into the air in a parabolic arc thud. Li Ming hit the ground with a muffled thump. "Jiang Yan, may you meet an untimely demise." Li Ming's anguished cry wafted up from below. Jiang Yan, holding in Xiaoxin's hand, stood above, watching Li Ming with an amused expression. Had he been an ordinary person without enhancements, Such a fall would have surely resulted in severe injury or even death. However, Li Ming had augmented his strength attributes, endowing him with a more robust vitality. After the fall, he merely spat blood from his mouth and nose, sustaining no fatal injuries. He gazed at the blue-green treasure chest not far ahead, gritting his bloodied teeth, and with great effort, he began to crawl towards it, using all 4 limbs. If I can obtain the resources within that chest, not only will I restore my condition, but perhaps I could even turn the tide against Jiang Yan. Just wait for me. If given the chance, I will surely bring about your end. A look of bitter resentment contorted Li Ming's face, sending chills down the spine of any onlooker. Regrettably, the scenario he envisioned never materialized. After crawling just 3 steps, Li Ming suddenly heard a raspy, deep growl beside him. Plague. With that utterance, his precarious life points began to plummet rapidly, -53, -57, -51. In a mere 3 seconds, Li Ming's life points were completely depleted. His eyes dimmed, filled with a gray emptiness. He was dead, as Li Ming lay lifelessly on the ground. The ominous entity that had never shown itself remained concealed. Jiang Yan, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "A curse attack, is it? Quite intriguing. Stand here and wait. I shall descend to uncover this enigma." Cursed phenomena are often exceedingly troublesome and shrouded in mystery, presenting opportunities to vanquish foes more formidable than oneself. The presence of many offers little advantage and may even introduce additional chaos and peril. And Xiaoxin readied her Thunder Barret, poised to assist Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan deftly leapt down, strolling leisurely towards the pile of treasure chests. It seemed that the threat he posed was far greater than that of Li Ming. Before Jiang Yan could draw near, the previous shriek echoed once more. Plague. A series of damage numbers erupted around Jiang Yan. -1, -1, -1. With a strength exceeding 200, even without armor, his life points surpassed 2,000. Coupled with his lavishly extravagant equipment, his vitality transcended that of an ordinary player, becoming more akin to the uncanny. Simultaneously, Jiang Yan's mysterious pocket watch and the old pipe of the secretive Black Crow granted him substantial health regeneration per second. The harm inflicted by the curse was rendered negligible upon him. Jiang Yan maintained his composure, continuing his approach to the treasure chests. He still had yet to discern the location of the entity that had cast the curse upon him. However, if the creature did not reveal itself soon, Jiang Yan would be compelled to open the chest before it. As Jiang Yan drew ever closer, the entity appeared increasingly agitated. Another hoarse curse erupted. Die. A dark purple energy sphere materialized above Jiang Yan's head. Jiang Yan glanced up, disregarding it, and continued walking forward. This was a delayed single-target curse. 2 seconds later, the dark purple sphere detonated, transforming into a terrifying skull that descended upon Jiang Yan. A damage number flickered above him. -1. Attribute domination. Fearsome indeed. What kind of monstrous entity are you? A hoarse voice could no longer contain its frustration and began to curse. Jiang Yan had arrived at the first green treasure chest, cheerfully extending his hands, and remarked, "If you don't reveal yourself soon, I shall open your treasure chest." As Jiang Yan placed his hands upon the first chest, the eerie presence could no longer hold back. "Release my treasure chest." A mass of swirling shadows emerged from the shadow of a nearby concrete pillar. Jiang Yan understood. It was a spectral anomaly. Such entities moved erratically and were immune to any physical damage, making them well-suited for a curse-based combat style. Unfortunately, they encountered Jiang Yan, a human who operated beyond rationality, with a single attribute value surpassing the total of the anomaly's 3 attributes. It was a foregone conclusion that the anomaly would be unable to inflict any damage. Chapter 35. Seizing without trade. As long as a single attribute exceeds that of the opponent by 20, an attribute suppression will ensue. Should the disparity exceed 50, the suppression will be akin to a father chastising his son. Jiang Yan stands before this peculiar ethereal entity, which boasts an extraordinary 600 to 700 in all attributes, enduring blows as if he could withstand them for 3 days and nights, his vitality remaining unscathed. However, lacking companions skilled in magic and unable to inflict damage himself, he finds it impossible to vanquish this ethereal being, immune to physical attacks. "Let us strike a deal," Jiang Yan proposed, as he began to rummage through his pockets. A cascade of resplendent coins, resembling golden offerings for the dead, fell to the ground, swiftly forming a small mound. Pointing at the pile, he declared, "This amounts to 100,000 coins. Sell me all these treasure chests, and you shall reap a substantial profit." Upon approaching, Jiang Yan meticulously counted the treasure chests, discovering that their number exceeded what Li Ming had claimed, totaling 35. Among them were 5 blue chests and 30 green ones. Calculating their average worth, with blue chests valued at 10,000 coins and green ones at 1,000, this collection could yield a remarkable 80,000 coins in resources. By offering 100,000, Jiang Yan would indeed provide a windfall for the ethereal entity. Nevertheless, he did not consider this a significant loss. His true desire lay in the hidden resources potentially concealed within this significant cache of treasure chests. Should he uncover even one, it would justify his additional expenditure of 20,000 coins. Gazing upon the resplendent gold scattered across the ground, the enigmatic entity fell into a peculiar silence. Its entire shadow frozen in place, devoid of any movement, as if an invisible pause button had been pressed. 100,000 ghostly coins? Is this the wealth that a mere mortal can amass? With a crisp snap, the peculiar entity snapped back to reality. Realizing that Jiang Yan had already unlocked the first green treasure chest, casually stowing away the several hundred ghostly coins, 2 weapons, and a skill scroll into his system space. Wait a moment. The entity cried out in anguish. These are the fruits of my laborious collection. I was just about to gather 50 of them. You must at least compensate me with 150,000 ghostly coins. At the very least. Jiang Yan chuckled lightly, dismissing the delusions of the entity that sought to extort him, and proceeded to open the second treasure chest. Although my wealth may seem to come easily, I will not entertain any form of coercion. 100,000 is already a generous offer. If this entity is unwilling to engage in an equitable exchange, then I shall simply take what I desire. After all, the chest bears no name indicating ownership by the entity, which cannot harm me, and can only watch helplessly as I plunder the treasures it had gathered. As Jiang Yan lifted the lid of the second treasure chest and emptied its contents, he remarked coolly, "If you do not claim that 100,000 ghostly coins, by the time I finish opening these chests, they will no longer belong to you." The ethereal being watched helplessly as Jiang Yan approached the third chest, unleashing a piercing scream of impotent rage. "Very well, I concede. However, I have a stipulation. I shall be the one to open these chests, and all the contents within shall belong to you." Within the hoarse timbre of its voice lay an unmistakable sorrow. The shadowy figure swiftly seized the 100,000 ghostly coins Jiang Yan had discarded on the ground, positioning itself beside him, and forcefully pried open the third treasure chest. The crisp sound of the chest's lid opening elicited a satisfied moan from the ethereal entity. Jiang Yan, puzzled, inquired, "Is there any additional reward for opening the treasure chest?" The voice of the ethereal being was filled with regret as it replied, "No. I simply relish the sensation of opening treasure chests. I am on the verge of accumulating 50 chests. The thrill of opening them all at once would be exhilarating. Had I known someone would intercept me, I would have opened them after collecting just 30. Jiang Yan fell silent, suddenly recalling how, as a child, he would meticulously gather shrimp from his fried rice to the edge of his bowl, savoring each bite until he finished the last morsel of rice before swallowing all the shrimp in one go. This was strikingly similar to the ethereal being's desire to collect treasure chests and relish the experience all at once. Moreover, the speed at which the ethereal entity acted was remarkable, allowing it to gather treasure chests far more swiftly than ordinary entities or human players, resulting in the accumulation of 35 chests in such a brief span. Had Jiang Yan arrived a tad later, there might have been even more chests here. Reflecting on a past life, it seems that the individual who fortuitously opened these treasure chests likely seized the opportunity while the enigmatic phantom was out searching for them, only to have his home pilfered in the process. Subsequently, that person met an inexplicable demise, presumably at the hands of the wrathful phantom, who exacted a lethal curse upon him. However, one must ponder, had this spectral entity not hoarded the treasure chests and instead opened them upon discovery, it could have posed significant challenges for Jiang Yan. The resources amounting to 80,000 nether coins would be sufficient for this phantom to undergo a transformative evolution. At that juncture, Jiang Yan, devoid of any magical offensive capabilities, might find himself ensnared by this peculiar entity. This phantom exhibits remarkable potential, even hinting at the possibility of evolving into a taboo being. Jiang Yan contemplatively glanced at his player panel. Nether coins increased by 1462. Presently, this phantom appears rather feeble, likely ensnared in the throes of delayed gratification from accumulating treasure chests, with scant nether coins to enhance its abilities. Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity to open them all. Following closely behind this spectral entity, Jiang Yan thoroughly emptied each treasure chest of its contents. With each chest the phantom opened, its excitement visibly intensified, the swirling shadow accelerating at least twofold. What a delightful experience. The crisp sound of the chests echoed. Oh, why are these treasures not mine? Alas, cursed human, wait until I grow stronger. I shall surely avenge myself by killing you. The ethereal entity spoke incessantly, filled with threats and curses directed at Jiang Yan. However, Jiang Yan remained cheerful, already devising a plan to recruit this peculiar being. Ethereal entities are inherently rare, and one with such exceptional talent is a true gem among many. Since fate has brought them together, he could not let this opportunity slip away. After opening the final chest, before the ethereal entity could transform into shadow and escape, Jiang Yan spoke first. I am in need of a bodyguard, and you seem quite suitable. Would you be willing to work for me for a while? The ethereal entity paused momentarily, and Jiang Yan felt a scrutinizing gaze assessing him, faintly visible from the depths of the shadow. I am an anomaly. Offering a human a job? The entity rasped. You are utterly delusional. If I were not at a disadvantage, you would have long since become a corpse. Jiang Yan chuckled. Why not consider the terms before making a decision? The ethereal entity, noticing the apparent wealth of this human, did not outright refuse, but instead huffed coldly. Let us see what kind of terms you can offer. Jiang Yan presented a bloodstained contract. However, this contract differed somewhat from those offered to other anomalies. The shadow of the ethereal entity coalesced into a hand, grasping the contract for a closer examination. You expect me to work for a mere 10,000 a month? The ethereal entity mocked hoarsely. Do you look down on me? Chapter 36. The eerie black crow. This peculiar entity was the first to disdain Jiang Yan for his modest monthly salary of 10,000. Nevertheless, Jiang Yan had anticipated this reaction, for the entity's astonishing speed in collecting treasure chests marked it as a veritable magnate among anomalies, undoubtedly possessing a different standard for the valuation of ghostly currency. However, Jiang Yan had already devised his trump card. With an air of calm assurance, Jiang Yan smiled and said, why not take a look below? The entity followed the contract, continuing its perusal. The first party shall provide the second party with 3 opportunities daily to open purple treasure chests, with all resources belonging to the first party. Furthermore, all treasure chests acquired by the first party, aside from the purple ones, shall be handed over to the second party for opening. With a minimum of 10 chests per day, quality unrestrained, and all resources belonging to the first party. Upon reading these 2 clauses, the entity stood utterly still, struck dumb for an extended moment. Are these 2 truly real? The entity's voice was hoarse, laced with excitement and tremor. You can actually allow me to open so many treasure chests daily. Jiang Yan nodded cheerfully. Of course. I, Jiang Yan, traverse the world and never break my word. The entity, filled with suspicion, inquired, from where do you acquire such an abundance of treasure chests? Especially 3 purple treasures every day? In Nandu, I have searched high and low for treasure chests and have yet to encounter a single purple one. Its tone was fervent and avaricious. If all of this is true, it would be utterly delightful. In comparison, a monthly salary is hardly worth mentioning. Jiang Yan, with unwavering confidence, chuckled. Rest assured, I possess a clever plan. I would not inscribe it in the contract if I were not certain of its fulfillment. My father-in-law can unearth a treasure chest each hour. What harm would it do to have him present it to you? As for the purple treasure chest, I happen to have one at home. A few openings would not cost it a piece of meat. The enigmatic entity declared resolutely, it is a promise. He promptly inscribed his name upon the peculiar contract, which transformed into 2 beams of crimson light, merging into Jiang Yan and the enigmatic entity. Jiang Yan, thoroughly pleased, instructed, transform into the guise of a crow and perch upon my shoulder. The entity complied, its shadow swirling as it morphed into a crow the size of a fist, settling on Jiang Yan's shoulder. This black crow bore merely a silhouette, devoid of feathers or intricate details, with a blood-red mark adorning its forehead, resembling a single eye. Exuding an aura of chilling terror, Jiang Yan advanced a salary of 10,000 underworld coins to the crow and commenced his examination of the entity's attributes. Entity, black crow. Attributes, strength, 0, agility, 26, intelligence, 46. Special trait, nihility. Strength value remains permanently at 0, Each point of intelligence grants 10 life points. Unable to execute physical attacks. Impervious to physical damage. Spell damage dealt increases by 10, while spell damage received also rises by 10. This trait represents a significant distinction between the entity and humanity, a characteristic echoed in other entities as well. It is merely that it does not possess the peculiar void properties of the Black Crow. For instance, both the pig-headed beast and the demon wolf exhibit the characteristics of frenzied beasts, enhancing their strength by 30, melee attack power by 15, and reducing damage taken by 10. The characteristic of the smoke phantom, on the other hand, is that of a spectral entity, allowing it to float through the air, increasing its movement speed by 20, attack speed by 20, and critical hit rate by 10. Furthermore, for each human it slays, it gains one soul servant. The existence of these traits often renders the bizarre entities significantly more formidable than human players, perhaps due to its lack of strength attributes. The Black Crow possesses an exceptionally high intelligence attribute, arriving with a remarkable score of 46, without any form of enhancement. The potential is indeed impressive. Jiang Yan mused in wonder, continuing to explore further. Talent, Shadow of the Spectre. Capable of concealing itself in darkness and shadows, increasing movement speed by 2000. When stationary, it anchors to shadows, augmenting spell attack power by 200. Skill, Curse, Plague. Level 1. Inflicts damage equal to 15 of spell attack power per second for 10 seconds. Consuming 175 mana points. Skill, Curse, Death. Level 1. Deals damage equal to 100 of spell attack power after a 2-second delay, consuming 200 mana points. This talent is quite formidable. As for the two curse skills, they are rather unremarkable, as identical versions can be purchased in the marketplace. However, when combined with the Black Crow's talent and peculiar characteristics, the resultant effects far exceed expectations. After observing the enigmatic panel of the Black Crow, Jiang Yan immediately deduced that the Black Crow possessed immense potential as a ranged spellcaster, undoubtedly capable of compensating for his team's deficiencies. With a sum of 110,000 in his possession, he contemplated how best to allocate this fortune. Jiang Yan stroked his chin, beginning to guide the Black Crow in its expenditures. This substantial investment would elevate the Black Crow's formidable prowess to new heights. After a brief deliberation between the two, they first augmented the Black Crow's intelligence attribute to a commendable 100 points. Subsequently, they procured 2 additional curse skills, thereby filling the Black Crow's 4 skill slots. Skill, Curse, Decay. Level 1. Reduces the target's movement speed and magic resistance by 10 for a duration of 15 seconds, consuming 100 mana points. Skill, Curse, Annihilation. Level 1. Inflicts damage equivalent to 200 of spell attack power and immediately calculates all ongoing curse damage on the target, consuming 500 mana points. The contrasting styles of ranged spellcasting and melee physical damage hinge fundamentally on the execution of skills. With 4 skills now at its disposal, the Black Crow had even begun to establish a rudimentary skill rotation, initiating with Decay, followed by a cycle of Plague, Death, Annihilation, ensuring a continuous application of the Decay debuff. The Black Crow equipped itself with a staff of spell damage and a ring that replenished health and mana as foundational gear. The remaining currency was then dedicated entirely to upgrading its 4 skills. All 4 skills have been upgraded to level 6, consuming a total of 64,000 souls. Coupled with attributes and 2 pieces of equipment, Jiang Yan has completely depleted the souls provided by Jiang Yan. With the enhancement of Black Crow's intelligence, the souls he contributed to Jiang Yan's player panel have now transformed to souls 2279. This meager amount of health is primarily reliant on intelligence attributes, lacking substantial support from equipment and skills, rendering him an unequivocally fragile mage. Jiang Yan inwardly sighed, regarding him as a rather inept source of materials. His contributions, combined with the purple treasure chest, hardly surpass that of Zhu Ganglai. The critical point is that he has consumed so many resources. He is truly a veritable black hole of souls. On this journey, Jiang Yan reaped significant rewards, acquiring not only 35 treasure chests, but also further addressing his team's shortcomings. The ordinary resources within the chests are of little consequence to Jiang Yan, destined to be sold on the antique street. Among the hidden resources, there are a few items of particular value to Jiang Yan. One of these is a ring that restores health upon being struck, which Jiang Yan allocated to the team's tank, Zhu Ganglai. A crossbow that offers a chance of inflicting fear on remote attacks was bestowed upon Yan Mei. Additionally, There is a hidden passive skill that enhances attack speed with successive strikes. After careful consideration, Jiang Yan decided to grant this to Xiaoxin. Passive skill, Frenzied Combo. Level 1. Each attack increases attack speed by 1, up to a maximum of 25, and changing the attack target resets the attack speed. And Xiaoxin took the skill scroll handed to her by Jiang Yan without even examining its contents, immediately opting to learn it. Then, she lowered her voice and said, Jiang Yan, I just sense that something seems to be watching us from a distance. Chapter 37. Spit it out. Under Jiang Yan's persistent infusion, and Xiaoxin's agility attribute had surpassed 100 points, rendering her sharp of hearing and keen of sight, even possessing a sixth sense that alerted her when being watched. Jiang Yan maintained an expression of calm, nodding as he spoke. If it's merely peeping, there's no need to pay it any mind. First, let's elevate the frenzied strike to level 10. As he spoke, he produced a stack of ghostly coins and handed them to Xiaoxin, a total of 26 transactions. And Xiaoxin's balance of ghostly coins swelled by 260,000. Level 10 skills required an exorbitant sum of 256,000 ghostly coins. A veritable fortune. Even Jiang Yan needed to accumulate for half a minute to meet this demand. Nearby, the three peculiar creatures gawked, their necks craned and eyes wide. Witnessing this silent transfer of wealth, utterly dumbfounded, Zhu Ganglai and Yin Mei had grown somewhat numb to the spectacle, merely swallowing their saliva as they cast envious glances at the boss lady. However, it was the first time He had witnessed such a scene. His hoarse voice, akin to a fire igniting beneath him, cried out, You have so many ghostly coins? Where did you acquire such a fortune? He had assumed that the 100,000 Jiang Yan had spent on his treasure chest had drained him dry, necessitating the hiring of personal protection. Yet, it appeared, this human was positively swimming in riches. Jiang Yan chuckled softly, reaching out to pat He's head, speaking enigmatically, Stick with me, and your future will be bright. Last night, and Xiaoxin delved deeply into Jiang Yan's extraordinary talents, understanding that his dark coins were merely swept in by the wind. She was not surprised. Instead, she stood on tiptoe and planted a gentle kiss on his lips. With a sweet smile, and Xiaoxin tapped her player panel 10 times, elevating her frenzied strike skill to level 10. This skill was not available in the marketplace. It was a hidden resource that could only be found in treasure chests, representing a transformative ability for ranged artillery. The strength of the skill at level 1 was already formidable, and at level 10, it manifested as follows. Passive skill, Frenzied Strike. Level 10, each attack increases attack speed by 5 and attack power by 1, stacking up to a maximum of 100 layers, lasting for 360 seconds. Despite being mentally prepared, Jiang Yan could not help but gasp upon witnessing this skill. A total of 500 attack speed and 100 attack power, continuously surging during battle. The amplification was nothing short of extraordinary, and there was no limit on target switching resets. This was Jiang Yan's second life, and it was his first time witnessing a level 10 skill. The effects of insane monetary investment were indeed terrifying. Even Jiang Yan himself had not dared to elevate his 4 aura skills to level 10. If the peculiarities within the team were present, Jiang Yan's theoretical dark coin income would amount to 18,628 per second, totaling 67,068,800 per hour, making the prospect of acquiring a level 10 skill seem effortless. However, the reality of Jiang Yan's earnings was far from this optimistic scenario. Opportunities for him to print ghost coins at full capacity are rather limited. Several hours have elapsed since departing from the antique street, during which the only printing materials available have been smoke charms and pig bristles. And printing cannot occur at every moment, significantly diminishing the overall efficacy of currency production. Furthermore, in comparison to a level 10 aura, Jiang Yan is more inclined to invest ghost coins into enhancing his attributes. With attributes ranging between 100 and 150 points, each increment requires 10,000 ghost coins. While for the range of 150 to 200 points, the cost escalates to 100,000 ghost coins per point. To maximize all 3 of Jiang Yan's attributes would necessitate a total of 16.5 million ghost coins, and yesterday's earnings have already been entirely depleted. As for today, all 3 of Jiang Yan's attributes have surpassed the 200-point threshold, with each additional point now requiring 1 million ghost coins. During his journey, Jiang Yan carelessly allocated points among his attributes, resulting in the following statistics. Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 244, Agility, 249, intelligence, 241. The average for ordinary individuals is 5. In his previous life, when Jiang Yan met his demise, the average attributes for human players hovered around 50 points. It is said that the top 10 hunters within the Hunters Bureau could barely reach 100 points. Yet now, merely the second day after the arrival of the bizarre phenomena, Jiang Yan's 3 attributes are on the verge of 250 points. Such extraordinary attributes undoubtedly come at a cost. Thus, Jiang Yan's balance is not particularly ample. After witnessing the formidable level 10 skill wielded by Xiaoxin, Jiang Yan resolved to elevate all 4 of his auras to level 10 to assess their effectiveness. Previously, these auras had been enhanced to level 7. However, to achieve the esteemed status of level 10 skills, a considerable sum of 224,000 dark coins was required. In total, Jiang Yan expended nearly 900,000 dark coins to transform all 4 auras into level 10 skills. Passive skill, Quagmire Aura, level 10, reduces the movement speed of hostile units within a 50-meter radius by 55, with a 25 chance per second to ensnare enemy units in a state of immobilization. Passive skill, Counterattack Aura, level 10, all allied units within a 50-meter range retaliate with 200 points of damage against attackers when subjected to melee attacks, with doubled effects on oneself. Passive skill, Power Strike Aura, level 10, grants a 55 increase in attack power to all allied units within a 50-meter range, with doubled effects on oneself. Passive skill, Durability Aura, level 10, enhances the movement speed of all allied units within a 50-meter range by 55, with doubled effects on oneself. Aside from the Quagmire Aura, the other 3 auras exhibited the attribute of doubled effects on oneself. The Power Strike Aura proved to be of no use to Jiang Yan, while the increase in speed from the Durability Aura met his expectations. However, the effectiveness of the Counterattack Aura took Jiang Yan by surprise. Previously, when Li Ming struck Jiang Yan with a blow, he too had suffered damage from the Counterattack Aura, although it only dealt 70 points of damage. Jiang Yan previously believed that the Counterattack Aura was more effective in prolonged skirmishes. However, upon reaching level 10, this aura underwent a transformative change. With 400 points of melee counterattack damage, even the formidable Zhu Ganglai could only land a few blows on Jiang Yan before succumbing to the counterattack. Not bad, Jiang Yan murmured, but it's not as impressive as in Xiaoxin's level 10 skill. After assessing his recent gains, Jiang Yan took in Xiaoxin's hand and headed back toward the antique street. This newly established safe zone required careful nurturing to gradually find its footing. Yet, just as they turned a corner, Jiang Yan abruptly halted. Ahead, for individuals brandishing clubs regarded Jiang Yan and in Xiaoxin with menacing expressions. A cacophony of footsteps echoed behind them as 8 more emerged, blocking their escape. A bald man adorned with a dragon tattoo pointed his iron rod directly at Jiang Yan and intoned gravely, "Kid, you just opened a plethora of chests and amassed quite a haul, haven't you? My brothers and I have had our eyes on that stash for quite some time. And you think you can simply walk away with it? Hand over what is rightfully ours. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here today." Chapter 38. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Jiang Yan realized that when Xiaoxin mentioned someone spying on them, it was likely these individuals. At that moment, Zhu Ganglai and Yan Mei were shrouded in mist, while Heya perched on Jiang Yan's shoulder, a mere speck with little deterrent power. These people evidently regarded Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin as soft targets to be easily manipulated. Particularly evident in the way they gazed at Xiaoxin was a blatant malice, a sentiment easily deciphered by any man. Jiang Yan cast a penetrating glance at the tattooed man, his expression a blend of mockery and amusement. "Your possessions?" he inquired. "Then why do you not retrieve them? You are too timid to act, merely watching from the sidelines. Yet when others seize the opportunity, you leap forth in desperation. Such cowardice and lack of strategy are truly laughable." The tattooed man, adorned with dragon motifs, turned pale at Jiang Yan's words. He had discovered that trove of treasure the previous night and had dispatched someone to probe its depths. However, that subordinate had barely descended before collapsing to the ground, meeting an untimely and mysterious demise. Recognizing the unusual circumstances, the dragon-tattooed man and his companions hesitated, none daring to venture down again. Yet, their reluctance to depart left them lurking nearby, coveting the treasure from a distance. When Jiang Yan descended, they had taken note, fully expecting him to suffer the same fate. What they could not fathom, however, was that Jiang Yan had opened each treasure chest, collecting the contents without fail. The tattooed group was utterly perplexed by this unforeseen turn of events. However, they were utterly unwilling to watch such a plump duck escape. The tattooed man, provoked by Jiang Yan's words, erupted in fury. "You brat! It seems you are tired of living. Brothers, first, subdue that girl. If this kid does not obediently hand over what we desire, we shall make an example of her right before his eyes." The burly men surrounding them were covered in grime, appearing quite disheveled. Yet at that moment, they were all rubbing their hands together, leering with malicious glee. "Ha ha 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 ha. Brother Long truly understands us. He relishes this kind of thrill. The sight of it is exhilarating." Listening to their lewd and vile remarks, Jiang Yan smiled, a smile chilling to the bone. Having come from a world ravaged by chaos and bloodshed, how could he be swayed by the lives of these brutes? Moreover, they dared to speak disrespectfully about his woman. "Yun Mei, they are all yours," Jiang Yan said calmly. Yun Mei's ethereal essence allowed her to gain one soul servant with each kill. Each servant possessed 1 point of health, granting her an increase of 1 in both attack power and attack speed. Since aligning with Jiang Yan, Yun Mei had had precious little opportunity to slay, but this time, all 12 of them would belong to her. From the surrounding mist, Yun Mei's voice emerged. "Yes, boss." As the fog dissipated, Yun Mei, wielding the Calamity Hammer, silently revealed her presence. Boom! With a single strike, the nearest burly man to Xiaoxin had his head shattered like a watermelon. The damage inflicted by Yun Mei was not particularly high, and her attack speed was mediocre, placing her second to last in terms of overall output within the team, with Jiang Yan, the money printer, occupying the last position. However, the individuals before her possessed strength attributes not exceeding 10 points, and their meager health was further diminished by their inadequate equipment. Under the relentless blows of Yun Mei's iron hammer, they were utterly lifeless. Witnessing such a formidable and eerie entity suddenly materialize from the void and dispatch one of their comrades with a single blow left Long Ge and the others utterly stupefied. The remaining 11 individuals stood frozen in shock, their hearts racing with terror, at a complete loss for what to do. What is this creature? Where did it come from? What do they call this monstrosity? Yet Yun Mei paid no heed to the fear emanating from Long Ge and his companions. As she relentlessly swung her hammer, boom, boom, a series of thunderous sounds erupted, each strike resulting in another head bursting forth, splattering red and white matter across the ground. With nearly 100,000 dark coins invested, Yun Mei faced these bewildered humans, who had yet to grasp the rules of the game, like a tiger among sheep. Each blow claiming a life, gruesome and brutal. The group that had previously been eager and lecherous was now paralyzed by fear, their laughter replaced by screams as they turned to flee for their lives. A sense of terror flashed through their hearts. How could that young man possess such formidable and bizarre powers? How could it be possible? How did he achieve this? This group, which had scattered like birds and beasts, found their escape futile in the face of such an uncanny entity that was swiftly approaching the threshold of 100. Their speed to flee was woefully inadequate, especially with the deceleration effect of the Jiang Yan's Meyer aura. Soon, only one person remained, Brother Long. The tattooed Brother Long, having been terrified by the successive deaths of his companions, was now paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground, repeatedly bowing and pleading before Jiang Yan and Yun Mei, his tone dripping with insincerity. "Please don't kill me. I realize my mistakes. I will serve you as a dog. Spare my life. Spare my life. I can do anything, truly. I possess many skills." Yun Mei turned her head to glance at Jiang Yan. He exhaled a puff of smoke, revealing no reaction. Yun Mei understood her master's intention. With a resounding crash of the hammer, Brother Long's head shattered, his desperate pleas abruptly silenced, and a torrent of crimson and white pulp splattered across the ground. The headless corpse convulsed and fell lifelessly to the earth, succumbing to despair. The revenue from the coins of the underworld that Yun Mei had brought along transformed into this. 3,774 coins added. 70 coins added. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Earning 12 coins per second translates to an astonishing 200 coins per hour. With a mere rounding off, one could print an additional 100 million in a day. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction. He led in Xiaoxin and the 3 peculiar companions back to the antique street. The crowd inside had swelled significantly since their departure, reaching a point of near congestion. Every stall had been occupied by astute vendors, who began to peddle their wares, reviving the lively atmosphere of a bustling marketplace. The individuals who had previously set up stalls for the sake of the Dingxing group were gradually retreating, silently consolidating their merchandise into a few select booths. The remaining stalls were yielded to outsiders. Jiang Yan cast a glance around and noted that the items for sale were remarkably inexpensive. Goods priced at mere dozens or hundreds of ghost coins dominated the market, while those exceeding 1,000 ghost coins were scarce. Given the nature of these transactions, even with numerous rounds of trading, the antique street would yield little profit. However, the human players currently possessed scant ghost coins, rendering them incapable of engaging in substantial trades. Amidst this minor commotion, order was swiftly taking shape. As time progressed, the antique street would gradually find its rhythm, and the opportunities and wealth it harbored were enough to stir even Jiang Yan's interest. Amidst the throng, he spotted the 5 female classmates he had previously rescued. They appeared to have regained a measure of security. Jiang Yan paid them little heed and returned to his own shop, where the impatient black crow perched on his shoulder inquired, "Where is my treasure chest? We had agreed that upon stepping into your territory, you would permit me to open the treasure chest." He had no desire for Jiang Yan's substantial monthly salary. He merely wished to assist Jiang Yan in unlocking the chest. An immense number of chests. Jiang Yan cheerfully circled the table, stowed the purple treasure chest away, secured the lid, and then, after extracting it once more, addressed Heya, "As per our agreement, you may open it 3 times today." Upon witnessing the flawless purple treasure chest, excitement radiated from the crimson eye of Heya. "What, boss? You truly did not deceive me. There is indeed a purple treasure chest? This is incredible. Absolutely remarkable." The hoarse voice echoed within the room as Heya transformed into a shadowy arm, swiftly lifting the lid of the purple treasure chest. Brimming with anticipation, "Let me see what magnificent treasures lie within this purple chest." Before his words could fully escape his lips, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from within the purple treasure chest. A razor-sharp, tongue-like blade shot forth, piercing through the shadowy arm of Heya. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the room. The shadowy arm stood frozen in place, caught in a state of bewilderment. The purple treasure chest, realizing it had inflicted no damage whatsoever, was equally taken aback. "What hidden resource have I just unveiled?" Heya murmured to himself, perplexed. "It can still move?" Chapter 39, Save Me. Jiang Yan cheerfully tucked the tongue of the purple chest back inside and closed the lid, addressing the black crow. "You can still open it 2 more times today." The black crow, puzzled, responded, "Wait, can this purple chest be opened repeatedly? Truly, it is a chest of high esteem." With a click, the black crow eagerly lifted the lid of the purple chest once more. A pair of mournful eyes emerged from within, gazing silently at Jiang Yan. Feeling somewhat uneasy about the peculiar manner in which the owner was using it, the black crow contemplated. Could this be a rare piece of equipment? How extraordinary. Jiang Yan pressed down the lid again, sealing the purple chest, and remarked, "You have 1 more chance to open it today." Sensing something amiss, the black crow hesitated, but with a click, opened the purple chest yet again. "Are you being polite?" A pair of metallic glossed purple arms reached out from inside, swiftly shutting the lid with a definitive closure, retreating into silence. Upon hearing that the purple chest could actually speak, the black crow was left dumbfounded, eventually exclaiming in disbelief, "This isn't a real chest, is it? It's some bizarre trick. You deceived me." Jiang Yan chuckled from the side. "I did not deceive you. This is indeed a purple chest, and you have opened it thrice. According to our contract, your sole responsibility lies in the opening of the chests. All the resources within are mine, rendering it inconsequential for you. What you truly relish is merely the process of unlocking the treasure, is it not?" Heyu fell into a prolonged silence, feeling as though Jiang Yan occupied the intellectual high ground, toying with a person who had read little. However, upon deeper reflection, there appeared to be a semblance of validity in Jiang Yan's words. Even if this purple chest were genuine, the contents within would bear no significance for Heyu. Thus, whether it is real or not becomes trivial, the tactile sensation of lifting the lid suffices. This reasoning was refreshingly novel to Heyu, striking a forceful blow to his thought process. Yet, for Jiang Yan, this logic was all too familiar. Was it not akin to a solitary man indulging his boundless fantasies through the use of a fleshlight or a silicone doll? "I know it is fake, yet I pretend she is real." After much contemplation, Heyu reluctantly accepted this reality and inquired, "What about the remaining 10 chests? Surely they are not fake as well?" Jiang Yan replied with a smile, The remaining 10, regardless of quality, are all genuine. I shall open them for you when I return home this evening." On his way back, Jiang Yan had already contacted in Baosheng, requesting that he retain all the chests unearthed by his treasure-hunting talent, promising to unlock them himself later without taking a single coin from the contents. Although this request seemed somewhat peculiar, and Baosheng did not question it and readily acquiesced. However, this does not encompass all of Jiang Yan's elaborate plans. The enigmatic Black Crow, so fervently obsessed with treasure chests, would be sorely neglected if he were not dispatched to scour the streets for them. He is, without a doubt, the most suitable companion for the purple treasure chest, which possesses an uncanny ability to predict the locations of upcoming chest spawns. Ever since being captivated by Jiang Yan's overwhelming charisma and deciding to follow him, the purple treasure chest has intermittently informed Jiang Yan of impending chest locations. Nevertheless, Jiang Yan has been preoccupied with various matters and has been specifically seeking out blue, green, or even inferior white chests. For someone like Jiang Yan, who can generate wealth effortlessly, this endeavor has proven to be fruitless. Now, with the presence of Black Crow, the antique street is gradually returning to normalcy. Jiang Yan has devised a plan to assemble a treasure-hunting team, guided by the purple treasure chest, to gather chests in the southern metropolis. As for personnel, he intends to recruit from the Prosperity Group, ensuring Black Crow is dispatched to safeguard their safety as much as possible. In this way, Black Crow can indulge in opening treasure chests. The Prosperity Group can acquire ordinary resources from within, and Jiang Yan can uncover hidden treasures, achieving a trifecta of benefits. The 10-member exploration team, personally established by Baosheng, swiftly arrived at the antique street. Jiang Yan offered them some crucial advice before allowing Black Crow to conceal himself within the shadow of one of the members, accompanying them on their expedition. Jiang Yan harbored no concerns regarding Black Crow's safety. Although this peculiar entity is ostensibly a fragile mage, his actual mortality rate is remarkably low. Conversely, the other human members of the exploration team do face a tangible risk of death. After all, in such a vast South City, no one could fathom the formidable and uncanny forces concealed within. Jiang Yan had explicitly cautioned in Baosheng against placing his most trusted confidence in the exploration team. As he watched the exploration team depart from the antique street, he turned to return to his shop when a voice, filled with terror and urgency, echoed from around the distant corner. "Help! Someone! Please save me! There's a strange creature pursuing me. Save me! I possess a hidden aura skill. Don't let it kill me." Upon hearing the cries for help, the onlookers in the antique street surged towards the entrance to witness the unfolding drama. Yet none dared to step beyond the confines of the antique street. The individual in distress was still several hundred meters away, but the menacing entity trailing him loomed just 10 meters behind. This grotesque being stood at 3 meters tall, with a sallow, grayish complexion, its muscles rippling grotesquely beneath its skin, and a rusted iron bucket obscuring its head. In its hand, it wielded a blood-stained machete. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble ominously, exuding an aura of ferocity. With a mere glance, Jiang Yan discerned that the man would not make it inside alive. He was utterly spent, panting heavily, sweat pouring from him like a torrent, with froth spilling from the corners of his mouth. The very essence of his strength had been drained, leaving only the primal instinct for survival propelling him onward. Meanwhile, the machete-wielding fiend, clearly built for brute strength, was not particularly swift but possessed an endurance that far surpassed that of an average human. Jiang Yan calmly instructed, "Fire your weapons, eliminate that creature." If the man were to be disregarded, the enigmatic being would undoubtedly continue its rampage towards the antique street. It would be prudent to eliminate the anomaly directly, while also uncovering the nature of the so-called hidden halo in the man's possession. Jiang Yan's 4 halo skills had already reached level 10. Should a suitable 5th halo manifest, it would offer a substantial enhancement for him, and Xiaoxin acknowledged with a nod and lifted the Thunder Barret. Upon glimpsing this firearm, the denizens of the antique street recoiled in unison, hastily covering their ears. The sheer ferocity of this weapon was such that even the mere sound of its discharge inflicted a deafening discomfort. Boom! The muzzle erupted with a blinding flash, the silver bullet slicing through the air and instantaneously piercing the iron barrel atop the enigmatic figure's head. Critical hit, minus 6,158. Player in Xiaoxin has slain the anomaly. Contribution, 100. Earned 9124 underworld coins. Equipment, bloodied cutlass, weapon. Equipment: slaughter pendant, accessory. Item: solidified unknown blood. The body of the cutlass anomaly staggered, akin to a wooden post, before collapsing backward onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 40. The Fifth Halo, Sanctuary. The man trembled at the sound of gunfire, his heart racing with elation upon witnessing the bizarre demise before him. He stumbled towards the antique street, exclaiming, "Thank you. I am eternally grateful. May a good person enjoy a life of peace." Jiang Yan replied with a calm smile, "This is a safe zone. Once you reach here, you are secure. No matter how formidable the anomalies may be, they cannot approach the antique street. Moreover, I possess a keen interest in halos and would like to see the hidden halo you hold." Jiang Yan vaguely recalled that this man was among the first to enter the antique street. However, it was clear that he was not of a timid disposition, for he had not cowered within the confines of the safe zone. Instead, he had made the antique street his base, constantly seeking additional resources in the surrounding area. This was a remarkably astute decision. Regardless of the circumstances, resources are always the essence of survival. Those who huddle within the antique street, too fearful to venture out, are losing their opportunity to grow stronger with every passing moment. While the difference may not be immediately apparent after a day or two, over time, they will lose their competitive edge entirely, relegated to the lowest echelons of the new order, unable to rise again. Jiang Yan was all too familiar with this gradual descent into obsolescence. In his past life, he had experienced a similar decline. During the initial onset of the anomalies, the survival challenges were not overly daunting. However, if one fails to rapidly accumulate resources, the chances of securing them in the future become increasingly bleak. Once ensnared in such a trap of timidity, death becomes merely a matter of time. Though this man encountered peril and nearly faced death, he emerged victorious. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, he produced a skill scroll inscribed with the emblem of a protective aura. The passive skill, Sanctuary Aura, at level 1, enhances the armor and health of allied units within a 5-meter radius by 10%, with a selling price of 500 soul coins. Upon witnessing this Sanctuary Aura, a glimmer of excitement ignited in Jiang Yan's eyes as he resolutely declared, "I shall have it. Name your price." This particular aura skill is concealed and not available in the marketplace. While it bears a price tag of 500 soul coins, it merely serves as a standard for upgrading. The aura's effects are formidable, yet its potency remains limited for ordinary human players. Due to the inherent nature of aura-type passive skills, which are inclined towards team benefits, most players, grappling with immense survival pressures in the early stages, tend to favor single-target skills that yield more pronounced benefits. It is only a unique individual like Jiang Yan, who cannot engage in direct attacks, that would opt for an eccentric combination of aura skills. Moreover, for Jiang Yan, the Sanctuary Aura, which bolsters the health of allied units, holds a special significance. With allies boasting greater vitality, naturally, the currency he can generate increases as well. This aura is something Jiang Yan is determined to acquire. After a moment of hesitation, the man replied, "I am uncertain of its worth. I initially intended to sell it for 3,000, but since you saved my life, I will part with it for 2,000. Is that acceptable?" Jiang Yan chuckled softly as he retrieved 5,000 nether coins, presenting them to the man with the words, "I offer 5,000. Protecting you is not an act of goodwill, but a rule of the safe zone." The man's expression transformed into one of sheer delight as he accepted the coins, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Given the current economic ecology among players, if the protective aura were to be sold at a street stall in the antique market, it would be challenging to fetch more than 1,500 nether coins. Thus, Jiang Yan's offer of 5,000 coins was indeed a gesture of considerable sincerity. With such a bounty in hand, this individual could be considered to have a dreamlike beginning, though it still paled in comparison to Jiang Yan's extraordinary start. Upon acquiring this aura scroll, Jiang Yan first expended 100,000 nether coins to purchase a skill slot expansion gem from the marketplace, thereby unlocking his 5th skill slot, which allowed him to successfully incorporate the protective aura as his 5th aura. Subsequently, he invested an additional 256,000 nether coins to elevate the protective aura to level 10. The passive skill, Protective Aura, level 10, enhances the armor and health of friendly units within a 50-meter radius by 55%, with the effect being doubled for himself. Oh ho ho ho! Jiang Yan felt an exhilarating surge within. The currency printing efficiency had risen by 55%. Regrettably, he could not utilize his own currency printing, for if he could, the value of this aura would soar even higher. After reveling in this delight, Jiang Yan inadvertently noticed the price of the second skill slot expansion gem, which had astonishingly escalated from the initial 100,000 nether coins to an astonishing 1 million nether coins. Goodness, this item is already exorbitantly priced. And the second one is set to escalate tenfold, all while being bound by soul. It is no wonder that Jiang Yan had only heard of players with 5 skills in his previous life, never encountering the existence of 6. However, for Jiang Yan, 1 million nether coins is inconsequential. It merely allows him to casually augment a few attributes. He swiftly purchased the second gem, transforming his skill bar into 6 slots. In the marketplace, the price for the third expansion gem subsequently soared to 10 million nether coins. This cost, however, is somewhat steep for Jiang Yan, prompting him to temporarily disregard it. He has yet to determine what to allocate for his 6th aura and finds no immediate need for a 7th skill slot. There is no rush to complete the 6th aura. Perhaps, in due time, someone will appear, much like before, offering hidden aura scrolls for sale in the antique street. This is precisely why Jiang Yan values this safe zone. With his extraordinary financial prowess, anything that catches his eye is certainly within his grasp. As long as the trade volume in the antique street continues to rise, it will inevitably become Jiang Yan's treasure trove. All players seeking transactions here are essentially working for him. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly approached Jiang Yan from behind and whispered, "Brother Jiang, a group has arrived, and they seem suspicious. I suspect they may be here to cause trouble." Jiang Yan furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Take me to see." He held a profound trust in Zhang Xiaohu's judgment, for the latter was a trusted confidant of Baosheng, having previously assisted him in overseeing numerous venues. Within the Dingsheng group, he was a formidable presence, possessing keen discernment. However, when Jiang Yan beheld the group of individuals pointed out by Zhang Xiaohu, his pupils constricted, and a grave expression instantly enveloped his countenance. This group comprised 5 individuals, dispersed within a particular area of the antique street. At first glance, they appeared unrelated, yet their proximity indicated a disciplined vigilance towards one another. Their attire was tattered, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed that these ragged garments had been deliberately fashioned to appear worn. The damage evident was a result of scissors, rather than the chaotic mishaps of a hurried escape. On the surface, these 5 individuals merely strolled leisurely, perusing the wares and relishing the sanctuary of the antique street. However, their gazes betrayed a restless intent, as they occasionally feigned nonchalance while scrutinizing various corners, the arrangement of the surroundings, the number of people present, and the geographical layout. They were certainly not ordinary patrons. Jiang Yan lowered his voice and stated, "You are correct. There is something amiss with this group. Yet, they are not here to create chaos. They are agents of the Bureau of Anomalies." Chapter 41. The probe of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Among the 5 individuals who appeared on Antique Street, one was known to Jiang Yan. He was a high-ranking captain within the Southern Anomaly Investigation Bureau. If memory served him correctly, his name was Chen Haichuan. The Anomaly Investigation Bureau? Zhang Xiaohu inquired with curiosity. "What is its significance?" Jiang Yan elucidated. "It is an official organization dedicated to countering the supernatural, positioned between military and police forces. Previously, it focused on the sporadic and rare occurrences of anomalies, remaining relatively obscure. Possessing the knowledge from his previous life, Jiang Yan understood that anomalies did not materialize out of thin air. In reality, prior to their large-scale emergence, anomalies had already captured the attention of the authorities, leading to the establishment of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau several decades ago. However, during that era, anomalies manifested at an exceedingly low frequency, approximately 10 times a year, rendering them exceptionally rare across the vast expanse of the nation. Indeed, the majority of ordinary individuals would never encounter one in their lifetime. Now, amidst the sudden and overwhelming influx of anomalies, the well-experienced Anomaly Investigation Bureau had finally stepped into the public eye, playing a crucial role in many cities and hidden realms, often acting as a bulwark against chaos. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's expression darkened immediately. Gritting his teeth, he remarked, "Are they the authorities? Jiang Gu, have we crossed paths with them?" As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohu made a slashing motion across his throat with his hand. Having followed in Baosheng for many years, he harbored an inherent wariness towards such figures of authority, especially those who lurked within his territory. His instinct was to resist them. Jiang Yan cast a disapproving glare at Zhang Xiaohu and reprimanded, What nonsense. Clear your mind. Previously, you were like mice, while they were. Now, the entire realm of Shenzhou is divided into two factions, the supernatural and humanity. The Bureau of Anomalies is the backbone of our human camp. Are you still contemplating harming them? Zhang Xiaohu, chastened by Jiang Yan's words, found himself at a loss for a retort. Upon reflection, he realized that the situation was indeed as Jiang Yan had described. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Brother Jiang, your insight is sharp and far-reaching. I admire you. However," Zhang Xiaohu furrowed his brow and continued, "Will the members of the Bureau of Anomalies simply watch us operate the antique street?" Jiang Yan smiled and replied, "They likely will not impede us. In fact, they may even seek to develop a collaborative relationship with us. Just as I mentioned earlier, the Bureau of Anomalies understands that humanity must unite at this juncture. Now, let us disregard them. If they wish to observe, let them do so." With that, Jiang Yan returned to his shop and sat quietly on a purple treasure chest, printing money in peace. He anticipated that the members of the Bureau of Anomalies would soon visit his establishment for a probe. True to his expectations, approximately 20 minutes later, a man named Chun Haichuan, the captain of the Bureau of Anomalies, stepped into Jiang Yan's shop. The moment he crossed the threshold, the resolute middle-aged captain with a bushy beard abruptly halted in his tracks. His body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes constricted to the size of pinpoints, as if he had beheld something extraordinarily terrifying. In this small room, there were inexplicably four strange presences. It was utterly inconceivable that he would find himself surrounded by the bizarre in a safety zone teeming with humanity. Chun Haichuan's gaze darted swiftly over the purple treasure chest nestled beneath Jiang Yan's backside, then glanced at Xiaoxin, who was dozing off at the back. Two humanoid figures, one treasure chest. That accounted for three anomalies. Yet, where was the fourth? Unbeknownst to Chun Haichuan, mere half a meter behind him, within an unseen shroud of mist, the gazes of Yin Mei, Zhu Ganglai, and the demon wolf converged upon him. A jolt surged through Chun Haichuan's heart as he realized, "No, I must not look any further. Although the current situation is peculiar, it remains somewhat manageable, and I may not be subjected to an attack. However, should the entities before me sense that I have discovered their presence, I might not be permitted to leave this place alive." A bead of cold sweat trickled down the temple of this captain of the anomaly hunters. His state of rigidity lasted only a fleeting moment. His formidable mental fortitude enabled Chun Haichuan to swiftly regain his composure, feigning calm as he continued to step inside. Directing his gaze with utmost propriety at Jiang Yan, whose face was partially obscured by the shadow of a peculiar hat. Yet, Jiang Yan could hear the tumultuous thrum of his heartbeat, heavy and intense, betraying the raging storm within. Jiang Yan observed Chun Haichuan with great interest, taking a puff from his old pipe, and calmly inquired, "Is there something you require, sir?" Upon hearing Jiang Yan's voice, Chun Haichuan felt every hair on his body stand on end, as if compelled by an unseen force. It was the first time he had encountered such an eerie manner of speaking that bore an uncanny resemblance to human articulation. The presence before him was utterly bizarre, indistinguishable from a human being. Such strangeness was beyond comprehension. He discreetly swallowed hard, then quickly donned a cheerful smile, saying, "I see you offer loan services. I require some ghostly currency. May I inquire about the maximum amount you are able to lend?" Jiang Yan took another draw from his old pipe, and amidst the swirling smoke, replied with a faint smile, "Not exceeding 50 of the total value of your equipment." The 50 of his total equipment value represented the highest collateral Jiang Yan could secure through the peculiar contract. Should the amount exceed this threshold, the lender's demise would result in Jiang Yan incurring a loss. As he spoke, Jiang Yan produced an unusual contract and handed it to Chun Haichuan. After carefully reviewing the terms of the contract, Chin's eyes flickered with intrigue, and he subsequently asked, "If I possess high-quality equipment not available in the system's marketplace, may I use it as collateral for the loan, or sell it directly to you?" Jiang Yan took another puff from his old pipe, exhaling a blue smoke ring, and slowly nodded, "That is permissible." From behind him, Chun Haichuan retrieved a magazine, methodically extracting the bullets one by one. To his astonishment, each bullet was crafted from silver, totaling 10 in number, none of which could be found in the system's marketplace, but rather were made by human hands. It appears that the Bureau of Anomalies has long mastered the peculiar property of silver bullets, which can double the lethality against the bizarre. Backed by the vast industrial system of the Divine Land, The Bureau naturally does not need to procure such consumables from the system's marketplace. Compared to ordinary human players, they inherently possess a substantial resource advantage. As for now, the military industry, which requires a considerable labor force, has naturally come to a standstill. However, the enormous inventory left behind can still sustain the Bureau for an extended period. Holding 10 silver bullets in his hand and inspecting them, Jiang Yan nodded and remarked, 80 nether coins for each. As he spoke, he handed over 8 gleaming nether coins. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Chen Haichuan's eyes, though he dared not show it. The prospect of exchanging for 80 nether coins was indeed remarkable. The silver bullets sold in the system's marketplace cost 100 nether coins each. Although the silver bullets in his possession could also inflict double damage, their quality was inferior to those offered by the marketplace, with reduced firing speed and range. Furthermore, one must consider the profit margin for the seller. Chen Haichuan had not held out much hope. Jiang Yan, of course, was not at a loss. Not only did Shao Xian require silver bullets, but others from the Dingxing group did as well. I wish to borrow 20,000 nether coins, Chen Haichuan suddenly declared, seemingly resolute in his decision. Chapter 42. The store may be taboo in the eyes of Chen Haichuan. Borrowing 20,000 ghost coins is a considerable risk. Firstly, the sum is excessively high. Should the peculiar entity before him refuse, it could very well lead to dire consequences. Secondly, he must display all his gear. If the entity senses a threat emanating from him, it could likewise result in perilous repercussions. Regardless of how he weighs the situation, the probability of death looms large. However, as the captain, he must bear his own responsibilities. If this place is indeed fraught with danger, he would rather sacrifice his life as a warning. This antique street is paramount in the eradication efforts of the Anomaly Hunting Bureau. Jiang Yan took a puff from his old pipe, expressing keen interest as he said, "Then please, showcase your equipment." One by one, Chen Haichuan presented his gear to Jiang Yan, 7 pieces in total, each priced around 6,000 ghost coins, accumulating to over 40,000 ghost coins. This ensemble, even in the twilight of Jiang Yan's previous life, would be deemed opulent. In the present day, merely a day after the onset of the anomalies, it seems rather excessive. Of course, in comparison to Jiang Yan, such extravagance appears modest. Nowadays, Jiang Yan seldom considers the cost-effectiveness of his purchases. He gravitates directly towards the most expensive options. Nevertheless, Chen Haichuan's equipment epitomizes the pinnacle of value for money. Excluding weaponry, an individual possesses merely 8 equipment slots: jewelry, footwear, rings, garments, trousers, bracers, necklaces, and hats. At present, Jiang Yan and Shaoxin have several vacant slots, primarily due to a lack of perceived survival pressure, allowing for a rather carefree approach. In stark contrast, Chen Haichuan's configuration epitomizes a true confrontation with immense pressure, extracting every ounce of potential within him. Jiang Yan is not surprised by the quality of Chen Haichuan's gear, although the peculiarities of Nandu have yet to be eradicated. Since their arrival yesterday, Chen Haichuan and the hunters from the Anomaly Hunting Bureau have undoubtedly been entrenched in intense combat, striving to eradicate the anomalies of Nandu. With each anomaly eliminated, humanity's vitality flourishes, and the disrupted order gradually restores. Amidst such high-stakes conflict, as long as the hunters remain alive, their fortunes are bound to be substantial. Conversely, the majority of ordinary human players find themselves in a desperate struggle for survival, scraping by in dire poverty. Chen Haichuan held his breath, his gaze intensely fixed on Jiang Yan's every movement, the tension in his demeanor unmistakable. Who knows what might transpire if the anomaly before him, perpetually puffing on a pipe, beheld his finely crafted equipment? Yet, to Chen Haichuan's astonishment, Jiang Yan's expression remained indifferent, devoid of any tumult. With a decisive clap, 2 stacks of glimmering coins were placed on the table as Jiang Yan calmly declared, "Deal." Chen Haichuan stared at the 20,000 coins before him, his pupils quivering slightly. This is bizarre. Did I truly take out a loan for myself? 20,000 ghost coins. Have I really obtained it so easily? Chen Haichuan retrieved the 20,000 ghost coins, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Well then, I shall take my leave. As he departed, Chen Haichuan remained exceedingly vigilant, nearly retreating as he exited, his gaze fixated on the half of Jiang Yan's face shrouded in the shadow of the peculiar hat. Jiang Yan maintained his calm demeanor, observing him until his figure vanished at the doorway. Chen Haichuan collapsed in a corner of the antique street, panting heavily. beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead, while his hands and feet felt frigid, his entire body trembling in a state of numbness. Gulp. He swallowed hard. His expression, one of having narrowly escaped calamity. I actually managed to walk out of that terrifying shop? Chun Haichuan felt an uncanny sense of disbelief. Surrounded by the oddity, yet emerging unscathed? Not only that, but I even walked away with 20,000 ghost coins? The strangeness of this antique street is truly remarkable. A woman of graceful stature and striking features, visibly concerned, supported Chun Haichuan's arm, squatting beside him, urgently inquiring, "Brother, what is wrong with you? You look dreadful. Are you injured?" Chun Haichuan shook his head, responding, "I am not injured." The strangeness inside was quite terrifying, yet it seemed to possess little aggression. I suffered no losses, and in fact, gained the benefit of 20,000 ghost coins. The woman was momentarily taken aback. Her voice tinged with confusion as she inquired, "You received a benefit of 20,000 ghost coins from the bizarre entity?" Having served as a hunter in the Anomaly Hunting Bureau for so many years, she had never before encountered such a preposterous notion. Gathering all members of the hunting team, 5 individuals huddled in a small corner. In a hushed tone, Chun Haichuan remarked, "It seems that the anomalies inside are not inclined to easily harm ordinary people. I wonder if there exists a specific set of killing rules." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 4 members of the Bureau changed dramatically. "Killing rules?" One member exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his voice trembling. "Isn't that something only associated with taboos? Could it be that this establishment on Antique Street concealed a taboo?" The term taboo refers to an anomaly that has attained a formidable level of power. According to the information previously gathered by the Bureau, sufficiently powerful anomalies may, at certain moments, possess the rules of a taboo. Humans who meet these criteria are indiscriminately slaughtered, with almost no chance of survival. Conversely, those who do not meet the criteria are spared from attack. For instance, humans within the line of sight must not turn their backs to the taboo, otherwise they will be killed. Since its inception and prior to the emergence of anomalies, the Anomaly Hunting Bureau has confronted 5 taboos in total, sealing 3 and expelling 2. Each of these taboos has, without exception, exacted a devastating toll on both the Bureau and the land of Shenzhou. In the Antique Street, if a forbidden entity truly lurks, the fate of the southern metropolis might be exceedingly tragic, perhaps even obliterated by this very taboo. "Brother, what shall we do?" The young woman, Ingxiu, gazed at Chun Haichuan, her voice trembling with trepidation. "Can the 5 of us seal such a forbidden entity?" Chun Haichuan resolutely shook his head. "There is absolutely no chance. Based on prior experience, to confront a forbidden entity and create an opportunity for sealing, at least 100 hunters must work in unison. We can only archive this information for now and request support from headquarters. Before that, you may replicate the steps I just outlined and attempt to procure some ghostly currency from that peculiar being within. Given the immense pressure of survival, such borrowing, a form of advanced consumption, is indeed a strategy that bears no potential harm. The interest incurred, considering the combat intensity of the Bureau of Hunting the Supernatural, can be easily repaid. However, the additional 20,000 ghostly coins could catalyze a qualitative transformation in your capabilities." Chun Haichuan recounted all his actions upon entering that shop, with meticulous detail, 3 times, and solemnly stated, "Have you all memorized it? Once you enter, not a single step can be miscalculated. Should you inadvertently trigger its unknown rules of elimination, you shall never escape." Ingxiu was the first to rise, her face resolute, declaring, "Then I shall be the second to go." Chapter 43. This is the end. Within the shop, Jiang Yan perched upon a violet treasure chest, resting his chin on one hand, embodying the serene image of a tranquil money printer. The tally of ghostly coins increased. 5, 850, 109, 7, 860, 3, 830, 7, 711. With the protective aura bestowing a 55 health augmentation, Jiang Yan's current earnings of ghostly coins had reached an impressive 25,360 per second. This was achieved while the Black Crow was away in search of treasures. Otherwise, the figures would soar even higher. As he scrutinized his attribute panel, Jiang Yan engaged in quiet contemplation. Just moments ago, he had elevated all 3 of his attributes to a remarkable 250 points. Beyond this threshold, each additional point demanded a staggering sum of 10 million ghostly coins. Jiang Yan gasped, muttering to himself, "This is becoming increasingly absurd." 10 million for a single attribute point is simply astronomical. Ordinary players might struggle through 2 or 3 dozen bizarre encounters without ever surpassing 200 points, let alone reaching 250. The benefits of further augmenting his attributes had diminished significantly, prompting him to pause at the 250-point milestone. Jiang Yan reflected. There were merely 2 days remaining until the first secret realm in the southern capital would open. I must venture there, otherwise. If the locals fail to cleanse the realm, the lethal spirit children within may emerge. Even I would be at risk of falling victim to their forbidden wrath. First, I shall acquire the complete set of the enigmatic Black Crow ensemble and enhance its capabilities, after which I must begin to amass some wealth. If memory serves me correctly, there are numerous instances in the secret realms where currency is required. For a single expedition, preparing 10 billion should suffice. Even if it falls short, I possess the ability to print money on-site within the secret realm. After all, the one thing the secret realms are not in short supply of is the peculiar. Given Jiang Yan's current rate of currency generation, sitting quietly in a shop for 12 hours would allow him to accumulate 10 billion. Jiang Yan casually purchased the remaining 5 pieces of the mysterious Black Crow set from the marketplace. Equipment: Enigmatic Black Crow's Arcane Feather Ring, Mysterious Black Crow Set 1/8. Upgradable increases personal magical power by 1,000 points and magical damage by 10. Reduces personal enmity by 10. Sale price: 30,000 soul coins. Equipment: Enigmatic Black Crow's Dark Feather Robe, Mysterious Black Crow Set 1/8. Upgradable increases personal armor value by 100 points and magical resistance by 15. Reduces personal enmity by 10. Sale price: 100,000 soul coins. Equipment: Enigmatic Black Crow's Dark Feather Pants, Mysterious Black Crow Set 1/8. Upgradable increases personal armor value by 100 points and movement speed by 5. Reduces personal enmity by 10. Sale price: 70,000 soul coins. Equipment: Enigmatic Black Crow's Phantom Eye Pendant, Mysterious Black Crow Set 1/8. Upgradable increases personal casting speed by 10 and magical recovery speed by 10 points per second. Reduces personal enmity by 10. Sale price: 40,000 soul coins. Equipment: The Enigmatic Dance Shoes of the Shadowy Raven, Part 1/8 of the Shadowy Raven set. Upgradable enhances one's movement and attack speed by 100 points, while reducing hate value by 10. Price: 40,000 infernal coins. Upon collecting all 8 pieces, the 3 special effects of the Shadowy Raven set become fully manifested. 3-piece set, Raven S Stride, increases movement speed by 15 and reduces hate value by 10 while in motion. 5-piece set, King of Trickery, increases spell damage dealt by 20 and reduces spell damage taken by 20. 7-piece set, Crimson Shockwave, when locking eyes with an opponent. All hate reduction effects transform into hate increase, inflicting a mental shockwave that lasts for 5 seconds. This 7-piece effect took Jiang Yan by surprise. His choice of the Shadowy Raven set was primarily due to its capability to diminish hate value. While a single piece may not exhibit significant effects, the cumulative reduction of hate value across 8 pieces amounts to an impressive 80. Furthermore, when combined with the 3-piece effect of Raven S Stride, it can reach up to 90. This is indeed remarkable. As an individual unable to retaliate, attracting hate would result only in passive suffering. Thus, one would naturally remain at the rear, fully utilizing the aura and investing fervently. However, the effect of this 7-piece set completely alters the combat style of the entire ensemble. A reduction of 90 in hate transforms into an increase of 90 in hate, undeniably creating a pronounced taunt. It may not necessarily be a bad thing. Its application is vast, and at times, it can yield unexpectedly remarkable effects. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, initially intending to experiment with the Crimson Shock on the pig-headed beast. However, just as he lifted his gaze, he unexpectedly beheld a remarkably graceful woman. Her face etched with anxiety, entering the shop. Their eyes met. Chen Yurua had just stepped into the establishment when she was confronted by a pair of chilling eyes peering from beneath a low, peculiar brim. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, she felt those eyes transform into a terrifying crimson, radiating an overwhelming power that seized her entire rationality. To Chen Yurua, the figure seated atop a purple treasure chest, shrouded in shadows, represented the most terrifying entity in existence. I must eliminate him, or I shall surely perish. This thought flashed through Chen Yurua's mind. Before she could deliberate cautiously, Her body had already reacted. With a swift motion, a long blade was drawn, transforming into a bright arc of light, and struck fiercely at Jiang Yan's head. A dull thud resonated from beneath the blade. A damage indicator emerged above Jiang Yan's head, -1. Simultaneously, a damage number appeared above Chen Yuro, -400. Feeling the pain inflicted by the retaliatory aura, Chen Yuro's fear intensified. And driven by her instinct for survival, she swiftly unleashed a second strike. Jiang Yan swiftly dodged Chen Yuro's second strike. This young lady was nimble, with rapid attack speed but low health, making her the perfect adversary for the retaliatory aura. The 5 seconds of Crimson Shockwave were ample time for her to perish at Jiang Yan's hands 3 or 4 times. After all, she was his client. She couldn't die before signing the loan contract, especially not within his establishment. Otherwise, who would dare to return? As Jiang Yan deftly evaded Chen Yuro's assaults, the effects of the Crimson Shockwave finally dissipated after 5 seconds. Chen Yuro, leaning on her blade, knelt on the ground, panting heavily, her eyes wide with terror, trembling like a leaf. What have I just done? Did I really chase and strike a forbidden being several times? I'm doomed. Just as Chen Yuro was drenched in cold sweat, visions of her great-grandmother began to flicker before her eyes. Jiang Yan's calm voice reached her ears. Miss, do you require any services? Chen Yuro's body trembled as she incredulously raised her gaze, only to discover that the forbidden entity, shrouded in shadows, had once again seated itself upon the purple treasure chest. The low-brimmed, peculiar hat obscured Jiang Yan's eyes, while wisps of blue smoke curled from his old pipe, enhancing his air of mystery. With her lips slightly parted and a dazed expression upon her face, Chen Yuro murmured in disbelief, "No way. Didn't he even trigger his kill rule?" Jiang Yan caught sight of the young lady kneeling on the ground, lost in thought, and he furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, "Miss, are you all right?" Upon hearing his deep voice, Chen Yuro shivered, nearly releasing a couple of drops in fright. This taboo, it truly resembled a human's manner of speaking. Chapter 44, The Forbidden Gaze Eye. I came to apply for a loan. Chen Yuro, trembling and leaning on her knife, rose to her feet, adhering strictly to the steps guided by Chen Haichuan. She was not yet ready to embrace death, although the situation had spiraled out of control moments ago. As long as the fatal rules of this taboo had not been triggered, there remained a glimmer of hope for redemption. Jiang Yan nodded and presented a peculiar contract, initiating the loan process. In mere minutes, 20,000 ghost coins were placed into Chen Yuru's hands by Jiang Yan. Yet for Chen Yuru, each passing second felt like an agonizing eternity, a chasm between life and death. Cold sweat drenched her clothes, a single droplet glistening as it trickled down her nose. Chen Yuru cautiously caught this drop of cold sweat, fearful that the sound of its fall might invoke the lethal rules of the taboo before her. Upon receiving the ghost coins, Chen Yuru spoke in a trembling voice, "Thank you," not daring to linger a moment longer. She mimicked Chen Haichuan's posture and retreated from the shop, never once exposing her back to Jiang Yan. Once she had distanced herself by several meters, Chen Yuru could no longer hold herself together and collapsed onto the bustling antique street, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Chen Haichuan, waiting anxiously nearby, hurriedly dragged Chen Yuru to a corner and asked with palpable tension, "What happened? Did you secure the loan?" Chen Yuru swallowed hard, her smile more grotesque than a cry. "I got it. Also 20,000. Not only that, I even struck him once." Upon hearing this, Chen Haichuan and the others were momentarily stunned. "What? You attacked that taboo creature?" Chen Haichuan exclaimed in disbelief. "Why would you do such a thing?" His eyes widened in rage, feeling as though he were on the brink of madness. How could his usually astute sister commit such an outrageous act in the presence of a terrifying taboo? An impulsive attack on such a being could potentially unleash consequences that the entire South City would struggle to bear. Trembling, Chen Yuro replied, "I didn't mean to." When I looked into his eyes, it felt as if my body was no longer under my control. It was as if I had to kill him to survive. Then I drew my knife and struck him. As Chen Yuro recounted the events in the shop, a chill seized Chen Haichuan and the other hunters, their heartbeats seemingly frozen in place. A single strike against that taboo creature had resulted in merely a drop of blood, yet it retaliated, inflicting 400 damage upon Chen Yuro. It was important to note that Chen Yuro only had a little over 800 health points, just enough for 3 strikes before she would succumb to her own wounds. One hunter murmured softly, "This is utterly terrifying." Another, standing nearby, stammered, "A taboo? This is definitely a taboo. Ordinary strangeness. Such a manifestation is utterly implausible. Chun Haichuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, incredulously inquiring, "You directly attacked him and did not trigger the forbidden kill rule?" Chen Yuru's smile was more sorrowful than any tears. She shook her head and replied, "No. That entity has merely remained perched upon his violet treasure chest, scarcely casting a glance in my direction. It was as though, in his eyes, I were but a trifling ant. Moreover, he appeared somewhat different from your description, enveloped in a faint shroud of black mist, rendering him nearly indistinguishable, as if he scarcely existed. The sensation of reality intertwining with illusion was truly terrifying. The hunters had no inkling that after Chun Haichuan's departure, Jiang Yan had completed his covert Black Crow set. The full ensemble undoubtedly offered a markedly different impression. Upon hearing this, Chun Haichuan fell into a prolonged silence. Could it be that the taboo of the antique street is continuously evolving? Could its sustenance be the grim coins we borrowed from him? Or perhaps, the number of living individuals he has encountered? Is this the reason he refrained from executing the denizens of the antique street? A myriad of chilling conjectures swirled incessantly within Chun Haichuan's mind. "Captain, shall we venture in to borrow money?" One hunter quavered. Chun Haichuan gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us go. We are both unharmed. You may enter and borrow money without fear. Even if he relies on our financial support to thrive, we have no choice but to drink poison to quench our thirst. The pressure from the southern capital's crackdown is simply overwhelming. These 20,000 ghost coins are indispensable to our survival." Chen Yuruo regained her composure and nodded, stating, "Indeed. Even if we refrain from borrowing, the throngs in the antique street will inevitably seek loans. We might as well borrow and ensure our own survival." The hunter hesitated, proposing, "What if we seal off the antique street? This way, he cannot continue to grow, and it will be significantly easier for us to manage him later." Chen Haichuan, exasperated, struck the hunter's head with a resounding slap and reprimanded in a low voice, "Are you seeking death? Just because that taboo has not killed anyone doesn't imply he is incapable of murder. He has established a safe zone, which undoubtedly serves a greater purpose. If we seal it off, he may very well emerge and eliminate us. Quickly enter, borrow the money, and then we shall depart to continue our eradication efforts. Once the support team from headquarters arrives, we will determine how to deal with this taboo. Remember, this time, do not gaze directly at the taboo." The remaining 3 hunters proceeded into Jiang Yan's shop, meticulously following the loan process. Throughout the encounter, they fixated on Jiang Yan's toes, not daring to raise their eyes to meet his gaze, strictly adhering to his instructions. It was the turn of the last hunter. He cautiously extended his trembling hands to receive the grim coin from Jiang Yan. With his gaze lowered, he suddenly caught sight of a grotesque visage that had materialized on the surface of the purple treasure chest beneath Jiang Yan. The ghastly face fixated its unwavering stare upon the hunter, and then, with a sinister grin, it licked its lips with a tongue as sharp and crimson as a blade, greedily savoring the moment. My heavens! The hunter was seized by an overwhelming terror, his spirit seemingly fleeing his body, and he instinctively turned to flee. Bursting through the shop's entrance, the sunlight outside struck him, bringing him back to his senses. Yet, he was immediately plunged into an icy dread. "Oh no! I have exposed my back in the face of the taboo, and I ran so recklessly. It's over, it's over. Surely, I have triggered the death rule." The hunter stood frozen in place, akin to a statue, paralyzed with fear. "Do not approach." He trembled, his pupils constricted to pinpoints. Addressing the 4 who had gathered around Chun Haichuan, I may be doomed. Please ensure my mother receives the compensation. Take good care of her." Despairing tears welled in the hunter's eyes, spilling over. A second passed. 10 seconds elapsed. Nothing happened. Chun Haichuan, cigarette dangling from his lips, wore a puzzled expression, muttering to himself, "What precisely is this taboo's death rule?" Chapter 45. Desiring to be your woman, turning one's back and fleeing are commonly recognized taboos associated with the rules of elimination. That they would not trigger a kill was something Chun Haichuan had never anticipated. The peculiar taboo within the antique street felt somewhat bizarre. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Haichuan addressed Yu, "You remain here to observe this shop. The rest of you return with me to catalog this taboo." Taboo number 006. Name: Eerie Magnificence. Elimination rules: unknown. Appearance: a young man seated upon a purple treasure chest, shrouded in enigmatic black mist, his features indiscernible. Degree of personification, extremely high. Caution, do not make eye contact. Surrounded by eerie presences. Possesses a substantial amount of underworld currency. Enjoys conducting business. Displays weak desire for aggression. Though the dossier on this taboo was brief, the moment Chun Haichuan uploaded it to the internal network of the Bureau of Anomalies, a phone call came through within a mere 3 seconds. Haichuan, elaborate on the taboo 006 you just uploaded. Yes, Director, Chun Haichuan nodded, recounting in detail all that he had witnessed in the antique street, leaving no stone unturned. The director of the Bureau fell silent for a few moments, took a deep breath, and stated, the hunters dispatched to support Shancheng, Qicheng, and Xingqing will redirect to assist Nandu. In total, 76 individuals, alongside the 27 survivors from the Nandu Bureau, will coordinate under your command to seal Taboo 006. Prepare the golden coffin and ensure a proper reception. Beep, beep, beep. Chun Haichuan felt a surge of spirit. The reinforcements arrived faster than he had anticipated. Yet, a heaviness settled in his heart. The branches of the Hunter Bureau in Shancheng, Qicheng, and Xingqing had been severely crippled, prompting the headquarters to dispatch such a multitude of hunters for assistance. Now, due to the forbidden 006 in Nandu, the support from the 3 cities had diverted entirely to Nandu. The plight of the ordinary people struggling in those 3 cities grew increasingly dire. It was imperative to successfully seal 006 without incurring significant losses. Otherwise, the peculiar cleansing operations surrounding Nandu would descend into grave turmoil. Let us proceed to retrieve a golden coffin. Chun Haichuan led the 3 hunters from his team down to the 3rd underground level of the Hunter Bureau, where they opened a sizable wooden crate within a vast warehouse. Inside lay a magnificent coffin, resplendent in golden hues, shimmering dazzlingly under the warehouse lights. The 3 hunters behind Chun Haichuan gaped in astonishment and inquired, Captain, is this golden coffin truly made of pure gold? Chun Haichuan nodded affirmatively, stating, the exterior is indeed pure gold, and quite thick. Inside, there is a layer of alloy plating to ensure overall strength. This coffin has cost nearly 10 billion universal currency. The 3 hunters collectively gasped in awe. The sudden emergence of the bazaar has effectively rendered the original universal currency obsolete, with the astronomical figure of 10 billion still holding immense value. The cost of sealing the taboo is exceedingly high. Chun Haichuan nodded slowly, stating, gold is the only material we have discovered capable of imprisoning the bazaar. The taboo is also a form of the bazaar and can be perfectly sealed within a golden coffin. Only the taboo warrants the use of such an expensive golden coffin for its confinement. To seal the taboo, we must construct a series of intricate traps around this golden coffin, luring the taboo within to achieve success. One of the hunters could not restrain his curiosity and asked, Captain, the 5 taboos we previously discovered were all akin to those in the antique street. Is there truly no possibility of defeating them? With the bazaar now present, players' panels displayed data, and Chun Yuru had even personally struck the taboo from the antique street, yielding a clear outcome. Not even 100 hunters, let alone 1,000, could hope to overcome that taboo. The result would invariably be the same: complete annihilation from its retaliatory strikes. If we cannot match its power, we must resort to sealing it. Chun Haichuan, who had personally participated in 2 taboo sealing missions, fell silent for a moment upon hearing this question. His gaze became distant as he sighed, recounting, the first recorded taboo incident occurred when the Bureau of Bizarre Hunting lacked experience, resulting in the loss of nearly 1,000 hunters, yet not inflicting even a scratch on the taboo. Subsequent records of taboo incidents have repeatedly corroborated this grim reality. The taboo seems impervious to destruction, existing solely to be sealed away. But Chun Haichuan inhaled deeply from his cigarette, exhaling wisps of smoke as he mused. Who can say? Perhaps it is merely because the blade we wield is yet insufficiently sharp. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan rested his chin on his hand atop a violet treasure chest, drowsily printing currency. 10 hours had elapsed, and darkness had enveloped the antique street. During this time, numerous individuals sought loans from Jiang Yan. Although each sum was modest, the cumulative total swelled to an impressive 500,000. This figure, however, had become trivial in Jiang Yan's eyes. His gaze occasionally drifted to his player panel. Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 250, Agility, 250, Intelligence, 250. The average for an ordinary person is 5. Soul coins, 991, 864, 370. Over 999 million. Forget it. I'm too weary to print more. It's time to head home, Jiang Yan yawned, instructing in Xiaoxin to tidy up the car while he affixed a closed sign to the shop. The black raven perched on his shoulder perked up, reminding him, "Do not forget your promise of 10 treasure chests." Jiang Yan nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, I will ensure you receive your due." The black raven had returned for some time now, and the eerie atmosphere of the night only intensified. Thus, the treasure exploration team of the Dingxing group decided against undertaking any ventures after dark. On this day of treasure exploration, bolstered by the remote intelligence support from the purple chest and the formidable curse unleashed by the black crow, the endeavor proceeded remarkably smoothly. A total of 3 blue chests and 7 green chests were acquired. The worthless resources extracted from them were discarded onto the stalls of the antique street for sale, with the proceeds allocated to the prosperous group. Regrettably, the bizarre kills attributed to the Black Crow during the treasure hunt did not yield any rewards, resulting in a slight loss of income. As Jiang Yan was preparing to depart, a tattered figure of a woman unexpectedly entered. "We're closed. Please come back tomorrow," Jiang Yan remarked without glancing at her. The woman spoke, "Jiang Yan, I am not here for a loan. I wish to talk to you." Upon hearing that voice, Jiang Yan's gaze lifted slightly. He caught a glimpse of her face and recognized her as one of the 5 female classmates he had rescued earlier that day, named Li Yinxi. Jiang Yan nodded gently and inquired, "What is it?" Li Yinxi turned and closed the shop's door, approaching Jiang Yan with careful steps, her voice barely above a whisper. I want to be your woman." Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Li Yinxi plunged into Jiang Yan's embrace, her slender arms tightly encircling his robust waist, seemingly yearning to melt herself into his chest. Chapter 46. Help me kill Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was taken aback by such an unexpected and fervent advance. After a few moments of stunned silence, he furrowed his brow and pushed Li Yanhui away. "Li Yanhui, do you even realize what you are saying? I have no interest in you." This girl was notorious in Jiang Yan's class for her boldness. Throughout high school, she had been involved with 4 different boys from the same class, even having a brief liaison with Wang Huqing, who was later cast aside for a wealthy heir from their class. Li Yanhui possessed an appealing figure and striking looks, dressed in a mature and alluring manner. However, she paled in comparison to the naturally beautiful in Xiaoxin. After being pushed away by Jiang Yan, Li Yanhui feigned vulnerability. "I know you are within Xiaoxin, and I do not require a title from you. I merely wish for your protection. Did you not notice the leering gazes of those single men in the antique street? They are voracious, like hungry wolves. In just half a day, a dozen men have approached me to flirt." Tears glistening in her eyes, Li Yanhui pleaded. "Jiang Yan, I am truly frightened. I can fulfill all your desires. Whatever in Xiaoxin is unwilling to indulge in, I am more than willing to partake. I assure you, I can offer you pleasures far superior to hers. Take me, and I shall obey your every command." Having delivered her heart-wrenching plea, she wiped away her tears and once more sought refuge in Jiang Yan's embrace. Jiang Yan deftly sidestepped her advance and replied curtly, "No need. Please, have some self-respect." Li Yanhui turned around only to find that Jiang Yan had vanished without a trace. "Scoundrel!" she exclaimed, stamping her foot heavily as she muttered under her breath. "I am the goddess of the senior year. Countless suitors yearn for me, but cannot attain me. I have even lowered myself, so why treat me this way? Jiang Yan, are you even a man?" As she stormed out of Jiang Yan's shop, a deep, ominous voice called out from behind her, "Beautiful lady, have you made your decision? I've been waiting for you all day. Join me, and I shall ensure you enjoy 3 meals a day." Li Yanhui paused, her expression darkening considerably. The speaker was one of the men who had been pestering her during the day, known as Lang Gu, the most physically imposing among them, clad in expensive gear. Earlier that day, when she had been eyeing the fried rice stall with longing, Lang Gu had generously treated her to a bowl of fried rice. "I could accompany you," Li Yanhui said slowly, pursing her lips. "But you must do me a favor." Her gaze was filled with provocation and disdain, as if she doubted Lang Ji's ability to assist her. As a woman who had toyed with several men, Li Yanhui was acutely aware that the most potent form of baiting a man lay in challenging his capabilities. Indeed, Lang Gu did not hesitate, resolutely replying, "All right, speak your wish, and I will certainly assist you." Li Yanhui coldly stated, "Help me eliminate Jiang Yan. If I cannot have him, then let him perish." Upon hearing those words, Lang Gu narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had only recently entered the antique street, the name Jiang Yan had already become well known. It was the name of the moneylender within the shop and the leader of the antique street, referred to as Brother Jiang by Zhang Xiao. Lang Gu had previously borrowed money from him, and his assessment of Jiang Yan was impenetrable. However, being deep does not equate to being untouchable. On the contrary, Lang Gu had never harbored benevolent intentions from the outset, aligning perfectly with Li Yanqi. You've chosen the right person, sister. Follow me, and I shall help you eliminate that Jiang Yan. From now on, I, Lang Gu, shall be the true leader of this antique street, and you shall be the matriarch. Lang Gu seized Li Yanqi's hand and strode out of the antique street, making his way toward a desolate expanse. Initially, Li Yanqi felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Lang Gu intended to engage in intimate acts amidst the ruins. Although she had ventured into bolder environments before, that was before the strange occurrences began. However, it was not long before Li Yanqi caught sight of flickering flames amidst the ruins. A group of individuals was concealed there. Lang Gu, how do you assess the situation on the antique street? A man grilling pork belly over the flames approached eagerly, his face alight with expectation. Lang Gu snorted softly and replied, the vision of the Dingxing group is undeniable, and their ability to mobilize is truly astonishing. In just these 2 short days, they have managed to establish a foothold in the market. If we wish to compete, we might find ourselves at a disadvantage. The mere mention of the term safe zone is not something we can easily grasp. In light of our current predicament, our best course of action is to eliminate that scoundrel Jiang Yan, utilizing a strategy akin to replacing a peach with a plum, thereby seizing control of the antique street. If we act swiftly enough, and Baoxing will be caught off guard. The antique street is not brimming with personnel from the Dingxing group. Upon hearing this, the men gathered around the fire exchanged glances, their faces betraying uncertainty. However, Brother Lang, they are formidable fighters. A single shot can take down an adversary. Their combat prowess, can we truly contend with them? Brother Lang chuckled coldly. This simply reveals your lack of observational skills. Throughout the encounter, it was only that girl who engaged. Her marksmanship is indeed fearsome. Yet, according to my inquiries, this girl is named in Xiaoxin, the biological daughter of An Baoxing. It is likely that half of the resources of the Dingxing group have been bestowed upon her, enabling her formidable strength. As for Jiang Yan, he is nothing more than a parasite. If we eliminate Jiang Yan, seize his wealth, and capture An Xiaoxin alive, she's merely a woman. After a few firm encounters, she will comply. As Brother Lang spoke, he took Li Yanhui's hand, saying, tomorrow, you shall be responsible for luring An Xiaoxin away, while I devise a plan to coax Jiang Yan out. Brothers, coordinate with me for a well-executed ambush. Then the antique street will be ours to command. Listening to Lang Ji's incisive analysis, the individuals gathered by the fire revealed sinister smiles, repeatedly echoing, indeed, Lang Gu speaks with wisdom. Let us proceed as he suggests tomorrow. Li Yanqi also displayed a charming smile, her gaze towards Lang Gu softening considerably. This is the epitome of a good man, intelligent, courageous, and capable of appreciating my beauty. With a delicate touch, she playfully scratched Lang Ji's palm with her fingertip. Lang Gu, captivated by the allure of Li Yanqi's enchanting eyes, felt a surge of desire and pulled her towards a nearby house that remained largely intact. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin returned to the Dingxing group. First seeking out An Baoxing, they requested Heyu to open all the treasure chests that An Baoxing had accumulated throughout the day in one go. Heyu's raspy, pleasurable groans, accompanied by the crisp click of the chest lids, echoed hauntingly within the Dingxing building. Jiang Yan sat beside An Baoxing, exchanging insights about the day's developments. After hearing Jiang Yan describe the gradually stabilizing situation in the antique street, An Baoxing regarded him with admiration, nodding appreciatively. Good lad, Xiaoxin did not misjudge you. Your capabilities truly surpass my expectations. Today, Uncle An encountered a predicament. Could you lend a hand? Chapter 47. This is truly sinister. Listening to An Baoxing's earnest plea, Jiang Yan straightened his posture and nodded. Uncle An, please speak. An Baoxing let out a deep sigh. The world has fallen into chaos, and the significance of food is paramount. Presently, we can still unearth a considerable amount of sustenance from the ruins. Thus, many remain oblivious to the impending famine that will soon arise. Jiang Yan's expression grew grave as he nodded slowly. In his previous life, the scenario An Baoxing described had indeed transpired. In times of stability, many individuals lacked a fundamental understanding of the diverse array of food items adorning supermarket shelves. With just a few dozen coins, one could indulge to their heart's content, oblivious to the origins of meat, eggs, and dairy. However, as the agricultural system collapsed. The normal supply of food was disrupted. In the system's marketplace, while ghostly currency could procure numerous items, it was unable to secure sustenance. Jiang Yan recalled that in approximately 2 weeks, the quantity of food that could be salvaged from the debris would dwindle significantly, leading to soaring prices and, at times, instances of starvation. The Dingxing group was among the few places where one could still find a full meal, prompting many to join the Dingxing society, thus becoming loyal subordinates to Uncle and in search of a morsel to eat. The hunger crisis continued until the second bizarre reward was issued, after which, with official assistance, the situation gradually alleviated. And Baoxing's ability to foresee these circumstances and implement strategic measures is indeed a testament to his farsightedness. He continued, "Today, I dispatched a team of 20 to cleanse a granary, only for them to be mysteriously slaughtered. Not a single coherent plea for help emerged from within. I suspect a formidable anomaly lurks inside. Uncle and is likely not a match and wishes to avoid further losses among our brethren. May I entrust the task of clearing that granary to you?" Jiang Yan nodded slowly and replied, "Certainly, provide me with the location, and I shall investigate it tomorrow morning." The issue of food is indeed of paramount importance. If the Dingxing group is unable to resolve the anomaly within the granary, Jiang Yan and in Shaoxin may find themselves facing hunger as well. The Hongfeng Mountain Granary and Baoxing cautioned, "Be vigilant. Prioritize your safety above all else. I do not wish to risk your lives, or Shaoxin's, for the contents within that granary." Upon hearing the mention of the Hongfeng Mountain Granary, a flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Yan's eyes. It is indeed that place. In his previous life, until the moment of his demise, the Hongfeng Mountain Granary remained designated as a forbidden zone by the Anomaly Hunting Bureau, a place one should not tread. It was said that the anomalies within were exceedingly terrifying. While not yet at the level of taboo, they were beyond the capacity of ordinary humans to confront. The Anomaly Hunting Bureau had launched 3 operations against the anomalies in the Hongfeng Mountain Granary, all of which ended in failure, costing the lives of over 30 hunters, marking a grievous loss. Fortunately, the granary contained merely an abundance of grain, situated over 50 kilometers from the southern metropolis. The strange entities residing there have never ventured forth, leading the Bureau of Anomaly Investigation to designate the area as a no-go zone. Thus, no one has dared to enter the Red Peak Mountain Granary since. Jiang Yan learned that the peculiarities within the granary seemed to be consuming the grain to grow stronger, and with the passage of time, their power would only increase. This method of growth starkly contrasts with other entities that require bloodshed to thrive. The Bureau's decision to seal the area was a desperate measure, as it was widely acknowledged that something terrifying may be brewing within, poised to unleash an overwhelming fright upon its eventual emergence. Lacking the means to eradicate the threat, they opted for a cold treatment. Naturally, the Dingxing group had been unable to procure any grain from the Red Peak Mountain Granary in a previous life. However, Jiang Yan did not mind assisting them in this endeavor in this lifetime. Firstly, as a veritable printing press, he too required sustenance. Secondly, he harbored a degree of trepidation regarding such forbidden entities. Upon returning to Shaoxin's room, their night was filled with passionate entanglements. Yet, mindful of their expedition to Red Peak Mountain the following day, Jiang Yan refrained from the fervent pursuits of the previous night. At dawn, he set off with Shaoxin and Heya, departing from the Dingxing building and driving towards Red Peak Mountain. To ensure the safety of the antique street, Jiang Yan had only brought Heya back the previous night, leaving the rest of the anomalies around the antique street. As the road to Red Peak Mountain gradually cleared, the likelihood of encountering these strange beings diminished with the declining population density. As Jiang Yan drew ever closer to the granary of Hongfeng Mountain, a cascade of grayish-white spider webs began to manifest among the trees lining the roadside. The webs grew increasingly dense, ensnaring every visible corner. A gentle breeze would cause them to sway lightly, with some even becoming ensnared within the engine compartment and axles of the car. And Shaoxin instinctively leaned closer to Jiang Yan, her voice trembling as she uttered, "I hope it's not something in the shape of a spider. I'm terrified of spiders." Suddenly, Jiang Yan slammed on the brakes, squinting as he remarked, "Look by the roadside. There's a web cocoon. Inside, it appears to be the corpse of a human." And Shaoxin let out a piercing scream, diving into Jiang Yan's embrace, shivering as she pleaded, "Don't scare me. Could there truly be a man-eating giant spider?" Jiang Yan chuckled softly, caressing Shaoxin's delicate waist, and said, "Show a bit of your fierce side." Even if there were a giant spider, it would be the one afraid of you. Cradling in Xiaoxin's slender form, Jiang Yan opened the door and stepped out of the car. And Xiaoxin clutched Jiang Yan's sleeve tightly, her fearful gaze darting around the surroundings. Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel, a smirk of amusement playing on his lips. A multitude of dark coins flooded his account, leaving Jiang Yan unable to count the number of entities with a life value of 1 that lay hidden within his line of sight. These entities were likely lurking within the thick webs, silently observing the unexpected guests, Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin. Quite an intriguing tableau indeed. Jiang Yan murmured softly, grasping in Xiaoxin's hand as they approached the humanoid silk cocoon by the roadside. With a dagger, he sliced open the visage of the cocoon, revealing the face beneath. It was a grotesque visage, barely resembling humanity, its skeletal features encrusted with a dense cluster of purplish-green spider eggs. When illuminated, the eggs revealed black nuclei writhing within, suggesting signs of life. Upon sensing the light, these nuclei collectively turned towards Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin, resembling a multitude of grotesque, diabolical compound eyes, nearly causing Xiaoxin to faint from terror. Clinging tightly to Jiang Yan's waist, her face drained of color, she trembled in fear. This was too eerie. It was utterly macabre, and Xiaoxin nearly cried out, "Jiang Yan, aren't you afraid?" Jiang Yan chuckled softly. What is there to fear from a drop of blood's worth of worthless things? He extended his hand, cautiously reaching for the largest cluster of spider eggs. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, a dark shadow sprang from the side, striking with lightning speed and biting down on Jiang Yan's fingertip. Chapter 48. The Frenzy of the Faced Spider. Despite its swift movements, Jiang Yan, with his remarkable agility, found it quite simple to evade its attacks. Yet, he chose not to dodge, allowing the pair of purple-green fangs to pierce his fingertip. Critical hit, -1, -400. The spider that attacked Jiang Yan momentarily stiffened before plummeting straight down. Jiang Yan casually retrieved the spider's carcass, inspecting it closely. And Xiaoxin, too, leaned in to observe, only to retch at the sight. This spider was the size of a fist. While its posterior appeared relatively normal, its head was grotesquely reminiscent of a shrunken human head. 2 emaciated arms flanked the sides of the head, replacing the spider's usual pair of appendages. From its distorted maw protruded 2 purple-green fangs, and its eyes glimmered with a sickly luminescent hue, utterly repulsive. This creature was far too nauseating, and Xiaoxin heaved again, tears welling in her eyes. However, the repulsion began to assuage the fear within her, instilling a sense of calm as she realized there was truly nothing to dread. Following the fatal counterattack, Jiang Yan's player panel displayed no kill notifications, indicating that this spider was not a genuine anomaly, but merely a fragment of the true entity. Jiang Yan nodded slowly, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, the scale is immense. As the saying goes, a multitude of ants can take down an elephant." The challenge of slaying the genuine anomaly within an endless sea of spiders is undeniably formidable. Before Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin could take another step, the thick, blanket-like spider web beneath them trembled violently. Jiang Yan looked down and saw the web rolling like waves, as if a colossal creature was traversing beneath. A flurry of soul coins appeared on Jiang Yan's player panel. Soul coins 15, 17, 14. As the web surged, a sea of purple-green human-faced spiders erupted from beneath their feet, crawling fiercely up their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed purple-green spiders completely enveloped Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin. Countless fangs began to gnash at their skin, yearning to devour their flesh and blood. And Xiaoxin's scream echoed through the spider-laden forest. A cascade of damage numbers floated away from Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin. -1, -400, -1, -200. Although Xiaoxin's attributes were far inferior to Jiang Yan's, they had all surpassed 150, causing these tiny spiders to inflict only the minimum damage of 1 point. With each bite, a spider was struck down by the retaliatory aura, its lifeless body collapsing to the ground. The horrifying scene lasted but a brief second. As Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin's figures re-emerged from the tide of spiders, unharmed. Though the damage was minimal, the sensation was profoundly unsettling, and Xiaoxin was engulfed by an eerie sensation, feeling utterly unwell. Observing the multitude of decapitated spider corpses strewn across the ground, Jiang Yan pondered thoughtfully. Were they mere mortal players, they would have succumbed to the onslaught of spiders, becoming fodder for these creatures. However, Even he and Xiaoxin faced considerable peril should the tide of spiders escalate by several magnitudes. The granary of Hongfeng Mountain truly exuded a terrifying aura. If even Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin were at risk, then the fate of other human players venturing into this domain was undoubtedly one of certain demise. At last, Jiang Yan comprehended why the hunters of the previous life found themselves utterly powerless against the granary of Hongfeng Mountain. It harbored an enigmatic entity that, while not yet forbidden, was likely more troublesome than the typical taboos. Suddenly, a flurry of notifications appeared on the player interface, signaling a surge of gained EN coins, drawing Jiang Yan's attention. EN coins added, 151. EN coins added, 143. EN coins added, 157. Jiang Yan looked up to see the surrounding foliage and underbrush violently shaking. In the next instant, a spider the size of a basin lunged forth, trailing a grayish-white silk thread, viciously aiming for Jiang Yan's neck. Jiang Yan sighed, extending his neck forward in a posture of surrender. Critical hit, -1, -400. The basin-sized spider perished, and Xiaoxin drew forth the pair of revolvers, golden and silver fearsome wolf, and with a series of sharp reports, dispatched several advancing giant spiders. Yet, with each shot fired, the futility of the endeavor became increasingly apparent. Bullets necessitated expenditure, and slaying spiders yielded no monetary recompense whatsoever. Were it not for Jiang Yan's ability to print money, who could sustain such a war of attrition? After a moment of contemplation, and Xiaoxin let out a deep sigh, relinquishing her counteroffensive and allowing these grotesque, twisted humanoid spiders to assault her. -1, -200. Giant spider, demise. Provided one's nerves were dulled and the feeling of revulsion was absent, this method proved surprisingly effective. And Xiaoxin, wearing an expression of resignation, followed Jiang Yan through the web-laden corridor, leaving a trail of spider carcasses in their wake. With a resounding crash, Jiang Yan kicked open the door of the granary at Hongfeng Mountain, which was entirely ensnared by webs. This granary was one of the strategic reserves of the nation, with the Dingxing Group having invested 20 at the time, overseeing a significant portion of its construction. The interior was vast, equipped with comprehensive facilities, and remarkably, the lights on the walls still flickered on. According to the information previously provided by Baosheng, it was likely that the emergency generator had activated autonomously following a power outage. There was still electricity. Thus, the cold storage should also be operational. No wonder that peculiar spider had chosen this place as its stronghold. The granary at Hongfeng Mountain stocked an abundance of meat, capable of sustaining its growth effectively. While observing the interior of the granary, Jiang Yan also kept an eye on his player panel. The density of the underworld currency influx has markedly increased, becoming exceedingly chaotic, with a myriad of figures intertwined. Amidst the incessant stream of transactions, Jiang Yan astutely discerned an anomalous numeral, 4717 in underworld currency. This solitary figure stood out starkly amidst the plethora of entries, none exceeding 3 digits. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He had uncovered the true entity concealed beneath the web, with over 4,700 life points. This bizarre rate of growth was utterly terrifying. The magical wolf and Zhu Ganglai, who followed Jiang Yan, were both embodiments of strength, augmented by the feral beast trait, boasting life points of merely 4 to 5,000. Despite sharing a similar life point count, the spider's eerie overall combat prowess surpassed that of Zhu Ganglai and the magical wolf combined. Fortuitously, and Baosheng had offered a timely warning. Had he waited until the conclusion of the secret realm to enter, this peculiar creature might have escalated from monstrous to grotesquely overpowering. By that time, even a super anomaly like myself would likely require a tremendous expenditure of energy to subdue it. A sinister voice reverberated through the granary. Insignificant humans, dare you disturb my slumber? Let your flesh and blood nourish my progeny. Die. The gray-white spider webs that enveloped the granary surged forth like boiling water, erupting violently. A head of violet-green, human-faced spiders surged forth from the web like a tidal wave, emitting a piercing, grotesque shriek, and in an instant, engulfed the 2 individuals in a sea of arachnids. Chapter 49. Is this your capability? In a state of despair, and Xiaoxin closed her eyes tightly and burrowed into Jiang Yan's embrace, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand, believing that as long as she could not see the tumultuous wave of spiders outside, it could be pretended that it did not exist. The violet-green tide of spiders crashed against the rocky embrace of the couple, instantly raising a storm of corpses into the sky. -1, -1, -1. -400, -400, -200. Bored, Jiang Yan discreetly grasped in Xiaoxin's chin and pressed his lips against hers. And Xiaoxin's beautiful eyes, which had been tightly shut, widened in disbelief. This was indeed the least dreamlike kiss in history. After more than 10 seconds of frenzy, tranquility once again enveloped the granary. The spiderwebs ceased their writhing, and the tide of spiders transformed into a mound of lifeless bodies surrounding Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin. Smack! As their lips parted, a delicate thread glimmered in the morning sun, and Xiaoxin, blushing, retreated back into Jiang Yan's arms, her small hands indignantly pinching him at the waist. Jiang Yan raised his head, a faint smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the dense, gray-white spider webs within the granary, inquiring, "Is this it?" The earlier boastful voice had been so loud that he had expected something grand. "If this is all you possess, then I shall gladly accept these provisions." A strange entity, hidden within the spider webs and never before revealed, let out a hoarse scream as if it had been stepped on the tail. "Dream on. These are all my food. You shall not lay a finger on it." Jiang Yan chuckled softly. "It is mine now." He raised his foot and, with a resounding thud, kicked open one of the granary doors. This granary was a repository for grains, and as his eyes surveyed the interior, he beheld immense storage racks laden with an intricate web of grayish-white spider silk, denser than outside, rendering the ground almost impassable. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan's player panel indicated that his dark coins were accumulating, to the point of nearly freezing the screen. The spiders concealed within this granary were even more numerous than those outside. "So, you wretched creature can devour not only flesh, but grains as well," Jiang Yan mused with a smirk, as he prepared to part the webbing to seize the grains harboring spider eggs. The strange entity could no longer contain itself and emitted a hoarse shriek. "Human, you seek death. Do you truly believe that a slight increase in your defenses allows you to pilfer my sustenance?" Not far away, the thick, grayish-white web suddenly quivered. A colossal human-faced spider, as large as a bull, lunged forth from within, aiming to sink its fangs into Jiang Yan's face. A fleeting glance confirmed Jiang Yan's fears, as his player panel indicated an influx of over 4,000 dark coins. The bizarre creature could no longer restrain itself. It was ready to strike. Witnessing the monstrous human-faced spider charging towards them, and Xiaoxin, cradled in Jiang Yan's arms, let out a piercing scream, her face drained of color. Instinctively, she raised the muzzle of the fire chillant's gun, poised to unleash a barrage upon the beast. Before the gun was even fired, Jiang Yan pressed the muzzle back down, chuckling softly, "Quite an impressive anomaly, but do not kill it." In the next moment, the elongated fangs of the human-faced spider viciously sank into Jiang Yan's face. Critical hit, -1, -400. The human-faced spider momentarily stiffened, its eyes, glowing with an eerie purple-green luminescence, widened in horror. How could this be possible? A newly hatched spider should not be capable of inflicting significant damage, likely due to the opponent's formidable armor. Yet, to inflict merely 1 point of damage was utterly terrifying. In Jiang Yan's eyes glimmered a hint of derision as he quietly regarded the spider, which was as large as a bull, and casually inquired, "Is this your true ability?" The human-faced spider emitted a shrill cry, turned, and fled, burrowing deeply beneath the grayish-white web, seeking concealment. Jiang Yan chuckled to himself, reaching for a bag of rice from the storage shelf. The bag had been punctured, revealing not only the pristine white rice, but also clusters of purple-green spider eggs, voraciously absorbing nutrients from the rice to grow. Jiang Yan grimaced slightly. "Though somewhat repulsive, it is still edible. I could sell it as fried rice in the antique street." This half-bag of rice could fetch several hundred soul coins. And Xiaoxin, wearing an expression of disgust, shook her head repeatedly. I will never eat rice again." Jiang Yan grinned mischievously. "No worries, there are still other warehouses with beef and such." In the playful banter of the young couple, the humanoid spider trapped within its web seemed to regain a semblance of courage, its hoarse shriek echoing once more. "Humans, I grant you one final opportunity. Leave my lair. Did you truly believe yourself invincible? Whenever I desire, I can extinguish your life, even if I can only drain a single point of vitality with each strike. Should the base number be sufficiently large, your demise is inevitable. My offspring number in the millions. Should you refuse to depart, I shall despite incurring great losses. Ensure your end. As long as the onslaught of my arachnids inflicts damage more frequently than your regenerative capabilities, you will continuously suffer the loss of life. Theoretically, if the tide of spiders maintains its assault long enough, you will be ground down to nothing. Jiang Yan, with a smirk that bordered on mockery, replied, "That sounds somewhat plausible. Why not give it a try? If you seek death, I shall oblige." The surrounding webs surged with renewed fervor. Countless spiders emerged, intertwining and stacking upon one another, their eerie, purplish-green eyes fixated intently on Jiang Yan and in Xiaoxing. This time, the spiders that appeared were merely small ones, with vitality scarcely exceeding 10 points, while the larger, more formidable ones were conspicuously absent. The spider, with its uncanny awareness, realized that since it could only inflict minimal damage, it would be prudent to rely on sheer numbers, thus deploying the smaller spiders. A chilling gust swept through, heralding a tidal wave of arachnids far more terrifying than before, surging ominously toward the two. And Xiaoxing had succumbed to her fears, seamlessly retreating into Jiang Yan's embrace, content to play the role of an ostrich burying her head in the sand. The relentless cascade of damage poured forth from Jiang Yan, yet he held her close, observing his health points steadily diminish. Casually, he opened his shop interface. In the section for potions, Jiang Yan discovered a plethora of items. Small healing potion, restores 50 health points within 3 seconds, interrupted by damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Price, 10 soul coins. Medium healing potion, restores 100 health points within 3 seconds, interrupted by damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Price, 25 soul coins. Large healing potion, restores 200 health points within 3 seconds, interrupted by damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Price, 50 soul coins. Ultimately, Jiang Yan opted for the most expensive option available. Holy water, instantly restores 1,000 health points. Price, 1,000 soul coins. While this item offered a poor cost-performance ratio, its immediate effect with no cooldown made it invaluable. As for the price, for a money printer, any issue that could be resolved with currency was hardly an issue at all. Human, your health points have fallen below half. The eerie, sinister voice of the spider echoed ominously in Jiang Yan's ear. Chapter 50. Are you serious? A spider, as large as an ox, hung grotesquely from the dense webbing of the granary's ceiling, its eerie human-like face curling into a sinister smile as it observed the relentless tide of its minions surging below. Despite suffering substantial losses among its smaller kin in this wave of suicidal assaults, the prospect of exterminating such an odious human made the sacrifice worthwhile. Once you perish, I shall lay 1,000 eggs upon your lifeless form, transforming you into a cradle for my progeny. Ha ha ha. The chilling laughter reverberated through the granary, imbued with satisfaction. Jiang Yan lifted his gaze to the spider's bizarre position, his eyes brimming with derision. Is that so? My health has dwindled to less than half. Jiang Yan produced 2 vials of holy water and drank them down with a satisfying gulp. His health was instantly restored to full capacity. How about now? Jiang Yan chuckled lightly. The spider's malevolent laughter caught in its throat, its purple-green, luminescent eyes widening in astonishment. You drank holy water directly. That costs 1,000 underworld coins. How extravagant. Regaining composure, the spider resumed its sinister chuckle. Do you truly believe my offspring outnumber your coins? Am I afraid of a war of attrition with you? Even if you wish to flee now, I shall not permit your escape. You must become the cradle for my progeny. Not even the divine can save you. I assure you. Listening to the spider's self-assured proclamation, Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel. Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 250, Agility, 250, Intelligence, 250. The average for ordinary individuals is 5. Soul coins, 1,004, 561, 890. Although he finished work early yesterday, the income from the spider's lair this morning was indeed substantial. Moreover, the black crow perched on his shoulder continuously contributed to his influx of soul coins, which had unknowingly surpassed 1 billion. I believe I might possess even more soul coins than the spider. Jiang Yan felt a greater sense of confidence. With the consumption of potent substances, the annihilation of the earth, the explosion of the universe, his soul coins would never run dry. The spider roared, then we shall see. When my offspring devours you inch by inch, do not cry out in pain. Jiang Yan chuckled as he produced 2 vials of golden holy water, handing one to Xiaoxing. Cheers. Within the granary, waves of spider tides surged, relentlessly bombarding Jiang Yan and Shaoxin with a barrage of attacks. Meanwhile, the amorous couple began to explore the 108 playful ways to enjoy the holy water. Glug glug, slurp slurp, clap clap clap. After more than half an hour, the spider tied in the granary began to recede gradually. Jiang Yan and Shaoxin had risen several dozen meters higher than before, nearing the lofty ceiling of the granary. Beneath his feet lay an unsettling multitude of small spider carcasses. Jiang Yan surveyed his surroundings, noting a significant depletion in the number of soul coins displayed on his player panel, all of which now reflected a mere 100 or so points of vitality. The diminutive spiders, each with only a few points of life, appeared to be entirely exterminated. Yet, both Jiang Yan and Shaoxin remained at full health. With a satisfied belch, Jiang Yan felt an urge to relieve himself. Is that all there is to it? He mused, probing his ear before casting a scornful glance at the spider dangling from the ceiling nearby. Your reproductive capabilities seem rather lacking, don't they? The spider retorted silently. Is this truly my fault? Its thoughts were a cacophony of indignation and fury. This human had just consumed hundreds of bottles of holy water, a staggering expenditure amounting to several 100,000 soul coins. Could any mere mortal achieve such a feat? He was nothing short of a monstrous aberration. Jiang Yan, with a nonchalant smile, inquired, "What? Is it my fault then? Are you conceding? If not, we could certainly engage in another round." As he spoke, he began to rummage through his pockets. 1 bottle of holy water, 10 bottles, 100 bottles. It seemed an endless supply. The spider could only stare in bewilderment, its visage reflecting deep contemplation. Why had it chosen to contest with this monstrous being? The granary is yours. I shall take my leave. With a swift motion, the spider, as large as an ox, slithered into its thick web, preparing to escape. As long as the mountains stand, I need not worry about firewood. This individual exhibits a most peculiar nature, a disturbing intensity that suggests imminent peril should I linger. Jiang Yan calmly proposed, "Wait a moment, let us discuss a transaction. If you are willing to offer me work, I can provide you with this." From his spatial system, he extracted a mass of dark, putrid flesh. Item: odorous and bizarre flesh, harvested from a deceased anomaly. Despite its demise, it appears to retain vestiges of life. It can be utilized for the crafting of certain items. Price: 100 nether coins. This item was a reward obtained by Shaoxin upon vanquishing an anomaly. It serves as an alchemical material. However, as no human players have yet learned the art of alchemy, this item has no market and has remained in Jiang Yan's possession. In his previous life, Jiang Yan had heard tales of certain anomalies possessing reproductive traits, which necessitate substantial sustenance, and this foul-smelling flesh is precisely what they favor. The spider currently residing within the granary of Hongfeng Mountain is evidently one such reproductive anomaly. In the past, players encircled by these breeding anomalies managed to buy their lives through the offering of copious amounts of the stinking flesh, thus escaping peril. Nonetheless, this flesh is an exclusive reward from anomalies, obtainable only by players. Even if an anomaly were to slay another, it could not claim the odorous flesh. Moreover, the efficiency of hunting anomalies solely for their flesh is woefully inadequate compared to the prospects of infinite proliferation within such a vast granary. Yet Jiang Yan is distinct. He can directly invest resources, provided that the spider is drawn to the bizarre flesh. Within the confines of the spider's web, a voice emerged, laden with skepticism. This proposition appears promising, but how much can you truly offer? Jiang Yan chuckled softly, responding, "I shall provide you with 1,000 pieces of meat each month, in exchange for your labor." This arrangement is substantiated by a contract. He produced a peculiar, blood-stained contract, the terms within uniformly stating that the monthly salary of 10,000 had been replaced by 1,000 pieces of meat. With each piece of meat valued at 100 nether coins, the total compensation amounted to a staggering 100,000 nether coins. This offer, amidst Jiang Yan's myriad of peculiarities, stood out as exceptionally generous. This was partly due to his significantly enhanced financial resources compared to before, and partly because the human-faced spider was indeed worthy of such investment. Should this extraordinary creature be nurtured properly, it could undoubtedly evolve into a forbidden entity, possessing even greater potential than the Black Crow. However, should a conflict arise between the two, the victor would likely be the Black Crow, whose immunity to physical damage rendered it remarkably formidable. Observing the contract Jiang Yan had proffered, the human-faced spider cautiously emerged from its web. its large head filled with doubt as it inquired, 1,000 pieces of meat? For an entire month? Are you truly sincere? Chapter 51. The Ambush of the Antique Street. Upon hearing the inquiry from the faceless spider, Jiang Yan chuckled softly and began to rummage through his pockets. Soon, 1,000 grotesque, bloodied pieces of flesh lay scattered across the ground. Taking a draw from his old pipe, he spoke in a nonchalant tone, I am human, and you are an aberration. Should you refuse to serve me, I will have no choice but to end your existence. Do not deceive yourself into thinking that your feeble web can safeguard your life. I can extinguish it in an instant. Make your choice, serve me, or perish. His voice resonated with an icy indifference within the granary, as sinister black mist swirled around him, and the tendrils of smoke from his pipe danced, casting a profound shadow upon his gaze hidden beneath the brim of his hat. The faceless spider, observing the pile of flesh before him, fell silent for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Very well, I shall serve you. Throughout their encounter, the faceless spider had not witnessed Jiang Yan unleash a single attack. Yet, there was no doubt in his mind that Jiang Yan possessed the capability to swiftly eliminate him within the confines of the web. This man was utterly terrifying, unfathomable. Moreover, the offering of flesh was exceedingly generous. Thus, an eerie pact was forged, and the faceless spider obediently descended from his web, prostrating himself before Jiang Yan. Addressing him with reverence, Master, Jiang Yan then began to meticulously examine the attributes of this spider. Aberration, faceless spider. Attributes, strength, 91, agility, 99, intelligence, 27. Upon witnessing this attribute, Jiang Yan felt a sharp pang of envy. Could it be that Li Min has already surpassed 90? This phenomenon is indeed absurd. Aside from Jiang Yan, who could possibly contend with such a monstrous being? As he continued to read, he inevitably encountered the anticipated trait, breeding. It disregards reproductive rules to rapidly lay eggs. The larvae inherit the host's traits, talents, and skills. And consuming food leads to attribute enhancement. The host maintains complete control over the hatching larvae and may devour them to gain attributes not exceeding 10, diminishing with the disparity in attributes between the host and the larvae. Jiang Yan had heard of the breeding trait before, but it was his first time seeing the intricacies laid bare. Good heavens, it's practically self-sustaining. Jiang Yan immediately sensed that the monstrous nature of the face spider had escalated. Talent, web of the arachnid. When within a web, movement speed is increased by 500, with agility and strength boosted by 50. Skill, faced arachnid web. Level 1, releases a web that, upon hitting an enemy, inflicts a 10 slow for 7 seconds. Cost, 100 mana points. Passive skill, venomous fangs. Level 1, normal attacks inflict a 7 slow and deal 10 poison damage per second for 5 seconds. Jiang Yan cast a glance at the equipment slot, only to discover it was entirely vacant. I see now. The face spider had been breeding larvae within the granary, enhancing its attributes. Having not slain any humans, it naturally had no coins to show for it, and thus no equipment. The skills are rather mundane, merely characterized by remarkable attributes. After observing the panel of the faceless spider, Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction. With the bizarre and malodorous flesh distributed monthly, the growth rate of this faceless spider would be accelerated. Provided it is paired with suitable equipment and skills, this colossal arachnid's combat prowess would be quite formidable. And Xiao Xian, concealed behind Jiang Yan, scrutinized the massive faceless spider for a while before hesitantly inquiring, Jiang Yan, you don't intend to use this creature as a mount, do you? That would be excessively bizarre. Jiang Yan envisioned the image of a spider knight and found it rather striking, though it did not align with his understated demeanor. He procured an item from the system shop. Item, size reduction potion, reduces the user's size by 10 without affecting any attributes, with a permanent duration, stackable, and can be cancelled at will. Price, 10,000 nether coins. After administering 14 vials of the size reduction potion to the faceless spider, he successfully transformed it from a creature the size of a bull to one slightly smaller than a fist. Jiang Yan had the faceless spider weave a glove out of its web on his left hand, allowing it to hide within the gap between the glove and the back of his hand, leaving no trace of the concealed spider visible from the outside. One must admit, the faceless spider crafted the glove with exceptional skill. The gray-white webbed glove fitted Jiang Yan's hand perfectly, without hindering his movements in the slightest. Before departing from the granary of Hongfeng Mountain, The man-faced spider carried all of its remaining offspring upon its back. Those offspring, once the size of basins, had shrunk down to a density akin to sesame seeds, densely layered and clinging to the upper part of the spider's abdomen, evoking a sense of dread in those who suffered from trypophobia upon closer inspection. As for the remnants of grain left uneaten by the spider in the granary, naturally, and Baosheng dispatched personnel to transport it. Jiang Yan, feeling rather disinclined to exert himself further, drove alongside and Shaoxing back towards the antique street. On the outskirts of the southern city, a convoy of a dozen black armored vehicles came to a slow halt before Shenhaichuan. From one of the armored vehicles emerged a youthful man with a doll-like face, who regarded Shenhaichuan with a broad smile. "Old Shen, we meet again." The last time they had crossed paths, the world had been in a state of harmony. Now, however, it was in disarray. Shenhaichuan, gazing at the youthful visage, inhaled sharply, astonished. "Heavenly Sword Hunter, you two have arrived?" The man was named Wang Jia, a master of swordsmanship passed down through his family, and prior to joining the Bureau for the Hunting of Anomalies, he had been a Taoist priest on Wudong Mountain. Since his induction into the Bureau, Wang Jia had participated in 4 missions to seal forbidden entities, each time achieving remarkable success. He had also single-handedly vanquished several anomalies, earning him a formidable reputation and securing his place among the top 10 hunters of the Bureau, bearing the title Heavenly Sword. Each hunter was a pillar of the Bureau. Shenhaichuan had never anticipated that Wang Jia would also be involved in this mission to the southern city for the purpose of sealing forbidden entities. Wang Jia chuckled. "What? Am I not welcome here?" Shenhaichuan shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "How could that be? With your arrival, this mission is as good as assured." The weight that had long burdened Shenhaichuan's heart suddenly lifted, as the presence of this legendary hunter brought him immense relief. Wang Jia, with his cherubic visage, maintained a serene smile and nodded, saying, "Let us proceed to encounter the Forbidden 006. From your description, it seems quite distinct from all the other forbidden entities we have previously discovered. I am most curious." A total of 103 hunters gathered in unison, embarking towards the antique street with great fervor. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan returned to his shop on the antique street, preparing to assemble a treasure-seeking team for further exploration when a man unexpectedly entered. He spoke in a hushed tone. "I possess information regarding a treasure trove I wish to sell you. There are at least 50 treasure chests there. Provide me with 5,000 dark coins, and I shall disclose the location." Jiang Yan took a puff from his old pipe, a playful smile gracing his lips. This man looked familiar to him. Zhang Xiaohu had previously reported that he was a leader from another gang in the southern city, known as Langge. Although he appeared alone on the antique street, Zhang Xiaohu remained wary, sensing that this Langge harbored ulterior motives. As for the information, it bore resemblance to the clumsy imitation by Li Ming. "Does he intend to lead me into a trap?" Jiang Yan produced 5,000 dark coins and handed them to Langge, smiling faintly as he said, "Lead the way." Chapter 52. The Forbidden Jiang Yan begins to kill. 5,000 nether coins were not a scarcity for Jiang Yan. With 50 treasure chests piled together, Jiang Yan was incredulous. Such coincidences were hardly plausible. Yet, he was compelled to engage with this rogue's scheme. The secret realm was set to open tomorrow, and Jiang Yan anticipated spending at least several days within. If he disregarded the rogue now, there was a likelihood that the rogue would concoct some mischief in his absence. Before departing from the shop, Jiang Yan glanced around and noticed in Shaoxing engaged in conversation with a female classmate she had rescued from Li Ming, tucked away in a corner of the antique street. Paying it no mind, Jiang Yan exited the antique street alongside the rogue. Listening to Jiang Yan's footsteps receding behind him, the rogue's smirk deepened with a growing malice. This lad had quite the audacity, bold enough to venture out alone with me. Given this, one cannot fault me for being merciless. Brother Jiang, the treasure chests are just ahead, not far at all. When I first laid eyes upon them, I was utterly astounded. But, you see, I tend to be rather timid and would not dare approach them alone. When the time comes, all that lies within those chests will belong to you, Brother Jiang. As for the 5,000 nether coins, that would suffice for my contentment." The rogue's face was adorned with a sycophantic grin, his demeanor exceedingly subservient. Jiang Yan replied with a faint smile, "From your countenance, I would not surmise you to be a timid individual." The rogue, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "As the saying goes, one should not judge by appearances." As the two traversed a desolate street corner, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the ruins behind Jiang Yan. One wielded a metal pipe, delivering a brutal blow to the back of Jiang Yan's head. The other brandished a dagger, lunging forward to stab viciously at Jiang Yan's lower back. Jiang Yan's status displayed -1, -1, -1. The dagger-wielding assailant exhibited -400, -400, -400. The frenzied attacks of the dagger man abruptly ceased. His eyes widened in horror, pupils dilating, before he collapsed to the ground, his expression frozen in disbelief. Unable to close his eyes in death, this individual, whose maximum health was below 400, had managed to stab Jiang Yan 3 times solely due to the reflexes still executing the commands from his brain, even as life slipped away. The man with the iron pipe also displayed a -400 damage indicator above his head. He hesitated momentarily before collapsing, lifeless and unable to shut his eyes. Jiang Yan's left-hand arachnid gloves twitched slightly, and 2 tiny, human-faced spiders descended on silk threads, burrowing into the corpses of the 2 men, beginning to lay their eggs and breed in the warmth of their remains. It was only at this moment that the rogue, leading the way, heard the commotion and turned back with a menacing smile, ominously stating, "Kid, one must not be so naive when mingling in the underworld." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly caught in his throat. He gazed in astonishment at the 2 subordinates of Jiang Yan, who lay incapacitated on the ground. His eyes widened incrementally in disbelief. Jiang Yan, who should have appeared utterly tragic and drenched in blood, stood unscathed in his place, untouched by harm. Slowly nodding, Jiang Yan remarked, "Indeed, the world of martial arts is fraught with peril. If you do not consume others, you shall become their prey." As he spoke, he gently raised his left hand and placed it upon Lang Ji's shoulder. Boom! The spider silk gloves erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of spiders that swarmed over Lang Ji's entire being in an instant. "Ah!" Lang Gu screamed in terror, frantically swatting at the thousands of spiders that had invaded him. Yet these grotesque arachnids, each possessing over 100 points of life, were far beyond his capacity to simply crush. In mere moments, spiders burrowed into Lang Ji's ears, nostrils, and even his eyes, voraciously tearing at his flesh. The agonizing torment engulfed Lang Ji's will like a tsunami, causing him to collapse to the ground, wailing in despair. No, spare me." Within the blink of an eye, Lang Ji's skin had been devoured entirely, leaving only bloody muscle and fat, fully exposed to the air. Countless purple-green spider eggs adhered to the path the spiders had traversed, voraciously siphoning all sustenance from Lang Ji's body to thrive. Jiang Yan said calmly, "Stop." Suddenly, the ravenous spiders that had been gnawing at Lang Gu froze in their tracks, as if a pause button had been pressed. Jiang Yan extended his left hand, the grayish-white silk gloves fingers pinching gently under the skinless chin of Lang Gu, slowly lifting his agonized and contorted faceless visage. With a cold demeanor, he inquired, "Why have you targeted me?" 300 meters away, atop an abandoned high-rise, the formidable Wang Jia of the Bureau of Strange Hunts and Captain Chen Haichuan of the Nandu Sub-Bureau stood side by side. Both held binoculars, peering downwards. The figures of Jiang Yan and Lang Gu were distinctly visible through their lenses. "Are you certain this is 006? The playful smile on Wang Jia's youthful face vanished, replaced by an expression of grave solemnity. Has he finally begun to take lives? Chen Haichuan inhaled deeply, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it is he. However, he appears to be somewhat different from yesterday. Wang Jia, on guard, pressed for specifics. Describe the differences. Leave no detail overlooked. Chen Haichuan responded, on his right shoulder. There is now a shadowy black crow, which was absent yesterday. His left hand bears a grayish-white glove, also not seen before. The purple chest he used as a seat has vanished. In that shop, I sensed at least 4 eerie presences surrounding him, yet their exact positions eluded me. Now that 006 has departed from the antique street, he is likely isolated. This could be an opportunity. Wang Jia furrowed his brow in inquiry. What exactly are his rules for killing? At present, Forbidden 006 has commenced its deadly pursuit, indicating that the individual below has triggered its lethal protocol. Yet, even the seasoned Wang Jia remains oblivious to the exact nature of this lethal rule. Chen Haichuan tentatively inquired, could it be leaving the territory? His thoughts were in disarray. After all, yesterday, 5 hunters engaged in numerous actions that could have provoked a fatal response while on Antique Street. The only distinction now lies in their absence from that very location. Wang Jia's eyes twitched violently as he murmured to himself. Is it true that anyone who departs from Antique Street will be indiscriminately slain by those within sight? This lethal rule is indeed terrifying. Moreover, the methods of execution employed by 006 are exceedingly bizarre. Wang Jia's gaze fell upon the multitude of spiders enveloping Lang Gu, causing him to shudder involuntarily as he whispered, "I truly fear spiders. Being devoured by 1,000 spiders must be one of the most horrifying ways to die, wouldn't it?" Before Jiang Yan, Lang Gu, now completely terrified and covered in grotesque human-faced spiders, cried out, "It wasn't me. Truly, it wasn't me. It was Li Yinxi. She wants you dead." I was momentarily blinded by lust and agreed to her. "Spare me my life. I shall never dare again." Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Is it all her doing? Why do I feel as though you are deceiving me?" Jiang Yan's voice was icy as he issued a command devoid of any compassion: "Devour his eyes." Chapter 53. This taboo is too eerie. As Jiang Yan's command resonated, the human-faced eerie spider atop Lang Ji's eye suddenly sprang into motion. The chilling sound of gnawing echoed through the ruins, intertwining with Lang Ji's frantic screams. In an instant, his eyeball was devoured entirely by the grotesque creature. Blood streamed from Lang Ji's eyes, but it merely trickled down to his chin, where it was wholly consumed by the lurking human-faced spiders, leaving not a single drop wasted. Jiang Yan coldly remarked, "You can still take medication to regain your strength. This is your final opportunity. If you deceive me again, you shall meet your demise." "I will consult Li Yinxi." Lang Ji's mental defenses crumbled entirely as he wailed, All right. I shall speak the truth. It is I. I desire your antique street. Our Wild Waves gang has been suppressed by the Dingxing group, unable to hold our heads high before Baosheng. Now that this bizarre phenomenon has emerged, I too wish to establish a trading order among players. While I sought a solution, my subordinate informed me that the Dingxing group had already taken the initiative, creating a safe zone for the antique street and gathering a multitude of people within. I intended to come and learn how you managed it. But then I realized I cannot replicate it. The resources and manpower required are overwhelming. I simply thought to kill you and seize the antique street along with Xiaoxin. By that time, Xiaoxin will have become my woman, and Baosheng will not dare to challenge me. Listening to Lang Ji's words, Jiang Yan's lips curled into a derisive smile. "Do you know why you have always been suppressed by the Dingxing group?" Jiang Yan took a puff from his old pipe, and amidst the swirling smoke, he calmly remarked, "It is because your intellect is woefully inadequate, rendering you unworthy of being Baosheng's rival. The only reason you have not perished from hunger is likely due to that dog bone you hold in your hand, which fails to captivate Uncle N's attention. Valor and tenacity may be commendable traits, yet those whose minds are solely occupied with brute force have no path to survival. Death is merely a matter of time." Jiang Yan retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Zhang Xiaohu's number, stating coolly, "Have Xiaoxin bring her classmate, the one named Li Yinxi, to me." The antique street was not far from their location, and within a mere 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaohu arrived with several individuals from the Dingxing group, escorting the struggling Li Yinxi before Jiang Yan, and Xiaoxin followed closely behind, her face a mask of surprise. Women possess a naturally strong desire to express themselves since returning from Hongfeng Mountain, and Xiaoxin had been engaged in lively chatter with a few female classmates led by Li Yinxi. Just as their conversation reached a delightful peak, Zhang Xiaohu rushed in, forcibly delivering Li Yinxi to Jiang Yan. Initially, Li Yinxi had been cursing vehemently, spewing invectives. However, upon being thrust before Jiang Yan and catching sight of the fearsome Lang Gu looming behind him, she was instantly paralyzed with fright, shrieking as she stumbled backward. The current state of Lang Gu is truly pitiful. His body is devoid of skin, resembling a dog that has been flayed. His muscles and fat are starkly visible, with blood vessels clearly outlined, adorned with a multitude of grotesque human-faced spiders, rendering the scene even more horrifying than the most dreadful nightmare. Zhang Xiaohu has forcefully placed his foot upon Li Yinxi's head, devoid of any compassion, and scornfully admonishes, "Did Brother Zhang permit you to flee? Stay still." Though he berates her fiercely, Zhang Xiaohu cannot help but tremble in fear at Lang Ji's ghastly appearance, his body covered in a cold sweat, a shiver coursing from his feet to the crown of his head, as he dares not even glance at Jiang Yan. Is this truly the young man who is the son-in-law of his family, a mere high school dropout? His methods are exceedingly brutal. It is Jiang Yan who has inspired such thoughts of brutality in Zhang Xiaohu, a seasoned veteran who has navigated the underworld alongside Uncle N for a lifetime, making him the first to feel this way. The others accompanying Zhang Xiaohu have turned pale at the sight, nearly retching at the horrific scene. Li Yinqi, with Zhang Xiaohu's foot pressing down on her head, breaks down in tears. No, let me go? I was wrong. I truly repent. Jiang Yan, I am sorry. I will never dare again. I will do anything you ask. I can be anything for you. Truly, I will be your slave. I will be your slave. Woo woo. And Xiaoxin's expression darkens as she shoots a glare at Li Yinqi. Jiang Yan smiled faintly as he approached Li Yinqi, crouching down to extend his left hand. He gently patted her mud-streaked, tear-stained face, producing a sound akin to soft claps. I saved you, and last night I granted you another chance. Is it truly so difficult to simply behave? He remarked. A woman as wicked as you would be better off dead. The spider silk glove on Jiang Yan's left hand suddenly exploded, and a torrent of grotesque human-faced spiders surged forth, instantly enveloping every inch of Li Yinqi's body. Do not waste, Jiang Yan stated coolly, taking in Xiaoxing by the hand and turning back toward the antique street. At Jiang Yan's command, the silent human-faced spiders clinging to both Lang Ge and Li Yinqi began to writhe violently. The two bodies, now covered in spiders, writhed in agony on the ground, their screams and wails piercing the sky. After half a minute, silence descended. On the ground lay four human-shaped silk cocoons, occasionally quivering as the gray-white silk shifted. Within them, flesh and blood nurtured the emergence of new life. Spider eggs hatched, transforming into tiny creatures no larger than specks of dust. These minuscule spiders emerged from the gray-white webs, crawling through the dark corners of the ruins, making their way to the antique street, slipping into Jiang Yan's shop and vanishing into the depths of his left-hand silk glove. 300 meters away, atop a tall building, Wang Jia and Chun Haichuan slowly lowered their binoculars, their faces etched with disbelief. They had just completed their preparations for battle, not anticipating that Jiang Yan would return to the antique street. However, the events that unfolded next were entirely beyond their comprehension. Wang Jia murmured, "The degree of personification of this taboo 006 is simply absurd. It resembles a human almost entirely. Why did it refrain from attacking that woman and instead took her hand to walk away? Could a taboo also experience desire?" Chun Haichuan whispered, "From my observations, that woman might also be an anomaly." Wang Jia, wearing a perplexed expression, shook his head vehemently. Impossible, absolutely impossible. While the personification of taboo is indeed high, anomalies possess distinct characteristics. That woman cannot possibly be an anomaly. She is either human or... Chun Haichuan shuddered, swallowing hard as he asked, "Could she also be a taboo?" Wang Jia took a moment to gather his thoughts, then shook his head, saying, "She resembles more of a human controlled by a taboo. The behavior of this taboo 006 is exceedingly peculiar. I wish to remain cautious for now. I intend to go to the antique street and observe it up close." Chapter 54. The enigmatic Peachwood sword. Jiang Yan sat in an antique shop on the street, taking a couple of puffs from an old pipe, glancing at his vintage watch, and muttering to himself, "It is almost time for the Secret Realm notification." After a few moments, a striking message indeed appeared on Jiang Yan's player panel. "Secret Realm, Third Hospital, will commence tomorrow. Entering the Secret Realm may yield substantial resource rewards. However, there exists a perilous threat within. Should the Secret Realm remain unpurged before its conclusion, the ultimate anomaly within shall break free from its confines, augmented significantly, and descend upon Nandu. Duration of the Secret Realm, 5 days. Each player entering the Secret Realm is required to pay an entrance fee of 500 underworld coins." This notification was evidently not meant solely for Jiang Yan. All human players received it. A cacophony of discussions erupted among the multitude gathered in the antique street. Do we really have to pay 500 underworld coins? That's exorbitant. And there's a chance of losing our lives inside. Who in their right mind would consider that? No way, we'll just stay in the safe zone. Amidst the clamor, the overwhelming consensus among the majority was clear. In his previous life, Jiang Yan had shared their sentiments, harboring no intention of entering the Secret Realm. It was absurd. Merely surviving in this terrifying world was already a daunting feat. Who would willingly squander their resources to invite suffering upon themselves? As for the consequences of failing to purge the Secret Realm, those were conveniently ignored by the crowd. Before the emergence of the forbidden fate-cutting spirit child, the inhabitants of the southern capital remained blissfully unaware of the sheer magnitude of carnage and bloodshed that the aforementioned portent signified. Listening to the cacophony of discussions outside, Jiang Yan exhaled a smoke ring slowly, a playful expression dancing across his face. The third hospital, you say? In my previous life, I did not venture into this secret realm. In this one, I shall rectify that. And Xiaoxin approached Jiang Yan from behind, gently massaging his shoulders, and in a hushed tone, inquired, Jiang Yan, what are your plans regarding this secret realm? Jiang Yan had already formulated his strategy and replied nonchalantly, You, Zhu Ganglai. The demon wolf, Yin Mei, and the purple treasure chest shall remain behind to safeguard our home. Heya and the faceless spider will accompany me inside. And Xiaoxin paused momentarily, disbelief etched on her face as she asked, Aren't you taking me with you? I am quite strong now. Jiang Yan smiled lightly. Players entering the secret realm will be teleported separately. You may find yourself alone and in peril. The assistance of Heya and the spider is more than sufficient for my needs. A twinge of displeasure flickered within in Xiaoxin at the thought of parting ways with Jiang Yan. Yet, she soon realized that should they be separated during the teleportation, she would be utterly defenseless in the terrifying secret realm. Embracing Jiang Yan from behind, she whispered, You must return safely. If you were to perish within, I would not wish to live either. At the entrance of the antique street, Wang Jia and Chun Haichuan came to an abrupt halt. They all noticed the mysterious realm prompt on the player panel. The expressions of the two hunters from the Hunter Bureau suddenly darkened. Truly, misfortune often comes in waves. Chun Haichuan inhaled deeply and murmured, We must eradicate this mysterious realm. Otherwise, we may unleash an entity of unimaginable power, perhaps even a taboo. Wang Jia nodded slowly and whispered in a tone only audible to the two of them, Do not worry. I shall participate in this mysterious realm. Chun Haichuan was taken aback. Do you not have other tasks to attend to? Wang Jia sighed. In this chaotic world, wherever there is a fire, we must strive to extinguish it. Since I have arrived in South City, I shall resolve the matters here before addressing my other obligations. For now, let me discern the true nature of the Taboo 006 in the antique street. 103 hunters were already meticulously stationed around the ruins of the antique street, poised to encircle and eliminate Taboo 006 within. However, both Wang Jia and Chun Haichuan felt uncertain and knew they must first gather information. Wang Jia straightened his collar and stepped into Jiang Yan's shop. Inside, Jiang Yan sat atop a purple chest. Half of his face was shrouded in shadow cast by a peculiar hat, and an eerie black mist coiled around him. A black raven perched on his right shoulder, while his left hand, covered in grayish-white spider silk, held an old pipe. Amidst the swirling smoke, a deep, gravelly voice resonated. What services may I provide for you? Esteemed guest? The corner of Jiang Yan's eye flickered with interest as he scrutinized Wang Jia before him. The moment this individual stepped into the shop, Jiang Yan recognized him as one of the 10 renowned hunters of the Anomaly Bureau, known as the Celestial Sword Hunter. At this nascent stage of the bizarre occurrences, the renown of these 10 hunters had yet to reach its zenith. However, it would not be long before their exploits would echo far and wide, their visages indelibly etched in the minds of the populace. That this illustrious hunter would appear in the South City at such a juncture was indeed a surprise to Jiang Yan. Even more astonishing was the unexpected addition to his player panel, an inconspicuous credit of 100 underworld coins. The illustrious Celestial Sword Hunter was, in fact, an anomaly? Jiang Yan scrutinized Wang Jia closely, finding it hard to believe. Adhering to the patterns discerned by Chun Haichuan and others, Wang Jia lowered his gaze. Avoiding direct eye contact with Jiang Yan, who was seated atop the treasure chest, and spoke in a measured tone, I seek alone. With that, he presented all of his equipment to Jiang Yan. Apart from the ancient peachwood sword strapped to his back, his ensemble could only be described as opulent, valued at over 100,000 underworld coins in the marketplace. After a careful inspection, Jiang Yan finalized the loan agreement, handing Wang Jia 50,000 underworld coins. As Wang Jia accepted the coins, his fingers inadvertently brushed against the grayish-white glove on Jiang Yan's left hand. The initial sensation was soft and delicate, akin to fine silk. Yet, upon touching the latter part, Wang Jia's expression shifted dramatically. Beneath the gray-white gloves, he felt a myriad of wriggling sensations, as if countless insects were scuttling beneath. The eerie method of forbidden murder he had just observed through the telescope sent cold sweat trickling down Wang Jia's brow. Perhaps every inch of the human form concealed beneath this attire was composed of twisted, grotesque human-faced spiders. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Jiang Yan, intrigued, inquired, Why not show me that sword of yours? The ancient peachwood sword, concealed upon Wang Jia's back, instinctively struck Jiang Yan as something far from ordinary. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's voice, now husky and low due to the effects of an old pipe, Wang Jia paused thoughtfully before slowly retrieving his peach-wood sword from behind. This is not a product of the system's marketplace, yet it bears the marketplace's certification. This sword is a treasured artifact passed down through my family for centuries. If you wish, I could also pawn it to you for a loan of some spirit coins. Wang Jia then presented the attributes of the peach-wood sword to Jiang Yan. Equipment: sealed peach-wood sword. A formidable sword imbued with mysterious powers. Perhaps itself an entity sealed away. With each defeat of a grotesque, this sword permanently increases its attack power by 1 and adds 10 to health points. Current attributes: 110 attack power, 1,100 health points. Inflicts a stunning effect on grotesques and doubles the damage dealt to grotesque targets. Chapter 55. Wealth truly commands attention. Upon observing the attributes of the sword, Jiang Yan comprehended the situation. It became evident that the additional income of 1,100 underworld coins on his panel was a direct result of this sword's influence. After showcasing it, Wang Jia promptly handed the sword to Jiang Yan. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Yan, a flicker of subtle coldness flashed through Wang Jia's eyes. This sword possessed an unsettling aura of intimidation. Even the 4 forbidden entities that Wang Jia had previously encountered during the sealing process were not entirely immune to the effects of this peach-wood sword. Through prolonged usage, Wang Jia had acquired the skill to indirectly gauge the strength of a bizarre entity via its intimidation effect. As he extended the peach-wood sword, he keenly observed Jiang Yan's reaction from the corner of his eye, silently contemplating. I am eager to ascertain your true strength. Should the intimidation prove effective, I might seize this opportunity to strike down this forbidden entity with a single blow, thereby initiating the sealing process. Wang Jia discreetly reached into his garment, grasping the enigmatic gold net nestled within. This net was standard equipment from the Bureau of Anomaly Hunters, composed of a high gold content that could effectively restrain the forbidden entity in a short span, providing an opportunity for the Bureau to entrap the entity within a golden coffin. Outside the antique street, over 100 hunters from the Bureau stood poised, awaiting Wang Jia's command. Additionally, the golden coffin capable of sealing the forbidden entity had been secretly delivered by Chun Haichuan to a nearby ruin last night. Ready for immediate deployment, Jiang Yan remained utterly oblivious to the lethal intent concealed within Wang Jia's actions, and without a hint of caution, he accepted the peach-wood sword into his grasp. As he reached out, the human-faced ghost spider nestled within the spider's silk gloves of his left hand, overwhelmed with fear, scurried up his sleeve and into the depths of Jiang Yan's robe, unwilling to come into contact with the sword. Jiang Yan cradled the peach-wood sword in both hands, toying with it for a moment, before nodding slowly and laying it flat upon the table, remarking, Indeed, it is a rare and valuable item. How much do you wish to pawn it for? Wang Jia, his face a mask of astonishment, fixated his gaze upon Jiang Yan, momentarily forgetting the unspoken rule against making direct eye contact with the forbidden entity before him. His heart surged with a tumult of emotions. The forbidden 006 had brazenly wielded his sealed ghost peach-wood sword, manipulating it at will, showing no signs of intimidation. How could this be? Wang Jia silently pondered. Could it be that this forbidden entity is the most formidable among all I have encountered? Perhaps the intensity of the forbidden has surged since the arrival of the anomalous. A bead of cold sweat trickled down from the tip of Wang Jia's nose. Noticing Wang Jia's momentary daze, Jiang Yan pressed further. How much do you wish to borrow against it? Wang Jia snapped back to reality, shivering involuntarily, swallowing hard before tentatively proposing 200,000 underworld coins. This price was exorbitant, and Wang Jia did not expect this formidable being to acquiesce to such a sum. Wang Jia merely sought to gauge the reaction of the enigmatic entity known as Taboo 006 to his audacious actions. This endeavor was fraught with peril, as it could easily provoke the unknown lethal protocols of Taboo 006. Nevertheless, Wang Jia possessed his own trump card, willing to pay the price to discern the assassination rules of 006. Only through this understanding could he effectively navigate the subsequent sealing process. Yet, to his astonishment, the next moment brought forth a simple affirmation, accepted. Jiang Yan produced a loan agreement, thrusting it into Wang Jia's face. A monthly interest rate of 1, compounded. Should you perish, this sword shall be transferred to me by the system. Although the system's marketplace had provided quantifiable data and assessments regarding this sword, it had not stipulated a guiding price, rendering it impossible to sell at half its value in the marketplace. From Jiang Yan's perspective, this peachwood sword was a piece of equipment capable of growth, and its rarity only heightened its worth. Moreover, this cursed peachwood sword exhibited an inexplicable synergy within Xiaoxin's violent talent. If he could reclaim the sum of 200,000 under the terms of the contract, the deceased Wang Jia might find himself in a fortuitous position, yet Jiang Yan would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. Staring at the bloodstained, bizarre contract pressed against his face, Wang Jia's eyes widened in disbelief, and he uttered an involuntary exclamation. What? He accepted it. 200,000 underworld coins. In his mind, a flurry of expensive equipment available in the marketplace flashed before him. If he were to invest 200,000 underworld coins, how formidable would he become? Wang Jia glanced at the glaring figure of 200,000 ghostly coins inscribed on the blood-stained contract, then turned his gaze toward the enigmatic Forbidden 006, who had not once deigned to meet his eyes. He swallowed hard, an instinctual thought whispering to him that such lavish generosity from this taboo figure must surely conceal some ulterior motive. Perhaps, he mused, the rules of his impending demise were intricately tied to this very loan agreement. Yet, rationality prevailed within him. The secret realm of Nandu was on the verge of opening, and he required formidable strength to confront the challenges ahead. This sum of 200,000 ghostly coins might very well delineate the line between triumph and failure. Should he falter, what toll in lives would Nandu be forced to pay? This was not merely a matter of currency. It represented a chance to preserve countless vibrant lives. Even if it meant shouldering immense risks, what of it? Jiang Yan, catching sight of Wang Jia's momentary lapse into distraction, pursed his lips, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features as he remarked, if you will not sign, then leave. Wang Jia jolted back to reality, alarm coursing through him. This taboo figure was clearly agitated. He swallowed again with determination and declared, I will sign. In an instant, the contract transformed into two streams of crimson light, vanishing from the presence of Jiang Yan and Wang Jia. A stack of resplendent ghostly coins was produced by Jiang Yan, accumulating on the table until it reached the promised total of 200,000, which he then pushed toward Wang Jia. Staring at the glittering bounty before him, Wang Jia found himself lost in reverie yet again, for this forbidden entity was indeed unlike any he had previously encountered. This figure was genuinely generous in his offerings. Wang Jia, who had borrowed 250,000 Ming coins, deeply bowed to Jiang Yan, expressing with heartfelt sincerity, regardless of the circumstances. I must extend my gratitude to you. Farewell. Wang Jia silently added in his heart, I believe we shall meet again soon. Jiang Yan, observing Wang Jia retreating from his presence, calmly inquired, would you be interested in working for me for a time? Wang Jia halted abruptly, his pupils dilating in shock. What did this mean? Was it a forbidden proposition for him, a mere mortal, to labor on his behalf? Cold sweat, which had previously evaporated, now trickled down his forehead once more. This was undoubtedly the most bizarre taboo he had ever encountered. Resolutely shaking his head, he replied, no. I have more pressing matters to attend to. In an instant, he vanished into the bustling throng of the antique street. Jiang Yan chuckled with amusement, a sudden thought crossing his mind. The contract he had just signed seemed to contain an intriguing loophole that both he and Wang Jia had overlooked. According to the stipulations, if Jiang Yan were to kill Wang Jia, the enchanted peachwood sword in his possession would instantly become Jiang Yan's. The thought flitted away, dismissed by Jiang Yan. In his previous life, he too had been one of the many souls under the protection of the Bureau of Haunting. Though he no longer required such safeguarding in this life, he was unwilling to senselessly terminate the existence of a hunting deity. The reason Jiang Yan had so readily provided the 20,000 loan was partly due to Wang Jia's identity as a heavenly sword hunting deity. Hunter, what are your thoughts on the Forbidden 006? Chun Haichuan inquired, observing Wang Jia, who emerged with a forehead slick with cold sweat. Chapter 56. The Rebirth Cross. Wang Jia wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his face etched with fear, and murmured, 006 is truly terrifying. I suggest we take a cautious approach. Once I emerge from the secret realm, we can devise a way to confront the Forbidden 006. If we expend a tremendous cost to seal 006, we may be left with insufficient strength to address the impending opening of the secret realm. Let us regroup and return. You should lead a swift operation to cleanse the anomalies in the southern city, while I ponder how to utilize this 250,000. Chen Haichuan nodded, only to suddenly realize the significance of the figure he had just heard. How much? Chen Haichuan stared incredulously at Wang Jia, swallowing hard. Wang Jia smiled faintly and replied, I borrowed 250,000 from the forbidden 006. I have a foreboding that his killing rules may be intertwined with the loan agreement. Perhaps my life has already begun its countdown. In the shop, Jiang Yan was distributing bonuses to the anomalies under his command. Since returning from the Hongfeng Mountain Granary, Jiang Yan had been quietly printing money. He now held a staggering 15 billion yen coins, more than sufficient to contend with the secret realm of the third hospital. Jiang Yan allocated 50,000 yen coins to each anomaly and awarded 200,000 to Xiaoxin, before calmly stating, in the coming days within the secret realm, you will all adhere to Xiaoxin's arrangements. We shall discuss rewards upon my return. In the realm of the purple treasure chest, you shall oversee the operations of this establishment. I shall provide you with 1 million soul coins for circulation. The purple treasure chest nodded eagerly, eyes brimming with excitement. Thank you for your trust, boss. I will undoubtedly manage the shop splendidly. Jiang Yan turned to the magical wolf and instructed, you will be responsible for leading the treasure exploration team from the Dingxing group during the day to seek out treasures. I will prepare 100 mist bottles for you. Conceal your whereabouts well, avoiding detection by outsiders, particularly the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. In the forthcoming days, the Bureau will intensify its efforts to eradicate the anomalies in the southern capital. You must consistently use the mist bottles to obscure your presence and remain vigilant. Jiang Yan took a puff from his pipe and remarked, the Anomaly Investigation Bureau is formidable. Although you are powerful, there is a significant risk of fatality if they discover you in my absence. The anomalies nodded in agreement, committing every word of their boss to memory. Such a terrifying entity as their boss acknowledged the Bureau's strength, which indeed seemed to be quite formidable. Just then, the antique street erupted into a commotion. I've opened a treasure chest and discovered something marvelous. Come and see. This item could save all your lives. The one who pays the most soul coins shall claim this rebirth cross. Zhang Xiaohu's voice soon echoed, no loud hawking allowed in Antique Street. Keep it down or be thrown out. This is one of the most crucial rules of Antique Street. The cacophony of voices significantly heightened the allure of peculiar risks. Although the cries of vendors were swiftly silenced, many were nevertheless drawn to the stall that had just been silenced. Even Jiang Yan felt a stirring within. The rebirth cross? He leaned against the door, puffing on his pipe, and cast a glance in that direction. The vendor held aloft a steel-gray cross, showcasing its attributes to the gathered crowd. Item: Rebirth Cross. When blood is dripped and buried in the earth, one will resurrect beneath the cross upon death. Upon seeing this artifact, a flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Yan's eyes. The Rebirth Cross was a hidden resource obtainable only from treasure chests and was not available for purchase in the marketplace. Due to its unique ability to grant resurrection, its price had always been exorbitantly high. By the time of Jiang Yan's demise in his previous life, the price of a rebirth cross had soared to 100,000 nether coins, yet it remained a rarity. It became evident that resurrection was not merely unimportant. It was insufficient to rely solely on resurrection. Those who possessed a rebirth cross were formidable, while players endowed with the talent for resurrection often found themselves relegated to the role of jesters. The crowd soon recognized the precious nature of the rebirth cross. This truly represented a life. In a world rife with the uncanny and fraught with peril, the significance of an additional life was abundantly clear to all. I bid 1,000 nether coins. Someone called out eagerly. A voice nearby scoffed. You dare to offer just 1,000 nether coins? I bid 3,000. As the price of 3,000 nether coins was announced, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. For many, this sum represented their entire fortune. Consequently, numerous individuals shook their heads in resignation and quietly retreated, acknowledging that this coveted item was ultimately beyond their reach. 3,005. 4,000. The bidding escalated rapidly, reaching 6,000 nether coins. Only 3 participants remained in the fray, while the others shifted to a spectator's role. One bidder, gritting his teeth, cursed under his breath, "Don't sell just yet. Wait for me." He turned and dashed toward Jiang Yan's shop, calling out, "Brother Jiang, I need a loan." Upon assessing the value of the man's equipment, Jiang Yan produced 4,000 nether coins along with a loan contract. The man, now emboldened, spun around, brandishing the 4,000 coins, and declared with bravado, "What 6,000 to me? I shall bid 7,000. Witnessing this audacious, loan-driven challenge, and with an additional 3,000 nether coins in hand, his determination was palpable, rendering the remaining two bidders mute as they exchanged glances. Everyone's finances were stretched thin, and this price had already soared beyond reasonable limits. The stall owner, flushed with excitement, raised the rebirth cross in his hands and proclaimed, "This generous gentleman has bid 7,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, I shall sell it to him." Just then, a voice emerged from the periphery. "I bid 1,000. The crowd gasped in astonishment. All eyes converged upon a man donning a pixie mask, who squeezed his way in from outside. It was evident that he had been observing for quite some time, only voicing his bid at the last moment. The offer of 10,000 ghost coins laid before them was already exorbitant, prompting a collective gasp of astonishment from the crowd, even leaving the loan shark momentarily frozen in place. With only 10,000 ghost coins in hand, surpassing the opposing bid was utterly unattainable. The stall owner was so elated he nearly lost control, hopping in excitement and exclaiming, "My dear sir, you are the one I have been waiting for." Jiang Yan took a puff from his pipe, his gaze sweeping across the figure in the pixie mask, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. He did not delve into the identity of the individual, but simply called out, "I bid 15,000. His voice echoed through the antique street, causing a collective shiver to race through the hearts of all present. 15,000. Who is this extravagant spender, raising the bid by 5,000 right off the bat? However, as soon as they recognized it was Jiang Yan making the offer, a wave of relief washed over them. Even the large yellow dog at the entrance of the antique street was aware of the existence known as Brother Jiang, a veritable god of wealth. The stall owner swallowed hard, flashing a sycophantic smile at Jiang Yan. "Ah, Brother Jiang. No need for 15,000, I can offer it to you for 13. Just as the stall owner scampered over to Jiang Yan, ready to present the cross to him, the voice behind the pixie mask rang out once more. "I bid 20,000. Chapter 57. Has he truly been sponsored? I bid 20,000. Upon the utterance of this price, the crowd in the antique street collectively inhaled sharply, making a remarkable contribution towards addressing global warming. Who, pray tell, is this individual sporting the Zhu Beiji mask? How audacious it is to challenge Brother Jiang. This is Brother Jiang, the enigmatic Brother Jiang, whose influence cloaks the entire antique street, safeguarding it from any peculiar intrusions. Even if he were to whimsically call out for 3,000 ghostly coins, the vendor would dare not refuse him." Upon hearing Zhu Beiji call out 20,000, the vendor froze in place, a look of embarrassment plastered across his face. "Take this. Good sir, spare yourself the contest with Brother Jiang. I shall sell it to him for 13,000. Jiang Yan, with the brim of his hat casting a shadow over his eyes, caught a glimpse of Zhu Beiji and spoke with an air of nonchalance. "I shall bid 30,000. He could not shake the feeling that this Zhu Beiji bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he had encountered before. Moreover, the gaze emanating from beneath the mask, which scrutinized him intently, seemed to harbor an undercurrent of animosity. Jiang Yan could not recall having wronged any living soul, leaving him perplexed. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's unwavering bid of 30,000, Zhu Beiji's form quivered momentarily, and with a venomous glare directed at Jiang Yan, he swiftly turned to depart. Jiang Yan casually retrieved 30,000 ghostly coins, clutching the rebirth cross in his hand, and watched as Zhu Beiji's silhouette vanished amidst the throng of the antique street. That silhouette, why does it bear a striking resemblance to Wang Huqing? Jiang Yan muttered to himself, promptly dismissing the thought. That scoundrel had been slain by him twice, and now it was likely that even his ashes had been scattered to the winds. It was probably just a resemblance. He turned and handed the rebirth cross to Xiaoxin, cautioning her, after dripping blood upon it, bury it in the small park behind the Shengfeng group. And Xiaoxin hesitated for a moment and inquired, "You intend to explore the secret realm? You should keep this for yourself." Jiang Yan smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "I shall not perish. Thus, it is unnecessary for me. Apart from the life-taking spirit child that allowed one to exit the secret realm, Jiang Yan could not conceive of any means of his own demise." Meanwhile, Wang Huiqing hurriedly strode out of the antique street, cursing his misfortune in silence. Why did Jiang Yan seem to haunt him incessantly? On that fateful day, Wang Huiqing had been killed by Jiang Yan twice, with even his body tossed into a pyre by Zhang Xiaohu. Yet, no one anticipated that he possessed a hidden skill, refresh. After the cooldown of his resurrection ability expired, Wang Huiqing rose once more from the flames. He paid no mind to anything else and fled at once. By that time, Jiang Yan had already departed the antique street within Shaoxing. Although Zhang Xiaohu and the others noticed, they did not pursue under the cover of night. Watching helplessly as Wang Huiqing vanished into the darkness amidst flames and sparks. Fortuitously surviving, Wang Huiqing found himself engulfed in profound terror, having already realized that Jiang Yan too had returned from death. However, Wang Huiqing could not fathom why Jiang Yan was so formidable. He had navigated his path with prudence, maximizing his growth speed to the utmost. Even if Jiang Yan possessed the experience of rebirth, he should only be his equal. Why had the situation unfolded this way? Reluctantly, he donned the mask of Zhu Beiji and ventured once more into Jiang Yan's territory, a place he had previously sworn to avoid. Drawing upon the experiences of his past life, Wang Huiqing recalled that at this juncture, there existed a rebirth cross in the antique street. This item was classified as a strategic resource, particularly significant for someone like Wang Huiqing, who had the talent for rebirth. It represented a third chance at life. Most crucially, the rebirth cross had the extraordinary effect of allowing those who died within the secret realm to be reborn in the real world upon their resurrection. By preparing a rebirth cross before embarking on his exploration of the secret realm, he could ensure that he would not perish within its confines. Driven by this assurance, Wang Huiqing braved substantial risks to enter the antique street, where he indeed encountered the rebirth cross. He had believed that the substantial sum of 20,000 underworld coins he possessed would be more than sufficient to acquire this strategic resource. To his astonishment, Jiang Yan casually produced 30,000 without a flicker of hesitation. In that moment, had he not been at a disadvantage against Jiang Yan, Wang Huiqing would have relished the opportunity to flay this good friend, this old classmate, alive. Wang Huiqing's gaze was shrouded in darkness as he murmured to himself, "Since it has already been lost, lamenting is futile. I must hastily depart from the antique street. Each passing second is fraught with peril." Upon reaching the entrance of the antique street, his peripheral vision caught sight of an intriguing trinket at a nearby stall. He abruptly halted, a glimmer of surprise igniting in his eyes. It was a diminutive stone sarcophagus, no larger than a fist. Item: stone sarcophagus toy. Upon the shedding of blood, the holder perishes, and their corpse materializes within the sarcophagus. The body is permanently shrunk by 95. This too was a concealed resource, yet the majority of players, upon glimpsing its attributes, were utterly bewildered. Consequently, this hidden treasure often fetched a meager price. However, Wang Huiqing was acutely aware that for players endowed with the resurrection talent, this was a remarkable find. It could avert the grim fate of having one's corpse camped upon. Upon demise, the body would instantaneously vanish from the location, entering the pre-placed sarcophagus. After half an hour, the player would resurrect and emerge from the sarcophagus in a secure manner. As for the permanent 95 reduction penalty, it could be neutralized with potions available in the market. Though the cost was steep, it significantly enhanced one's agility. After all, the greatest fear of those with the resurrection talent was to have their corpse lain in wait. After a round of haggling, Wang Huiqing successfully procured the stone sarcophagus from the stall owner for the price of 1,000 nether coins. Indeed, this item also had the potential to escape the confines of the secret realm. Although not as useful as the rebirth cross and accompanied by significant costs, it possesses remarkable capabilities. Wang Hu sincerely and contentedly departed from the antique street, hastening towards the site where the tomorrow's secret realm would commence. This inaugural secret realm presented a manageable level of difficulty, promising relatively generous rewards. Most importantly, the soul-severing spirit child could not emerge. Should that forbidden entity establish a foothold in the southern capital, it would pose an immense threat to all. That evening, upon returning to the prosperous group, Jiang Yan and Shaoxing engaged in a discussion within Baosheng regarding the plans for the secret realm. And Baosheng initially intended to delegate a portion of his personnel to explore the secret realm, but was firmly dissuaded by Jiang Yan. Taking a puff from his pipe, he calmly stated, "The secret realm is fraught with peril. I shall go alone." He then pushed forward 30,000 gleaming ghostly coins, saying, "Uncle, take this. During my absence, please focus on developing the prosperous society." Observing the resplendent 30,000 ghostly coins before him, and Baosheng swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, "Is this the profit from the antique street? You may keep it for your and Shaoxing's expenses. There is no need to give it to me." Jiang Yan replied with a faint smile, The antique street garnered only a few thousand ghostly coins, all of which have been distributed among Zhang Xiaohu and the others. After Jiang Yan departed within Xiaoxin, and Baosheng gazed at the dazzling coins on the table, sinking into profound contemplation. Damn it! Has that wretched boy truly taken my daughter under his wing? Chapter 58. Let us die again. Having settled everything in the southern city, early the next morning, Jiang Yan drove alone to the site of the secret realm's opening. Each secret realm has a designated entrance, and the system has already marked the locations for every player when the realm is indicated. If the realm is successfully cleared, the entrance will vanish. If the duration of the realm ends without successful clearance, the eerie entities within will escape through the entrance, gaining strength in the process. The entrance to the third hospital of the secret realm is located beside an unremarkable building's ruins, where a flickering white light hovers. Jiang Yan knew that once the designated time arrived, by touching this white light and paying an entry fee of 500 underworld coins, he could venture into the realm. Entering was relatively easy, but exiting posed a significant challenge. Many had simply vanished within the secret realm, leaving no trace behind. To emerge, one must either wait for the realm to be cleared or for time to run out. In the latter case, any surviving humans inside would be teleported out. But the eerie entities would also be released alongside them. Jiang Yan casually found a secluded corner to sit down, printing currency while quietly awaiting the opening of the secret realm. Although most of the printing materials were left behind, the underworld coins accrued from the Black Raven and the human-faced eerie spider were still quite substantial. Hey, buddy, are you here to participate in the secret realm as well? A furtive middle-aged man sidled up to Jiang Yan, revealing a grin filled with crooked yellow teeth. Jiang Yan averted his gaze, offering a nonchalant nod as he continued his task of printing money. The man chuckled. I'm also planning to venture into the secret realm to see if I can snag something worthwhile. Perhaps we could join forces? We could look after each other. Casting a sidelong glance at the man, Jiang Yan noticed the two firearms tucked into his lower back. Estimating that his entire ensemble was worth a couple of thousand nether coins, he responded with a faint smile, neither affirming nor denying the proposal. Such individuals eager to enter the secret realm for rewards were plentiful, especially since this was the inaugural expedition, and everyone lacked awareness of the inherent dangers. Yet, it was often these very individuals, yearning to play the role of opportunists, who met the swiftest demise upon entry. Noticing Jiang Yan's silence, the man's smile faltered slightly. Yet he maintained his jovial facade. I see you possess some impressive gear, my friend. You must be quite affluent. Could you do me a favor? Lend me 500 nether coins, and I assure you I shall repay you upon my return from the secret realm. As he spoke, a cold barrel pressed against Jiang Yan's waist. Emerging from the ruins behind him were three more men, their faces twisted in sinister smiles, encircling Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan paused, his pipe resting between his lips, and with keen interest, he lifted his gaze to meet that of the middle-aged man. Are you attempting to extort me? At the moment their eyes locked, the crimson shockwave effect was unleashed. In an instant, the middle-aged man felt a pair of crimson, menacing eyes glaring at him. The terror embedded within those eyes shattered his sanity. It was as if the man, whose half-hidden face lurked beneath the brim of his hat, embodied the most horrific entity imaginable, without exception. To survive, he must eliminate this threat. Bang! A gunshot rang out as the middle-aged man pulled the trigger. Above Jiang Yan's head, a damage number appeared, -1. The four men encircling Jiang Yan were momentarily stunned by this revelation. Before they could react and flee, a hoarse, ominous voice echoed in their ears. Die? The black crow perched on Jiang Yan's shoulder, flapping its wings, cast a curse upon each one of them. 2 seconds later, the curse erupted, and purple-black skulls rained down from above. -874, -861, -839, -894. Thud, thud. The four men, their faces ashen, knelt on the ground, succumbing to death in eerie silence. Soon, behind Jiang Yan, four humanoid silk cocoons emerged. The cocoons twitched occasionally, with tiny, grotesque faces of spiders wriggling out and slipping into Jiang Yan's silken gloves. Being ambushed is not an uncommon occurrence in this chaotic world where the bizarre reigns. Especially since Jiang Yan was alone, he appeared to be an easy target. Unfortunately for them, they had misjudged their opponent. In another corner, a vehicle belonging to the Bureau of Cryptic Affairs stood still. Wang Jia, seated in the passenger's seat, gradually opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, and remarked, I have finally spent the 250 in coins. This substantial sum was exceedingly rare, and Wang Jia needed to convert it into his combat prowess with utmost efficiency. Thus, his shopping spree had persisted until now. Chen Haichuan, you previously mentioned that you had uncovered some clues regarding this secret realm? Please elaborate, he inquired. Chen Haichuan nodded, took a deep breath, and replied, the name of the secret realm is the Third Hospital. Upon my investigation, I discovered that over 50 years ago, there indeed existed a place called the Third Hospital in South City, and its location was identical to the entrance of the secret realm. Upon hearing this, all the hunters in the vehicle were momentarily taken aback. Wang Jia responded in astonishment. What? What happened next? Why is the Third Hospital in South City no longer there? Chen Haichuan explained, it is said that there were fatalities within, and it was sealed off for a considerable duration. Eventually, it was demolished. The specifics of what occurred are not recorded in our archives. Wang Jia exhibited a contemplative expression, pondering for a long while before slowly nodding. Report your findings. They hold significant value. Once we enter, we should be able to uncover more clues. Glancing at his watch, Wang Jia then asked, is everyone prepared? The hunters in the vehicle nodded in unison, their faces etched with determination, ever prepared. Not far away, the entrance bathed in white light suddenly intensified, and all players in the southern city received a system notification. The Third Hospital of the Secret Realm has been activated. Players wishing to enter should hasten to the entrance. The entrance will remain open for a duration of 30 minutes. As the portal opened, players began to step into the radiant light, paying the requisite 500 soul coins before their figures gradually faded, seemingly transitioning into another dimension. Jiang Yan chose not to rush in, opting instead to remain seated in a corner of the ruins, puffing on his pipe while observing the entrance's activity. Soon, he noticed a team of hunters from the Bureau of Anomalies, led by Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan, disappearing into the secret realm's entrance. A smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Yan's mouth. Indeed, the Bureau of Anomalies would not allow the secret realm to falter. However, he recalled that in his past life, the sword hunter god was not present in Southern City at this juncture. What could have prompted his sudden appearance? If he had indeed been at the helm in his previous life, the Third Hospital of the Secret Realm would not have met with failure, and the Soul Child would not have emerged. Just as Jiang Yan rose, preparing to enter the secret realm, his gaze sharpened. He beheld a figure who should not have been there. Wang Hucheng. This old friend sprinted into the secret realm's entrance with remarkable speed. Yet Jiang Yan recognized him instantly. He is not dead? Jiang Yan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the revelation. Taking a deep puff from his pipe, Jiang Yan suddenly smiled. Then let him die once more. Chapter 59. Do not let me encounter you. Jiang Yan strolled leisurely into the radiant white light at the entrance of the secret realm. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on his player panel. Would you like to pay 500 soul coins to enter the secret realm? Third Hospital? Jiang Yan selected yes. And in the next moment, the brilliance before him flashed, and he vanished from his original location. For a fleeting instant, the scenery before him blurred. As it crystallized once more, Jiang Yan found himself standing in a square suffused with a soft white glow, surrounded by numerous individuals. Each person was enveloped in a faint halo of white light, rendering their identities indistinguishable. A rumbling notification echoed in his ears, awaiting the commencement of the secret realm. Remaining time, 15 minutes. Until the realm opens, players are prohibited from attacking one another. Jiang Yan inspected his shoulders and gloves, reassured to find that both the black crow and the human-faced spider were present. He settled down comfortably to await the passage of the 15 minutes, utilizing his soul coins. During this interval, more players continued to join, nearly filling the entire square. As the countdown concluded, the square was suddenly illuminated with an intense brightness, and the rumbling notification resounded once more. Secret Realm entrance closed. Secret Realm, Third Hospital. Extracting rules for the Secret Realm. Rule 1. The anomalies within the Secret Realm cannot be killed. Rule 2. For every human player that perishes within the Secret Realm, all anomalies gain a 1 enhancement to their attributes. Rule 3. Human players within the Secret Realm are unable to utilize active skills. Players who accumulate a payment of 5,000 soul coins may redraw the aforementioned rule entries, with the cost in soul coins doubling for each subsequent draw. Each time a rule entry is redrawn, the player who contributes the most soul coins will receive a singular enhancement effect. Once all entries are confirmed, the Secret Realm shall officially commence. Gazing at these 3 entries, Jiang Yan involuntarily drew a sharp breath. The stipulations of these rules were indeed outrageous, particularly the first and second entries, which seemed to threaten everyone's very existence. As anticipated, chaos erupted among the players in the square. What in the world are these entries? This is unplayable. We can't even kill the bizarre creatures. We can only hide inside. I refuse to participate. Let me out. Someone free me. One player, filled with rage, charged against the luminous barrier at the edge of the square, desperate to escape this secret realm. Yet, it was too late. Once one has entered, no one may leave until the conclusion of the secret realm. A composed individual stepped forward, raising his voice to rally the others. Brothers, we are all in the same boat. Let us act within our means and contribute what we can. At the very least, the first rule must be amended. Otherwise, we shall have no hope of survival within the realm. I will contribute 200. As he spoke, a golden numeral emerged above his head, 200. Simultaneously, a progress bar of 2005000 appeared beside the first rule. I truly find myself devoid of funds. All my resources were spent on acquiring equipment before entering the secret realm. Who could have anticipated this twist of fate? I am left with a mere 13 soul coins. I shall offer my utmost. Instantly, golden digits representing 13 soul coins appeared above that individual's head, and the progress bar began to ascend. Nearby, someone immediately began to curse, exclaiming, "What do you mean by offering your utmost? I do not believe such nonsense. You are clearly unwilling to part with your money. Had I known this secret realm was such a swindle, I would never have entered." Despite the vitriol, he too contributed 100 soul coins into the progress bar. Jiang Yan, standing in a corner, took a puff from his old pipe and contemplated in silence. These 3 rule entries are indeed perilous. However, each time new entries are drawn, the individual who contributes the most soul coins is granted a beneficial effect, presenting a tremendous opportunity. No wonder many claimed in their previous lives that one should prepare ample soul coins for emergencies when entering the secret realm. Indeed, it proves useful. A 30-second countdown lingered behind the entries. With each new soul coin added, this countdown would reset. In another corner, Wang Jia and Chun Haichuan, along with other hunters, exchanged glances. Though enveloped in white light, rendering their features unrecognizable, the members of the Hunter Bureau possessed their own signals, having silently congregated. Alas, my soul coins have also been depleted. Chun Haichuan's eyes reflected bitterness. Wang Jia remained silent. In this initial expedition into the secret realm, uncertainty weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, despite their meticulous preparations prior to entry. Their resources, particularly the spirit coins, had been entirely spent. Little did they anticipate the awkward predicament they would face upon entering. Regardless, the first rule must be amended, and ideally, the second one as well. Wang Jia inhaled deeply, furrowing his brow as he declared, "Even if it means selling off our gear, we cannot enter this secret realm under such dreadful regulations. Otherwise, we may face total annihilation within." Chun Haichuan nodded solemnly, responding, "Very well, I shall sell my equipment." Just as Chun Haichuan prepared to take decisive action, offering his relatively less critical gear at half price to the system's marketplace, a golden numeral, 2757, suddenly appeared above a certain individual's head. The vacant portion of the progress bar was completely filled. A hush fell over the crowd, which was soon followed by exclamations of admiration. "Wow, we have a benefactor. Thank you, great one. You've saved my life." The individual merely smirked, saying nothing, and continued to stand quietly. Jiang Yan cast a glance at this person, a cold smile flickering across his face. A typical player, lacking any experience in secret realms, would not possess a significant amount of spirit coins upon entry. Thus, it was almost certain that this player was his old acquaintance. The reason Jiang Yan refrained from filling the progress bar himself was to wait for Wang Huqing to act first. After all, the allure of a singular gain is undeniable, and Wang Huqing, with his experience of rebirth, could hardly ignore it. Jiang Yan murmured, "Let a spawn of the human-faced spider weave itself into this person's attire." With a subtle movement of his left hand adorned with a silk glove, a diminutive human-faced spider descended silently, its thread trailing behind as it stealthily ascended the man's pant leg. "Wait a moment. What rule has just manifested?" Jiang Yan exclaimed, taken aback. "Goodness, this is even more repulsive than the last." Upon glancing at the newly revealed rule, he read, Rule 1. Upon the demise of the bizarre entity, reduce the life maximum of players within a 50-meter radius by 10. The onlookers shivered in unison at this stipulation. The prospect of slaying a few anomalies now posed a grave threat to their life limits. A mere weak anomaly could easily extinguish their lives with a single blow. What are we to do now? Is there any possibility of refreshing it again? We're counting on you. A multitude of hopeful gazes turned towards the figure that resembled Wang Hucheng. After a moment of silence, he replied, "It's too costly. I am out of funds." The rule could indeed be refreshed, yet this time the required currency was a staggering 10,000 dark coins. Upon hearing this man's voice, a glimmer of cold amusement flickered in Jiang Yan's eyes. Although he deliberately lowered his tone, Jiang Yan could still discern the familiar cadence. This was none other than his dearest brother, Wang Hucheng. "Good brother, do take care not to encounter me in the secret realm." Jiang Yan chuckled coldly, casually tossing out 10,000 underworld coins. Chapter 60. The secret realm has been ruined. As Jiang Yan cast out 10,000 nether coins, a golden numeral floated above his head, 10,000. The progress bar was instantly filled, and the first rule of the secret realm was subsequently altered. Rule 1. Upon an eerie death, it splits into 3 weaker entities. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Then they all turned to gaze at Jiang Yan. What on earth? Spending 10,000? What a big shot. Bringing 10,000 nether coins to partake in the secret realm is truly impressive. But wait. Wouldn't it be wiser to purchase several pieces of equipment with that sum? Why bring it into the secret realm? I cannot comprehend. Can you truly keep pace with such a high-level thinker? No need to understand. Merely express your gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one. You have substituted our rule entry with a more tolerable one. Although this refreshed rule entry significantly heightened the player's peril, it was still a considerable improvement over the previous two. Just as everyone let out a sigh of relief, another large golden numeral appeared above Jiang Yan's head, 20,000. The first rule entry was once again refreshed. The crowd. Is this remarkable individual being a tad too reckless? The previous entry was manageable, before anyone could discern what the new entry was. An even larger golden numeral emerged above Jiang Yan, 40,000. The rule entry was refreshed yet again. The crowd. Are you here to launder money, my esteemed friend? In a mere moment, a staggering 70,000 ghost coins have been spent. How terrifying. With such wealth, why not pursue more noble endeavors? Good heavens. If I possessed 70,000 ghost coins, I would be invincible across the globe. Yet here I am, barely accumulating 7,000 ghost coins, while some individuals nonchalantly toss away 70,000. I cannot comprehend it, but I am profoundly astonished. Of course, Jiang Yan is not engaged in money laundering. He is merely enhancing his individual gains. As for how the first rule is being executed, Jiang Yan is currently indifferent. If the results are unsatisfactory, he can always rectify them later. It's of no consequence. He gazed at his player panel and observed 3 buff enhancements appearing in succession. Player health increased by 10. Player melee attack power increased by 10. Player movement speed increased by 10. To be frank, these enhancements are rather mediocre, serving merely to placate the unwitting big spender. No player would willingly expend over 10,000 ghost coins for such boosts, not unless they are Jiang Yan. His base attributes are extraordinarily high, so even a mere 10 increase yields far greater benefits than it would for a typical player. Additionally, Jiang Yan possesses an abundance of wealth with no outlet for expenditure. Currently, increasing his strength requires a staggering 10 million ghost coins, yet this 10 health buff cost him only 1,000. Although it cannot be taken outside and can only be utilized within the secret realm, its cost-effectiveness remains remarkably high. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Jiang Yan continued to engage 5 more times. 5 consecutive golden numbers emerged above his head, each larger than the last. 80,000, 160,000, 320,000, 640,000, 1, 280,000. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. In the hearts of all players, a million thoughts of disbelief surged forth. What is this? What in the world am I witnessing? This must be a dream. It cannot possibly be real. How could anyone spend millions of soul coins in the secret realm to roll for a stat? One individual murmured to themselves, no. Even if the rewards of the secret realm were entirely bestowed upon you, could you earn back those 2 million plus? Another person, as if in a trance, remarked, I refuse to believe it. How could one possess such an abundance of soul coins? You must be a shill. Suddenly, someone caught sight of the recently rolled rule stat and let out a wailing cry of despair. Why did it have to roll out that bizarre immortal stat again? As the crowd focused their gaze, they read the rule. Rule 1. The anomalies in the secret realm cannot be killed, just as it was upon entry. The only difference is that the progress bar upon entry was 5,000, while the current progress bar reads 2,560,000. A wave of despondency washed over the crowd. This secret realm has been thoroughly exploited. A woman crouched on the ground, weeping in despair. We're all doomed now. Beside Jiang Yan, someone lamented, "Boss, could you please refrain from such recklessness? What shall we do now?" Jiang Yan glanced at the buffs displayed on his player panel and casually replied, "We can just grind again, can't we?" He proceeded to grind once more. A colossal golden numeral erupted above his head. 256 million. Rule 1. Damage dealt to anomalies in the secret realm is reduced by 30. The crowd fell into a profound silence, an eerie stillness enveloping them. To their astonishment, this formidable figure could still produce such a sum. In the distance, the hunter team surrounding Wang Jia and Chun Haichuan witnessed several members falter in their defenses. These individuals were professionally trained and typically did not break their defenses unless utterly unable to contain themselves. How fortunate it would be if that several million were in our possession. He actually squandered it all for a mere secret realm attribute? Oh, the injustice of the heavens. Chun Haichuan glanced at the dazed Wang Jia and quietly inquired, "Hunter God, what is your perspective on this? His financial resources are simply outrageous." Wang Jia suddenly shuddered, his face paling as if he had seen a ghost, and murmured, "Do you not think this guy's voice bears a striking resemblance to Forbidden 006? Chun Haichuan was momentarily stunned, only to feel as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him from head to toe, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Prior to Wang Jia's revelation, Chun Haichuan had been entirely captivated by the colossal figures of the ghostly currency, oblivious to Jiang Yan's voice. But now, the forbidden entity 006 has also made an appearance? Chun Haichuan felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. This was, without a doubt, the most terrifying ghost story he had ever encountered in his life. Their initial plan was to first address the secret realm before devising a strategy to handle the forbidden entity 006, thereby alleviating their burdens. But now, had all the pressure converged into one? A horrifying taboo alongside an unknown and perilous secret realm formed a configuration akin to a purgatory. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan regarded the first entry with satisfaction, nodding as he declared, "All right, this one will do. Now, let's refresh the second entry." The crowd gasped in disbelief. He can refresh again? Does he still have funds? The next refresh would cost a staggering 12 million ghostly currency. Jiang Yan proceeded to refresh 3 more times, finally yielding an appropriate rule. 3 overwhelming golden numbers emerged from his being, resonating endlessly. 5, 12 million, 10, 24 million, 20, 48 million. Jiang Yan glanced at the newly generated second rule. Rule 1. Damage inflicted by the anomalies within the secret realm is reduced by 30. Rule 2. The peculiar movement speed within the secret realm is increased by 50. Rule 3. Human players within the secret realm are unable to utilize active skills. Jiang Yan laughed heartily and nodded. Quite good. The crowd, stunned, utterly stunned. They had yet to witness the nature of the secret realm, and were already dazzled by the display of prowess from the expert. Chapter 61. Today also counts as respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Having reached this point, even Jiang Yan began to feel a pang of regret over the expenditure of ghost money. As for the third rule, Jiang Yan had no intention of pursuing it. The stipulation that forbids human players in the secret realm from utilizing active skills? This rule suits Jiang Yan perfectly. As a mere money printer, he possesses no active skills whatsoever, relying solely on his myriad of auras and extraordinarily formidable attributes to roam freely, entirely disregarding this third regulation. "Master, please accept my humble admiration." The individual beside Jiang Yan, who had long been rendered speechless, finally regained his composure and, with a thud, knelt before Jiang Yan, earnestly beseeching, "Master, may I accompany you in the future?" Jiang Yan offered a faint smile and replied, "Let us discuss this once you survive the secret realm." Although the challenges posed by these 3 rules were not insurmountable, the likelihood of those who entered the secret realm emerging unscathed was, at best, 1 in 10. Secret realm, third hospital, officially commencing. In a flash of brilliance, everyone vanished from the square. As evening fell on a secluded street, The golden rays of the setting sun cast a dim light, beneath which a trace of crimson lay concealed. Jiang Yan's figure materialized on the street. A chill breeze swept through, stirring up an old newspaper that lay on the ground. The newspaper tumbled and rolled erratically before coming to a sudden halt at Jiang Yan's feet. Jiang Yan's gaze fell upon the newspaper, where the ink shifted to reveal a line of text. Please arrive at the 3rd hospital before nightfall. Taking bus number May 14th be your optimal choice. This secret realm is rife with the bizarre. Do not disclose your identity as a living being. The desire for attack from the oddities within this realm is relatively weak. Yet do not provoke them. Upon entering the 3rd hospital, please heed the commands of the head nurse. The 3rd hospital theoretically has only 7 floors. Within this realm, there exists but one oddity. Vanquishing this entity will bring the realm to an end. Jiang Yan raised his head and glanced at a nearby bus stop sign. Bus number 14 stops here. The sign also listed a series of stops, and despite searching, Jiang Yan could not find the 3rd hospital. The final stop was named South City Public Transport Hub. The appearance of this bus stop sign was quite antiquated, unlike the styles prevalent in South City in recent years. While surveying his surroundings, Jiang Yan suddenly felt a small hand gently poke his calf, followed by a timid voice from behind. Big brother, you dropped your money. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and turned around, only to find a small boy with a face modeled in shades of blue and purple, dressed in tattered clothes. His eyes devoid of pupils and filled with a lifeless gray. The little oddity held out a piece of yellow paper money with a grin, offering it to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's expression darkened as he replied, "That is not mine." What a joke. As a dignified money printer, how could I possibly lose paper money? I suspect you are insulting me. The peculiar little face suddenly lost its smile, and the corners of its mouth drooped, revealing an eerie aura. Big brother, I witnessed with my own eyes that this money fell from your pocket. Take it quickly. What's the matter, big brother? You wouldn't be unable to spend it, would you? The little peculiar one gazed at Jiang Yan with a sinister glint, a flicker of crimson malice flashing in its dull gray eyes. Jiang Yan realized that he had likely provoked this little oddity and exposed his identity as a living being. But is Jiang Yan afraid? The substantial amount of money I invested in myself is merely ornamental? The numerous enhancements I bestowed upon myself before entering are all fictitious? Jiang Yan chuckled softly and reached out his left hand to pat the little peculiar one on the head. Lying is not the behavior of a good child. You might end up having your ears devoured by the great spider. Suddenly, Jiang Yan's spider silk gloves burst open, and a swarm of human-faced eerie spiders surged forth, enveloping the little peculiar one in an instant. A piercing scream echoed around the bus stop on Route 14. 3 seconds later, Jiang Yan sat leisurely on the public bench at the bus station, gently toying with the coarse yellow paper money in his hand. Beneath the eaves of the station, a cocoon resembling a child hung upside down, its gray-white silk occasionally writhing as tiny human-faced eerie spiders emerged, slipping into the spider silk gloves on Jiang Yan's left hand. As Jiang Yan meticulously folded the yellow paper money into a paper ingot, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed down the street nearby. A middle-aged woman, her hair disheveled and her eyes ablaze with an eerie green flame, donned a long, purple-black dress and adorned her feet with vibrant red embroidered shoes. She approached Jiang Yan with brisk determination. "Where's my son? This is the money I set aside for his soy sauce. How did it end up in your possession?" Her piercing gaze fixated on the paper ingot in Jiang Yan's hand, and she emitted a shrill wail. Extending her ghostly claw, she lunged toward the yellow paper ingot, a chilling wind howling ominously around her. "What? Do I resemble soy sauce?" Jiang Yan sidestepped, using his back to shield himself from the woman's lethal grasp. And a damage number appeared, -1. Simultaneously, a damage number also emerged above the woman, -400. "Ah!" The woman shrieked, her voice a terrifying, high-pitched cry. Her gaze locked onto Jiang Yan with a sinister intensity. "There is a living soul here. It has been years since I have encountered fresh flesh. Come, let us devour him." Jiang Yan weighed the yellow paper ingot in his hand, chuckling softly. "Black Crow, grant them a reunion." Dark, ominous curses reverberated. Decay, plague, death, extinction. A series of damage numbers floated away from the woman. -77, -641, -76, -1,249, -1,546. Moments later, beneath the eaves of the station, another cocoon resembling a woman materialized. Tap, tap, tap. A series of rhythmic taps echoed as a stooped old woman approached from another direction, her face adorned with a benevolent smile. Trembling slightly, she inquired, "I just heard someone mention buying soy sauce. Young man, is it you who is purchasing soy sauce? Here you go." The kind-hearted old woman opened her woven bamboo basket, revealing a menagerie of scorpions, centipedes, snakes, spiders, and geckos, all crawling about, their eerie eyes fixated on Jiang Yan. The old woman produced a glass vial filled with a viscous, crimson liquid. "Young man, pay up." She indicated with a glance towards the yellow paper ingots in Jiang Yan's hand. With a sigh, Jiang Yan conceded, "Today, I shall indeed honor the elderly and cherish the young." Under the eaves, yet another cocoon, shaped like an old woman, appeared. By the time the number 14 bus finally arrived at Jiang Yan's stop, the eaves were adorned with a plethora of various cocoons, a dazzling array. With a creaking sound, the bus doors slowly opened before Jiang Yan. He exhaled a ring of blue smoke and stepped aboard the bus. Facing him was a bizarre figure with a green face and sharp fangs, who grinned widely and declared, "The fare is 1 yuan." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yan, feeling disinclined to drive himself, obediently retrieved a yuan in paper money and deposited it into the fare box. A glance around the bus interior brought a smile to his face. I encountered 2 acquaintances. Chapter 62. The Forbidden Ride. Inside the vast confines of the bus, a handful of entities were scattered about, among them 2 humans, who appeared to have boarded at a previous stop. Jiang Yan recognized these 2 individuals. They were Chen Yuru, a hunter from the Bureau of Anomalies, and Wang Jia, the celestial sword hunter. Both sat rigidly against the window, their bodies tense and their eyes averted from any indiscreet glances. Beside them, in the adjacent seats, sat peculiar beings. One was engrossed in a mobile device next to Chen Yuru, while the other perused a newspaper beside Wang Jia. Even though a few anomalous entities were present, the hunters from the Bureau of Anomalies were not easily intimidated. Yet, with over 10 entities aboard, including the driver, this vehicle posed an undeniable death trap, even for a hunter of Wang Jia's caliber. Should a confrontation arise, armed with his enchanted peachwood sword, he might possess a slim chance of survival. However, Chen Yuru would inevitably face demise. Fortunately, it seemed that the anomalies within this secret realm exhibited an inexplicable reluctance to attack, maintaining a facade of tranquility as long as the presence of living beings remained concealed. Thus, this bus on Route 14 barely sustained an eerie calm. Wang Jia strained to control his breathing, only daring to lean toward the window for air when his restraint became unbearable, fearful that the warmth of his exhaled breath might pique the curiosity of the nearby entities. Since boarding this bus, he had not relaxed for a moment. He felt as taut as a drawn bowstring, his hand never straying far from the hilt of his enchanted sword. Was this truly the most prudent means to reach the 3rd hospital? Traveling in a vehicle with a group of peculiar beings was an experience fraught with peril, to say the least. Wang Jia mentally cursed the origins of this bizarre realm and its ancestors. It wasn't until the bus halted at the next stop that his invectives ceased abruptly, as he watched 5 strange entities line up to board. How many more were lurking outside, yet to join? The sheer number of anomalies within this realm was utterly preposterous. A chilling thought crept into Wang Jia's mind, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Although surrounded by these entities within the bus, the alternative of not boarding could have exposed him to an even greater danger, and with a longer journey ahead, the likelihood of being ensnared by these peculiarities would have soared. Furthermore, time was a significant factor to consider. Glancing outside at the setting sun, he mused to himself, the aggressiveness of these anomalies tends to escalate as night falls, and the warning to reach the 3rd hospital before darkness descends was not without merit. Thus, it seemed that taking the bus was indeed one of the wisest choices available. At the 3rd stop, 3 new passengers boarded the bus. Among them was none other than Chen Yuru. She was wedged between 2 of the peculiar beings, her body rigid and drenched in cold sweat, resembling a marionette as she cautiously shuffled from the front of the bus to an empty seat just ahead of Wang Jia. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, a silent understanding passing between them, yet they dared not speak. Chen Yuru subtly altered her course, settling into the vacant seat in front of Wang Jia. However, one of the bizarre entities that ascended alongside Chen Yuru unexpectedly followed suit, plopping down beside her with a thud. Now, each hunter was flanked by a peculiar presence. Wang Jia, seated behind, could discern the fine, downy hairs on the nape of Chen Yuru's neck. each one standing erect as if reaching for the heavens. An unmistakable harbinger of dread. Having been a hunter for so long and engaged in countless battles with the uncanny, sharing a vehicle with such entities was a first. Creaking, the bus halted once more, and another being boarded. Wang Jia and Chen Yuro instinctively glanced over, their hearts momentarily lightened upon realizing it was merely a solitary figure. One was certainly preferable to two. Yet, when they finally beheld the nature of this new arrival, darkness engulfed their vision, nearly sending them into unconsciousness. It was a man clad in black attire, his head topped with a low-brimmed, peculiar hat, casting a shadow that obscured half his face. Enveloped in an eerie aura of darkness, he clutched an ancient pipe, from which wisps of blue smoke curled into the air. His left hand was adorned with a grayish-white glove, while a shadowy black raven perched ominously upon his right shoulder. The raven's blood-red eye glared like a sinister blood moon, hovering above the hearts of the two hunters. Forbidden 006. He had truly entered this secret realm. Chen Yuro felt an overwhelming urge to flee. The clattering of Wang Jia's teeth, softly chattering in the stillness of the bus, resonated painfully in the tense atmosphere. Amused by the sight of the two hunters nearly driven to madness, Jiang Yan found it quite humorous. Shouldn't the hunters from the Anomaly Bureau possess formidable mental fortitude and remain composed? How could they be so frightened by a mere bus ride, overwhelmed by these peculiarities? He casually strolled to the rear of the bus, settling into a prime location for gathering resources. With so many anomalies aboard, Jiang Yan was determined to exploit their life essence as a means of sustenance. The tally of his gains was as follows: 7,312 ghost coins, 3,533 ghost coins, 754 ghost coins, 681 ghost coins, and 1153 ghost coins. The first two amounts were derived from the effects of the menacing spider and the black crow under the protection of a shielding aura, while the remainder stemmed from the myriad of anomalies on the bus, alongside countless small spiders contributing a steady influx of dozens to over 100 ghost coins per second. Altogether, this astonishing accumulation exceeded 30,000 ghost coins per second. As Jiang Yan exhaled a blissful smoke ring, he savored the delightful experience of this bus ride. Just then, a chilling voice pierced the air beside him. "That seat is reserved for my wife. Move aside." Jiang Yan glanced sideways to observe a ghastly figure, its face pale and swollen, with purplish-black ichor seeping from beneath its skin, saturating the seat beneath it with a putrid stench. Could someone like you truly have a wife? Jiang Yan felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. What does your wife see in you? Is it your refusal to bathe? The peculiar expression on his face suddenly shifted. A surge of fury washed over his pallid, swollen visage, and he shot upright, bellowing, "You brat! Do you wish to meet your demise? I see a semblance of humanity in you." His thunderous roar instantly captivated the attention of all within the serene confines of the carriage. A myriad of cold, eerie gazes fixated on Jiang Yan, poised to pounce. Jiang Yan's gaze remained tranquil. He uttered not a word, merely offering a faint smile as he extended his left hand to gently pat the grotesque, swollen face. The gesture was strikingly frivolous. In the next moment, the grayish-white silk glove erupted. Boom! A multitude of human-faced, grotesque spiders surged forth, swiftly enveloping the swollen figure. Moments later, a grotesque spider cocoon was firmly ensnared to the seat beside Jiang Yan. The grayish threads occasionally writhed, with tiny spiders emerging from within, scuttling into Jiang Yan's silk glove. Wang Jia and Chen Yuru's pupils contracted sharply, akin to pinpricks. It has begun. The Forbidden 006 has struck once more. Did you discern his killing protocol? Chen Yuru inquired in a trembling whisper, her voice barely above a murmur. Chapter 63. Speak softly. Wang Jia swallowed hard, shaking his head in confusion. I can't discern it. His actions had been decisive, surely triggering his lethal rules. But what could it be? Chen Yuru pondered for a moment, then hesitantly suggested, insulting him? Is 006 a being with a fragile pride? Wang Jia replied. Generally speaking, the lethal rules of such beings are easily provoked. I believe that rather than insults, a more plausible rule might be speaking loudly to him. Chen Yuru thought for a moment, suddenly startled, and nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. Even when I was intimidated by his piercing gaze and struck him with a blade, I never raised my voice. Could it be that this was the reason we were spared from the wrath of the Forbidden 006? Wang Jia and Chen Yuru exchanged glances. recognizing the shared fear reflected in each other's eyes. Indeed, this was a rule that could easily be violated. Given that so many of us in the Hunter's Bureau approached the Forbidden 006 without being harmed, one must admit, fortune played a part in it. Wang Jia whispered. That peculiar shout directed at the Forbidden 006 was probably around 70 decibels. For now, we can hypothesize that the lethal rule of Forbidden 006 pertains to eliminating anything that produces sound exceeding 60 decibels within its line of sight. Seizing the opportunity while both individuals were captivated by Jiang Yan's enigmatic presence, they engaged in a hushed discussion across the seats, arriving at a conclusion they believed to be correct. Wang Jia and Chen Yiru both felt a resolute certainty, their eyes reflecting mutual exhilaration. Understanding the rules of elimination was the pivotal step in confronting the taboo. Wang Jia stated earnestly, "Whoever among us survives must ensure this revelation reaches the outside world." With this knowledge, the future operation to seal Taboo 006 will incur far fewer casualties. Chen Yiru nodded emphatically, her eyes brimming with unwavering determination. We must survive and bring this message out of the secret realm. As the eerie presence beside Jiang Yan transformed into a grotesque cocoon of spider silk, one of the uncanny beings seated towards the front of the vehicle slowly rose, its voice dripping with a sinister rasp. "Old Jiang is a fine entity. Why have you committed such heinous acts against him?" Its malevolent gaze fixated squarely on Jiang Yan, who was seated at the rear, printing money. Jiang Yan took a draw from his old pipe, his voice gravelly as he chuckled. "If you dare, come and keep him company." From beneath the low brim of his peculiar hat, his emotionless gaze met the creature's 4 eyes. The crimson explosion ignited, unleashing a deafening roar from the depths of the creature's consciousness, causing it to lose all sense of self. In his eyes, a pair of crimson orbs occupied his entire field of vision, emanating a ferocity unlike any terror ever witnessed in his life. He must be eliminated. Otherwise, such a formidable entity would undoubtedly bring about my demise. The grotesque creature, utterly bereft of reason, let out a chilling roar and lunged toward Jiang Yan. The piercing shriek reverberated throughout the carriage. Yet, the creature's assault on Jiang Yan was not as swift as anticipated. Initially, this secret realm was imbued with an acceleration attribute, allowing the creature to move with lightning speed. However, Jiang Yan possessed a swamp aura, granting him a 25 chance per second to immobilize at level 10. Coupled with the ominous curse of the Black Crow, decay, the curse's deceleration effect significantly hindered the creature's velocity. The abomination, claws bared and howling in fury, continued to charge at Jiang Yan at a mere half of its potential speed. Within the carriage, the sinister incantations of the Black Crow echoed: plague, death, annihilation. A series of damage figures emanated from the creature: -61, -627, -72, -1164, -1689. Bang! The clawing monstrosity, having traversed barely half the distance, collapsed abruptly to the ground, lifeless. Jiang Yan's left hand, adorned with grayish-white silk gloves, hung naturally by his side. As the silk writhed, a multitude of human-faced spiders emerged from the glove, descending to the ground, scuttling towards the creature that had perished midway. Moments later, the eerie presence transformed into a silken cocoon, merging jarringly with the floor of the bus. Wang Jia and Chen Yiru exchanged a glance, both nodding in unison. Indeed, the killing rule of Taboo 006 was unmistakably sound. Chen Yiru felt an immense relief, grateful for her naturally reticent disposition. Even when she had been mentally shaken in Taboo 006's establishment and had drawn her blade against him, she had managed to remain utterly silent. Otherwise, she feared she would now be ensnared in a cocoon, perpetually producing tiny spiders. A wave of apprehension washed over her as she vigorously rubbed her goosebumps. Jiang Yan's calm gaze lifted from beneath his hat's brim, sweeping across the bus compartment. And in a deep, gravelly voice, he inquired, "Is there anyone else?" All the entities bowed their heads in unison, eyes fixed on their noses, noses on their hearts, not daring to utter a single breath. Their restrained demeanor mirrored that of Wang Jia and Chen Yiru before Jiang Yan boarded the bus. Satisfied by the absence of any provocations, Jiang Yan nodded approvingly, took a puff from his old pipe, and resumed his task of printing money. Wang Jia and Chen Yiru exchanged another glance, shivering in unison. Truly, it was a case of like attracts like, one creature subdues another. No wonder it was Taboo 006. The bus came to a screeching halt once more, the doors creaking open to reveal a figure stepping aboard. It was a young man clad in the hunter's uniform of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, whom Jiang Yan recognized as someone who had borrowed 15,000 from him. His gaze swept across the carriage, landing on Wang Jia, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Hunter?" The volume of his voice pierced the oppressive silence of the carriage, a jarring echo that reverberated throughout. Wang Jia and Chun Yurua felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their faces paling in an instant. How could he speak so loudly? Was he trying to activate the lethal rules of the Forbidden 006? A glimmer of despair flickered in Chun Yurua's eyes. This is bad. That shout was hardly quieter than that eerie howl. It must have triggered it. He is going to die? What can I do? In a fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through Chun Yurua's mind. Then she realized that there was nothing she could do. All she could do was watch helplessly as he, having triggered the kill rules, was met with a gruesome demise at the hands of the Forbidden 006. Tears streamed from her eyes as she clamped her hand over her mouth, stifling her sobs. Reality is often too cruel to confront. Wang Jia pressed his palm against his forehead, closing his eyes in agony, tears glistening at the corners. "Comrade, may your journey be peaceful. I will carry your honor forward. I will seal the Forbidden 006 and avenge you. I swear it." The hunter who had just boarded the vehicle noticed the unsettling expressions of Wang Jia and Chun Yurua and immediately sensed that something was gravely amiss within the carriage. The atmosphere was undeniably eerie. The young hunter swiftly scanned his surroundings, and upon witnessing the multitude of strange occurrences, a chill of trepidation washed over him. I am still too young, too impulsive. Just as the young hunter harbored a flicker of hope, his gaze suddenly fell upon the figure seated in the last row. Chapter 64. Good Brothers, 1,000 Miles of Pursuit. In the last row of the 14 bus, beneath a peculiar hat, a figure exhaled a blue smoke ring, surrounded by an eerie black mist that cloaked half of his face in shadow. Upon witnessing this silhouette, the young hunter's heart resonated with a thunderous realization. Forbidden 006. It too was aboard this very bus. A flash of insight struck him. He immediately comprehended the sorrowful expressions adorning Wang Jia and Chun Yuru's faces. They must have inadvertently violated the assassination rules of Forbidden 006 upon boarding, leading to their foreboding understanding of their impending doom. Am I doomed? The shadow of death loomed closer, and the young hunter's lips turned pale, his gaze unfocused, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed onto the bus floor with a thud. In that moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the vehicle. Pairs of unsettling eyes fixated on the kneeling young hunter. Yet, seated at the rear was an even more terrifying presence, Jiang Yan, who remained unmoved by the bizarre atmosphere. Taking another puff from his old pipe, Jiang Yan pondered the peculiar behavior of these hunters from the Bizarre Hunting Bureau. It was one thing for the two, trembling like frightened chicks, to be so easily intimidated, but this one, sliding to the ground upon entry, with such a lack of composure. Did he truly believe himself worthy of hunting the bizarre and safeguarding humanity in Nandu? Jiang Yan released another blue smoke ring, curious to see what the young hunter would do next after his dramatic descent. The atmosphere within the vehicle remained utterly silent, with Jiang Yan sitting motionless in the last row, as steadfast as a mountain. Finally, the driver, with a ghastly visage and sharp fangs, could no longer contain himself and muttered under his breath, "Are you getting on or not? If you intend to board, pay the fare. If not, get off." Had it not been for Jiang Yan's presence, the driver would have long since succumbed to fury and unleashed his wrath upon the unsuspecting. The young hunter, who had slipped to the ground, found himself still alive and momentarily stunned. Stealing a glance at the enigmatic figure in the back, the Forbidden 006, he noted Jiang Yan's complete lack of movement, which ignited a surge of elation within him. Could it be that the killing rules had yet to be activated? A twist of fate, a chance for survival? The young hunter whispered, I will board." He hastily retrieved a ghost coin and deposited it into the fare box, gradually rising to his feet. He took tentative steps towards the vacant seat behind Wang Jia and settled into it. It was only then that he realized his legs felt as weak as strands of noodles. What just happened, Hunter God? The young hunter's voice trembled like a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of tears. Wang Jia and Chun Yuro fell into a momentary silence, their faces etched with bewilderment. What was happening? The killing rules seemed almost certain, yet why had the Forbidden 006 not made a move? Could it be that his rules of assassination did not hinge upon sound? However, just moments ago, I witnessed two individuals who had transgressed the rules being eliminated by the enigmatic entity known as Forbidden 006. Yuru cautiously inquired, could it be that his act of kneeling spared him from the wrath of Forbidden 006? Wang Jia, taken aback for a considerable time, murmured, I have never heard of any clemency rules associated with the forbidden. The three hunters engaged in hushed whispers, perplexed by the actions of a certain ominous presence seated in the back row. Wang Jia quietly suggested, regardless, we should document this. It may prove beneficial in the future. In the last row, Jiang Yan showed no interest in the clandestine conversation among the three hunters. Instead, while printing currency, he addressed the humanoid spider in his glove, saying, I shall borrow one of your skill slots. Once we exit, I will procure a scroll of forgetfulness for you. Skills that have been learned can be erased using a scroll of forgetfulness, which is priced at 10,000 underworld coins, with no reimbursement for the cost of forgotten skills. Jiang Yan is unable to utilize active skills. Although he possesses an empty skill slot, it serves no purpose beyond adding an additional aura. However, the humanoid spider and the black crow, who accompany him, are capable of usage. The black crow's 4 skill slots are already occupied, while the humanoid spider has 2 available slots, making it convenient to allocate one. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's offer to purchase a scroll of forgetfulness for itself, the humanoid spider willingly contributed one of its skill slots. In the marketplace, Jiang Yan purchased a skill scroll and handed it to the humanoid spider concealed within his gloves. The skill, Hunting Mark, was of level 1, capable of sensing the target's location, dispelling invisibility, concealment, and mist effects, with a perception range of 100 meters, lasting for 10 minutes, and consuming 20 mana points. Despite having been killed twice, Wang Huqing remained remarkably vibrant, capturing Jiang Yan's attention. This old classmate, possessing experience from a previous life, appeared to be difficult to eliminate, demonstrating a remarkable resilience in the face of death. It seemed that mastering the art of resurrection was no trivial feat. He had likely returned from the brink more times than Jiang Yan himself. However, Jiang Yan mused, this streak of luck would soon reach its conclusion. He retrieved 256,000 underworld coins and presented them to the humanoid spider, stating coolly, please enhance this skill to level 10. In his past life, Jiang Yan had heard whispers of certain individuals who could manipulate the resurrection ability in various intricate ways. While their combat prowess might not be formidable, they seemed almost impervious to death. Some even resorted to relocating gravesite, moving their remains to obscure locations, rendering them undetectable to their enemies. For instance, the Resurrection Cross was an excellent choice for such grave relocation. Upon witnessing Wang Huqing's lively appearance at the entrance of the secret realm, Jiang Yan suddenly realized that the individual wearing the Pigsy mask, who had contested him for the Resurrection Cross in the antique street the day prior, was undoubtedly Wang Huqing. Once he wields the Rebirth Cross, the difficulty of killing will soar once more. However, even in its absence, he is quite likely to devise alternative methods to achieve a similar effect. Jiang Yan is aware of at least 3 techniques that could allow players with the Rebirth talent to relocate graves. Yet, before the level 10 hunting mark, all grave relocations appear as mere farcical antics, scarcely worthy of mention. The faceless spider accepted the dark coins from Jiang Yan, gazing at the sudden surge in her balance, and fell into a deep silence. Given the boss's tone, spending 250,000 dark coins merely to utilize this skill within the secret realm, only to erase the level 10 skill upon exiting with a forgetting scroll. Even a wealthy individual would not squander their dark coins in such a manner. Quietly grumbling within, the faceless spider quickly tapped 10 times to upgrade the skill, elevating the hunting mark to level 10. Skill, Hunting Mark, level 10. Senses the location of the target, dispels invisibility, concealment, and mist effects, inflicting an additional 100 damage on the target. Perception range, 1,000 kilometers, duration, 100 hours. Consumption, 200 mana points. 1,000 kilometers, 100 hours? The potency of this level 10 skill surpasses my expectations. A cold smile crept onto Jiang Yan's lips. My good brother, in the last life, you thrust me into the hands of the Eerie, and in this life, I shall pursue you across 1,000 miles. Let us see where you can relocate your grave. Chapter 65. The Eerie Bus Transfer Station to Jiang Yan's disappointment, despite the incessant stops of bus number 14. The peculiar entities aboard continued to ascend and descend, and the number of humans increased, yet he still failed to catch a glimpse of Wang Huqing. Judging by the frequency of human passengers boarding, it was evident that bus number 14 was not the sole option for human players venturing into the secret realm. This was likely directly linked to the scattered teleportation points. Ever since Jiang Yan had transformed the two entities into silk cocoons, a profound silence enveloped bus number 14. With no entity daring to disrupt the stillness, for even the eerie creatures valued their existence. The human players, witnessing the bus filled with these peculiar beings, refrained from uttering a single word, fervently wishing for this eerie calm to persist. With a creak, the bus halted at a grand station, and the driver, with a face as green as a demon's, announced, "This is the final stop, the Southern City Bus Transfer Station. You may transfer to other buses here. All entities, please disembark." One by one, the eerie beings seated in the bus stood up, queuing to exit through the rear door. The bus was filled with humans, exchanging glances of uncertainty, unsure whether to follow the entities in their descent. The most composed among them, Jiang Yan, pondered for a moment before slowly rising. His steps measured as he moved to the end of the eerie line. Firstly, he had yet to reach the third hospital and presumed he would need to transfer here. Secondly, he recalled the warning from the newspaper upon entry, advising against revealing his identity as a living person. Therefore, in theory, to disguise oneself is indeed peculiar. Following these strange entities appears to be the most prudent choice. Sensing the terrifying presence behind him, the eerie figure trembled and lowered its head, clearing the path ahead. Jiang Yan cast a glance at this accommodating specter and took a step forward. The penultimate entity promptly yielded its position, unwilling to obstruct Jiang Yan's passage. One by one, the spectral beings stepped aside, akin to Moses parting the Red Sea, allowing Jiang Yan to be the first to alight from the vehicle. A shifty-eyed human player, quick-witted, trailed closely behind Jiang Yan, hastening toward the exit. However, as he passed the last strange figure, he felt a chilling ghostly claw silently grip his neck. A sinister voice echoed within the carriage. "Who do you think you are to cut in line? Die?" Crack. The human player's neck was instantly snapped by the eerie entity. The shifty-eyed man's eyes bulged in terror, his tongue lolling grotesquely from the corner of his mouth, elongated and slack. "Look, there's a living one. How delightful." The assailant entity proceeded to eviscerate the human player, feasting upon his warm blood. Unfazed by the commotion behind him, Jiang Yan continued forward, stepping into the bus terminal. Here, numerous bus stop signs stood erect, densely populated with an overwhelming array of transit points. On the opposite side of the station, dozens of buses stood in an orderly queue, with an electronic sign announcing, "Departure in 5 minutes." Time incessantly ticked away. Jiang Yan furrowed his brow slightly and murmured to himself, "Must I find the bus to the third hospital within these 5 minutes?" The challenge seemed insurmountable. Should he miss this wave of buses, it was likely he would be unable to reach the third hospital before nightfall. As for what might transpire after dark, Jiang Yan remained uncertain. Though he felt no fear, he saw no reason to tempt the limits of a mysterious realm. Given the current situation, one could either frantically search for the bus stop leading to the third hospital alone, or a group could methodically divide and search the station, sharing information. The latter approach evidently appeared more rational. However, beside Jiang Yan, a Route 25 bus had just come to a halt, its doors swinging open, revealing a horde of bloodied figures disembarking in an eerie procession. Inside the vehicle, chaos reigned. The remnants of numerous human bodies lay piled within, marred by grotesque bite marks. Not all buses were as serene as the Route 14 on which Jiang Yan rode. A mere glance at the carnage within that bus made it abundantly clear that finding sufficiently calm and trustworthy companions within 5 minutes was an almost impossible endeavor. Only the hunters from the Anomaly Bureau could muster such a strategy after gathering together. Jiang Yan shrugged nonchalantly, extending his hand to embrace the peculiar figure beside him, who had just alighted from a bus. It was as if they had known each other for many years, akin to close comrades sharing a bond as strong as wearing the same pair of trousers. "I would like to inquire about something," Jiang Yan said, affectionately patting the figure's shoulder before producing a Tenuan ghost note and presenting it before the enigmatic being. This peculiar individual had disembarked from bus 25 and was entirely unfamiliar with Jiang Yan, the harbinger of misfortune. With a pair of lifeless gray eyes, he slowly turned his gaze towards Jiang Yan, a glimmer of savage malice flickering within. In a hoarse voice, he uttered, "You carry the scent of the living." Jiang Yan nodded in acknowledgement, casually responding, "I am aware. Not only do I possess the essence of the living, but I also bear the stench of wealth. He then placed another 10 yuan ghost note before the figure and inquired patiently, which bus here leads to the third hospital. The creature did not even glance at the 20 yuan ghost notes Jiang Yan offered. Instead, it revealed a chilling grin, bearing its sharp, non-human teeth, stained with the remnants of human blood and flesh. Jiang Yan sighed, and the spider silk gloves draped over the figure's shoulders suddenly erupted, releasing a swarm of human-faced spiders that swiftly enveloped the peculiar being. With a grave tone, Jiang Yan declared, "I shall ask you one final time. Which bus will take me to the third hospital? Should you continue to refuse my inquiry, I will have no choice but to hang you from the roof." Sensing the multitude of human-faced spiders crawling upon him, the peculiar figure's body froze in an instant. At that moment, he realized that the gates of hell were opening before him. The eerie figure immediately proclaimed, "Route 48. The destination is right there." Jiang Yan searched among a cluster of bus stop signs and found the 48 bus. Upon glancing at the final stop, he exclaimed in confusion, "Nandu Maternal and Child Health Hospital?" The strange figure nodded repeatedly and smiled awkwardly, saying, "Indeed, the third hospital is also known as the Maternal and Child Health Center." Jiang Yan responded with a silent expression of disbelief. Had he followed his initial instinct to search for the third hospital on the sign, he would have found himself lost for not just 5 minutes, but 50. "Thank you," Jiang Yan said, retracting his grotesque human-faced spider and the 20 spirit coins, releasing the shoulder of the peculiar being. The creature's eyes fixated on the departing 20 spirit coins, clearly yearning for them, yet too timid to voice its desire. Jiang Yan let out a cold laugh, thinking, "Unappreciative creature, you are unworthy of my gratuity." Among the neatly arranged buses preparing to depart, Jiang Yan quickly located Route 48 and felt a wave of relief wash over him. With ample time at hand, he chose not to board the bus. Instead, leaning against the corner of the transfer station, printing money while smoking a pipe, observing the other buses that sequentially came to a halt. Jiang Yan was curious to see from which bus Wang Huchun would disembark. Chapter 66. This is the end. As Jiang Yan arrived aboard the number 14 bus, the strange entities had all lined up and descended, with humanity trailing at the very end of the queue. Wang Jia and Chun Yuruo, the young hunters, cautiously navigated past all the eerie figures, their expressions shifting dramatically as they assessed the situation at the transfer station. "This is dire. So many buses. We must locate the one heading to the third hospital within 5 minutes." Wang Jia spoke gravely. "Be careful. Do not act hastily and provoke these entities. Should a battle erupt at the transfer station, our chances of survival would be non-existent." From just the number 14 bus, over a dozen of these strange beings had disembarked, not to mention the multitude gathering at the transfer station, which had now swelled to more than 50. The terrifying image of being besieged by over 50 entities sent a chill through even Wang Jia's heart, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. There seemed to be no hope. Creak, another bus came to a halt, its doors swinging open. The 3 individuals inside, supporting one another, stumbled out. Upon seeing them, Wang Jia and Chen Yurua's faces brightened. It was none other than Chen Haichuan and 2 other hunters. Chen Haichuan was gravely injured, his body drenched in blood. A shocking sight indeed. Wang Jia rushed forward, assisting Chen Haichuan and offering him a vial of medicine, whispering urgently, "Why were there no entities on your bus?" Chen Haichuan took the potion and downed it in one gulp, murmuring, "When I boarded the vehicle, it was the initial station. I noticed that only the driver and I were present, so I eliminated that peculiar entity. The terrain of this secret realm is vaguely familiar to me. It resembles the layout of the old urban area of Nandu from decades ago. Furthermore, prior to my arrival, I meticulously examined the maps of Nandu before and after the demolition of the third hospital, and I felt confident in my ability to navigate the bus to the third hospital myself. Previously, I had uncovered information regarding the third hospital and Nandu's history while researching in the Bureau of Anomalies, and I had briefly perused the general circumstances of that era. However, the situation unfolded differently than I had anticipated. The bus operated autonomously along its designated route without the need for a driver, and regardless of my attempts, I could not alter its trajectory. Each peculiar entity that boarded subsequently launched an attack on me, their assault facilitated by the absence of a driver. Fortunately, the encounters were fragmented. Each time, only a handful of entities boarded, their strengths varied, or I would have met an untimely demise. Eventually, I regrouped with 2 others. and together we navigated our way to safety, arriving here." Upon hearing Chun Haichuan's account, Wang Jia and the others gasped in astonishment. They had merely survived the journey on the bus, while Chun Haichuan had fought his way through. No wonder the bus was seemingly devoid of passengers, with only the three of them disembarking. However, such a strategy bears immense risk, and it is a tactic only available to players who have been teleported to the initial station. Subsequently boarding the vehicle, the eerie number of passengers escalated, and should a conflict ensue, it would undoubtedly transform into a tale of bloodshed and chaos. Initially, Chun Haichuan had no intention of embarking on a murderous rampage. His sole objective was to eliminate the driver and commandeer the bus directly to the third hospital. However, he was utterly unprepared for the bus's lack of control, forcing him to plow through with sheer determination. Wang Jia raised his thumb in commendation, exclaiming, "Impressive. Truly, you are old Chun." Though Chun Haichuan lacked the title of God of Hunters, he was undeniably an elite hunter within the Bureau of Anomalies, a force to be reckoned with, second only to the legendary figures. His formidable combat prowess had allowed him to survive this harrowing encounter. What was the current situation? Chun Haichuan surveyed the dark, ominous mass at the transfer station, a shiver running down his spine as he lowered his voice to inquire. Wang Jia whispered back, "We must locate the bus heading to the third hospital before the countdown concludes. Otherwise, it is highly probable that we will not reach the hospital before nightfall." "Old Chun, do you recall which bus line from Nandu leads to the third hospital at this hour?" Chun Haichuan paused, bewildered, and shook his head in confusion. "How could I possibly remember that? I had no idea I would be taking a bus before entering." His bewildered gaze suddenly caught sight of a figure discreetly lurking in the shadows at the edge of the transfer station. It was a person enveloped in an indistinct aura of darkness, wearing a peculiar hat, the brim casting a shadow that concealed half of their face. "Hiss!" Chun Haichuan inhaled sharply, a shiver coursing through his body as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "Is that Taboo 006? Has it truly entered?" The perils within the secret realm were already formidable, and the addition of Taboo 006 made Chun Haichuan feel as though he could hear the tolling bell of death. Wang Jia's expression grew grave as he nodded, recounting the events of their journey to Chun Haichuan with haste. Could a high-decibel sound trigger a kill? Chun Haichuan pondered this deeply before slowly conceding, "That makes sense." Chen Yuro interjected from the side, suggesting, "It seems that as long as one kneels promptly, they may escape death." Chun Haichuan was taken aback, incredulously asking, "Really? Is this taboo so humane?" With a creaking sound, another bus arrived at the station, its doors swinging open. A peculiar line of figures disembarked, merging with other strange entities as they collectively waited for the next bus. Among this odd assembly, Jiang Yan spotted a familiar silhouette, the very person he had been anticipating, Wang Hucheng. Jiang Yan exhaled a ring of azure smoke, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he commanded, "Mark this individual." The face of the spider-like entity within his gloves responded instantly to Jiang Yan's order, activating its recently acquired level 10 skill, Hunting Mark. Earlier, while on the bus, Jiang Yan had already tested this peculiar entity. Although due to the third rule of the secret realm, players were unable to utilize active skills. However, the face spider does not qualify as a player. It is an anomaly, capable of utilizing its active skills. As the level 10 hunting mark was activated, Wang Hucheng, who had disembarked from the bus concealed within the crowd of anomalies, found a vivid crimson mark appearing above his head, visible only to the face spider. No matter the distance, it gleamed brilliantly, unmistakably clear. The bus from which Wang Hucheng had just exited bore witness to a gruesome scene, strewn with the remnants of carnage. Only he and a trembling member of the Anomaly Hunting Bureau had survived, emerging from the vehicle amidst a throng of aberrations. Truly, he is a reincarnate. Jiang Yan nodded with a smile, praising, "Experienced indeed. Everyone else perished on the bus, yet he and one hunter remain." But that was where it would end. Jiang Yan stepped forward, slowly approaching Wang Hucheng, who was assessing the situation while mingling among the anomalies. However, he soon noticed a figure steadily advancing towards him. Though half of the face was shrouded in shadow cast by a peculiar hat, Wang Hucheng recognized him instantly, his good brother, Jiang Yan. At the sight of him, Wang Hucheng's pupils constricted abruptly, like the tip of a needle. Chapter 67. Are you prepared to die? Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and leaped back into the slowly closing doors of the bus. Wang Hucheng was no stranger to dealings with Jiang Yan, having been reborn once. Jiang Yan's formidable strength instilled a profound dread within Wang Huqing. There was no need for a direct confrontation. He understood that should Jiang Yan capture him, his demise would be inevitable. Although the stone coffin would allow him to escape the secret realm upon death, sparing him from a complete demise, the opportunity to seize this secret realm would be utterly lost. Having lived through a rebirth, Wang Huqing was acutely aware that a single misstep could lead to a sequence of failures. In the current secret realm, he might not secure the largest share of rewards, for the rebirth talent did not confer sufficient combat prowess. However, he could not afford to perish without even approaching the gates of the third hospital. Such a fate would mean losing out on the bountiful rewards of this secret realm, plunging him into a trap of stagnation. Especially now that Jiang Yan had grown so powerful, the potential to surpass him and glean sufficient benefits from this secret realm became paramount. With a resounding thud, the bus doors slammed shut behind Wang Huqing, just as he released a sigh of relief. A chilling voice emanated from the front of the bus. There were many strange occurrences earlier. I couldn't ascertain whether there were indeed living beings aboard. Now you come running up alone. The scent is unmistakably ominous. A robust and peculiar figure slowly rose from the front of the vehicle. Wang Huqing promptly produced 5,000 underworld coins, declaring, "Take me to the third hospital, and this 5,000 is yours." The oddity gazed at the coins in Wang Huqing's hand, momentarily taken aback, lost in contemplation. Wang Huqing clenched his teeth and added, "I'll throw in an additional 2,000. If you refuse, I shall seek another driver." The peculiar being seized the 7,000 coins from Wang Huqing's grasp and nodded, saying, "Very well." Wang Huqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, money paved the way effortlessly. Just as the driver settled back into his seat and was about to start the engine, a crisp sound resounded. A thick stack of golden underworld coins was hurled through the window, striking the driver on the head. The golden coins scattered like petals, forming a circle at the driver's feet. The driver, momentarily stunned, displayed a look of utter astonishment on his purplish-black face. What was happening? Jiang Yan's voice wafted in from outside. "I, too, wish to board." The driver, beaming, responded affirmatively, "No problem." He hastily gathered the coins from the ground and promptly opened the car door. Jiang Yan strolled into the vehicle and, without hesitation, dropped an additional 10,000 coins onto the driver's head, calmly stating, "Do not drive." The driver, bewildered by the onslaught, found himself confounded. Why board the vehicle if not to drive? The momentary confusion dissipated as the driver cheerfully picked up the paper money scattered on the ground, nodding emphatically. "You are absolutely right. Whenever you say to drive, I will drive." Good heavens, without lifting a finger, I've earned 27,000. This life is simply too wonderful. Jiang Yan approached Wang Huqing with a grin and took a seat beside him, casually remarking, "My ambitions are not as fierce as yours. In my previous life, I endured considerable hardship with this wretched reincarnation talent. Yet you seem to navigate this ability with such ease. To be honest, I hold a certain admiration for you." Both possessing the talent of reincarnation, Wang Huqing led a far more prosperous life than Jiang Yan in their past existence. This disparity could be partly attributed to the chain reaction initiated when Wang Huqing pushed Jiang Yan aside in school, yet it also stemmed from their differing mentalities. From a certain perspective, Wang Huqing's ruthlessly opportunistic approach, devoid of sentiment, is indeed the most suitable for survival in such a world. Naturally, this approach comes at a cost. Wang Huqing's expression darkened considerably as he squinted and said, "So, you've changed your talent this time?" "Indeed. While the reincarnation talent has its limitations, it also possesses its own merits. If I am not mistaken, your current talent is a resource-based one, is it not?" Jiang Yan nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I was fortunate this time to acquire an SSS-level resource talent." Upon hearing this, Wang Huqing's countenance grew increasingly ominous. An SSS-level resource talent? No wonder he exhibits such terrifying prowess. Jiang Yan then inquired, "Tell me, why do we experience rebirth? After your death this time, will you be reborn again?" The rebirth Jiang Yan referred to was distinctly different from the talent of revival. Wang Huqing remained silent for a moment before coldly retorting, "Do you believe you have me at your mercy?" "Jiang Yan, my experiences from 15 bizarre arrivals in my past life are no trifling matter. You may be able to kill me this time, but I will not perish." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback, then a playful smile graced his lips. 15 experiences of bizarre arrivals? Quite substantial. Jiang Yan only survived until the third bizarre arrival, succumbing to the inexplicable. By this reckoning, Wang Huqing indeed possessed more extensive experience than he. However, what troubled Jiang Yan more was the fact that their timelines were different. Wang Huqing's pupils constricted as he suddenly realized something, and he countered, "How many times did you survive? Our points of rebirth are not the same." Jiang Yan grinned. "In any case, I have lived far longer than you this time." Wang Huqing trembled with anger, gritting his teeth. "Jiang Yan, we were once such good friends. I apologize for the past. It was my first encounter with the bizarre arrival. I was terrified. I have regretted it ever since. Could you grant me another chance? I am willing to exert every effort to mend our relationship." Jiang Yan chuckled softly, shaking his head, and replied, "No need. There is no requirement for an explanation. I have previously paid the price for my naivety. Now, you too must bear the consequences of your callousness." Jiang Yan extended his hand, gently grasping Wang Huqing's shoulder. Suddenly, the spider silk gloves erupted, and a tide of grotesque, human-faced spiders surged forth, swiftly engulfing Wang Huqing. "I will not perish. Jiang Yan, I will not let you escape. Just wait for it." Wang Huqing's struggles and screams persisted for an extended period before gradually fading into silence. Jiang Yan refrained from allowing the grotesque spiders to weave a cocoon, remaining at the side, observing the lifeless body of Wang Huqing. In the moment of his last breath, an obscure and eerie aura suddenly emerged beneath him. Phantom hands materialized from beneath Wang Huqing's corpse, continuously pressing down upon it. With each relentless push of the ghostly hands, Wang Huqing's body began to sink gradually, as if the floor of the bus beneath were non-existent. Jiang Yan understood and smiled, saying, "It is indeed a stone coffin. As expected, there are means for relocating graves. Wait patiently for me to seek you out outside the secret realm." Chapter 68. Following the Forbidden Path. Nandu, half an hour later. In a dilapidated underground chamber, largely intact, a fist-sized stone coffin was suddenly pushed open by a pair of hands amidst a subtle stain of water. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Huqing, now significantly reduced in size to that of a single hand, emerged from the coffin. His face was etched with terror as he hastily examined his body. Upon confirming that his limbs were intact, he gradually steadied his breath and regained his composure. Though he had been resurrected numerous times, each awakening from death was profoundly terrifying. The immense dread that lay between life and death was overwhelming. "Damn it!" Wang Huqing struck the floor with a fist, his voice hoarse and filled with anguish as he shouted, "Why? Why must this be? If I have been granted a second life, then why must Jiang Yan also be allowed to return?" In that moment, Wang Huqing finally grasped the despair behind Zhou Yu's lamentation of "Why must Zhuge Liang live when I must die?" From the instant he was reborn, Wang Huqing had resolved that he would be the unequivocal protagonist, destined to rise like a comet, unstoppable and imposing, reigning supreme over all. Yet, in just a matter of days, this once mighty comet had been unceremoniously cast down from the heavens by Jiang Yan. The starkness of this disparity rendered Wang Huqing nearly bereft of his will to live. Wang Huqing lay languidly in the waters, resting for an extended period before a flicker of determination returned to his eyes. He procured a potion capable of dispelling all curses from the marketplace, depleting his remaining 10,000 dark coins. The curse that had shrunk his stature due to the stone sarcophagus was now lifted. As the potion coursed through him, Wang Huqing's diminutive form restored to its rightful size. "I cannot concede defeat in this manner. Jiang Yan, I too am a reincarnator. I lack nothing compared to you. I shall reclaim my victory." With resolute determination, Wang Huqing vowed to conceal his identity, lurking in the shadows to cultivate his strength until he possessed the power to trample Jiang Yan beneath his feet. However, as he emerged from the ruins, he remained oblivious to the scarlet hunting mark that hovered above him, visible only to the eerie, spider-like creatures, a mark as conspicuous as the sun in the night. Within the secret realm, at the transfer station, 7 hunters from the Bureau of Anomalies stood before a plethora of bus stop signs, their gazes rapidly scanning the names of each station. As Jiang Yan had initially anticipated, the hunters worked collaboratively, each tasked with searching for the name Third Hospital within a designated area. Their aim was to ascertain which bus they should board before nightfall to reach the Third Hospital. Yet, as their search continued, beads of cold sweat began to cascade down their foreheads. "Captain, Hunter God, I've finished searching my area. There is nothing. I have also examined the situation, and there is nothing here. The information from the 7 individuals gradually converged. All eyes turned to the last person, Chinyiru. Her gaze trembled as she softly uttered, I have nothing here either. The 7 hunters of the Hunter Bureau fell into a profound silence. Chen Haichuan, with unwavering determination, spoke solemnly. It is possible that the 3rd hospital is known by another name. We have only 2 minutes before departure. I propose that we search all the station names that include hospital and then board separately. Surely one among us will ultimately reach the 3rd hospital. As his words resonated, the members of the Hunter Bureau were enveloped in silence. This was a desperate plan. Once they dispersed to board, it meant that likely only one hunter would arrive at the 3rd hospital, and the fates of the others were all too clear. I agree. Chinyiru was the first to nod, her tone resolute. Their purpose in coming here was to eradicate this mysterious realm, ensuring that the peculiarities within did not escape. As long as they could achieve their goal, sacrifices were acceptable. From the moment they became hunters, they had long since cast aside concerns for life and death. The other hunters nodded in unison, their gazes turning toward Wang Jia, who had remained silent. Chen Haichuan inquired, Hunter God, what is your opinion? Wang Jia's attention, however, was not focused on his companions. He softly remarked, Look, what is Forbidden 006 doing? The surrounding hunters were momentarily taken aback. Following Wang Jia's gaze towards the bus that had just arrived with Jiang Yan aboard, Jiang Yan sat calmly beside another individual within the vehicle. Wang Jia continued in a hushed tone, My suggestion is, since we cannot locate another vehicle, let us board the same bus as Forbidden 006. A collective gasp escaped the hunters, their hairs standing on end at the thought. Boarding the same bus as Forbidden 006. Was that not akin to lighting a candle in a restroom, courting death? Yet, as they emerged from their initial terror, they could not help but acknowledge the brilliance of Wang Jia's proposal. Regardless of Forbidden 006's intentions in this secret realm, it was certain that he would eventually head to the 3rd hospital. As a forbidden entity, he would undoubtedly possess the means to find a bus that eluded humans. Though fraught with peril, this plan appeared far more feasible than Chen Haichuan's prior suggestion of splitting up. Should they succeed, all the hunters would reach the 3rd hospital alive. It is viable. We shall board that bus. Chen Haichuan stated solemnly, Remember, no loud noises. If Forbidden 006 exhibits any signs of aggression, kneel immediately. With Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan leading the way, the 7 hunters swiftly approached the bus where Jiang Yan and Wang Huqing were seated, stepping aboard with determination. At the very moment when 7 hunters surged into the bus through its open doors, Jiang Yan's left hand, ensconced in a webbed glove, gently rested upon Wang Huqing's shoulder. The grotesque tide of human-faced spiders swiftly engulfed Wang Huqing's lifeless body. His piercing screams echoed hauntingly within the confines of the bus. The footsteps of the 7 hunters froze in unison. Had the Forbidden 006 struck again? A moment's pause. Did his recent kill adhere to the cacophonous execution rules? Before his strike, the individual beside him had not uttered a sound. Could it be that the rules of engagement were entirely different? Cold sweat cascaded from the foreheads of the 7 hunters, coalescing into a virtual waterfall. Understanding the nuances of the forbidden killing rules versus the unknown ones presented 2 distinct levels of peril. Wang Jia swallowed hard, his heart heavy with despair. This was a grave miscalculation. Steeling himself, Wang Jia gradually sought out a seat, settling down with a facade of calm. Jiang Yan, observing Wang Huqing's corpse being dragged away by numerous spectral hands, looked up in astonishment to find that all 7 hunters of the Hunter Bureau had boarded the very bus he occupied. Jiang Yan wore a perplexed expression. Were these 7 hunters truly unharmed? The destination was the 3rd hospital, yet this bus seemed an improbable choice. It was not even scheduled for the next departure. I entered to converse with Wang Huqing. But what, pray tell, were they here for? Are you seeking death? Chapter 69. Why are there so many strange vehicles today? Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Yan observed the 7 hunters silently taking their seats in front of him, and he couldn't help but scratch his head. In his previous life, he had perceived the team from the Bureau of Strange Hunters as quite reliable. Yet, in this life, they all seemed like timid fools. Never mind. They are free to do as they please. It is not my concern if they seek their own demise. Jiang Yan shook his head with a sigh and stood up, elegantly exiting the vehicle. The 7 pairs of eyes from the Bureau of Strange Hunters simultaneously focused on Jiang Yan's back. Isn't he one of us? What does this mean? Why isn't he riding with us? The hunters stood there in a daze for quite some time until a sinister voice echoed in their ears. Did you 7 pay for your tickets to board? That fellow back there offered quite a sum. The burly driver, wielding a bloodied cleaver, approached the 7 hunters with a menacing grin. The hunters exchanged glances, and Wang Jia sighed, drawing forth his enchanted peachwood sword. The vehicle was now inhabited solely by the peculiar driver, and facing 7 hunters from the bureau, including one wielding the enchanted sword. He stood no chance of resistance. Within a mere 3 seconds, he was dispatched. The 7 hunters did not rush to exit the vehicle. Instead, they took a moment to reflect. Wang Jia spoke softly. Do you think there is a possibility that the rules of engagement for Forbidden 006 differ for humans and for the strange entities? Previously, on the bus Route 14, his inaction stemmed entirely from the realization that the loud commotion was directed at the peculiar killing rules rather than at individuals. As for the method of his killings, we have yet to unravel the mystery. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Among the hunters present, the one with the most extensive experience in confronting taboos was undoubtedly the heavenly sword hunter, Wang Jia. Chen Haichuan nodded with some difficulty and remarked, perhaps that is the case. After all, we have never witnessed the coexistence of taboos and a multitude of anomalies. Regardless of who among us survives and exits the secret realm, it is imperative that this information be relayed in its entirety to the headquarters of the Hunter Anomaly Bureau. Chen Yuru, glancing sideways and tracking Jiang Yan's retreating figure, suddenly exclaimed, Look, Taboo 006 has begun to queue for the bus. The 7 hunters collectively snapped back to attention and gazed out of the bus window. Jiang Yan, having just disembarked from the bus, stood at the end of the line for bus Route 48, quietly awaiting the final minute to elapse. Chen Haichuan gently slapped his thigh and declared, Let us go. This time we are surely correct. Be cautious when following behind Taboo 006. We are currently uncertain of his killing rules, and the risk of death is significantly high. I will lead, and you all follow my actions. Chen Haichuan hastily descended from the bus and deliberately slowed his pace upon reaching Jiang Yan's rear. 7 individuals, almost devoid of presence, stood quietly behind Jiang Yan, heads bowed and footsteps muted. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the 7 hunters behind him, whose postures were nearly identical. This peculiar uniformity only heightened his sense of unease regarding the enigmatic group. Their stance and demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary corpse handlers of Shangxi and their 6 cadavers, suggesting they were not typical individuals capable of such behavior. Yet, despite their bizarre appearance, they had made the right choice in following him to the bus. The terminus of the No. 48 bus was indeed the Nandu Maternal and Child Health Hospital, also known as the 3rd Hospital. Jiang Yan's gaze swept across the other passengers at the transfer station, and he shook his head in dismay. It was evident that they were utterly perplexed, frantically searching the bus stop for any sign of the 3rd Hospital, yet hesitating to engage with the oddities around them. As the departure time approached, many resorted to randomly selecting a bus, joining the queue without a second thought. A few, displaying more astute reasoning, observed the lines at various buses and quietly fell in behind the number 48, where the living were clearly in greater numbers. Before Jiang Yan, an elderly figure, exuding an eerie aura, slowly turned his head a full 180 degrees. His pale, lifeless eyes fixated on Jiang Yan as he croaked, Young man, where are you headed? Behind Jiang Yan, the 7 hunters trembled in unison. Based on their experiences since entering the secret realm, the optimal state was to remain unnoticed by the strange entities, allowing for a peaceful coexistence. When the peculiar individual deliberately initiates conversation, it often heralds an impending assault. However, the target chosen by this old eccentric is rather unwise. Of all the individuals to engage with, why converse with Taboo 006? Are they inviting their own demise? Chen Haichuan was the first to act, quietly grasping the hilt of his weapon. The other 6 hunters, adhering to their previously established strategy, mimicked his motion, preparing their own arms. Given the circumstances at this transfer station, any conflict that arose, even one between Taboo 006 and the peculiar entity, would likely ensnare all the living present. A lethal crisis loomed, poised to strike at any moment. The nerves of the 7 hunters tightened instantaneously. Jiang Yan took a draw from his old pipe, and through the swirling blue smoke, he spoke in a deep, raspy voice. What does it concern you? The 7 hunters fell silent. The sheer audacity of his words brought a simplistic joy. The old eccentric was evidently taken aback by Jiang Yan's retort, his pale eyes widening in shock, his face betraying a clear anger. I am posing a question. Did your family never teach you how to treat your elders with respect? Jiang Yan took another puff from his pipe, exhaling a smoke ring towards the old eccentric's face, and casually replied, I'll be attending your mother's cremation ceremony at the Southern Metropolitan Maternal and Child Health Hospital. If you have nothing better to do, you may accompany me. I'll arrange for the doctor there to perform a castration procedure on you, and I will cover the expenses. The 7 hunters were left utterly perplexed. The pinnacle of audacity, the pinnacle of joy. The taboo known as 006 is far from ordinary. The aged and eerie figure trembled with rage, pointing a trembling finger at Jiang Yan, hurling a couple of curses, wretched brat and little scoundrel, before unsteadily turning away, surprisingly refraining from attacking Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was taken aback. He had prepared himself to hang the old fool from the ceiling, yet to his astonishment, the man had cowered. At that moment, the countdown timer reached 0. The doors of all the waiting buses swung open in unison. The driver of bus 48, stationed at the entrance, bellowed, Why are there so many eerie passengers today? There are only 30 seats on this bus. The fare is 1,000 nether coins. First come, first served. Jiang Yan cast a glance ahead and discovered that there were 27 peculiar figures queuing in front of him, while 23 entities, mostly human, stood behind him. If this were a normal queue, it was evident that many would be unable to board bus 48. The last few individuals in line suddenly grew anxious, abandoning their places and rushing towards the bus doors in a bid to cut in line. One person brandished 1,000 nether coins, waving them about as he shouted, I'll buy a ticket. I was here first. Just as he reached the entrance, the money still unhanded to the eerie driver, a thin, ashen hand, marred with ghastly purple spots, emerged from the side and pierced through the man's chest from behind. Chapter 70. They all must die. The chilling sound of flesh being torn echoed before the number 48 bus, a piercing noise that sent shivers down the spine. Blood splattered across the ground in a gruesome display. The first figure in the queue, sinister in demeanor, slowly withdrew their hand from the victim's chest, extending a long tongue to clean the blood from their fingers, revealing a ghastly grin. What a delightful find. A living soul. How delectable. This one is mine. No one is allowed to snatch it away from me. The eerie figure hoisted the blood-soaked corpse and paid 1,000 ghost coins to board the bus. As the others boarded, one grumbled, Why is the ticket so exorbitant today? It usually only costs 500. Seeing so many strange beings today. Have you decided to raise the price? Greedy oldly, you could have simply robbed them outright. The sudden slaughter and rapidly shifting circumstances caused all the humans in the queue for the number 48 bus to change their expressions in unison. A hunter, drenched in cold sweat, quietly asked, Captain, what should we do? Given the current state of the queue, among the 7 hunters of the Hunter Bureau, only Chen Haichuan, Wang Jia, and Chen Yurua would be able to board the bus, leaving the remaining 4 hunters destined for doom in the impending darkness of the secret realm. Chen Yurua whispered, Brother, you and the god of hunters are the strongest among us. You must reach the 3rd hospital. Shui Manlu is the youngest among us, so let him accompany you. I shall remain with the other 3 brothers and find a way to survive. The dark secret realm may not be in absolute peril. As long as you can cleanse the realm, the 4 of us can endure. The 7 hunters fell into a profound silence. Chen Yuru spoke as if there were still a glimmer of hope, yet everyone knew that failing to board this vehicle was akin to stepping into the abyss. In the next moment, the 3 hunters who were destined not to board nodded in unison, endorsing this plan. We are seasoned hunters. We shall surely survive. Captain, God of Hunters, please take good care of Shui Manlu. He possesses talent and will eventually grow into a competent hunter. I have faith in you. You shall succeed in purging this secret realm. Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan remained silent throughout, their expressions grim. After a brief pause, Chen Haichuan wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, took a deep breath, and said, Let us first assess the situation. If it proves dire, we shall proceed as Yuru suggested. For him, Chen Yuru was not only a comrade in the Hunter Bureau but also his beloved sister. When Chen Yuru stubbornly insisted on joining the Hunter Bureau years ago, Chen Haichuan had opposed her decision. However, once Chen Yuru set her mind to something, no one could alter her resolve. At that time, Chen Haichuan had foreseen the likelihood of such tragic separations occurring. His heart ached, yet he resolutely stifled the tears at the corners of his eyes. Facing death to embrace life has always been the creed of a hunter. Jiang Yan stood before Chen Haichuan, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke. Damn it, the 7 hunters behind him were of mediocre strength and possessed an exceedingly timid disposition. Their flair for melodrama was indeed impressive. I wonder, did the funds I provided them go towards enhancing their abilities or merely to indulge in idle dramas? As Jiang Yan followed the procession, advancing at a leisurely pace while contemplating whether to eliminate the peculiar figures ahead. Allowing those 7 hunters from the Bureau of Hunters to board, the situation before him shifted once more. In the 20th position was an exceedingly corpulent female anomaly. As rotund as a pig, her distended belly appeared as though it housed a dozen or more basketballs. Prominently displayed on her swollen abdomen was a crude incision, sewn together with the finesse of a novice tailor. When it was her turn to board the vehicle, the driver abruptly blocked the door and curtly stated, "No fair evasion." The hefty female anomaly grinned broadly, and with a sharp tearing sound, she ripped open the rough seam of her abdomen. From within emerged a 2-year-old anomaly, its body a mottled hue of purples and blues, who crawled onto the bus. Following closely was a 5-year-old male anomaly, stumbling as he clambered out and boarded the vehicle. Lastly, a 7-year-old female anomaly hopped onto the bus with exuberance. Then, from the grotesquely corpulent belly of that woman, 5 peculiar entities emerged in total. Jiang Yan, originally positioned at the 27th place, was destined to board the bus. However, the absurdity of these 5 little oddities queuing within their mother's womb directly relegated Jiang Yan to the 32nd position. "What?" Jiang Yan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Am I not going to board? Then you all might as well give up." He commanded, "Hey you, eliminate them all." The black crow perched quietly on his right shoulder opened its beak wide, emitting a dreadful and ominous cry. Decay, plague, death, annihilation, death, annihilation, death, annihilation. A dazzling array of damage numbers erupted from the front entity. Seizing the opportunity, Heiyu consumed a potion attributed to Jiang Yan, rejuvenating its energy, and then unleashed its full offensive. Under the waning light of the setting sun, as Heiyu's loud curses resonated, variously sized entities tumbled to the ground, producing dull thuds. It was as if they were composing a sinister requiem. In Jiang Yan's left hand, encased in a grayish-white spider silk glove, tiny human-faced spider entities descended, their abdomens tethered to strands of silk as they parachuted to the ground. A stream of purple-green fluid surged forth, accompanied by the eerie sound of rustling. Enveloping the lifeless bodies in silken cocoons, Jiang Yan strolled forward, stepping upon the gradually forming silk cocoons, making his way to the entrance of the 48 bus. The eerie driver widened his pitch-black eyes, fixated on the approaching Jiang Yan, stuttering you. A pair of calm eyes lifted from beneath a strange hat, locking onto the driver of the number 48 bus. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, crimson shockwaves erupted. The driver's gaze suddenly dulled. At that instant, Jiang Yan appeared to him as the most terrifying entity in existence, compelling him to eliminate Jiang Yan, lest he be annihilated in return. Roar! The driver emitted a thunderous roar, drawing from behind his waist a rusted iron hammer, and brought it crashing down upon Jiang Yan's forehead. Bang! -1, -400. Bang! Critical hit, -1, -400. Bang! -1, -400. With 3 successive strikes, Jiang Yan's health remained utterly unscathed, while the driver, bizarrely, was left with but a sliver of vitality due to the retaliatory aura. As the 4th blow came hurtling towards him, Jiang Yan deftly evaded, sparing the strange driver's life. Once the 4th strike concluded, the driver finally broke free from the crimson shockwave's effects, staggering back 3 steps while uttering a voice filled with sheer terror. I didn't mean to. Please, don't kill me. Chapter 71. How dare one question the forbidden? As Jiang Yan observed the rapidly forming cocoon of spider silk behind him, alongside the bizarre driver before him who was trembling in fear, the 7 hunters from the Anomaly Hunting Bureau were nearly huddled together, shaking in terror. What sort of killing rules were at play here? One hunter, his face ashen, stammered, "These strange phenomena, they didn't even make a significant sound, did they? Why then did they fall victim to the forbidden 006? The 7 exchanged glances, each reflecting the horror and confusion that lay within their eyes. The dread of the unknown is perpetually the most profound. The presence of this enigmatic entity, whose killing rules remained entirely elusive, intensified the mental strain and fear experienced by the hunters with every passing moment of observation. It had been unequivocally demonstrated that their assessments of the killing rules of Forbidden 006 had been utterly erroneous. Even now, This terrifying taboo remained shrouded in mystery before them. The only certainty was its sheer strength. It was terrifyingly potent, possibly even more formidable than the 5 previous forbiddens that had appeared in the Divine Land. In Chun Haichuan's heart, a painful and despairing groan escaped. With such a horrifying taboo looming over Nandu, could he truly lead his comrades to successfully seal it? Meanwhile, at the car door, Jiang Yan cast a cold glance at the driver, casually retrieving 3 stacks of golden ghost coins and relentlessly striking them against the driver's head. In total, there were 30,000 ghost coins. "I shall take this vehicle," Jiang Yan stated nonchalantly before stepping into the car. Since the slaughter had already commenced, sparing any lives bore no significance. It was better to eliminate all. The ominous curses of the Black Crow began to reverberate within the confines of the vehicle. One by one, silken cocoons took shape. As the last figure succumbed to the Black Crow's malevolent hex, Jiang Yan exited the car, leaning against the door. His gaze cast downward as he calmly proclaimed, 29 seats, 2,000 nether coins per ticket. The crowd responded with bewilderment. Wait, did he just demand 30,000 for the entire vehicle, only to double the ticket price afterward? It was confirmed. He was indeed extorting them. Shuemanlu, the youngest among the 7 hunters, swallowed hard, a bitter smile creeping onto his face as he murmured, "What shall we do? Must we truly resort to selling our equipment? If they were to offload their gear at half price to gather the funds, it would be a desperate plight, leading only to greater weakness." Yet, it seemed there were no alternatives left. 2,000 nether coins were but a trifle for Jiang Yan, barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. However, for the vast majority of players, it constituted a small fortune, especially for those who had drained their resources to delve into the secret realm. Producing 2,000 coins seemed nearly impossible. Wouldn't it be wiser to invest that money in enhancing one's attributes? Had they foreseen such a predicament upon entering the secret realm, everyone would have ensured to keep a decent sum on hand. As everyone hesitated at the daunting price, Jiang Yan casually picked up a small stone and inscribed a few crooked characters on the floor tiles, providing equipment pawn loan services. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Are you seriously opening a branch in this secret realm? This is hardly a taboo. It's akin to being a usurer. Yet, they had all already taken out loans, leaving Shuemanlu in tears of frustration. Wang Jia lamented, "I have already repaid 250,000. Chun Haichuan swallowed hard and whispered, "Fear not. I have a plan." He slowly approached Jiang Yan and said, "I wish to sell silver bullets." During his last visit to the antique street with Jiang Yan to secure a loan, he had attempted to sell silver bullets produced by the hunting bureau. At that time, 1 bullet fetched 80 soul coins. Based on this price, if he sold 175 silver bullets, he would acquire 14,000 soul coins, enough to cover the fare for the 7 hunters of the hunting bureau. To his utter astonishment, the silver bullets they brought to slay the strange creatures had barely been fired, yet they were now to be exchanged for tickets. Jiang Yan barely glanced at Chun Haichuan and replied indifferently, 50 soul coins each. Chun Haichuan's lips twitched violently, a torrent of expletives raging in his mind. This taboo is audaciously seizing the opportunity to drive down the price. It is truly excessive, absolutely excessive. However, we find ourselves in an unequivocally buyer's market, and Chun Haichuan can only begrudgingly accept the situation. After parting with 280 silver bullets, the 7 hunters from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau boarded bus number 48 in succession. Although the vehicle was shrouded in a multitude of grayish-white cobwebs, evoking an eerie semblance of a spider's lair, making it rather difficult to navigate, the hunters felt an overwhelming sense of joy in their narrow escape from despair. Jiang Yan stood at the entrance, his face contorted with disdain as he stowed away the 280 silver bullets into his bag. Besides these rather unwanted projectiles, he had also acquired a considerable number of loan contracts. Among the players waiting to board, the vast majority had never taken out a loan on Antique Street, with a significant portion not even aware of its existence. Faced with a dead end, the prospect of mortgaging their equipment for a loan was a glimmer of hope. These human players promptly pledged their gear to Jiang Yan, receiving half of their borrowed currency in return. Naturally, a portion of this currency soon found its way back to Jiang Yan as bus fare. Before long, Jiang Yan, with his exceptional pickpocketing skills, had sold all 29 seats. After boarding, he casually remarked, "Let's get going." The driver, already petrified by Jiang Yan's demeanor, nodded vigorously and, after closing the doors, revved the engine, speeding away with fervor. Jiang Yan's gaze swept across the bus, searching for an empty seat. A multitude of gazes converged upon the sole vacant seat in the vehicle. Qinyuru, seated beside the empty spot, was momentarily petrified. Just moments ago, she had been reveling in her narrow escape, oblivious to the fact that only one seat remained unoccupied on this bus. No. Could it be? The infamous Forbidden 006 is going to sit beside me? Am I truly going to survive this journey? The flush of excitement that had graced Qinyuru's cheeks faded into a pallor of dread. Jiang Yan, however, paid her no mind, nonchalantly taking his place next to her, entirely unaware of any impropriety. As he settled in, he caught a glimpse of Qinyuru trembling beside him. Jiang Yan inwardly sighed, reflecting on the appalling conduct of the hunters from the hunting bureau. Even the slightest movement seemed sufficient to send her into a fit of anxiety. A startled bird, on edge at every rustle. This was the state of affairs, was it not? It appeared that the psychological fortitude of ordinary players surpassed that of the person beside him. Truly, what a decline in societal standards. Was my own weakness in a past life the reason I perceived these hunters as formidable? As the bus continued its journey, Qinyuru's rigid form gradually regained some semblance of normalcy, her breathing becoming less labored. Fear bore no fruit in altering the situation. With furtive glances, she began to observe Jiang Yan, an audacious thought suddenly igniting in her mind. She cautiously inquired, "Why did you just eliminate all the anomalies?" Boom. The moment the question escaped her lips, it struck like a bolt from the blue. The hunters seated around her in the Anomaly Hunting Bureau collectively gasped, their faces contorted in sheer terror. No. How could one dare to question the forbidden? This is a path to certain doom. Chapter 72. Do not respond. The name of the taboo poses an immensely perilous threat to humanity, verging on a certainty of death upon encounter. Each taboo that has emerged in the land of the divine has instilled profound dread, evoking the specter of death in all hearts. Had it not been for the relentless efforts of the Bureau of Anomalies, which incurred countless casualties to neutralize them, each taboo would have inflicted grievous wounds upon human society. Such a horrifying existence must be sealed within a golden coffin. Otherwise, any form of contact, even by the most cautious hunters, would render them nearly powerless against an inevitable demise. The Bureau encounters a taboo like 006, characterized by a diminished inclination for aggression for the very first time. Yet, a low propensity for attack does not signify its absence, nor does it guarantee safety. To dare to question a taboo that currently exhibits no desire to attack is, in the eyes of these hunters, a reckless act of folly. Qinyuru, how foolish. Chen Haichuan's eyes widened in terror, as he envisioned the moment when Taboo 006 would lift its hand to gently pat his sister's shoulder, transforming Qinyuru into a grayish-white cocoon of silk. No. Please no. Chen Haichuan's heart roared in anguish, instinctively gripping his blade. He had resolved that if this Taboo 006 dared to harm his sister, he would risk everything to intercept that blow. No one shall violate my sister in my presence. In Chen Haichuan's eyes, the flames of battle were fiercely igniting. Familiar with the remaining hunters, Chen Haichuan's companions found their bodies taut with anticipation, poised for action. Once the battle commenced, it would likely become a fight to the death. The probability of demise lay heavily upon the 7 of them, yet they had no alternative. Just as the atmosphere plunged to an icy low, they heard the voice of Taboo 006, casually responding as if engaged in idle chatter, "I am willing." The voice, altered by an old pipe, was hoarse and deep, resembling a colossal millstone grinding relentlessly upon the hearts of each individual present. What? The members of the Hunter Bureau nearly gasped in disbelief. Taboo 006 had truly answered Qinyuru's inquiry. My heavens, how terrifying. Wait, what does "I am willing" imply? Does this signify his rules for killing? To eradicate all that displeases him? What a brutally terrifying taboo he embodies. Qinyuru was also taken aback by those mere 3 words, frozen in her seat, momentarily at a loss. She had envisioned countless possibilities, even considering that she might be slain by Taboo 006 the moment she posed her question. Yet even so, it would have provided her companions, shrouded in confusion, with crucial insights into this formidable taboo. But now, the fog surrounding this terrifying entity had only thickened. Regaining her composure, Qinyuru intended to inquire further, but was abruptly yanked by Wang Jia, who roughly tugged at her hair draped over the back of her seat. In the face of her pain, Qinyuru, fully aware of her reckless daring, ultimately swallowed back the questions that lingered unasked. For a moment, the bus was engulfed in an eerie, profound silence. The vehicle continued its journey along the increasingly desolate streets, with all 30 seats, ensnared in gray-white cobwebs, occupied. Yet, not a single soul uttered a word, each person maintaining a posture of introspective withdrawal. Jiang Yan sensed a certain awkwardness in the atmosphere, though he could not fathom the source of this discomfort. As an experienced reborn individual, he ought not to feel social anxiety. Thus, he took a drag from his old pipe and, glancing at Chun Yuru from the corner of his eye, initiated a conversation, inquiring, "Are you a local of Nandu? How old are you?" His deep, gravelly voice bore a striking resemblance to the ominous curses uttered by the black crow perched upon his shoulder, resonating like a funeral bell in the ears of those around him. Chun Yuru shivered. Is this directed at me? Forbidden question 006. Asking me questions? This is too terrifying. What do these questions imply? Not to kill locals? Or perhaps not to harm the young? Could it be that forbidden question 006 harbors an enduring consciousness for sustainable slaughter? Chun Yuru's delicate form involuntarily trembled once more, resembling a drenched chick. In the depths of her terror, her mind raced frantically. What should I do? How should I respond? If I claim to be from Nandu, he might take a particular delight in targeting Nandu individuals, and I would be doomed. Conversely, if I assert that I am not from Nandu, he may harbor a penchant for eliminating outsiders, sealing my fate nonetheless. Regardless of how I answer, it is akin to a perilous game of Russian roulette. Wang Jia, seated behind Chun Yuru, observed her trembling violently and realized that her lack of experience in confronting taboos had left her utterly flustered. He swiftly reached out, once again seizing her long hair and yanking it forcefully 3 times. Do not respond. Do not respond. Do not respond. In such circumstances, uttering anything could easily lead to death. Even voicing a sound in the presence of a taboo could be an act of self-destruction. The mere fact that you asked that question and are still alive could very well be due to this taboo having recently dispatched too many peculiar souls, leaving it drained or its abilities on cooldown. If you are still breathing, consider yourself fortunate. Please, do not further tempt fate. Chun Yuru winced in pain as Wang Jia pulled her hair repeatedly, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Yet, in the unspoken understanding between hunters, she grasped Wang Jia's intent. She tightened her lips, remaining silent, dismissing Jiang Yan's question as mere background noise. Jiang Yan took another puff from his pipe, astonished to find that the hunter seated beside him was ignoring his attempts at conversation. Was his charming appeal as an 18-year-old handsome male so easily overlooked? Jiang Yan had always believed his charisma to be exceedingly high, even in the absence of the elusive Black Crow ensemble. When confined to wearing a school uniform, he remained a formidable contender for the title of school heartthrob. Now, clad in an extravagant outfit that screamed opulence, it was inconceivable for him to be overlooked by the ladies. Was it too much to expect even a mere exchange of words? Jiang Yan couldn't help but tilt his head slightly, his gaze piercing through the shadow of his oversized hat, focusing on Chun Yuru beside him. Noticing her employer's subtle movement, the Black Crow perched on his right shoulder slowly turned its head, its crimson eye fixating coldly on Chun Yuru. She felt the weight of 3 scrutinizing gazes assessing her from mere inches away. A shiver ran down Chun Yuru's spine, her body tensing as if every muscle had turned to stone. The forbidden 006. It had looked at her directly once more. Chun Yuru would never forget the horrifying events that transpired the last time forbidden 006 had locked eyes with her. The sensation of utter chaos and the complete loss of reason was something she prayed never to experience again in her lifetime. The sound of her teeth gently clashing echoed ominously in the hushed confines of the vehicle. Jiang Yan wrinkled his nose, detecting a faint, unpleasant odor. Upon glancing down, he was taken aback to find that Chun Yuru's trousers were becoming increasingly damp. How could it be that a seasoned hunter suffered from such an embarrassing affliction? Could this foolish girl, who could not control her bladder, truly be fit to be a hunter?